Frank. Archer. The head instructor's complicated voice came through the loudspeaker. The playground of 3rd Middle School in Qingqing City fell silent for 2 seconds, then exploded into roaring laughter. Ha ha ha, and Frank Archer. Isn't that just a trash class? You probably can't even kill a goblin, right? Lin Yuan stood before the 3-meter black awakening steel. The faint blue runes beneath his palm flickered only once, as if unable to sustain their own color, then slowly dimmed into complete darkness, like a merciless verdict being pronounced upon his fate. And Frank Archer, an obscure path among the very lowest ranks. Zhao Meng, who had just awakened as a brank berserker and stirred the entire school into a frenzy of cheers, stood at the very front of the crowd. At this moment, the way he looked at Lin Yuan was as if he were staring at an insect crushed into the mud. Lin Yuan, with talent like yours, even helping your mom twist screws at home, would be too slow, huh? Zhao Meng bared his teeth to shout over the laughter, drawing another wave of jeers from the crowd. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened until his knuckles turned white. The taunts were hard to endure, but he knew he could not afford to make a scene. 3 years ago, his father had died in a dungeon collapse. His mother worked an assembly line at an electronics factory in the south of the city, earning 4,000 yuan a month while still paying off the mortgage. This awakening was his only chance to turn his life around. And now that chance had shattered. "Step down," the head instructor said after giving him a single glance. That looked devoid of malice, yet filled with regret, cut deeper than outright hostility. Lin Yuan released his hand and walked off the platform. Just as he reached Zhao Meng's side, a foot suddenly shot out, making his body lurch as he was tripped. "Trash like you should just roll back home. Don't come here embarrassing yourself." Zhao Meng leaned close to his ear and let out a low, derisive chuckle. Lin Yuan paused for a moment, but did not look back. It was not until his best friend Wang lay squeezed out from the crowd, grabbing his arm to tug him away, that he moved again. "Come on, ignore these bastards." Dragged down the steps, Lin Yuan returned to the edge of the formation. The laughter behind him was like one thorn after another driving into his back. All around, the air was filled with adoration for Su Qing, the rank frost mage, and for those other high-ranked awakened. It was as if they were already destined to belong to a world utterly separate from his. His deskmate, the chubby Wang Lei, had just awakened as a crank shield guard. His whole body was trembling with excitement, yet he still elbowed Lin Yuan lightly. "Frank, doesn't mean you're completely doomed. If it really comes to it, your big bro here will cover you in the future." Lin Yuan tugged at the corner of his mouth, patting his back. "Congratulations, fatty. Get ready for the academy evaluations. I'll head home first and take a look at my panel." When he got home, his mother had not yet finished her shift. On the dining table in the cramped living room lay the cold steamed buns and pickles left from the morning. Lin Yuan tossed his school bag onto the sofa, and in the deathly stillness of the room raised his hand to summon a semi-transparent blue interface. "Name Lin Yuan, level LV1, class Archer, Frank, talent none." Staring at that glaring final word, none, he leaned against the side of the sofa and closed his eyes. His mind was filled with the smiling face of his father, who had promised to buy him a new computer before leaving home 3 years ago, and with the image of his mother, who had not truly smiled since. "I can't let her down again." Lin Yuan's throat tightened. Just as he was about to close the panel, his gaze suddenly froze. At the very bottom of the interface, a line of gray text so small it was almost invisible caught his eye. "Hidden talent, eternal corrosion effect, duration of negative status. Permanent." Lin Yuan's breath hitched. A hidden talent. A permanent negative status. He sprang to his feet and rushed into the bedroom, dragging out the beginner's bow and 10 training arrows distributed by the school from under the bed. From the balcony, he hauled in a low durability training target used specifically to test novice base damage. He took his stance 30 meters away, drew the bow, aimed, and released. Whoosh! The flimsy arrow wobbled through the air and barely lodged itself into the edge of the target. With such power and accuracy in a real fight, he probably wouldn't even pierce a monster's hide. Yet when Lin Yuan walked over to pull the arrow out, he saw a dark red mark at the point where it had struck. With every pulse of the mark, a faint crack appeared on the surface of the target. System notifications floated into view one after another. Basic bleeding technique, target afflicted with bleeding, loses 1 HP per second, duration permanent. Lin Yuan's hand froze midair, his eyes locked deathly tight on the word permanent. 1 minute passed, and the dark red mark remained. 2 minutes, and the cracks multiplied. 5 minutes, and the wood began to emit faint creaking sounds. After 10 minutes, with a crisp crack, the target split wide open down the middle. Yet the bleeding effect still had not ceased. Crouching before the shattered target, Lin Yuan's fingers trembled uncontrollably with excitement. For a normal archer, the bleeding effect would vanish after a few seconds, but his did not. As long as he landed a single arrow, even if it only drained 1 HP per second, the bleeding would continue until the target finally died. No matter how high the enemy's defense, how vast their health, or how overwhelming their level advantage. Once this status was applied, it became an inescapable slow death sentence. The awakening steel had not denied him a talent, it was simply that this talent was so monstrous it could not be displayed on a normal panel. No one can ever know the secret. Lin Yuan slowly rose to his feet, tightening his grip on the beginner's bow as he whispered under his breath, while the target continued to crack apart in the background like a ticking countdown. On the third day after the awakening ceremony ended, the school arranged a practical training session in a novice. The dean of students stood at the front of the classroom, a grouping list in his hand. Teams will be divided according to awakening grades. Grade A and B in one group, C and D in one group, E and F in one group. Lin Yuan glanced at the list. The F grade group had only 3 people, himself plus 2 girls from the neighboring class, one in F grade pharmacist and the other in F grade bard. The 3 of them stood before the dungeon entrance, the air between them so heavy it felt like it could be wrung out. The pharmacist was named Chen Xiaoyu, thin and petite, her eyes rimmed with red, clearly having cried. The bard was named Zhou Ting. She wore glasses and kept her head lowered, saying nothing. Lin Yuan glanced at the 2 of them and said, "Once we go and stay close to me and don't run around." Chen Xiaoyu lifted her head and looked at him, opened her mouth as if to speak, but in the end said nothing. The entrance to the novice dungeon was a rotating blue portal of light, and the 3 of them stepped through one after another. The scene before their eyes changed in an instant. Dense forest, humid air, faint rustling sounds drifting from afar. A system prompt appeared. Welcome to the novice dungeon goblin forest. Objective: slay goblins 10. Time limit 2 hours. Lin Yuan gripped his novice bow tighter, lowered his body, and moved toward the direction of the sound. He had gone less than 20 meters when a green-skinned goblin burst out from the bushes, swinging a wooden club as it charged straight at Chen Xiaoyu. Chen Xiaoyu let out a shriek and turned to flee. Zhou Ting also recoiled in fright, stumbling backward until her foot caught, and she fell hard to the ground. The goblin did not continue after Chen Xiaoyu, but instead turned and lunged at the fallen Zhou Ting. Lin Yuan drew his bow and loosed an arrow. The arrow whistled through the air and sank into the goblin's back. A damage number floated up: 3. For an LV1 goblin with 50 health points, that amount of damage was no different from a light scratch. Yet Lin Yuan remained unruffled. He saw that familiar dark red mark bloom upon the goblin's body. A bleeding effect, 1 point of damage per second, lasting indefinitely. The goblin, stung by pain, turned and finally spotted Lin Yuan, then charged at him with a howl. Lin Yuan turned and ran. He did not run especially fast, but the goblin's short legs were slower still, so a distance of 7 to 8 meters was maintained between them at all times. Lin Yuan ran 3 laps around a large tree, and the goblin chased him for 3 laps, blood continuously flowing from its wounds. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds ticked by. The goblin's movements clearly grew sluggish, its steps turning unsteady. At 40 seconds, the goblin collapsed to the ground, twitched twice, then dissolved into a handful of gray motes of light that scattered and vanished. A system prompt appeared: you have slain an LV1 goblin, gained 5 experience points. Chen Xiaoyu and Zhou Ting stared dumbfounded at the scene they had just witnessed. "How did you do that?" Chen Xiaoyu asked. Lin Yuan's expression did not change. "Basic operation for an great archer. Kiting," he replied. Of course that was pure nonsense, but the 2 of them did not understand and actually believed him. Over the next hour and a half, Lin Yuan used the same method to kill 12 goblins. Each goblin needed only to take a single arrow, after which Lin Yuan would start running in circles, waiting for the bleeding effect to wear them down. Chen Xiaoyu and Zhou Ting hid in the back the entire time, occasionally helping to lure a monster, but the main damage output came almost entirely from Lin Yuan alone. When the dungeon settlement came, Lin Yuan's kill count was 12, while Chen Xiaoyu and Zhou Ting both had 0. The grade group's total kill count was 12, ranking dead last among all the groups. But Lin Yuan did not care about rankings. His attention was fixed on something else. As he stepped out of the dungeon portal, he opened his talent panel, and just as he had expected, saw a change. Eternal Corrosion LV1 experience 60500. His talent could be leveled up. Lin Yuan's heartbeat quickened. After they returned to school, each group's results were posted on the bulletin board. The A and grade group had 187 kills, the C and grade group had 94 kills, and the E and F grade group had 12 kills. Zhao Meng stood before the bulletin board, bursting into uproarious laughter when he saw the F grade group's result. 12. They killed only 12 goblins in 2 hours. I could clear the entire dungeon by myself in 10 minutes. The few lackeys beside him chimed in with jeers, drawing quite a crowd of onlookers. Zhao Meng's gaze swept the crowd until it landed on Lin Yuan. Well, Lin, the loser, is that pathetic bow of yours too weak to even pierce goblin hide? Lin Yuan stood at the edge of the crowd, expressionless, as he watched Zhao Meng put on his performance. Wang Lei came up from behind, tugged at his sleeve, and said, "Ignore him. That bastard just can't keep his mouth shut." Lin Yuan nodded slightly and turned away. He had no time to bother with Zhao Meng now. There were far more important things he needed to do. That night, Lin Yuan searched online for all the low-level dungeons open in Qingqing City. On the outskirts of the city, there was a field dungeon called Gray Rat Cave. It contained LV1, LV3 gray rats, and offered such pitiful rewards that almost no awakened individuals were willing to go there. Lin Yuan memorized the address. After school the next day, he did not go home. Instead, he took a 40-minute bus ride to a stretch of wasteland beside the Southern Industrial District. The entrance to Gray Rat Cave lay in the middle of the wasteland, an inconspicuous hole in the ground with not even a single guard posted. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath as he stood at the mouth of the cave, tightened his grip on his bow, and stepped inside. Inside the cave, the light was dim, and the air was thick with a moldy stench. The first gray rat poked its head out from behind a rock 10 meters ahead, its tiny red eyes glowing in the darkness. Lin Yuan drew his bow and let an arrow fly. A dark red, bleeding mark appeared on the gray rat's body. The rat squealed and charged at him, and Lin Yuan turned and ran back toward the cave entrance. 30 seconds later, the gray rat dropped to the ground. Experience 3. Lin Yuan did not stop, but continued deeper into the cave. The second rat, the third, the fourth. Each gray rat needed only a single arrow, and then it was just a matter of waiting. The process was dull, repetitive, and mind-numbingly boring, yet Lin Yuan took joy in it. With every rat he killed, the experience bar of his talent inched forward. It was proof that he was becoming stronger. For a week, Lin Yuan went to the Gray Rat Cave every day after school. He woke up at 6 in the morning, attended classes, took the bus after school, brushed up until 9 in the evening, returned home, did his homework, and went to sleep. His mother asked him why he came back so late every day, to which he replied that there were tutorial classes at school. His mother didn't inquire further and simply left him a portion of warm food every day. 7 days, 317 gray rats. He had become very familiar with the cave's terrain. Where the forks were where the respawns were densest, he could run through it with his eyes closed. The process of killing each gray rat was the same. One arrow hit the bleeding mark, lit up, turn, and run. 30 seconds later, he would hear the sound of it collapsing behind him. Repetitive and dull, but every time the talent experience bar advanced a notch, he felt it was worth it. On the evening of the 7th day, at the moment the last gray rat fell, a golden light burst forth from the talent panel, and his level rose to level 5. Although it couldn't compare to the top talents, he would surely improve faster in the future. Eternal Erosion LV1 LV2 unlocked the second permanent status skill. Lin Yuan was overjoyed. He hadn't known before that there was a limit on the number of uses. If there were no limit, using one for bleeding and another for slowing would make kite flying much easier. Lin Yuan took out his phone and opened the skill trainer page on the Awakener's official website. The list of beginner skills for archers popped up, featuring a dozen skills priced between 2,000 and 20,000. He scrolled down one by one until he stopped on the third page. Slow arrow beginner effect reduces target's movement speed by 30 after the arrow hits. Duration 8 seconds. Learning conditions: archer profession, level LV5, price 2,000 yuan, government subsidy. Before level 10, skill free 8 seconds. Although it was expensive, fortunately there was a government subsidy. This was also the only benefit for beginners. In his hands it would be permanent. Permanent bleeding plus permanent slowing. One arrow fired, the monster would be slow and bleeding, never able to catch up to him, only to be worn down to death. Wasn't this the perfect way to kite? Lin Yuan clicked the learn button. System prompt: skill slow arrow learned successfully. First time free. He stood up and glanced into the depths of the cave. He had never been in that direction. The area marked on the map with a red skull icon. Elite monster area. Perfect, a chance to test out his new skill. The cave became increasingly narrow, with large clumps of gray fur and gnawed bones appearing on the ground. After rounding the last corner, Lin Yuan saw it. The Gray Rat King. Its size was 5 times that of an ordinary gray rat, covered in grayish-white bristles with 2 front teeth, as long as forearms, glinting with a cold light. LV5, Elite. If this thing pounced at him with a claw, he would definitely be down. But what if it couldn't catch up to him? Lin Yuan hid behind the bend, pulled back his bow, and aimed at the side of the Gray Rat King's abdomen. The arrow pierced through the air. 2 marks lit up simultaneously. Bleeding 1 second, permanent slow movement speed 30, permanent. The Gray Rat King let out a deafening roar and turned to charge at him. But its speed was clearly slower. Lin Yuan turned and ran into the narrow passage. The Gray Rat King's massive body stumbled in the passage, and with the slowing effect, the distance between them not only did not shorten, but actually widened. After running over 100 meters, the Gray Rat King stopped. Elite monsters have a territory range, and if exceeded, they will turn back. It turned to head back, but the bleeding mark was still active. Every second it was losing health, and it would never stop. Lin Yuan stealthily drew back, and from a distance he shot another arrow. Not to stack, as bleeding cannot stack, but purely to replenish that 8 points of arrow damage. The Gray Rat King became enraged and chased again, but once more it couldn't catch up and was forced to retreat. By the third time it approached, the Gray Rat King was already lying on the ground. Its movements were sluggish to the point of being unrecognizable, its gray-white fur soaked in blood, struggling to stand, but its slowed body felt like it was filled with lead. Lin Yuan stood 10 meters away watching its health bar drop notch by notch. The Gray Rat King fell, its massive body dissipating into light spots. Kill the elite monster Gray Rat King LV5. Gain experience 150 level up LV5 LV6. Acquired equipment corrosive short bow green quality. A dark green short bow appeared in his hand, the bowstring covered in a pattern like copper rust exuding a faint green light. Rusty short bow green attack power 15 effect adds corrosive damage upon hitting target. 1 point per second lasts 10 seconds. After killing 1000 monsters, unlock the third permanent status, which may include equipment skills in his hands that too would be permanent. Bleeding 1 point second, corrosive 1 point second, totaling 2 point second, doubling the damage. Plus the permanent slowing. 1 arrow, the monster would be slow, bleeding, and rotting until death. Lin Yuan held the new bow, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. It was already 10 o'clock when he walked out of the Gray Rat Cave, and the night breeze carried the rusty smell of the industrial area. He took out his phone and opened the dungeon information page on the Awakener's official website. The Gray Rat Cave was no longer sufficient. He needed a higher level dungeon. A recommendation popped up on the page: Venomous Snake, Marsh, LV5 LV8 location, abandoned mine area east of the city. Characteristics: fast movement speed, moderate attack power, highly poisonous, fast movement speed, coupled with being highly poisonous. Essentially, no one goes to grind there, making it the so-called new player curse dungeon. Lin Yuan looked at it, his eyes brightened. Without the slowing skill, these fast monsters would be a nightmare for him. He wouldn't be able to outrun them, and once they got close it would mean death. But now, 1 arrow slows by 30, with permanent effect. No matter how fast the monster is, after taking one of his arrows, it would have to turn into a tortoise's speed. This dungeon was simply tailor-made for him. Lin Yuan noted down the address, turned off his phone. There were 3 unread messages, all from Wang Lei. Bro, where have you been? Why haven't you replied? In a few days there will be a monthly assessment at school, don't forget. Monthly assessment. Lin Yuan looked at these 4 characters, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was now LV6 with green equipment, permanent bleeding plus permanent slowing. His true combat power probably wouldn't be worse than a Clevel Awakener. What he was truly looking forward to was the Venomous Snake Marsh after school tomorrow. Those speed-type venomous snakes would be the first official prey for his slow bleeding flow. In the abandoned mining area east of the city at 7 in the evening, Lin Yuan stood by a pond of black water with decaying leaves underfoot and the air thick with the foul stench of sulfides. The entrance to the poisonous snake swamp was a luminous gate embedded in the abandoned cave a notch above the Gray Rat's lair, guarded by at least 2 armed security robots. And there were no awakened ones in sight, as this dungeon was filled with highly toxic snakes, making it nearly impossible to clear without an antidote. He swiped his card verifying his identity as an awakened one and entered. On the other side of the luminous gate was a dim swamp with dead trees stretching twisted branches from the black water and mist floating just above the surface. The system prompted entering wild dungeon, poisonous, snake, swamp, LV5 LV8. Lin Yuan did not rush in, but took 3 minutes to observe the terrain. The swamp was dotted with numerous mounds of earth rising above the water and fallen tree trunks, forming a natural parkour route. Good as long as I can run. The first poisonous snake appeared as he stepped onto the second mound. A dark green shadow shot out from beneath the water, moving at an absurd speed. The snake's body was as thick as an adult's arm with a triangular head that opened its wide mouth, venom dripping from the tips of its fangs. Poisonous snake, LV6 fast. Truly damn fast. The moment the snake broke the surface, Lin Yuan drew his bow to the fullest. The rusted short bow flickered with green light, and the arrow flew from the string. Hit. 3 markers lit up simultaneously. Bleeding 1 point second, permanent corrosion 1 point second, 8 seconds, slow movement speed 30, permanent. The speed of the snake visibly slowed, its once lightning-fast advance now reduced to a normal glide. Lin Yuan turned and jumped to the next mound, the snake chasing him for a couple of steps, but completely unable to keep up with his normal running speed. 20 seconds later, the snake's body began to spasm, dark red blood seeping from beneath its scales, while copper-green corrosion spots appeared on the surface. 35 seconds it fell. Killed LV6 poisonous snake, gained experience 12. The experience was 4 times that of the Gray Rat. Lin Yuan licked his cracked lips and walked deeper into the swamp. The second snake appeared 30 meters away. He shot an arrow, applied the status, and ran. 35 seconds later, dead. The third, the fourth, the fifth. The process was exactly the same as in the Gray Rat Cave, the only difference being that the monsters here offered more experience, and, as the 6th snake lunged from the left side of the water, another emerged from the bushes on the right. 2 LV6 poisonous snakes attacked from either side. If it were Lin Yuan from a week ago, this situation would only lead to certain death. But now he hesitated not at all, drawing 2 arrows from his quiver with his left hand, first shooting at the left snake. The moment the arrow struck flesh, 3 markers illuminated, and then the second arrow was shot towards the right. Both snakes were simultaneously afflicted with permanent slow. The once deadly ambush had turned into two sluggish creatures crawling behind him. Lin Yuan didn't even need to run, a brisk walk would suffice. He stepped forward on the mounds while the two snakes, dragging their increasingly sluggish bodies, fell after 40 seconds. There can still be more. Lin Yuan began to actively lure monsters. He deliberately stepped on the dry branches on the water's surface, making noise to attract all nearby poisonous snakes. 3 snakes charged from different directions. He loosed 3 arrows, each one hitting precisely. After hunting over 300 gray rats this week, his aim had evolved from erratic to nearly perfect within 10 meters. All 3 snakes were afflicted with status effects, unable to catch up to him, and all fell within 40 seconds. Experience points skyrocketed. Lin Yuan's level jumped from LV6 to LV7. He did not stop, continuing deeper into the swamp. The further he went, the higher the level of the poisonous snakes became, evolving from LV6 to LV7, larger in size and with more potent venom. But for Lin Yuan, there was no essential difference. After all, it was still 1 arrow to inflict status and then wait for death. The only change was that the kill time increased from 35 seconds to 50 seconds due to the thicker health of the LV7 snakes. No matter, just a few more steps to run. After another 40 minutes, Lin Yuan reached the 3rd layer of the swamp. The mist was thicker here, visibility dropping to less than 5 meters with occasional bubbles surfacing beneath the water. Just as he was preparing to lure the next wave of monsters, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of something unusual and white. On a dead tree deep in the swamp coiled a snake, entirely snow white. It was a size larger than the ordinary poisonous snakes, its scales reflecting a pearlescent glow in the mist, and its vertical pupils were a rare golden color. It did not attack Lin Yuan, merely coiling quietly on the branch, flicking its tongue as if observing him. Lin Yuan instinctively wanted to draw his bow, but his hand stopped. He could not see the level information of this white snake. The name bar displayed 3 question marks. It was a size larger than the ordinary poisonous snakes, its scales reflecting a pearlescent glow in the mist, and its vertical pupils were a rare golden color. It did not attack Lin Yuan, merely. The white snake showed no intent to chase, its golden vertical pupils fixed on him for a few seconds before it turned and disappeared into the depths of the mist. "He'll remember you," Lin Yuan whispered. Now was not the time to fight it, but he would return eventually. He exited the 3rd layer and returned to the 2nd layer to continue hunting LV7 poisonous snakes. Having reached LV8, he stepped out of the dungeon's luminous gate. The night wind rushed into his collar, sweeping away the swamp's stench. He glanced at his phone. A message from Wang Lei had come in again. "Bro, the monthly assessment is next Monday. Where are you out there?" "I'm leveling up. Don't worry, bro. I'll surprise you then." "Next Monday. 5 days left." Lin Yuan calculated. According to his current efficiency, 5 days was enough to push his kill count to 1,000. At that time, he would unlock the 3rd permanent status plus level up. Zhao Ming's annoying face floated back to his mind. Lin Yuan put away his phone, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he walked towards the bus station. He was in no hurry. But the golden eyes of that white snake and the fleeting gray text from the system were like 2 thorns stuck in his mind, impossible to remove. 1,000. He wanted to see what would happen when the power of erosion awakened. Ding. His phone in his pocket buzzed once, then vibrated in a rapid staccato. Lin Yuan stood on a fragment of deadwood half sunken in black water, his right hand steadily drawing a rusted shortbow. 10 meters ahead, an LV8 venomous viper uncoiled, jaws forming a full arc as it lunged. He released the string. A dark green arrow struck the snake's snout with surgical precision, piercing its upper jaw. 12. 3 faint lights, red, yellow, and green, flared above the viper's head. Permanent bleeding, permanent slowing, and a 10-second corrosion all took effect at once. The viper went limp in midair as if its bones had been plucked, splashing into the water and twisting as it tried to pursue, but it moved like an oxygen-starved loach. Lin Yuan did not watch it with one hand. He pulled his phone out. The class group chat had been flooded. Zhao Ming had posted a high-resolution photo. In the photo, he hoisted a blood-smeared superior double-bladed axe, 1 foot planted on the corpse of an advanced goblin priest, while the background was littered with the remains of dozens of goblins. Zhao Ming. "Brothers, I led the team for 2.5 hours today and cleared an LV5 goblin camp. Being a berserker is like cutting vegetables when it comes to killing monsters." Instantly the chat filled with praise. "Brother Ming is incredible. A brank talent is like a god. When we fought 4 slimes, we nearly wiped. Tomorrow's Saturday, Brother Ming. Take the little brothers into the wild and show us around." Zhao Ming replied with a smug sticker, then shifted tone. "I can take you, just don't hold us back. I'm no Frank Trash. Those idiots are probably in some sewer fighting rats for bread. By the way, Lin Yuan, I heard you haven't been attending evening study these past days. What's secretly hiding at home and crying?" The chat fell silent for 2 seconds, then exploded with laughter. His deskmate Wang Lei panicked and sent a private message. "Lin Yuan, where have you been these past few days? The monthly assessment is the day after tomorrow. That bastard Zhao Meng is up to something. If your level isn't up to standard, you'll be forcibly reassigned to the logistics class. Lin Yuan glanced at the screen. The Viper on the water had just exhausted its last thread of life and dissolved into white light. He typed with one hand, grinding levels, don't worry. After sending the message, he set the group chat to do not disturb. Pocketing his phone, he looked to the system panel. After slaying that Viper, the gray progress bar at the bottom of the quest list finally advanced to its last step. Current cumulative monster kills 999, 1000, only one left. Lin Yuan lifted his gaze and scanned into the misty depths. 4 days of intense marsh work had nearly rendered the area's venomous snakes a protected species. His leather boots were caked with foul mire, yet his spirits thrummed with exhilaration. Bubbles rose from a puddle to his right, accompanied by a faint hissing. Lin Yuan flipped his hand into the quiver, drew an iron arrow, without hesitation turned toward the sound, and loosed it. The arrow split the mist and nailed the 7-inch point of a tri-pattern Viper that had just peeked out. Once again, the standard 3 status markers affixed to the beast. The Viper writhed in agony. 40 seconds later, its body stiffened completely. The system chime detonated in his mind, clearer than ever. Killed LV8 tri-pattern Viper gained EXP 22, hidden talent, Eternal Erosion. Triggered special condition 1000 kills achieved. 10001000. Talent up, Eternal Erosion LV2 LV3 unlocked exclusive status, slot 1, current available slots 33. It's here. Lin Yuan stared at the azure panel, hovering in midair. Besides the 2 slots taken by bleeding and slowness, a vacant slot, emitting a dim golden sheen, had appeared at the bottom. A line of small text read: tip, players may drag any time limited negative status, including those from equipment, potions, or skills into this slot, to convert it into a permanent effect. The description continued: the status in this slot can be unloaded and replaced at any time. Upon unloading, the original status reverts to its default duration. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. It could be swapped at will. This meant his tactical framework need no longer be rigid. Faced with heavily armored foes, he could affix armor break. Against casters, he could apply silence. But now, above all, he needed damage. He looked down at the rusted shortbow in his hands. Its innate effect added 10 seconds of corrosion on hit, draining 1 point of life per second. Lin Yuan extended a finger, selected the corrosion entry on the bow's attribute panel, and slowly dragged it into the dim golden empty slot. It fits seamlessly. Slot 3, embedding successful corrosion, 1 point sec permanent warning: this status is bound. Until uninstalled, the rusted shortbow will lose the corrosion attribute, and all arrows will by default carry eternal corrosion. The 3 permanents took shape: bleed, slow corrosion. 1 arrow, and the monster's movement was crippled by 30%, then it bled a steady 2 HP per second until death. That did not even account for the base attack increase from leveling. Let's find an unlucky test subject, Lin Yuan murmured, plucking the bowstring as he stepped toward the edge of the 3rd-tier area. 10 minutes later, an LV9 ironclad python slithered from a rotting boar carcass. This kind of python had staggeringly high defense and over 300 HP. A typical physical class in a normal party would only scratch it for single-digit damage. Lin Yuan stood 15 meters away and fired. The iron arrow struck the python's scales, sparking as it ricocheted off. 2. Such base damage couldn't be called a breach of its defenses. Yet the red, yellow, and green markers stamped themselves on the python's head like a festering wound. The python, enraged, crushed deadwood beneath its bulk and charged like a heavy bulldozer. But after only 2 meters, its speed strangely dropped. Large swathes of copper-green rust appeared across the scales, and dark red blood seeped from between them. 222. The steady damage numbers drifted above its head, ticking each second with the precision of a finely tuned pocket watch. Lin Yuan did not run. He stood his ground and watched the ironclad python thrash in its slowed state, crawling toward him with sluggish determination. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. A minute. When the python crawled to within half a meter of his boots, its health bar emptied. Its massive head thudded into the muddy water and never stirred again. No tense footwork, no extreme kiting. He had not even loosed a second arrow. Pure numerical domination and inescapable slow death. Killed LV9 ironclad python, gained EXP 45. Congratulations, EXP. Level up LV9 LV10. A warm white light surged from Lin Yuan's body, washing away days of fatigue. All attribute points were again free to allocate. Without hesitation, he poured them all into agility. LV10. The first modest watershed on the path of the awakened. Reaching this level meant not only a qualitative leap in physicality, but also eligibility to formally apply for access to the high-risk resource zones administered by the city. Lin Yuan crouched, and with the practiced hand of a flayer slit open the python's belly and withdrew a dark green snake gall. As he rose the corner of his eye, caught an odd discoloration beneath the corpse. Half buried in the black mud was a patch of pure white scale. Lin Yuan pried it free with the tip of his blade. The scale was palm-sized, its texture like top-grade mutton fat, jade immaculate, and emitting a faint glow even in the dim marsh. His mind flashed back to 4 days earlier when he had seen that golden vertical-pupilled white serpent on the dead tree. He cast the system detection. Unnamed snake scale oddity description, a shed skin tainted by some high-tier aura, material indeterminate level cannot be appraised. No attributes, no level, not even a name. Lin Yuan wiped the scale clean and solemnly stowed it in. This place was far from a mere low-level dungeon, whatever the white serpent had left would surely prove invaluable later. He stood and shook his pack. It was heavy. In 4 days had slain over 1,000 snakes. His pack was stuffed with venom fang scales and low-grade snake galls. Roughly 70 to 80 stacks of materials by estimation. He opened the official exchange's buyback page and scanned today's purchase prices. Low-grade venom fang 0. 5 yuan each, damaged snake hide 1 yuan per piece, low-grade snake gall 5 yuan each. Lin Yuan snorted with amusement. His mother's salary for the month had just been paid and gone straight to the mortgage, leaving even next week's meals uncertain. Lin Yuan had to scrimp even on taxi fare home. He checked how much he could sell everything for. Opened the official Awakener trading website of Qingqing City. At the top of the page hangs the federal emblem, and the entire site appears cold and starkly white. The login box only recognizes the exclusive identification code for Awakeners, while ordinary people cannot even load the page. The purchasing information in the upper right corner jumps up one after another, refreshing at a rapid pace. Lin Yuan entered venomous snake swamp in the search bar. The material information that popped up was pitifully sparse. He flipped through several pages, mostly filled with bounty purchase posts. This is quite normal. The monsters in the venomous snake swamp are fast and carry deadly poison. Newbies in the early stages cannot even afford high-level antidotes. Entering means certain death, and no one is willing to venture into that cursed place. Naturally, the output is drastically low. However, for junior leatherworkers and alchemists, the fangs and skins of the snakes are indispensable basic materials. It's undoubtedly a seller's market. Lin Yuan glanced at the historical highest transaction price, and his finger paused on the screen for half a second. Then he directly added 20% on top of the highest price. Low-level venomous snake fangs, 50 pieces per set, priced at $30. Damaged snake skins, 50 sheets per set, priced at $60. Low-level snake gall, 10 pieces per set, priced at $60. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly listed all 80 sets of materials from his backpack into the anonymous consignment shop at once. The prices were indeed steep, but Lin Yuan was not worried at all about them going unsold. He clicked to confirm the listing. As soon as the page refreshed, the website lagged for a moment. Immediately afterward, his phone began to vibrate wildly with notification sounds ringing in a continuous stream, numbing his wrist. Big brother, don't sell the materials separately. Our Wild Lion Guild will take them all. Leave a contact method. Brother Ill offers 65% for the snake gall. I'm a junior alchemist, and about to level up. I beg you to sell to me. What the heck, did someone just clear the venomous snake swamp? Which big shot led the team to sweep it? Just 3 minutes passed. 80 sets of materials were swept clean. In the back end, there were still people chasing after him, asking if he had any stock left. The system automatically deducted a 5% handling fee. The remaining money was directly transferred through the exclusive channel for Awakeners into his bound bank card. The phone screen lit up. Your savings card, ending in 7749, received 19200. 00 yuan. Current balance, 41250. 00 yuan. Lin Yuan stared at that string of numbers motionless. A total of 41,250 yuan. Added to the gray rat pelts he had gradually sold over the past few days, his fortune had just skyrocketed. To the disciples of large guilds, this amount of money might only be enough for a meal. But for Lin Yuan, this was the first step up the ladder he needed to rise. 3 years ago, his father died in a dungeon. His mother worked non-stop at the electronics factory in the south of the city, earning 4,000 a month, working 12 hours a day. During the new year, the family couldn't even bear to buy a complete rib. Now, with this 40,000 yuan, at least the family could breathe a sigh of relief. However, Lin Yuan did not immediately transfer the money back. And Frank Archer, who had just awakened, suddenly pulling out tens of thousands, was too conspicuous. If Zhao Meng and his gang caught wind of it, they would likely get greedy, and it was entirely possible that they would block him outside the city. He couldn't expose himself. This money had to be entirely converted into weapons and strength in his hands. As long as his fists were strong enough, the money he earned in the future would only continue to increase. Lin Yuan exited the trading page, opened the official website for Awakener Skill Learning, and entered the Archer's exclusive page. Once he broke through level 10, the benefits of the newbie protection period would completely vanish. From then on, every skill activation and upgrade would require a substantial financial investment. He looked at the basic bloodletting technique at the top of the panel. The cost for level 2 upgrade was a full 10,000 yuan. The government monopolized the skill modules, and the prices were clearly marked with no room for negotiation. Lin Yuan did not even lift his eyelids and directly pressed the payment button. Instantly, 10,000 yuan was deducted from his account. In the next second, a faint blue data stream emerged from the phone screen, streaming into his palm. The blood vessels in his arm felt as if they had been rinsed with hot water, finally rushing straight to his heart, bringing an indescribable sense of clarity. He raised his hand and pulled up the skill panel again. Basic bloodletting technique LV1 LV2 current effect target suffers from bleeding effect, losing 3 health points per second. The base damage had tripled. For other normal professions, this skill would still be weak. A few seconds of bleeding would at most cause the target to lose dozens of health points. But in Lin Yuan's hands, this was a slow knife that wouldn't dull. 3 points per second lasting indefinitely. As long as the monster's healing speed did not exceed 3 points once applied, it was a dead end. Then he clicked on slowing arrow below. Another 10,000 yuan deducted cleanly. The light once again merged into his body, and the muscles in his calves felt as if they had been twisted anew, making his perception of agility elements much clearer. Slowing arrow LV1 LV2 current effect arrow hits the target, reducing target's movements. The slowing ratio increased by a full 10%. 20,000 yuan was quickly burned through. However, Lin Yuan felt no regret and instead quickened his breathing slightly. With this money spent, his output and control had stepped up a level, coupled with the permanent corrosion effect of the rusty short bow. Now every arrow he shot could reduce the target's speed by 40%. Then it would deal a fixed 4 points of damage per second. A 400 health elite monster could be ground to death in about 100 seconds. Not to mention that under a 40% slowdown, it wouldn't even have the chance to touch the hem of Lin Yuan's clothes. This was no longer just simple kiting. This was grinding to death. Lin Yuan returned to the main trading interface and opened the consumables hall. Since he was going back to the third layer of the swamp, he had to make adequate preparations. The aura emitted by the golden-eyed white snake was definitely not ordinary. He searched for intermediate armor-piercing arrows, directly purchasing 10 sets for 2,000 yuan. These arrowheads are made of high-quality steel with strong penetration, specifically designed to pierce the hard shells of high-armored targets. Next, he spent another 3,000 yuan to buy 5 bottles of intermediate antidote serum. The toxins in the depths of the swamp are too harsh. Relying solely on positioning is insufficient. He needs to leave enough margin for error. After paying for all the supplies, he directly selected the intelligent storage cabinet for delivery to the East City Post Station. Lin Yuan closed the webpage, stood up, and walked to the full-length mirror in front of the wardrobe. After several days of high-intensity monster grinding, there were already red blood vessels in his eyes, yet his overall aura had become even more formidable, standing there like a freshly sharpened knife. Without delay, he changed into a tight-fitting black sports suit, reattaching the rusty short bow to his lower back. The school's monthly assessment was just a few days away, but he had no intention of going back to waste time. Zhao Meng and his gang were probably still playing house in the goblin camp, feeling self-satisfied in their class group every day. They had no idea what kind of monster they were about to face. The target was clear. The third layer of the venomous snake swamp, the deep mist zone. That toxic forbidden zone that ordinary newbie teams would never dare to step into. That nameless, attributeless white scale had already indicated that there must be great opportunities hidden there. The reason he couldn't detect the level of the white snake before was that his level was too low and his detection skill was suppressed. Now that he had reached level 10, the detection limit had been raised a notch. He wanted to see with his own eyes what level the mysterious white snake truly was. Lin Yuan pushed open his front door and strode into the night. The streetlights cast a long shadow behind him as he headed toward the abandoned mine in the east of the city, not looking back at all. He would not sleep tonight. He intended to turn the third layer upside down. At the entrance of the third layer of the swamp, the mist was as thick as a clump of gray cotton that couldn't disperse, and a pungent, sweet, fishy smell lingered in the air. Lin Yuan had just stepped onto a piece of dead wood when a level 10 black-scaled viper suddenly sprang up from the mud ahead. So fast it was like a bullet being fired, heading straight for his face. Lin Yuan sidestepped half a step, pulling back his rusty short bow to its full draw. Letting go, the iron arrow whistled through the air, piercing deeply into the serpent's neck. Red, yellow, and green lights erupted simultaneously. Bleeding 3-second permanent, slow movement speed 40, a permanent corrosion 1-second permanent. The black-scaled viper's momentum halted abruptly, as if it had plunged into thick sludge, crashing back into the muddy water. It hissed, trying to raise its head to counterattack, but its speed was forcibly reduced by 40%, its movements slow, as if in slow motion. Even worse, the numbers flashing above its head never ceased. 333, 111. It was losing a steady 4 health points per second. For a level 10 common monster, even at its best, it only had around 400 health points. Lin Yuan didn't even glance back, turning to step onto another mound of earth, and continuing forward. Within 2 minutes, a dull thud sounded behind him. The black-scaled viper twitched twice, gasping its last breath. The effect of the 20,000 coins spent was indeed quite ruthless. Lin Yuan pulled out a mid-level antidote serum from his backpack and injected it directly into his thigh. A cool sensation coursed up his veins, suppressing the poisonous miasma that was continuously infiltrating his body. He pressed on. Level 10 Iron-tailed Snake, Level 11 Swamp Venom Python. In the outside world, these would require a fully equipped 5-person team along with healers and heavily armored shield bearers to dare to touch. Here for Lin Yuan, it became a one-man per core course. No need to calculate cooldowns, no need to remember skill rotations. Just raise his hand, shoot an arrow, and apply status effects. Then he ran. No matter how high the defenses of these high-level monsters were, they couldn't withstand his slow, torturous attacks. Lin Yuan weaved between mounds of earth and rotten logs, his steps quick and steady, as if he had etched the terrain into his mind. Behind him trailed 4 or 5 serpents, all covered in negative status effects. They desperately chased after him, only able to watch as his figure grew more distant. 45 minutes later, the ground around Lin Yuan was already littered with serpent corpses. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen. It was still the class group chat. Zhaomeng bro, I just hit level 11. The late-game berserker is invincible. I'm about to prepare my job change materials. I'm definitely getting first place in this month's evaluation. Wang Lei sent a sweating emoji. UNZ, if you don't show up soon, I'm really going to call the police. Lin Yuan turned off the screen without replying. Because the environment before him changed. With one more step forward, the sweet, fishy miasma that had been clinging to his nostrils suddenly vanished. The air became eerily clean. Even the bubbles churning on the water's surface stopped, and the entire area fell into a deathly silence, the sounds of insects and frogs seemingly cut off by an unseen hand. Lin Yuan paused, quickly drawing a mid-level armor-piercing arrow that he had purchased for 200 coins from his quiver, readying it on the bowstring. Something unusual was afoot. Ahead lay a massive black water pool with a thick, dead lightning-struck tree standing in the center. In the next moment, a white figure slowly descended along the tree. It was here. The white snake he had caught a glimpse of days ago. Now that he was closer, Lin Yuan could truly see it. It was completely snow-white, devoid of any other color, its body thicker than a bucket, with each scale gleaming like jade. Its golden vertical pupils were coldly fixed on him. After reaching level 10, a Lin Yuan's detection skill also unlocked. A blue light screen unfolded above the white snake's head. White Jade Venom Python Variant Elite BOSS Level LV12 Health 10001000 Traits Extreme Speed Base Movement Speed increased by 50 Lethal Venom Advanced Hardened Skin. This was it. A Level 12 Variant Elite Boss. If faced outside, it would require at least a fully equipped team of 20 Level 15 Awakened ones to even have a chance of taking it down. Its health, defense, and attack power meant that even a single touch would spell death for Lin Yuan at this moment. The golden pupils of the white Jade Venom Python even displayed a hint of extremely human mockery. It suddenly coiled, and the water's surface erupted with a loud splash. Too fast. Once extreme speed activated, the massive white python transformed into a white shadow shooting towards Lin Yuan close to the water's surface. In the span of 30 meters, it closed the distance in an instant. A foul wind rushed toward him. Lin Yuan had no time to retreat. He planted his right foot firmly on the edge of the mound, leveraging his weight to lean back, almost skimming the water's surface as he slid away. The white python opened its enormous maw, shattering the ground where he had just stood. Mud and debris splattered everywhere. In that moment of falling, Lin Yuan's hands didn't stop. The rusty short bow was drawn into a full moon, the bowstring vibrating with a light sound. The mid-level armor-piercing arrow was aimed directly at the unguarded lower jaw of the white python and shot out. Whoosh! The steel arrowhead sliced through the air, forcefully driving into the gaps between the white python's scales. 15. This damage was negligible, but that wasn't important. Red, yellow, and green dark lights exploded above the white python's head like a festering sore. Permanent bleeding, permanent slow, permanent corrosion. In the next moment, as the white python prepared to pounce again, it lost its momentum midair. Its massive body seemed to be forcibly restrained by something, its movement speed plummeting by 40%. Coupled with its original inertia from extreme speed, the entire serpent lost balance and fell into the black water. Hiss! The white python emitted a shrill hiss, suddenly raising its head. Its skin began to show abnormal dark red and verdigris colors. 4. The damage numbers jumped every second, steady as ever. Lin Yuan flipped over from the mud and stood up, not even glancing at the results of the battle, turning instead towards the open area to the side. The kite tactic began. The white python was thoroughly enraged. It twisted its massive body and chased furiously behind, stirring the water into a tumultuous uproar as clumps of dark green venom sprayed from its mouth, like rain pouring down on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, hearing the sounds of air being sliced behind him, relied on his high agility to constantly jump and maneuver between the dead wood and earthen mounds. The venom that splashed down on the rotten wood at his feet instantly corroded it into a pool of black water, emitting a pungent white smoke. Just a slight graze would send his health plummeting. The precision required was frighteningly low. Yet Lin Yuan's face showed no signs of tension. After the white python's extreme speed was forcibly suppressed, its speed was only slightly faster than that of an ordinary level 10 monster. Coupled with the complex terrain of the swamp, it simply couldn't keep up with Lin Yuan's full-speed run. 2 minutes. The white python's health dropped below 500. Its hissing grew hoarse, and large swathes of its jade-like scales fell off, revealing the decaying, bleeding flesh beneath. 3 minutes. The white python's movements grew increasingly sluggish. It wasn't just slowing down, the continuous loss of health was gradually draining its burst power. It could only futilely spray a thinning stream of venom. 5 minutes. The steady 4 points of damage per second felt like a dull knife slicing away steadily. In the 6th minute, the last for flickered. The massive body of the white jade venom python crashed down, sending up a spray of water. The once bright golden pupils were completely devoid of light. Level 12 White Jade Venom Python Variant Elite BOSS defeated, gained experience 1500, level up LV10 LV11. Due to defeating an elite boss at a higher level, gained special loot. Chest 1. Lin Yuan stood still, bent over and gasping for breath. His lungs burned fiercely and the hand holding the bow trembled slightly. But he had won after 6 minutes of struggle. And Great Archer had soloed a variant boss that even regular troops would hesitate to engage. He slowly walked up to the corpse of the python, ready to open the loot chest. Suddenly, the previously still black water beneath the corpse began to boil violently. The water temperature visibly surged, with large bubbles rising to the surface, producing a deep rumbling sound. At the root of the dead lightning-struck tree, the black water slowly parted, revealing a stone door glimmering with an eerie purple light. The detection skill popped up, another prompt, this time in deep red, dangerously eye-catching. Hidden dungeon entrance discovered. Serpent altar entry requirement: must possess scales left behind by the white jade venom python. The corpse of the white jade poisonous python completely dissipated in the blackwater pond. The scattered light spots did not vanish, but rapidly coalesced into a metallic treasure chest, emitting an eerie purple glow. The surface of the treasure chest was entwined with 2 twisted snake-like reliefs, which were the very essence of the elite boss from earlier. Lin Yuan stood on the swaying wooden pile, feeling the air in his chest burning fiercely. Ignoring the fatigue brought on by intense movement, he bent down and reached out, his fingertips brushing against the cold lock of the treasure chest. Suddenly, the purple light exploded in the dim mist, dispersing some of the poisonous miasma within a few minutes. Amidst a pile of shimmering gold coins and materials, a ring emitting a ghostly green light lay quietly at the center. The ring was made entirely of an unknown dark bone, and its face was inlaid with a crystal as translucent as a snake's eye, glowing a vibrant green. Lin Yuan held it in his palm, and the system panel's attribute information immediately sprang to life. Ring of Deadly Poison, purple rare. Level requirement LV10. Attributes: Agility 8, Intelligence 5. Special effect: Deadly Poison Touch. Any attack you make that hits a target will inflict a poison state, causing a loss of 5 health points per second. Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed on the phrase 5 health points, and his breathing rhythm became noticeably erratic. This was undoubtedly the highest tier of low-grade items at this stage. Most ordinary awakeners had their health hovering around 300 points. Even those who followed a pure physical route, like shield warriors or berserkers, had health that maxed out around 500 or 600 points at this level. This meant that as long as he donned this ring, Lin Yuan could shoot an arrow and within 8 seconds drain 40 health points from his enemies. For him, the so-called 8-second limit was non-existent. He promptly opened the operation interface for the hidden talent Eternal Corrosion. At this moment, the 3 slots were occupied by bleeding, slowing, and the corrosion effect from the rusty short bow. Lin Yuan decisively clicked to uninstall. The green icon representing corrosion was dragged out and returned to the original attribute bar of the short bow. While the 1 point of corrosion damage per second was stable, it paled in comparison to the 5 points of deadly poison. He flicked his fingers and dragged the poison effect of the ring of deadly poison into the shimmering dark gold 3rd permanent slot. Slot 3 successfully embedded poisoning. 5-point-second lasts permanently. Current attack status: bleeding, 3-point-second, slowing, 40 poisoning, 5-point-second. Lin Yuan quickly calculated in his mind. With 3 points of bleeding plus 5 points of poisoning, the base sustained damage had reached an astounding 8. As long as he shot an arrow at a target, even if he turned his back and walked away afterward, the target's health would drop like a broken faucet. In 1 minute, that would mean 480 points of damage. This was without even considering the physical damage of the arrow itself or the corrosion damage. He glanced once more at the rusty short bow in his hand. Although its original corrosion effect had reverted back to a 10-second limit in actual combat, that 1 point of damage could still serve as a valuable addition. At that moment, his phone in his pocket buzzed urgently and annoyingly. Lin Yuan frowned as he pulled out his phone, discovering it was another message from the class group. Zhao Ming had sent a video. In the video, he stood in the center of a goblin nest swinging his dual-bladed axe and directly bisecting 2 unsuspecting goblins. Blood splattered all over his face, yet he wore an exuberant grin. Zhao Ming, those grade scum will never understand the thrill of mowing down grass. The school's streaming policy is truly wise, saving us from having those resource-wasting waste of space flaunting around in front of me. The followers who often trailed behind Zhao Ming immediately began another round of sycophancy. Their words were filled with contempt for low-level awakeners, as if they had already ascended to the pinnacle of existence. Lin Yuan gazed at Zhao Ming's face, now bloated on the screen, and some dusty memories surfaced in his mind. At Sanzhong, Lin Yuan had always been the top student in cultural subjects of brilliance that heavily overshadowed Zhao Ming, who came from a wealthy family, but was intellectually deficient. Zhao Ming harbored a pathological mentality. He could not tolerate a person from a poor background surpassing him in any field. During the awakening ceremony, Lin Yuan awakening to 5th grade was the most exhilarating moment of his life. It was then that Zhao Ming spared no effort to suppress and humiliate Lin Yuan, aiming to utterly destroy his self-esteem. Let that clown jump around for a couple of days, Lin Yuan scoffed coldly, stuffing his phone back into his pocket. He looked at his talent panel. The conditions for unlocking the next level of talent were clearly marked at the bottom: a cumulative kill count of 2,000 monsters. His recent frenzied slaughter had already brought that number up to 1756. Just over 200 more. Once he reached 2,000 kills, the 4th slot would unlock. At that time, the 4 powers of bleeding, poisoning, slowing, and corrosion would merge into one, and his single target output would officially cross into double digits. Lin Yuan gazed into the depths of the mist. The hidden dungeon entrance, 10,000 snakes altar from which the white jade poisonous python had emerged, was radiating an enticing purple glow. But he knew that now was not the time to enter. Dungeons of that level were undoubtedly several tiers more challenging than the surrounding marsh. He needed a more secure win rate. Before that, he would first clear all the poisonous snakes within a few kilometers. Lin Yuan drew back his long bow, his figure vanishing directly into the dense gray mist. His movements were even lighter than before. The full agility bonus from LV11 allowed him to traverse the slippery mire with ease. 10 meters ahead, 3 swamp vipers coiled around a rotting tree root, flicking their tongues. Such LV10 monsters were a nightmare to ordinary people, but to Lin Yuan, they were merely moving experience points encounters. Whoosh. 1 arrow, 3 hits. The arrow carved a straight line, accurately piercing the body of the foremost viper. Before the snake could even let out a dying hiss, its movements became sluggish. The 4D slowing made it seem as if it were trapped in amber, helplessly writhing in the muddy water. 2 damage numbers of varying depths alternated in display. With a terrifying loss of 8 points per second, the viper was reduced to dry snake skin in just 40 seconds. The other 2 snakes, stimulated by the blood of their kind, charged madly at Lin Yuan. He remained still, swiftly drawing 2 arrows from his quiver and firing simultaneously. The same script unfolded again. These 2 originally fierce poisonous snakes, after barely covering less than 5 meters, completely lost their ability to attack. Under the torment of 8 points of poison and bleeding per second, their health evaporated at a visible rate. The system prompt sound echoed incessantly in his ears. Killed LV10 Swamp Viper, experience 18. Killed LV10 Swamp Viper, experience 18. Cumulative kills 1759-2000. Lin Yuan was completely immersed in this extremely efficient hunting rhythm. This harvesting method, which required no repeated repositioning and no fear, was the greatest trump card brought by his hidden talent. He was like a tireless reaper conducting a thorough search in this marsh regarded by many as a forbidden zone. Behind every dead tree, at the bottom of every black water pond, wherever snakes were present, there would be arrows that he had shot. The night marsh became even colder, but this only sharpened Lin Yuan's focus. He could feel his senses becoming increasingly acute, and his control over the bow and arrow was rapidly improving amidst this tedious and perilous slaughter. Time passed slowly. The materials in his backpack had once again reached their limit. Those snake skins and venomous fangs which he once deemed valuable could now only be casually piled at his feet. His current goal was singular, that number. 1800-1900. As the first rays of dawn attempted to pierce through the toxic miasma of the abandoned mine, Lin Yuan shot his last arrow of the night. It was a small green snake attempting to escape, pinned directly to the tree trunk by the iron arrow. Killed LV9 green snake, experience 12. Hidden talent Eternal Corrosion, triggered special condition, achieved 2,000 kills, 2000-2000. Talent tier remains unchanged, exclusive status, slot unlocked successfully. Current available slots 44. Lin Yuan clenched the bow and arrow tightly in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly opened the slot management interface and dragged that long-lost corrosion entry back into the fourth vacant slot. Slot 4 successfully embedded corrosion, 1 lasts permanently. Final mounted status bleeding, 3 poisoning, 5 slowing, 40 corrosion, 1. Total per second damage 9 points. Lin Yuan exhaled a deep breath. 9 points of damage per second. It may seem modest, but this was a passive aura with 0 consumption, no cooldown, and a 100 trigger rate. Even a mid-tier small boss with 2,000 health points would not survive 4 minutes in front of him. Now he had already qualified to challenge that hidden dungeon. He turned around and looked at the stone door entrance still radiating purple light behind him. What lay hidden inside? Was it a higher-level skill book or advanced equipment capable of altering his fate? Lin Yuan fished out the last bottle of intermediate antidote from his backpack. He did not rush inside, but instead found a relatively dry stone to sit down. He needed to restore his stamina to peak condition. Just then the class group suddenly popped up a message for all members. The head teacher, attention, all students, the monthly assessment will officially begin tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the school playground. Dungeon testing will be conducted. Zhao Ming immediately replied, "Don't worry, principal, I will surely give the whole school a big surprise." Looking at those words, a dangerously ominous smile crept across Lin Yuan's face. A surprise. Indeed, everyone would have a surprise. He shut off his phone, stood up, and organized his armor-piercing arrows one last time in his quiver. He walked towards the purple stone door. The moment his body made contact with the teleportation array, an ancient and primal aura rushed towards him, as if transporting him to an entirely different world. The system's cold text flashed on the screen again. Entering hidden dungeon, 10,000 snakes altar. Warning: detected remnants of ancient gods in this dungeon. Monster level increased by 20. A difficulty level nightmare. The purple stone door closed behind him. A dull thud struck his chest like a massive boulder, severing the sounds of the venomous snake swamp outside. The water, the buzzing of insects, and the wind were all cut off. The world fell silent. Lin Yuan stood still, not moving forward immediately. He listened for 3 seconds. No monstrous howls. No footsteps. Not even the wind. The scene before him had completely transformed. The damp, cold swamp vanished, replaced by a terrifyingly wide underground plaza. The ground was paved with dark purple slabs, each crack oozing with a ghostly green light, as if something below was slowly breathing. Above him was an endless darkness. There were no columns or walls, leaving an unsettling emptiness. Lin Yuan stood on the stone slab. The sound of his boots hitting the ground echoed back from afar, one thud after another, as if someone was following him in the darkness. The system prompt reappeared. Detected remnants of ancient gods in this dungeon. Monster levels increase by 20. A difficulty level nightmare. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the rusty short bow. The rough texture of the bowstring pressed against his palm, helping him regain some clarity. Nightmare difficulty. He muttered softly. These 4 words clearly did not seem to be meant for beginners. Directly in front of the plaza stood 4 massive altars positioned at the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Each altar towered over 10 meters high, with their outer walls engraved with twisted serpentine script. The words glowed with a ghastly white light flickering in the darkness, making one slightly dizzy if stared at for too long. Most alarmingly, a gigantic shadow coiled faintly atop each altar. The altar closest to Lin Yuan had the clearest outline. It was a massive gray-brown serpent. Coiled atop the altar, its eyes were tightly shut, its body resembling layers of stacked rock walls. With each breath, the surrounding air would gently quake. The rubble at the altar's edge also trembled slightly. Lin Yuan paused 30 meters away. This distance was the limit he could accept for now. If he got any closer, and the creature attacked suddenly, he might not have time to react. He did not rush to draw his bow. Instead, he took out a roll of yellowed parchment from his waist. A mid-level identification scroll. It cost nearly 1,000. It was indeed expensive, but in times like this, spending money meant saving his life. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, aimed at the giant serpent on the altar, and tore open the scroll. A beam of white light shot out, colliding with the thick scales of the serpent. The next moment, a blood-red panel popped up. Altar Guardian Rockshell Heavy Python Nightmare Level Biotsess Level LV 15 Health 50005000 Attack Power 185210 Defense 85 Extremely High Traits Rock Armor reduces all physical damage taken by 20 Earth-Shattering Strike. Lin Yuan stared at the data, his breath catching for a moment. 5000 Health. Attack Power around 200. Defense of 85. It even had physical damage reduction. Whether a normal LV-10 Awakened one could break its defense depended on the system's mood. For a new player team, this creature was not a boss, it was a wall that could kill. And this was just the first of the 4 altars. Lin Yuan turned his head and glanced at the other 3 altars. The 3 massive shadows had not yet awakened, but even their outlines were enough to instill fear. One at a time, no need to all come at once, he whispered to himself, his voice low, more like a reassurance to steady. Lin Yuan looked back at the attribute panel of the rockshell heavy python. He began to calculate. Bleeding 3 points per second. Poison 5 points per second. Corrosion 1 point per second. A total of 9 points per second. To drain 5,000 health through continuous damage, it would take about 555 seconds. Just over 9 minutes. If he shot a few arrows in between, the time could be further compressed. The only problem was, he couldn't be hit during those 9 minutes. Not even once. With the rockshell heavy python's attack power, a single hit would likely wipe out his health bar instantly. This was not just grinding monsters. This was walking a tightrope. Lin Yuan moved his ankle in place, trying out 2 side dodges. The stone slabs were hard with enough friction, unlike the swamp that was slippery. This was somewhat good news. He scanned the surrounding terrain again. Open and unobstructed. There were no tree trunks to take cover behind, and no ponds to circle around. The bad news was also clear. This place could only be run hard. Lin Yuan drew a mid-level steel armor-piercing arrow from behind and knocked it on the bowstring. The arrowhead glimmered coldly under the ghostly green light. These arrows were not cheap, but this was not the time to save money. Thick health. Then just take a bit longer. High defense. As long as there was no purification in his eyes, it was just a piece of moving meat. Lin Yuan's gaze gradually grew more serious. The laughter from the playground, Zhao Ming's annoying face, his mother's weary figure after a late-night shift, all flashed through his mind. He wasn't here to prove how tough his words were. He needed to survive. He needed to grow stronger. He wanted to trample those who looked down on him back down one by one. Lin Yuan slowly raised the rusty short bow. The bowstring was drawn taut, emitting a subtle tense sound. This sound was magnified several times in the dead silence of the underground plaza. The rockshell heavy python on the altar seemed to sense something. Its tightly shut eyelids twitched. Beneath the thick scales, muscles undulated slowly like waves. Rubble rolled off the edge of the altar, crashing onto the stone slab with a crisp sound. Lin Yuan did not move. His gaze was locked firmly on the head of the heavy python. The crosshairs settled on the gap between its eyelids. That was the thinnest part of the rocky scales. It was also the most likely point for him to break through. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The rockshell heavy python suddenly opened its eyes wide. In its cold vertical pupils, Lin Yuan's slender figure was reflected. In that instant, Lin Yuan released his finger. Whoosh. The armor-piercing arrow tore through the air with a sharp sound, crossing 30 meters to accurately pierce through the gap in the heavy python's eyelid. Damage numbers popped up. 18. For a boss with 5,000 health, this damage was almost negligible. But Lin Yuan was never focused on the arrow itself. In the next moment, 4 status effects exploded simultaneously. Red for bleeding, yellow for slowing, green for poisoning, dark copper for corrosion. The 4 icons were like nails pinning down on the rockshell heavy python's head. Bleeding 3 point second permanent poison, 5 point second permanent corrosion, 1 point second permanent slow movement speed 40. Permanent. The first damage number appeared. 9. Followed by the second. 9. The third. 9. Stable like a countdown. The rockshell heavy python was fully awake. Its massive body tensed, suddenly shaking the entire altar. The next second, a deafening roar tore through the silence. Boom. The edge of the altar exploded, directly, large chunks of rubble rolling off and shaking the ground repeatedly. Lin Yuan had already retreated the moment the arrow was released. He did not look back to admire the scene. He did not check the results. Shoot and run. This was the simplest and most life-saving experience he had gained so far. The moment the rockshell heavy python charged down from the altar, the entire plaza felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Its speed was faster than Lin Yuan had anticipated. Even with its massive size and a 40 speed reduction, the oppressive feeling coming at him was still akin to a runaway heavy truck. Lin Yuan pushed off the ground and sidestepped. Boom. The giant serpent's head slammed down where he had just stood. The dark purple stone slab shattered instantly, cracks spreading like a spider web. Rubble grazed Lin Yuan's calf, leaving a trail of blood. Pain shot through him. Lin Yuan did not even furrow his brow. He merely glanced at the boss's health bar. 497-35000 health was dropping. Status effects were in effect. He could fight. Then he would continue. The rockshell heavy python raised its head, fury filling its vertical pupils. It clearly could not comprehend why a weak human could cause its life to continually drain away. While retreating, Lin Yuan knocked another arrow. He did not boast or make unnecessary movements. His fingers steadily rested on the bowstring. Nightmare-level boss. 5,000 health fortress. As long as it couldn't catch up to him, it was all on borrowed time. The next arrow was released, and the battle officially began. In the slitted pupils of the rockshell heavy python, a hint of change finally appeared. It was not anger, nor was it intent to kill, but confusion. It had lived for countless years coiled on this altar with no creature ever daring to step into its territory. Occasionally lost low-ranking snakes would wander in, and the mere aura it emanated was enough to incapacitate them on the spot. But now a human child who could barely withstand its presence actually shot an arrow at it. The rock shell-heavy python looked down from its height at Lin Yuan. Its large lantern-like slitted pupils even held a hint of curiosity, as if a person were crouching down to observe a mosquito that had taken a bite out of their toe. Interesting. It did indeed feel a sensation from its abdomen. To call it pain would be an exaggeration, yet most it was an extremely faint itch akin to a grain of sand falling onto its scales. But in the next moment, the slitted pupils of the rock shell-heavy python abruptly contracted. Not because of pain, but because that human, after firing the arrow, ran away without looking back. Ran away. Such behavior was a blatant provocation to high-ranking monsters. You bit me, and then turned to flee. Do you think I, the guardian of the 10,000 snakes altar, am just for show? The territorial instinct of the rock shell-heavy python was instantly ignited. Boom. Its massive body poured down from the altar, the several tons of its serpentine form crashing onto the dark purple stone slab, shaking the ground 3 times. Debris flew and cracks spread. It wanted to crush this audacious little bug. Then it moved. Or rather, it attempted to move. The moment the rock shell-heavy python twisted its body, a strange sensation of sluggishness exploded from within. Its muscles contracted, its bones exerted force, but the speed at which this was transmitted to its surface was inexplicably reduced by 40%. What should have been a thunderous charge had now turned into a slow crawl that it found absurd. What? The rock shell-heavy python let out a deafening roar, the sound waves causing debris on the ground to bounce half a meter high. It did not understand. It completely did not understand. Why was its body, clearly operating at full capacity, moving so slowly? What infuriated it even more was that the small human figure ahead was leisurely distancing itself from it. That guy wasn't even running at full speed. Lin Yuan indeed was not sprinting with all his might. He was controlling his rhythm. A full-speed dash consumed too much stamina, and the essence of this battle was never about eruption, but sustainability. He only needed to maintain a safe distance, ensuring the boss could never reach him. The vibrations behind him grew more intense. The rock shell-heavy python was accelerating madly, but the 40% reduction in speed was an insurmountable gap. The more it struggled, the more ridiculous it appeared. Lin Yuan even had the leisure to glance back. Above the rock shell-heavy python's head, 4 status icons were steadily displayed, none of them disappearing. With each pulse of the red, bleeding mark, dark red liquid seeped from the gaps in its scales. The green poison mark caused large dark spots to rise on the surface of its scales. The bronze corrosion mark gradually eroded its proud rocky armor. 9, 9, 9. The damage numbers jumped in an extremely regular pattern, once every second, never ceasing. The rock shell-heavy python finally sensed something was wrong. It stopped the chase and looked down at its abdomen. The arrow that had pierced it had long been crushed by its muscles, but the dark red mark at the wound was still pulsing, and moreover, there were multiple colors. Red, green, bronze, the 3 colors flickered alternately. With every flash, it could distinctly feel its vitality waning. This loss was not intense, but exceedingly steady. Steady enough to make a high-ranking monster that had lived for over 100 years feel fear for the first time. It had tried shaking its body to no avail. It had tried rubbing its rocky scales against the wound to no avail. Those status marks seemed as if they were etched onto its soul, utterly impossible to dispel. The rock shell-heavy python charged at Lin Yuan in a fit of rage once more. This time it utilized a skill, Earth Splitter Strike. Its tail rose high, crashing fiercely down onto the ground. The dark purple stone slab began to crack from the point of impact, the fissures rapidly spreading towards Lin Yuan, causing chunks of ground to flip up along the way. Lin Yuan had been waiting for this move. The moment the rock shell-heavy python raised its tail, he changed direction, slicing diagonally towards the left front. The range of the Earth Splitter was linear. As long as he did not stand directly in front, he would not be hit. The fissure erupted just 3 meters beside him, the shockwave causing him to stagger a step, but he was unharmed. Lin Yuan steadied himself and shot another arrow. 16. The arrow pierced into the thinner scales on the tail of the rock shell-heavy python, dislodging a small piece of debris. This amount of damage was still negligible for a boss with 5,000 health points, but what Lin Yuan wanted was precisely this. Every bit of damage counted. The rock shell-heavy python had gone completely mad. It began unleashing its skills at all costs, Earth Splitter Strike after Earth Splitter Strike. The entire plaza was battered and riddled with holes. Yet each time Lin Yuan could predict the direction in advance and calmly evade. It was not that his reflexes were extraordinary, but rather that its wind-up was too obvious. Raising its tail, gathering strength, striking down. This entire sequence of actions combined with the slowdown effect provided a full 2 seconds of window. 2 seconds was enough for him to run 5 or 6 meters. Time passed second by second. 3 minutes. The health of the rock shell-heavy python dropped to 3,004. 5 minutes. 2008. Its movements began to slow down. It was not merely a result of the slowdown effect, but weakness from excessive blood loss. The frequency of Earth Splitter Strike changed from every few seconds to 30 seconds and finally came to a complete halt. It had no strength left. At 7 minutes, the rock shell heavy python stopped pursuing. It lay on the shattered stone slab, its massive body heaving violently, each breath expelling large amounts of dark red blood foam. The once proud rocky armor had become battered and worn. Large areas of corrosion had made its hard scales as fragile as weathered stone. Lin Yuan stood 20 meters away watching it. No pursuit, no follow-up strikes. There was no need. 9, 9, 9. The numbers continued to tick. Not a single second had stopped. In the slitted pupils of the rock shell heavy python, the initial curiosity and anger had long since vanished. Instead, what replaced it was a profound bewilderment. It did not understand. It had only taken a few arrows. The total damage added up to less than 100 points. But why was its 5,000 life points nearing depletion? This was unreasonable. This was completely unreasonable. 8 minutes. Its health dropped below 500. The rock shell heavy python let out its final roar. This roar had lost its initial deterrent power. It was hoarse, weak, filled with the melancholy of a dying struggle. It tried to crawl back to the altar. That was its nest, its territory, the place it had guarded for over 100 years. But it no longer had the strength to crawl back. 9 minutes and 3 seconds. The last 9 popped up above the rock shell heavy python's head. The lantern's eyes slitted pupils slowly lost their luster, and its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash onto the shattered stone slab, raising a cloud of dust. You have defeated the nightmare-level BOSS rock shell heavy python LV-15, gaining experience 3000 level up. LV-11 LV-12 Lin Yuan let out a long breath. Sweat had soaked his clothes, and his legs felt weak. 9 minutes of intense concentration had drained his mental energy even more than his physical stamina. But he had no time to rest. Because on the opposite 3 altars, the 3 massive shadows that had been in slumber were slowly opening their eyes. The dust settled slowly after a while. Lin Yuan stood in place, his legs trembling slightly. It wasn't fear, but rather a normal reaction after 9 minutes of heightened tension. He moved his knees a bit, waited for the soreness to pass, and then slowly walked towards the spot where the rock-shelled heavy python had fallen. The snake's corpse had already dissipated into light spots. In the center of the altar, a treasure chest radiating blue light was quietly floating in midair. It was a whole circle larger than the white, jade venomous python's drop, with a more intricate serpentine relief on its surface, and the flowing halo was thicker. Lin Yuan reached out and lifted the lid of the chest. Coins poured out noisily and several dark materials scattered at the bottom. But his gaze bypassed these items and landed directly on the equipment in the center of the chest. A pair of gloves. They were entirely dark green, made of an unknown material covered with a very thin layer of liquid light film, and had 5 sharp dark patterns at the fingertips emanating an unsettling sweet and fishy odor. Lin Yuan picked them up and the attribute panel popped up. Venomous Serpent Bite Gloves, Blue Rare Level Requirement, LV-12 Attributes, Agility 12, Strength 8, Special Effect Venomous Bite. Any ranged attack by the wearer hitting a target will additionally inflict toxin erosion, losing 2 health points per second, lasting for 10 seconds. 2 points per second. Lasting for 10 seconds. In someone else's hands, this would be a decent added damage. But in Lin Yuan's hands, he glanced at his permanent slot panel, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Although all 4 slots were filled for now, making it impossible to turn this into a permanent one, the next time a new slot was unlocked, the toxin effect of these gloves would be the first candidate. Moreover, the base attributes were already enticing enough. Agility 12 directly elevated his running speed to a new level. Lin Yuan deftly put the gloves on his hands. The dark green light film conformed to his palms, and a cool sensation spread from his fingertips to his forearm, quickly fading away. He clenched his fist, feeling the power feedback from the gloves, then looked up. On the 3 altars across from him, the 3 massive shadows had all opened their eyes. The closest was a giant snake with a dark red body, its scales flowing with patterns like lava. Its vertical pupils were fixed on Lin Yuan, drooling from the corners of its mouth, dripping onto the altar's edge with a hissing, corrosive sound. The bloody scent of the rock-shelled heavy python had completely awakened it. Lin Yuan did not hesitate. His right hand reached toward the quiver behind him, his fingertips touching a brand new intermediate armor-piercing arrow. The cold arrow shaft steadied his heartbeat. The first round was completed, and the strategy had been perfectly validated. The remaining 3 were merely repetitions. Lin Yuan drew the bow aimed at the neck of the dark red giant snake and released. Whoosh! The armor-piercing arrow hit accurately. For status lights simultaneously exploded, red, yellow, green, and copper, firmly pinning down on the giant snake's head. Bleeding 3-point-second permanent poison, 5-point-second permanent corrosion, 1-point-second permanent slow movement speed, 40% permanent, the dark red giant snake let out a shrill, ear-piercing hiss, and its entire body shot down from the altar, smashing the ground. Its speed was significantly faster than the rock-shelled heavy python, but after being slowed by 40, it was still manageable. Lin Yuan turned and ran. This time he ran with even more composure. The 12 points of agility added by the new gloves were not given for free. His steps felt much lighter, and his turns and acceleration were more agile than before. The dark red giant snake pursued him furiously, its tail flipping up entire slabs of rock. Its skill was to spray high-temperature venom, releasing dark red liquid from its mouth that burned smoking pits into the ground. Lin Yuan ran in a large arc, avoiding all the landing spots. 9, 9, 9. The damage numbers jumped steadily without missing a second. The dark red giant snake went from rage to anxiety, from anxiety to sluggishness, and from sluggishness to despair. The entire process took less than 8 minutes. Finally, it lay on the ground, lacking even the strength to lift its head. In its bloodshot vertical pupils was reflected Lin Yuan's figure, emitting a low hoarse whine. The last 9 popped up. The dark red giant snake's body collapsed with a loud crash, dissipating into countless light spots. Defeated nightmarish boss lava venomous python LV-15, gained experience 3000, level up LV-12, LV-13. White light of leveling up poured into his body, washing away most of the fatigue. Lin Yuan moved his shoulders, feeling invigorated once again. He confirmed all points in agility. He didn't even look at the spoils, his gaze directly locking onto the third altar. On it coiled a giant snake that was pitch black all over, the largest of the 4, with a snake head as wide as half a classroom. It had already slid down from the altar and was slowly approaching Lin Yuan. No need to wait for it to get closer. Lin Yuan drew an arrow, pulled the bow, and shot. For beams of light exploded again. The black giant snake roared and accelerated towards him, its massive body becoming a liability on the flat square. Every turn it made consumed a lot of time, the arc of its snake body being too large to keep up with Lin Yuan's agile direction changes. Lin Yuan ran alongside it in a series of shaped paths, so effortlessly. This snake's attack mode was to coil its entire body, needing to get close to launch an attack. However, after being slowed by 40, it couldn't even touch the hem of Lin Yuan's clothes. 9, 9, 9. The third battle was even easier than the previous 2. 7 minutes. The black giant snake fell to the ground. Defeated nightmarish boss abyss python LV-16, gained experience 3500, level up LV-13, LV-14. Lin Yuan took a few breaths, turning towards the last altar. The fourth snake had already crawled down voluntarily. It was the smallest of the 4, but its scales exhibited a strange translucent quality, allowing faint visibility of the flowing blood vessels underneath. Lin Yuan did not look further, drawing an arrow and shooting. Hit. 4 effects applied. Run. This last snake's characteristic was that it could become invisible, its scales growing increasingly transparent, almost disappearing from Lin Yuan's view several times. But the permanent state markers would not disappear. The 4 red, yellow, green, and copper icons were the best locators, exceptionally conspicuous in the dark. Lin Yuan focused on those 4 light spots, not needing to see where the snake's body was. 6 minutes. The last giant snake let out a mournful hiss, its massive body crashing to the ground, convulsing twice, before going completely still. Defeated nightmarish boss shadow python LV-16, gained experience 3500. Congratulations, player. All guards of the 10,000 snake altar have been cleared. Hidden dungeon 10,000 snake altar cleared. The eerie white light on the 4 altars extinguished simultaneously. The damage per second broke into double digits. After the light from the 4 altars completely extinguished, the entire underground plaza fell into a brief darkness. Immediately afterward, the eerie green light from the dark blue rock slabs crevices suddenly brightened threefold, illuminating the entire space. Lin Yuan could finally see that a massive serpentine formation had appeared on the ground in the center of the plaza, though he did not know when it had manifested. At the center of the formation, 3 treasure chests floated side by side. They corresponded to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th boss he had defeated. Lin Yuan walked over his steps, a bit unsteady. After 4 consecutive boss battles, even if each was completed with 0 damage, the mental strain was enough to exhaust him. However, upon seeing the 3 treasure chests radiating purple light, his fatigue was instantly suppressed. He decided to open the first one. The lid sprang open and gold coins scattered. Inside lay a strangely shaped helmet. It resembled a serpent's skull with curved fangs extending from both sides, and its surface was covered with a dark green liquid light film identical to that of the gloves. Lin Yuan picked it up, and an attribute panel popped up. Serpent's Venomous Helmet, Blue Rare Level Requirement, LV-12 Attributes, Stamina 15, Perception 6, Special Effect Serpent's Venom. Any ranged attack by the wearer that hits a target will additionally inflict toxic erosion, causing a loss of 2 health points per second for 10 seconds. Lin Yuan's eyelid twitched. The special effect name was the same as that of the gloves with the same toxin value. This was no coincidence. He didn't think much and directly opened the second treasure chest. Inside was a piece of light armor. The dark green scales were tightly arranged, each thin enough to be translucent, and wearing it would likely feel like a second skin. At the chest area was a bright green serpent's eye gem identical to the gems on the fingertips of the gloves and the forehead of the helmet. Serpent's venomous armor blue rare level requirement LV12 attributes agility 10, stamina 10 special effect serpent's venom. Any ranged attack by the wearer that hits a target will additionally inflict toxic erosion, causing a loss of 2 health points per second for 10 seconds. The third treasure chest contained a pair of knee-high boots, also in dark green with the soles engraved with serpentine patterns, and on each side of the boots there was a small snake, spiraling upward in relief. Serpent's venomous boots blue rare level requirement LV12 attributes agility 14 movement speed 8 special effect serpent's venom. Any ranged attack by the wearer that hits a target will additionally inflict toxic erosion, causing a loss of 2 health points per second for 10 seconds. For pieces of equipment all obtained, Lin Yuan donned the helmet, armor, and boots in succession. The dark green light film on the surface of the 4 pieces of equipment lit up simultaneously, producing a kind of resonance between them, the glow growing increasingly intense. In the next moment, a brand new golden panel popped up. Detected that the player has collected all 4 pieces of the serpent's venomous set effect activated wrath of the serpent effect. All toxin damage dealt by the wearer is doubled. Lin Yuan was stunned for a full 3 seconds. All toxin damage doubled. His brain began to race. The gloves, helmet, armor, and boots each had 2 points of toxin damage per second. 4 pieces stacked up to 8 points per second. After the set effect doubled it, 16 points per second. This was just the temporary toxin provided by the equipment. The permanent effect in his slot, poisoned 5 points per second, was also toxin damage. After doubling, 10 points per second, permanently effective. Lin Yuan's hands began to tremble. He forced himself to calm down, opened the panel, and calculated item by item. Permanent state bleeding, 3 points per second. Poisoned, 5 points per second, doubling after set effect makes it 10 points per second. Corroded, 1 point per second. Slowed, 40. Just the permanent damage alone reached 14 points per second. What does this mean? He could shoot an arrow, then turn and walk away, causing the target to lose a fixed 14 health points per second until death. An elite monster with 500 health would die automatically in 35 seconds. A small boss with 2,000 health would die automatically in 2.5 minutes. And if he continued to output damage, the temporary toxin from his equipment would also stack. Each piece of equipment had 2 points, totaling 8 points, which doubled to 16 points, lasting 10 seconds. Adding the permanent 14 points. Every second 30 points. A nightmare boss with 5,000 health could be ground down in under 3 minutes. Lin Yuan crouched on the ground, hands on his knees, staring at the number 30 on the panel, letting out a suppressed laugh from his throat. He recalled a week ago practicing shooting at the target on his balcony at home. The crooked arrows, each causing 1 point of bleeding, took 10 minutes to wear down a wooden board. 7 days. From 1 point per second to 30 points per second. A 30-fold increase. Lin Yuan stood up and looked down at himself. The complete set of dark green equipment fit snugly against his body, the liquid light film swirling in the darkness, and the 4 serpent eye gems radiating a chilling green light. He moved his wrists, feeling the attribute bonuses from the equipment. His agility alone had increased by over 30 points, and his stamina had also risen significantly. Running speed-wise, he could probably outpace most awakened individuals of the same level. All right. Lin Yuan put away the panel and looked around. The 4 altars had completely darkened, and at the end of the plaza, a white teleportation light gate appeared. That was the exit of the dungeon. He walked towards the light gate, his steps feeling much lighter. The serpentine patterns on the soles of his boots made little sound as they touched the rock slabs. The moment he passed through the light gate, the familiar stench of the swamp rushed towards him. Lin Yuan stood by the black water pool at the 3rd level of the serpent swamp as the blue stone door behind him slowly closed, ultimately disappearing into the rock wall. It was already bright outside. He took out his phone to check the time, 6:40 a.m. From entering the swamp yesterday evening until now, a full 12 hours had passed. The latest message in the class group was the notification sent by the head teacher last night. Monthly assessment at 8 a.m. today. There was still more than an hour left. Lin Yuan looked at the message, the smile at the corner of his mouth slowly fading. He was now LV14, with 4 pieces of blue equipment, 4 permanent states, and continuous damage of 14 points per second. In terms of real combat power within the entire 3rd high, perhaps only the upgrade frost mage Su Qing could match him. Zhao Meng. Upgrade Berserker LV11 with fine-grade equipment. In Lin Yuan's eyes, there was no fundamental difference between him and those poisonous snakes he had shot dead with an arrow. The only difference was that the snakes couldn't talk, while Zhao Meng could. Lin Yuan turned off his phone and hurried towards the dungeon exit. He had to return to school before 8 a.m. As he walked out of the abandoned mine, the morning light squeezed through the gaps in the buildings to the east, shining on his dark green equipment and refracting a faint cold glow. A few elderly men out for a morning exercise glanced at him, then looked again, their eyes filled with surprise. Young awakened individuals walking around in full blue equipment were quite rare these days. Lin Yuan paid no mind to their gazes. He hailed a taxi and provided the school address. In the car, he leaned back against the seat, closing his eyes to rest. After 12 hours without sleep, his body had indeed reached its limit. Yet his spirit was so exhilarated that he couldn't fall asleep. The only image replaying in his mind was Zhao Meng's words in the class group, "grade waste," and that foot that had tripped him during the awakening ceremony. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, watching the rapidly retreating streets outside the car window. Today, let me show you what grade waste is capable of. The taxi stopped at the school gate. Lin Yuan paid the fare and got out. Noises from the playground were already. Preparations for the monthly assessment were underway, with several teachers setting up the venue while students gathered in small groups towards the playground. Lin Yuan adjusted his equipment and strode in. 7:52 a.m. The playground of Qingqing City's No. 3 High School. When Lin Yuan walked through the school gate, most of the grade was already gathered on the playground. The morning light slanted down upon him, and the liquid light membrane on his dark green venomous snake armor immediately came to life, shimmering with a cold, eerie glow. 4 snake-eye gemstones on his forehead, chest, and the tips of his fingers simultaneously emitted a faint green light, particularly eye-catching under the morning sun. The first to notice him were a few level awakened standing at the edge of the playground. They were huddled together chatting when their peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a dark green figure passing by, instinctively turning to take a look, their conversation abruptly halting. "Who is that?" "I don't know." "Wait, aren't those our school's uniform pants? Blue armor. A full set of blue gear. I can't be seeing this right." The whispers spread like ripples. More and more people turned their heads, their gazes all focused on Lin Yuan. The previously noisy chatter on the playground visibly diminished. Lin Yuan walked expressionlessly towards the assembly point. He could feel those gazes upon him, but couldn't be bothered to respond. Having not slept for 12 hours, he just wanted to finish the evaluation quickly and go home to catch up on sleep. "Holy crap, is that Lin Yuan?" Someone shouted loudly, their voice carrying across half the playground. That shout was like poking a hornet's nest. The curious glances turned into shocked stares in an instant. Everyone knew Lin Yuan, the Flevel archer from the awakening ceremony a week ago, the lowest rank in the school, who was publicly humiliated by Zhao Meng. But now this person was walking across the playground in a full set of blue quality gear, exuding an aura of equipment effects that even Flevel awakened lacked. The impact of this scene was overwhelming. Zhao Meng stood at the front of the crowd, holding his finely crafted double-bladed axe, boasting about yesterday's achievements with a few followers. Upon hearing the shout, he instinctively turned his head. His expression froze. For a full 2 seconds, Zhao Meng stared blankly at the gear Lin Yuan wore. His pupils constricted, and the smile on his face remained, but it had completely frozen. Blue gear. A full set of 4 pieces. And it emitted a glow. What was Zhao Meng wearing? A finely crafted double-bladed axe, a piece of green quality leather armor, and the rest were all basic. This was already top tier, costing his father over 20,000 yuan compared to his peers. But compared to Lin Yuan's set, it looked like street vendor goods next to a boutique display. "Lin Yuan." Zhao Meng's voice rose an octave, laced with clear sharpness. "Where did you get that gear?" The playground fell silent for a moment. All eyes shifted back and forth between Zhao Meng and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't even pause his steps. He walked past Zhao Meng, his gaze fixed ahead, as if the person calling his name didn't exist at all. Zhao Meng's face flushed. "I'm talking to you." He stepped forward, his voice louder. "And Flevel archer, where did you get a blue set? Did you steal it or borrow it?" This was a serious accusation in the awakened community. How unclear origins of equipment were a grave matter. At best, it would lead to an investigation, at worst a cancellation of awakened status. Zhao Meng wasn't stupid. He knew he couldn't outshine Lin Yuan in terms of gear, so he chose another angle, questioning the source. As long as he planted the impression of this gear has dubious origins in the minds of those around, it wouldn't matter how good Lin Yuan looked in it. Yet Lin Yuan still did not stop. He stood behind the white line at the assembly point, not once glancing at Zhao Meng. None of the usually talkative followers around Zhao Meng spoke up this time. They stared at the equipment effects on Lin Yuan, then at the finely crafted axe in Zhao Meng's hand, and the scales in their hearts began to subtly shift. Following strong individuals was instinctual. Classmate Zhao Meng, quiet down. The head teacher's voice came from the loudspeaker, indifferent. The source of equipment can be verified, you don't need to judge others. Zhao Meng's face turned even redder, but he fell silent. The head teacher's words were like a public slap. Questioning someone else's gear's legitimacy only to have it certified by the system, who did he think he was? Lin Yuan stood behind the white line, catching sight of a familiar chubby figure pushing through the crowd. Wang, the chubby boy, emerged from the crowd, sweating profusely, Being a clever shield guardian, he struggled to maneuver through the throng of people. He quickly jogged to Lin Yuan's side, opened his mouth to speak, but upon seeing the armor, he was rendered speechless. You? What is this? Wang Lei's eyes nearly bulged out, his finger trembling as it pointed at the snake-eye gemstone on Lin Yuan's chest, blue set. For pieces. You're not just an level archer, are you? Lin Yuan patted his shoulder. Just look. Wang Lei opened and closed his mouth, unsure of what to say. Finally, he did one thing. Pulled out his phone and scanned Lin Yuan's panel. LV-14. Wang Lei nearly dropped his phone. Bro, the chubby boy's voice was lowered, trembling with disbelief. What have you been through this week? Lin Yuan did not answer, for the head teacher had begun to announce the rules. A harsh electric crackle echoed from the loudspeaker, followed by the head teacher's emotionless voice. The monthly evaluation rules are as follows. All awakened will enter the same LV-10 wilderness dungeon for 1 hour, ranked by individual kill count. He paused at this point. No teaming up. The moment those 3 words were spoken, the playground exploded in chatter. No teaming up. How are we levels supposed to manage? I can't handle LV-10 monsters alone. This is terrible, it's just giving points to the high levels. Zhao Meng's previously gloomy expression relaxed upon hearing no teaming up. As a level berserker LV-11, he could easily take on LV-10 monsters solo. This rule was beneficial for him. He wouldn't have to drag along those who would slow him down and could farm more efficiently on his own. But the relaxed look on his face only lasted 3 seconds. Because he suddenly remembered the level displayed on Lin Yuan's panel earlier. Though he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Wang Lei's reaction clearly indicated it wasn't a level of LV-5 or LV-6. Zhao Meng's gaze fell once more on the blue armor Lin Yuan wore, his throat moving slightly. Impossible. An level archer, no matter how good the gear, couldn't output that much. The archer class was inherently weak, with slow attack speed, low damage, and no burst potential. He comforted himself with this thought. On the other side of the playground, Su Qing stood in line with the level, awakened, her gaze also fixed on Lin Yuan. She said nothing, merely squinting slightly, as if evaluating something. Chun Xiaoyu stood in the corner of the level line, watching Lin Yuan's back, her eyes filled with disbelief. A week ago in Goblin Forest, this person was still using the most basic method of running around trees to. Now he stood in the midst of over 200 people clad in a blue set whose name she couldn't even recall, emanating an aura that overwhelmed 90% of those present. Alright, the dungeon portal is about to open, the head teacher's voice rang out again. Enter in order of student ID with a 10-second interval. Once inside, seek out monsters to kill. After 1 hour, the system will automatically teleport you back. The final rankings will be included in this semester's comprehensive assessment. In the center of the playground, a massive blue portal slowly unfolded. Within the portal lay a desolate wilderness with parched yellow grass stretching to the horizon and a few low stone mounds in the distance. The students began to enter in order. Zhao Meng was at the front. Before stepping through the portal, he glanced back at Lin Yuan. That gaze was complex, filled with reluctance, wariness, and a hint of something he himself was hesitant to admit. Lin Yuan stood at the back of the line, hands resting on the edge of the quiver beside his combat boots, his expression calm. Wang Lei, a few places ahead of him, turned back and gave him a thumbs up, silently mouthing, "Take him down." Lin Yuan showed no expression, simply nodding slightly. When his turn came, the blue light of the portal reflected off his dark green armor, casting an eerie cold glow. The few students who had yet to enter instinctively moved aside. Lin Yuan stepped into the portal. His vision, the dry air of the wilderness dungeon hit him, and beneath his feet was cracked yellow earth where a few LV-10 wasteland wolves were wandering near the stone mounds in the distance. Lin Yuan scanned his surroundings, a slight smile barely discernible on his lips. These monsters had a health pool of only 300 to 400 points at most, and his permanent state deducted 14 health points per second. That meant he only needed to shoot 1 arrow, apply the effect, and then move on to the next target without looking back. No need to wait for it to die. No need for a finishing blow. No need to look back. Because whatever he shot at had no chance of surviving. Lin Yuan drew his first arrow from the quiver, nocked it, and aimed at the nearest wasteland wolf. 1 hour. That would be enough. The dry wind of the wilderness dungeon whipped against Lin Yuan's face as he landed and immediately began to run. Not aimlessly, but sprinting towards the cluster of stone hills in the northeast. He had observed the terrain before entering the light gate. Monsters were most densely concentrated near the stone hills, where he could see at least 7 or 8 wild wolves and stone-armored beasts moving in a pack. While others entered dungeons to hunt monsters, he was on a journey. The cracked yellow earth beneath his feet crumbled under his battle boots, the snake scale patterns providing excellent traction. The benefits of his fully maxed agility attribute manifested vividly at that moment as Lin Yuan's running speed exceeded the limits of an ordinary person. 40 seconds later, the first target appeared in his sight. A level 10 stone-armored beast. It was about the size of a calf, covered in a grayish-white rocky shell, bent down to graze on the dry grass. Lin Yuan did not slow down. While running at full speed, he drew an arrow, nocked it, and drew the bow, completing the entire sequence fluidly. The instant the arrow was released, his footsteps didn't even miss a beat. Hit. Red, yellow, green, and copper lights exploded above the stone-armored beast's head. Lin Yuan did not look back and continued to run forward. The stone-armored beast howled in pain and turned to chase him, but the 40% speed reduction made its first step heavy and slow. Its health bar began to drop at a rate of 14 points per second, dark red blood seeping from its scaled surface and copper-green corrosion spots spreading rapidly. Lin Yuan had already run 30 meters. His gaze locked onto the second stone-armored beast 60 meters ahead. 23 seconds later, a system notification sounded behind him. Killed a level 10 stone-armored beast, experience 15. The first one is dead. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't stop. The second arrow had already been shot. Another precise hit, another 4 statuses applied, and he turned to leave. Third, fourth, fifth. He began to enter an extraordinarily efficient rhythm, running while searching for targets, drawing and shooting as soon as he detected one, and immediately turning to the next upon hitting. 3 or 4 monsters, each covered in statuses, were always trailing behind him, slowly awaiting their demise. Those stone-armored beasts and wild wolves chased desperately, but after their speed was reduced by 40%, they couldn't even catch Lin Yuan's shadow. They could only watch helplessly as their health drained bit by bit, eventually collapsing in pursuit. Lin Yuan didn't even need to look back to confirm the kills. The system notification was the best counter. Ding, ding, ding. Every 20 seconds or so, a crisp notification echoed in his mind. It was as steady as a metronome. 10 minutes, 27 kills. This efficiency was beyond mere high. It was a massacre. The only problem was, the dungeon map was too vast. After clearing a section near the stone hills, the remaining targets started to become scattered. Some monsters hid in the distant grass, while others lurked behind stone crevices, requiring a lot of time to run over and find. Lin Yuan's stamina was rapidly depleting from the high-speed running. The after effects of 12 hours without sleep began to show. His calf muscles were faintly sore, and the burning sensation in his lungs became more pronounced. But he did not stop. Grinding his teeth, he continued to run. On the other side of the dungeon, Zhao Meng was entangled with a level 10 stone-armored beast. The berserker's combat style was simple and brutal. Charge and swing the axe, and hack away. Each swing of the dual-bladed axe dealt 30 to 40 points of damage, and the stone-armored beast's health bar dropped quickly. But the problem was the stone-armored beast was also hitting him. The rocky shell slammed into Zhao Meng's chest, forcing him back 2 steps. His health bar dropped significantly. Swearing, Zhao Meng pulled a healing potion from his waist and downed it before continuing to swing his axe. 15 seconds later, the stone-armored beast fell. Zhao Meng took a breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. One monster, 15 seconds, and he had to take a potion. He thought his efficiency was quite high. With his great berserker stats, few peers could match his speed. Zhao Meng hefted his axe and walked forward, searching for the next target. What he didn't know was that while it took him 15 seconds to kill one monster, Lin Yuan had already taken down 3 and left 2 dead. In the southwest direction of the dungeon, Su Qing stood in an open area. In front of her, 3 wild wolves were frozen into ice sculptures by frost magic. The Agrade Frost Mage's area damage capability was indeed terrifying, wiping out a whole area with a single skill. But the mana consumption was also staggering. After eliminating the 3 wolves, nearly a third of her mana was already gone. Su Qing had to stop sitting on a rock to wait for her mana to recover naturally. Just then, her peripheral vision caught a dark green figure. The figure streaked past the edge of her vision at an incredible speed, trailing behind it. No 4 stone-armored beasts that were slowly dying. Those stone-armored beasts were covered in red, yellow, green, and copper statuses, their steps slowing down visibly, and their health bars dropping before her eyes. And that dark green figure didn't even look back. Su Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. She recognized that everyone had seen it that morning on the playground. Lin Yuan. She murmured, her gaze following the direction in which the figure disappeared for several seconds. That fighting style didn't seem right. Why had the statuses on those monsters not disappeared? Su Qing frowned, unable to figure it out, but she didn't dwell on it. She stood up and continued to clear monsters. Time passed second by second. Lin Yuan's kill count steadily climbed. By 30 minutes and he had already taken down over 90. His efficiency was slightly slower than at the beginning as monsters became more scattered, requiring more time to traverse the map. But the permanent damage of 14 points per second didn't lie. As long as he hit, they would die. 40 minutes in 120 kills. 50 minutes in 156 kills. Lin Yuan's legs were already on the verge of exhaustion. 12 hours of staying up plus nearly an hour of full-speed running had pushed his stamina to the limit. Every step felt like his feet were filled with lead, and his breathing was so heavy that he could hear his own gasps. But he did not stop. In the final 10 minutes, he pushed his speed to just below the limit, continuing to search for targets at a pace between a brisk walk and a slow jog. His archery remained precise, each arrow hitting its mark without fail. 55 minutes in 171 kills. 58 minutes in 180 kills. In the final 2 minutes, Lin Yuan discovered 7 clustered wild wolves in a patch of low shrubs. He nearly exhausted his last bit of strength, shooting 7 arrows in quick succession, each hitting a different target precisely. All 7 wolves were simultaneously afflicted with 4 permanent statuses, starting to bleed. After shooting his final arrow, Lin Yuan leaned against a rock, gasping for breath. The system notifications began to ring out in quick succession. Ding, 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 ding. One after another they fell. The moment the last wild wolf collapsed, Lin Yuan's vision suddenly blurred. A flash of white light and forced teleportation was initiated. An hour had passed. When Lin Yuan stood once more on the playground, the sunlight made him squint. Surrounding him were students who had been teleported back, all quietly discussing their scores. Zhao Ming stood at the front of the crowd, a smug smile on his face. He had just checked his kill count, 47. Among Great Awakeners, that was considered top tier, and several of his followers were praising him. Brother Ming is awesome, 47 kills. This score should definitely secure first place. Great Berserkers are indeed fierce. Zhao Ming's smile broadened just as the dean's voice came through the loudspeaker. The results have been tallied and rankings will now be announced. The playground fell silent in an instant. Over 200 pairs of eyes turned to the large screen on the podium. The screen lit up and the rankings scrolled from bottom to top. Zhao Ming's name appeared in 6th place with 47 kills. His expression changed slightly, but it was still acceptable. After all, the top few were a grade or high-tier grade, so being at the bottom was normal. Su Qing's name appeared in 2nd place with 103 kills. The A-grade Frost Mage's group attack advantage was clearly demonstrated in this monster-killing assessment. Then the first place data popped up. First place, Lin Yuan. Kill count 187. The playground fell dead silent for a full 5 seconds. Then it erupted. 187. Did I see that wrong? And Great Archer. That's nearly double the 2nd place. Zhao Ming's face went from red to pale, then to green. He stared at the number on the screen, his lips trembling. 47 versus 187. His proud Great Berserker's kill count didn't even match Lin Yuan's decimal. Wang Lei jumped up in the crowd, his chubby face shaking. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? He wanted to shout something, but was so excited that he couldn't form complete words, just repeatedly slapping his thigh. Su Qing stood among the A-grade team, her gaze fixed on the number next to that name on the screen, silent for a long time. 103 versus 187. She had lost, and not by a small margin. The dean adjusted his glasses, looking at the data on the screen, then at the boy in dark green equipment, exhausted yet triumphant. He flipped through the information in his hand and spoke into the loudspeaker. One more piece of information. In the last monthly assessment, the total kill count of all A-grade and grade groups combined was 187. The noise in the playground instantly came to a halt. Everyone understood the implications of this statement. Lin Yuan had single-handedly equaled the total of the entire top group from the previous assessment. Zhao Ming stood frozen in place, his expression completely frozen. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something to salvage the situation, but couldn't utter a single word. Lin Yuan stood at the back of the line, hands on his knees, still gasping for breath. He was incredibly tired, yet a small curve at the corner of his mouth refused to fade away. The noise of the playground was still fresh. Over 200 people surrounded the big screen, their phone cameras and whispering gazes revolving around Lin Yuan and the glaring 187 kill count. Lin Yuan leaned against the railing at the back of the crowd, his eyelids barely holding up. After 12 hours of continuous play, plus an hour of sprinting through the game, every muscle in his body was screaming for a break. Wang Lei squeezed his chubby body over, mouth wide open, just about to shout some celebratory nonsense. Suddenly, the loudspeaker in the hands of the head instructor emitted a sharp, piercing screech, forcibly drawing everyone's attention to the podium. Everyone quiet down. The head instructor stood on the stage holding a top-secret document bound in red leather. His expression at this moment was a stark contrast to the official demeanor he had while announcing the results, revealing a rare coldness. Let's set aside the monthly evaluations for now. I just received an urgent notification from the Federation that I must relay immediately. With just one sentence, the chatter on the playground was abruptly cut off. The weight of the words Federation notification was clear to everyone present, even to the least knowledgeable of Awakeners. The head instructor opened the red cover, and his first words struck down like a bucket of ice water, chilling the heat of the playground instantly. Effective immediately, the frontline battle situation is urgent. All Awakeners at level LV20 will be forcibly teleported within 72 hours directly to the official battlefield. The protection period for newcomers in the Earth instance is hereby nullified. The playground fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Well, what does this mean? A boy in the front row stuttered, voicing everyone's thoughts. The head instructor raised his head, his heavy gaze sweeping across the hundreds of young faces that had yet to weather any storms. It means you will no longer have plenty of time to hide in the greenhouse and level up slowly. He turned to the second page of the document, his voice gravelly. Global digital invasion is accelerating and the expansion speed of the dimensional rifts far exceeds the Federation's limits. The original plan of level 30 to the front line has been completely scrapped. Due to the severe shortage of troops on the front line, the Federation has decided to lower the entry threshold to level 20. Someone raised their hand, their voice trembling. Master, what about our death immunity in the Earth instance? Once you reach the battlefield, you can still be revived, right? The head instructor paused. This was the part he dreaded to mention, yet he had to tear off this cover. The instances on Earth are like a greenhouse. Dying inside means you can be revived on the spot, at most weakened for a week, unable to get out of bed. The head instructor emphasized each syllable as if hammering them into the students' eardrums. But the official battlefield is a hell's cape. Every awakener who enters the battlefield has only 10 chances to be revived in their lifetime. Once the 10 chances are used up, that signifies permanent death. Your ashes will be scattered and your records destroyed with no chance for recovery. The air froze. More than 217 or 18-year-old boys and girls were forced for the first time to bear the true weight of the word death on their shoulders. This was not a game where one could just lie down for a week and get up. This was an abyss where dying meant leaving no trace behind. A suffocating silence pressed down on the playground for a full 10 seconds. Then someone's legs gave way and they collapsed onto the rubber track, the sound of quiet sobs spreading like a plague. The students who had just been boasting about their green outfits turned into wax figures drained of color, their brains short-circuited blank. Shut it all down. The head instructor slammed the podium, his voice stern. The Federation is sending you over not for you to become fodder. You still have time for final preparations before reaching level 20. Equipment, skills, and guild cooperation are all your lifelines. But I must clarify one fact. His gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on Lin Yuan at the back. Currently, the highest level among those present is 14. You are only 6 levels away from the life and death line of level 20. With a swish, all gazes seemed to spring into motion, uniformly turning toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, under the scrutiny of hundreds of eyes, leaned against the railing, his face expressionless. Panic? Not at all. What occupied his mind was not how to die, but 4 words: perfect hunting ground. A forced teleportation at level 20 meant that all prodigies would be thrown into the same gigantic map. There, the weak monsters in the ordinary low-level instances would transform into high-level ferocious beasts with thousands of health points. For others, those thick-blooded monsters were nightmares and dead ends. For Lin Yuan, they were simply the premium supply area for his permanent negative status system. While others struggled to fight and kill monsters for 10 minutes, he only needed to shoot an arrow from afar to inflict status effects, then move on to the next target. As long as he wasn't touched, those thick-blooded beasts would slowly turn into a ground full of gold and experience. The corner of Lin Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, only to be quickly masked by his indifferent facade. On the edge of the crowd, Zhao Meng stared intently at Lin Yuan's back, his jaw clenched tightly, the ranking list of the entire school crumpled in his palm. The humiliation of being ground into the dirt during the monthly evaluation still burned in his chest, and this sudden level 20 summons felt like a slap across his face. Lin Yuan was level 14, while he was only level 11. If this continued, Lin Yuan would definitely be the first among this group to be sent to the battlefield. Going in first meant seizing resources first, pioneering the way, and creating a gap in levels. By the time Zhao Meng reached level 20 and entered the battlefield, Lin Yuan would have already left him in the dust. From childhood, his family had spent real money and resources to build him up to be superior. But now, were they asking him to look up to a poor grade student who could barely pay tuition? This thought filled Zhao Meng's eyes with bloodshot rage. As the crowd dispersed, they surged toward the teaching building like a swarm of headless flies. Zhao Meng deliberately slowed his pace, detaching from the group, and turned into a corner of the playground beneath a lush parasol tree. He took out his phone, fingers grimly scrolling through the contacts, opening a virtual number without any notes, and pressed the call button. It rang 3 times. Hello. The call connected and a coarse voice of an adult man came through. Zhao Meng nervously licked his cracked lips, forcing his voice down. Uncle, I need a favor. Speak. The voice on the other end was devoid of any fluctuation. Zhao Meng's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Lin Yuan's fading figure in the distance. There's an eyesore. I want him to experience a mishap on the battlefield. Quietly. On the 3rd day after the federal announcement, the school posted a massive black and red ranking list on the main road leading to the playground. It featured the rankings of awakened individuals for the entire grade. Next to each person's name was a cold hard ranking and profession. The announcement board was surrounded by 3 layers of people packed so tightly that even breathing felt constricted. However, when everyone's gaze swept to the name at the very top, the noisy crowd fell eerily silent. First place, Lin Yuan. Level LV 14. Profession, Archer grade. Looking further down. Second place, Su Qing LV13, Frost Mage Grade. 3rd place, Zhang Haoran LV12, Swordmaster Grade. 4th place, Li Ming LV12, Shadow Assassin Grade. 6th place, Zhao Ming LV11, a Berserker Grade. And grade Archer deemed the lowest and most unpopular, loomed like an insurmountable mountain over all a grade and grade prodigies in the school. If this scene had been presented at the awakening ceremony a week prior, anyone would have thought the person describing it was insane. But now no one could laugh. The glaring kill count of 187 from the monthly evaluation was laid bare, almost double that of the 2nd place, Su Qing. In the face of such overwhelming and terrifying data, the so-called profession ratings had become the greatest joke. The speed at which the news spread was far more terrifying than Lin Yuan had anticipated. That afternoon, the underground forum specifically opened for awakened individuals in Qing City erupted. A post titled "The Grade Archer from Class 3 Dominates the Monthly Evaluation Suspected of Having an Abnormal Hidden Talent" was directly pinned and highlighted by the moderators. The hundreds of replies below were refreshed rapidly, some envious and questioning, others feeling a chill, and many were recruitment messages from various local guilds in Qing City, even skipping the pretense of hiding their contact information. But amidst the deafening clamor, Lin Yuan paid no attention to a single message. As soon as the school bell rang, he grabbed his backpack and squeezed onto the dilapidated bus, heading straight for the Snake Swamp in the east of the city. Because the entire circle of awakened individuals in Qing City had gone completely mad. The federal announcement of mandatory transfer to the front lines at level 20 hung over everyone's neck like a guillotine. The previous comfort had been shattered, and everyone began to level up desperately regardless of the cost. The queue outside the entrance to the high-level dungeons stretched 3 streets away. The prices of detox potions and low-level recovery medicines in the black market skyrocketed threefold within half a day. Even in the Grey Rat Cave, a dungeon that barely yielded experience points, there had been several bloody conflicts over monster spawns. Fear is always the strongest catalyst for humanity. When the words "you will die" no longer referred to a mere game over, but to genuine annihilation, everyone was willing to risk their lives for a chance to become stronger. Only Lin Yuan remained as steady as an unfeeling iron block. The next day at noon, in a corner of the second-floor cafeteria, his deskmate Wang Lei sat down with a plate of his favorite braised pork, the oil nearly solidifying, but he hadn't touched it. "Yuan Go, I need to tell you something serious." Wang Lei's expression was unusually solemn, his round face taut, entirely devoid of his usual playful demeanor. Lin Yuan swallowed the dry bun in his mouth and looked up at him. "In that battlefield, there are only 10 lives." Wang Lei lowered his voice, his chubby neck turning around cautiously. "With your current level leading the pack, you'll definitely be the first from our school to be forcibly transported in. If you go in alone without even a meat shield by your side, what if you're blocked by a few high-level monsters?" He didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. "What are you trying to say?" Lin Yuan put down his chopsticks. "Don't rush in so fast," Wang Lei urged, scratching his head anxiously. "Hold back a bit on the experience. Wait for me, wait for everyone. At least we can go in together for some support. Although I'm only a Crade Shield Guard, once we're in the battlefield, I can at least block a few lethal hits for you." Lin Yuan looked at Wang Lei's worried face, feeling a warm sensation deep in his chest, as if something was touching him. In a time when everyone was fleeing for their lives, to say such words meant this brother was worth having. But he could never stop. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Lin Yuan patted Wang Lei's broad shoulder heavily and managed a faint smile. "You focus on toughening yourself up, take care of yourself, and don't worry about me." Wang Lei opened his mouth, wanting to say more, but upon encountering the calm and determined gaze in Lin Yuan's eyes, he swallowed his words back down. Having sat together for 3 years, he understood Lin Yuan far too well. This person was stubborn to the core. Once he made up his mind, nothing could pull him back. In the following days, Lin Yuan keenly noticed a highly incongruous phenomenon. Zhao Ming had changed. It wasn't a sudden epiphany for the better, but rather he had strangely become quiet. The old Zhao Ming, even after killing a few low-level goblins, would boast loudly in the class group, practically wanting to write "I am invincible" on his face, especially relishing making fun of Lin Yuan, who was in 5th grade. But ever since the monthly evaluation had rubbed him into the dirt, he had been silent in the group, not sending a even when encountering Lin Yuan in the school corridor, Zhao Ming would immediately avoid his gaze, deliberately taking a detour along the wall. Something was definitely off. A mad dog that had been used to biting suddenly stopped barking. Unless its spine had been completely broken, there was only one possibility left. He was lurking in the shadows, sharpening his teeth, ready to snap the throat of his prey. With Zhao Ming's privileged upbringing as a pampered rich kid, he would never be afraid. Yet Lin Yuan didn't spare a single ounce of energy to deal with this petty clown. He compressed his schedule to inhuman levels, waking up at 6 in the morning, attending classes, diving into the Snake Swamp immediately after school at 4 in the afternoon, grinding like a madman until 11:30 at night, returning home under the starlight and collapsing into bed. The monsters in the third layer of the snake swamp were already being farmed to the point of ecological collapse. To avoid wasting time, he had to take risks and push directly into the fourth layer's foggy zone. In the fourth layer, the snakes ranged from LV12 to LV15, with thicker health pools and more potent poison exponentially increasing the danger. But for Lin Yuan, it was only a slight extension of the time before waiting to die. He was now at level LV14, equipped with the blue snake venom set, and coupled with the terrifying stacking of 4 permanent negative statuses, dealing a steady 14 points of true damage per second. No matter how high a level the poisonous snakes were, as long as they were hit by one of his arrows, the rest would only be a matter of being kited to death in a state of despair. He had calculated an extremely precise figure with his current monster farming efficiency akin to a bulldozer. In at most half a month, he would undoubtedly break through to level 20. By then, the gates to the Shura field leading to the Scarlet Earth continent would be fully open to him. Yet during every late night of mechanically harvesting experience, no one knew where the missing young Master Zhao had gone. On the outskirts of the Northern Industrial District, in a private training hall with no signage, dimly lit by a flickering basement bulb. The air was thick with a strange wind that mixed the scent of low-quality tobacco and rust. Zhao Ming leaned heavily on a scratched iron table, breathing heavily. Sitting across from him were 3 adult men dressed in black tactical vests. Even just sitting casually, the blood-stained aura they exuded from years spent in piles of corpses made it hard to breathe. Each one of them was a seasoned veteran from the battlefield, with the lowest level being LV25. The Iron Wolf Mercenaries, a group of hyenas in the gray market specializing in killing and trafficking on the battlefield. On the table lay several photos obtained through covert means. In the photos was Lin Yuan clad in a suit that glimmered with a ghostly green sheen, accompanied by a detailed and shocking analysis of his level and skills. The scar-faced man in the center exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, flicking the rough fingers holding the cigarette against the photo, raising an eyebrow slightly as he glanced at Zhao Ming with a look akin to that of a farmer sizing up a pig. Is this the kid? Zhao Ming fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan's face in the photo, nearly grinding his back teeth to dust. Yes. At the latest next week, he will definitely reach level 20 and trigger the federal mandatory transfer. The scar-faced man casually returned his gaze to the photo, lingering over the exquisite blue gear, a greedy smirk suddenly curling on his lips. Blue 4-piece set with the special effect of the Snake Venom series. TSK. Even if not worn, if taken apart and sold for parts on the black market, it would easily fetch around 500,000 federal coins. Zhao Ming's eyes turned red like a gambler who had lost everything, his hands clenched into fists on the iron table, forcing the words out through clenched teeth. 50-50. On the 4th day after the federal announcement was issued, Lin Yuan had completely turned the 4th level of the Poison Snake Marsh into his own backyard. Every afternoon after school, he would punctually arrive at the abandoned mine in the eastern city to clock in for work. His backpack was stuffed with intermediate antidotes, serum, and provisions. He would dive in, working tirelessly for 5 to 6 hours of high-intensity clearing. The poisonous snakes in this area generally ranged from LV12 to LV15, with health points reaching from 800 to 2,000. If placed outside, these would be elite monster zones that a standard team would only dare to approach with tanks and healers. However, in Lin Yuan's eyes, they were merely a bunch of walking experience gift bags. There was no need for positioning tactics or calculating kill lines. Knock the arrow, draw the string, shoot, inflict 4 layers of negative status effects, then turn and walk away. Not even a glance back felt worth the time. The process was no different from when he was in the Gray Rat Cave, except that the waiting time for death extended from 30 seconds to 1 or 2 minutes. Lin Yuan had plenty of patience. He meticulously divided the entire 4th level into 6 major defensive zones, planning a seamless patrol route according to the monster respawn cooldown. Clearing Area A just as he ran into Area B, waiting for Area B to be cleared while the monsters in Area C were just peeking out. It was a continuous cycle, smooth without a moment's interruption. This death assembly line was the result of 2 days of relentless effort and repeated trial and error to find the optimal points. Compared to the luck-based wandering of ordinary awakened ones, this efficiency would make even capitalists weep. On the night of the 5th day, Lin Yuan's level rose smoothly to LV15. On the 7th day, LV16. On the deep night of the 9th day, when a steel-piercing arrow struck deeply into the 7 inches of a molting LV15 iron scale viper, Lin Yuan's seemingly bottomless experience bar finally filled to the top. Buzz. Warm upgrade light cascaded over his limbs, instantly sweeping away all aches and level up LV16, LV17. Lin Yuan squatted beside the gradually dissipating snake corpse, casually investing all his accumulated free attribute points into agility. Then, taking a deep breath, he summoned the hidden talent panel. His gaze fixated on the gray progress bar at the bottom of the panel, his heartbeat quickening slightly. Total monsters killed 39974,000. Just 3 more. Lin Yuan sprang up, his sharp gaze sweeping toward a dark water puddle 20 meters ahead. Beneath the foul-smelling water's surface, several large mud bubbles were bubbling up, clearly hiding something good beneath. He pulled out 3 steel arrows from his quiver, skillfully pinching them between his fingers. Whoosh! The first arrow transformed into an afterimage, shooting toward the left side of the puddle. A LV-13 marsh viper as thick as a thigh was pinned to the water's surface as it revealed its head. The intertwined red and green status icons instantly lit up like a curse. Whoosh! The second arrow plunged directly into the boiling bubble on the right, blood mixed with green toxic mist swirling as another snake was forced to surface, similarly marked by death. Having applied the statuses, Lin Yuan turned and ran back 10 steps, steadily waiting behind a piece of dry wood for 40 seconds. 2 muffled sounds of plop came one after another. The system's kill notification followed, ringing clearly in his ears. 3,999. Just 1 left. Lin Yuan remained calm and collected, holding the rusted short bow with a faint green sheen, walking slowly toward the darkest corner of the 4th level. There resided a senior LV-15 marsh viper year-round. Due to its remote location, Lin Yuan usually didn't even bother to glance at it while passing by. But today it was fortunate enough to be chosen as the 4,000th unfortunate victim. He raised his hand, fully drew the bowstring, aimed, and released. It was all done in one go. The arrow whistled through the air unambiguously, piercing the old snake's 7 inches. In the instant, 4 beams of light erupted. A more dazzling dark golden notification rang explosively in Lin Yuan's mind. Killed LV-15 Senior Marsh Viper, experience 28. Hidden talent Eternal Corrosion, triggered special condition, achieve 4,000 kills, 4000, Talent level upgraded, Eternal Corrosion LV-3 LV-4. Unlocked exclusive status, slot 1, current available slots, 55. The 5th slot. Lin Yuan fixed his gaze on the newly appeared dark golden slot on the panel, his fingers tingling with excitement. He immediately looked down at the snake venom gloves he was wearing on his left hand. The effect of this blue gear was adds 2 poison damage per second upon hit, lasting for 10 seconds. The most critical point was that he was currently wearing a 4-piece set, and the set effect Wrath of the Snake doubled all poison damage. This meant that as long as he dragged the glove's effect into a permanent slot, 2 points would double to 4 points, and it would last until the end of the universe. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate for even half a second, decisively opening the equipment panel and pulling down the snake venom entry in the glove's attribute section with force. The dark golden slot perfectly swallowed the entry. Slot 5 embedded successfully. Snake venom gloves, 2 point sec, doubled to 4 point sec, lasts permanently. Current permanently attached states: bleeding, 3 poisoned, 10 corroded, 1 slowed, 40 snake venom 4. Total passive damage per second, 18 points. Looking at the final statistics at the bottom of the panel, Lin Yuan's lips finally curled into an uncontrollable manic arc. 18 points per second. Doing the math, that's 1,080 points of pure real damage in a minute. Even if he encountered a nightmare-level boss with 5,000 health, he wouldn't need to look directly at it, or just shooting an arrow and turning to run would lead to the opponent's automatic cremation 5 minutes later. And this was purely passive damage. If he added the physical penetration of the steel-piercing arrow, as well as the temporary poison stacking from other gear during each basic attack, his actual limit damage per second was approaching 30 points. 30 points per second. When this data was thrown into the sea of newcomers averaging just over LV-10, it could no longer be described as outrageous. It was clearly a living demon king with unlocked health hacks. Lin Yuan put away the panel, closed his eyes against the damp, cold cave wall, exhaling a long breath of stale air. From LV-14 to LV-17. From breaking through 14 points per second to 18 points per second. From 3,000 kills to 4,000 corpses in just 10 days, he had turned himself from somewhat strong into a terrifying existence that made wild monsters want to call the police. And now only 3 levels remained until that damned frontline battlefield LV-20 life and death threshold. At the current slaughtering efficiency, it would take at most another week. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and pulled out his phone from an inner pocket. The screen lit up, and it was already 10:40 at night. A glaring red dot hung above the class group, a message sent by the class teacher 10 minutes ago. Attention, all students. Tomorrow morning during the 3rd period, the entire grade will go to Hall 1 for a lecture. The school has specially invited retired officers from the Federation to talk about survival rules in the frontline battlefield. No one is allowed to take leave. Attendance is mandatory. Survival rules on the battlefield. Lin Yuan looked at these 4 words, a strong desire flashing in his eyes. He tucked his phone back into his pocket and strode towards the dungeon exit with his short bow. It was time to listen and see what kind of monstrous meat grinder this red earth was that was about to swallow them all. The following morning at 10 o'clock. In the know? One auditorium of Qingqing City 3rd Middle School, over 400 seats were completely filled with people crowding the aisles, doorways, and corners at the back. On the podium stood a man in a gray federal military uniform around 40 years old. His left arm was empty, the sleeve pinned to his shoulder with a safety pin. He had a scar on his face running from his left forehead down to his right chin, distorting his features somewhat. My name is Lu Haizhu. I am a battle mage, a retired lieutenant colonel. I entered the Red Earth continent at the age of 22 and retired at 28. With 10 lives, I have only one left, and I can no longer be revived to recover from my disabilities. The auditorium fell even quieter. Many had previously thought that a battlefield was at most a high-level dungeon. It was only when Lu Haizhu mentioned the last life that they truly realized that death was a real possibility. Lu Haizhu pressed a button for the projection. The holographic screen lit up, revealing an endless expanse of crimson wasteland. This is the Red Earth continent. Its area is 32 times that of Earth. On that continent live hundreds of billions of otherworldly beasts, various levels of dungeons, different races, and divine beliefs. There are regularly battles with millions involved in siege warfare. The grinding of monsters has become numbing. After 12 years, humanity has occupied several giant cities on the Red Earth continent. Millions of awakened individuals were sent in to reclaim territory. The only sounds in the auditorium were the heavy breaths of the audience. In the Earth dungeons, if you die once, you will be revived instantly. At most, you might feel weak for a few days. Lu Haizhu scanned the crowd, but on the Red Earth continent, each person has 10 lives. When they are used up, they are gone. Corpses will be eaten by monsters. Identity records will be cancelled. He paused for 2 seconds. The latest statistics from the Federation. Newcomers on the front lines have a survival rate of 62%. Large swathes of red covered the screen, with only a few blue dots dotting the landscape. The human faction currently has only 2 missions: defend the cities we have and continue to expand outward. Every inch of land we secure means Earth can last another day, and all of humanity must eventually migrate there. With that statement, many in the auditorium raised their heads. Lu Haizhu cast one last glance at them. You few batches of students might be the last new blood the Federation can send to the front lines. If you want to live, you must grow stronger. If you want your family to survive, you must grow stronger too. After saying this, he turned off the projection. Lu Haizhu picked up his military cap and turned to leave the auditorium. Health points in the thousands, or even tens of thousands. Elite and Lord-level monsters might even have health points in the hundreds of thousands. Ordinary awakened individuals must team up to face such health levels, requiring a front-line healing, control, and burst damage. Any misstep in any part could lead to death. However, Lin Yuan was different. His core was never about burst damage. As long as the first arrow hit, bleeding toxins, corrosion, burning, and slowing effects would all be applied. Whether the target's health was 1,000 or 10,000 made little difference to him. It just meant he had to jump around a bit longer. In the low-level dungeons on Earth, monsters were too fragile. Often by the time his negative effects fully manifested, the monster was already dead. What Lin Yuan focused on were experience points and high-level materials. Even the number of kills needed to advance the eternal corrosion further. The more monsters there were, the faster he leveled up. Lin Yuan stood up, grabbed his backpack, and left the auditorium through the back door. Just as Lin Yuan reached the stairway, his phone buzzed in his pocket. A new message popped up in the class group chat. Zhao Ming, Lin Yuan, about the monthly assessment. I admit you do have strength. I used to be blunt in my speech, don't take it to heart. Instantly the group erupted. Is Ming Gu apologizing? Is this real? Zhao Ming is bowing to Lin Yuan. Did I misread that? Following that, Zhao Ming sent another message. The battlefield is not a school. We all have to enter the Red Earth continent in the future. There's no need for classmates to fight against each other anymore. Lin Yuan paused at the stairway, staring at his phone screen for 2 seconds. Zhao Ming would bow down. There must be a conspiracy. I've already thought of my revenge against you. Zhao Ming, Lin Yuan, brother, your performance in the last monthly assessment was impressive. A kill count of 187. I'm still in awe. I had some friction with you at school before, and I was in the wrong. In front of the whole class, I apologize to you. The group fell silent for a full 7 or 8 seconds. Then it exploded. Is Ming guess account? Heck, am I seeing things? Zhao Ming is bowing down to Lin Yuan. Before anyone could process it, Zhao Ming sent another long message. Everyone heard about the battlefield situation yesterday, a survival rate of 60%, 10 lives. In such critical times, we absolutely cannot fight among ourselves as classmates. We must band together for warmth. I want to discuss with Lin Yuan after entering the battlefield. Let's form a team to support each other. Returning alive is the most important thing. As soon as this message was sent, the group's attitude shifted immediately. Meng Ge has opened his mind. It's indeed time to unite. Lin Yuan is strong, and Zhao Ming's equipment is not bad. If these two join forces, entering the battlefield will definitely be secure. On the other side, Lin Yuan leaned against the headboard, looking at Zhao Ming's long message on the phone screen. His thumb hovered above the keyboard, not typing a word for a long time. Why would a dog that usually bites suddenly wag its tail? Lin Yuan did not reply. He flipped his phone over beside the pillow and turned over. The plan to go outside the city remained unchanged. The next day at noon in the cafeteria on the second floor, his close friend Wang Lei slammed down a tray and plopped down across from Lin Yuan. This chubby guy usually can't move when he sees meat, but today, he didn't even touch his chopsticks. He opened and closed his mouth several times. Lin Yuan picked up a chopstick full of greens and stuffed it in his mouth. Spit it out if you have something to say. Did you see the act Zhao Meng put on in the group yesterday? Wang Lei whispered, glancing around. I saw it. Lin Yuan raised his eyelids. Get to the point. Wang Lei pushed his tray forward, leaning his upper body on the table, lowering his voice further. My cousin opened a repair shop in the north of the city. A couple of days ago, he secretly told me that he has seen Zhao Meng sneaking into an underground training facility in the industrial area several times. That training facility is the base of the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps. Lin Yuan had seen this name on the black market forum. They appear to do escort missions on the surface, but secretly engage in dirty work, slaughtering solitary awakeners and selling off their gear on the battlefield. No one cares about life and death there, only the victor reigns. Is the information reliable? Lin Yuan asked. I saw it with my own eyes. When Zhao Meng came out of that basement, he was followed by 3 ruthless guys in black tactical vests. Wang Lei's voice trembled slightly. They all have blood on their hands from the Iron Wolf with levels at least LV25, but all returned with only 1 life left. Lin Yuan put down his chopsticks and leaned back in his chair. The clues were connecting. Forming a team was a lie. Using Iron Wolf's blade to pin him down in the dungeon was the truth. And then steal away the set of blue gear he had just obtained, finally placing the blame squarely on the monsters. He's digging a pit for you. Wang Lei slapped his thigh anxiously. Lin Yuan picked up the soup bowl and drank the last sip. Why are you so— The chubby guy's face turned red with anxiety. You've just awakened a few days ago. How can you compete with LV25 veterans? I understand now. Lin Yuan took a tissue to wipe his mouth. Thanks, chubby. Consider it a favor owed to you. Now what do you plan to do? I'll level up as usual. Lin Yuan slung his backpack over his shoulder and stood up. We'll talk after entering the battlefield. Wang Lei sat there, mouth agape, watching Lin Yuan walk out of the cafeteria. On the way back to the classroom, Lin Yuan replayed the tactical simulations in his mind. Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps LV-25 veterans. Their health and defense far exceeded that of monsters of the same level. Engaging them heat-in would mean certain death. But he didn't need to fight them heat-in. With 6 layers of permanent negative states, every second would deal 18 points of true damage. As long as the first arrow hits, the rest would be a matter of who could run faster. This wasn't an assassination. It was several high-level experience packages delivered right to his door. Whether he could eat them or not depended only on how much agility and movement speed he could stack before entering the battlefield. That afternoon during self-study class, Lin Yuan's phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a private message from Zhao Meng. Lin Yuan, I'm serious about what I said in the group. I was foolish before and offended you. I apologize, buddy. In a battlefield like that, old classmates really need to band together to survive. If you're willing to team up, just let me know, and I'll cover the equipment supply. Lin Yuan glanced at it, turned off the screen, and put the phone back in his pocket. In the corner of the back row of the classroom, Zhao Meng stared at Lin Yuan's back. Seeing that Lin Yuan had only glanced at his phone and then became silent, he clenched his back teeth. Not replying, huh? No rush. Once you enter the Red Earth continent, that set of superior blue gear emitting a ghostly green glow on you will have to obediently change its surname to Zhao. From that day on, Lin Yuan extended his daily monster hunting time by another 2 hours. He woke up at 5 in the morning, arrived at school by 6, finished classes at 4 in the afternoon, and rushed to the poisonous snake swamp by 4:30, grinding until midnight. The bus back home had already stopped running, so he ran back instead. With all points invested in agility at level 17, his running speed far exceeded that of ordinary people, allowing him to return from the abandoned mine in the eastern part of the city to his home in the south in just 20 minutes. His mother began to suspect. Why have you been returning home so late every day? Lin Yuan took the leftovers his mother had left in the fridge, stuffed them into the microwave, and replied, I've been busy leveling up. I will be heading to the front lines soon. His mother stood at the kitchen door watching him with unspoken words. She noticed her son had lost weight recently, but his mental state seemed much better than before, with a light in his eyes that she hadn't seen in a long time. That kind of light she had seen in her husband's eyes when he was young. Don't overexert yourself, make sure to come back alive, was all she finally said before turning back to her bedroom. Lin Yuan squatted in the living room, eating his reheated meal, chewing on rice, while calculating experience points in his mind. It took nearly twice the experience to level up from 17 to 18A, and the experience from monsters at the 4th level was already proving inadequate. He needed to find a higher level area. The next day after school, instead of going to the poisonous snake swamp, Lin Yuan took a bus to the west of the city. There was a mid-level dungeon ranging from level 15 to level 20, the Barren Bone Wasteland. The monsters in this dungeon were various bone-type undead slow-moving with high attack power and thick health. For ordinary awakened beings, this place was quite challenging because the undead monsters had extremely high physical resistance. Melee classes would find their attacks almost ineffective. However, Lin Yuan's damage was continuous state damage unaffected by physical resistance. No matter how high your defense was, he would still deal 18 points of damage per second. The entrance to the Barren Bone Wasteland was located in the basement of an abandoned church in the west of the city, guarded by federal security personnel. Lin Yuan swiped his card to enter, and on the other side of the light gate was a gray-white wasteland littered with countless white bones and a few collapsed stone towers in the distance. The first skeleton warrior emerged from the ground 10 seconds after he landed. Level 16 with 1200 health, fully armored in bone, wielding a rusty greatsword. Lin Yuan shot an arrow through its eye socket. 5 status effects erupted: bleeding, poisoning, corrosion, slowing, and snake venom. The skeleton warrior charged at him with its greatsword, but its speed was reduced by 40%, moving almost like an elderly person taking a stroll. Lin Yuan didn't even run, he simply walked briskly and left it behind. 67 seconds later, the skeleton warrior's bones scattered everywhere, dissipating into gray-white light spots. Experience gained 35. This was nearly double what he would earn from the 4th level of the poisonous snake swamp. Lin Yuan smirked and continued deeper into the wasteland. The monster density here was lower than in the poisonous snake swamp, but the experience per monster was much higher, resulting in better overall efficiency. Moreover, the skeleton monsters had a significant advantage: they didn't spew poison. He didn't need to drink anti-poison serum, saving him a substantial amount of money. Lin Yuan found a new rhythm in the Barren Bone Wasteland. Skeleton warriors, bone archers, and undead knights ranged from level 16 to level 19, with health from 1002 to 3000. He could take them all out with a single arrow, applying status effects and then waiting for them to die. The only one to be cautious of was the level 19 undead knight, who rode a bone horse, and even when slowed by 40% still moved quite fast. Lin Yuan's strategy against them was to use the terrain. The collapsed stone towers in the wasteland had many narrow gaps where the bone horse couldn't fit, but he could. He would shoot an arrow, slip into the gap, and wait. 3 minutes later, both the horse and knight would fall apart. And so he ground for another 5 days. By the 5th night, Lin Yuan's level had jumped to 18. On the 8th day, the experience bar reached 70%. On the 10th day, at 11:40 in the morning, deep within the Barren Bone Wasteland, Lin Yuan killed the 43rd undead knight of the night, and the experience bar finally climbed to 99%. Just a little more to go. He looked around. There were no new monsters respawning in the wasteland for the time being. Lin Yuan walked forward 20 meters and discovered a solitary level 16 skeleton warrior behind the ruins of a stone tower. It was squatting on the ground, using its rusty greatsword to dig in the soil, unaware of what it was excavating. Lin Yuan knocked an arrow and released it. The arrow pierced through the skeleton's chest, and 5 effects erupted. 60 seconds later, the skeleton fell apart. Kill LV-16 skeleton warrior, experience 35, level up LV-18, LV-19. In that moment, as the white light flooded his body, Lin Yuan felt entirely relaxed. Level 19. Only 1 level remained before he could be teleported from the battlefield. He leaned against the remains of the stone tower, looking up at the gray sky of the Barren Bone Wasteland. According to federal regulations, once one reached level 20, they would be forcibly teleported within 72 hours. This meant he had less than a week left to stay on Earth. A week. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, many images flashing in his mind. His mother bending over on the assembly line, tightening screws. Wang Lei's tense expression when he quietly informed him of Zhao Meng's conspiracy in the cafeteria. Qin Tai's empty sleeve. And the private message from Zhao Meng that he had never replied to. Iron Wolf mercenary group. Lin Yuan murmured. He was not afraid of the otherworldly beasts on the battlefield. No matter how strong those beasts were, they were merely thicker-skinned and had higher attack power. Fundamentally, they were no different from the poisonous snakes and skeletons he had killed before. 1 arrow to apply the status, run, and wait to die. But humans were different. Humans could set traps, ambush, and stab you in the back when you least expected it. The people Zhao Meng was looking for were seasoned veterans who had been fighting on the battlefield for years. In terms of experience and tactics, Lin Yuan could hardly compare. He needed a backup plan. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, brought up the system panel, and looked at the talent progress bar. Total monster kills 5,847,8000. The next slot would unlock after 8,000 kills. With just over 2,000 left at his current efficiency, it would take about 4 to 5 days. If he could reach 8,000 kills before leveling up to 20, unlocking the 6th permanent slot. Lin Yuan stood up and dusted himself off. He didn't plan to level up to 20 just yet. Experience points could be controlled. As long as he focused on hunting low-level monsters, gaining less experience, but still increasing his kill count, he could fill the talent progress bar without leveling up. Back to the poisonous snake swamp. The level 12 and level 13 poisonous snakes there gave pitifully low experience, but each kill still counted. Lin Yuan made a decision. He would secure the 6th slot before reaching level 20. Having an extra permanent status would give him a better chance of survival once he entered the battlefield. In the second layer of the poisonous snake marsh, damp toxic mist rolled and surged along the viscous surface of the black water. Lin Yuan crouched on a piece of half-submerged dead wood resembling a patient harbinger of death. 20 meters ahead in the mire lay a dozen LV-12 swamp poisonous snakes lazily coiled on their respective stone pedestals, completely unaware that they had already been targeted. A fortnight ago, venturing into a heap of snakes in this place with visibility of less than 10 meters, he would have had to carefully consider how many lives he had. But now, in Lin Yuan's eyes, these terrifyingly venomous creatures had only one identity left, a harvestable counter. Lin Yuan swiftly drew 3 cheap training arrows from his quiver, skillfully pinching them between his fingers. He raised his hand, pulled back, and released the string. The entire motion was as smooth as silk, with muscle memory honed from over 2,000 gray rats and several thousand poisonous snakes, allowing him to shoot, without deliberate aiming at such close range. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot through the air. The 3 poisonous snakes were pinned to their stone pedestals almost simultaneously. Before they could react, 5 red and green status icons had already been firmly affixed above their heads like a malignant growth. Bleeding, poisoning, corrosion, slowing, venom. 5 layers of permanent negative effects were duly received. Lin Yuan didn't even bother to glance at the damage numbers, leaping down from the deadwood and sprinting full speed towards the next memory refresh point along the muddy edge. Behind him, the 3 poison snakes, now full of statuses, began to thrash wildly, emitting furious hits. Instinctively, they wanted to pursue, but their speed was directly cut by a full 40%, making them feel as though they were stuck in glue, helplessly watching Lin Yuan's back grow ever more distant. And the countdown belonging to the harbinger of death had already begun. The LV-12 swamp poisonous snakes had just over 400 health points, unable to withstand even half a minute against a real damage of 18 points per second. Lin Yuan had just run 30 meters when a series of heavy splashes echoed behind him, as if heavy objects were crashing into the water. Following that, the system's crisp kill notification echoed in his mind 3 times. Experience 3, kill count 3. He didn't stop his footsteps and directly dove into a dense patch of reeds ahead. He had scouted this spot yesterday, where at least 5 LV-13 poisonous snakes were hiding. This had been Lin Yuan's daily routine for the past 4 days. He completely abandoned the experience-rich high-level monster zones and returned to the low-level areas, executing a strategy he humorously referred to as sowing. Sowing meant simply shooting arrows to inflict status. After shooting, he immediately relocated, not waiting for the prey to breathe its last, not picking up ordinary drops, eliminating all unnecessary movements. Once an arrow was planted, the execution of the death sentence happened automatically. 20 to 30 seconds later, the prey would quietly turn into a puddle of flesh and experience points behind him. If this method were seen by the awakened teams outside, they would surely point at him and call him insane. What kind of soft-skinned archer shoots an arrow and runs off without even dealing full damage? But Lin Yuan didn't need to shoot a second arrow. For dealing with these low-health monsters, the first arrow was already a stamped death warrant. The slaughtering efficiency was terrifyingly high. On the first day, he killed 482 from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. On the second day, familiar with the terrain and optimizing his route, he killed 517. On the third day, he blocked a one-way path at the intersection of 2 layers, standing at the exit and shooting 1 arrow per snake, with efficiency skyrocketing to 630. This was a pure dimensional suppression. By the evening of the 4th day, at 6:47, Lin Yuan hid behind a broken tree at the entrance of the 3rd layer, gently releasing his thumb from the bowstring. A training arrow accurately pierced the 7 inches of a LV-13 poisonous snake that was shedding its skin. He did not continue to knock another arrow, but immediately summoned his talent panel, his gaze fixed firmly on the bottom. As the poisonous snake collapsed and transformed into light, the gray progress bar finally reached the threshold he had long awaited. Cumulative monster kills 8000, 8000, boom. The dark golden system prompt exploded with a resounding bang, a soft glow pouring into his mind. Hidden talent Eternal Corrosion triggered special condition achieve 8,000 kills. Talent level upgraded Eternal Corrosion LV4 LV5 unlocked exclusive status slot 1 current available slots 56 1 free. The 6th slot is open. Lin Yuan stared at the newly popped dark golden empty slot on the panel, his breathing slightly quickening. With 5 slots, the passive damage of 18 points per second could already crush everything at the same level. But he was heading to the hellish battlefield of the Red Earth, facing the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps with LV-25 and above who had blood on their hands. Having an extra trump card would allow him to ensure the opponent's demise. Lin Yuan lowered his head, his gaze sweeping over the snake venom set on his body, glowing with liquid. The snake venom effect on his gloves, 2-point-second doubled after set bonus to 4 points, had already been firmly locked in the 5th slot. Then, what about the identical snake venom on the helmet whose name hadn't even changed? Would the system recognize the same name effect? Could he directly step on his left foot with his right, exploiting a bug in the system judgment? Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all, directly opening the equipment panel, clicking on the snake venom entry in the helmet attribute bar, applying force with his fingertips and dragging it fiercely into the 6th empty slot. The entry hovered above the dark golden halo, and the mechanical notification sound from the system followed. Detected existing same type effect snake venom gloves occupying slot 5. System judgment, different equipment part sources, base calculations, independent embedding allowed. Confirm embedding. Confirm. Lin Yuan unceremoniously clicked the button. The dark golden light engulfed the entry perfectly, like an abyss, the 6th slot solidifying, completely glowing with an intense toxic green brilliance. Slot 6 embedded successfully. Snake venom helmet, 2-point-second doubled after set bonus to 4-point-second, lasts permanently the next second. The total damage statistics at the bottom of the panel automatically refreshed, displaying a number that made Lin Yuan's eyelids twitch. Current permanently mounted statuses: bleeding, 3 poisoning, 10 corrosion, 1 slowing, 40 snake venom gloves, 4 snake venom helmet, 4 total passive damage per second, 22 points, 22 points. What does this mean? 1,320 points per minute. 6,600 points in 5 minutes. No need for casting, no blue consumption, no physical defense required. As long as his arrows grazed even a tiny bit of skin, this number would directly output damage until death. This terrifying figure, if shown to a master of the same level, would be enough to cause their Dao heart to shatter. Lin Yuan stared at the panel for a full 5 seconds, then raised the back of his hand to casually wipe away the mud splattered on his cheek, a madman-like grin finally breaking through his lips. Words are not enough. He needed to find a poor soul to verify it. He stood up, his gaze locking onto the LV-15 iron-scaled Viper, just emerging with its triangular head from the water 20 meters ahead. Knock an arrow release. Whoosh. At the moment the arrow struck flesh, 6 dazzling beams of status light erupted simultaneously above the Viper's head. Bleeding, poisoning, corrosion, slowing, dual snake venom. This iron-scaled Viper, boasting a high health of 1,200 points and high physical armor, emitted a tragic hiss. Lin Yuan stood in place, not even dodging, merely coldly watching the health bar above its head. 22, 22, 22. Every second, a bright red damage number appeared, stable as a cruel metronome. The Viper desperately twisted its heavily armored body, trying to bite him, but the 40% slowing made its movements appear as if projected in slow motion to Lin Yuan. More despairing was that no matter how fiercely it resisted, its health bar was like a leaking hourglass, visibly dropping piece by piece. 54 seconds. With just 3 meters remaining to Lin Yuan's feet, the iron-scaled Viper's heavy body crashed to the ground, convulsing twice in unwillingness before completely dissipating into a mass of light. 54 seconds, killing 1,200 points of health purely through passive damage. Perfect. Lin Yuan put away his rusty short bow, satisfied as he closed the system panel. He took one last look at the experience bar, LV-19, 53%. This high-intensity, low-level harvesting over the past 4 days had greatly reduced his experience gains, but accumulated over time, it had still filled half the bar, leaving him just a step away from triggering the forced teleport at LV-20. No need to grind anymore. Lin Yuan turned around, stepping through the muddy water, directly passing through the azure light gate at the instance's exit. The night breeze outside immediately filled his collar, dissipating much of the nauseating stench of blood and decay. As soon as he stepped onto solid ground, Lin Yuan casually pulled out his phone from his inner pocket. The moment the screen lit up, the green dot in the upper right corner of the messaging app shot up to 99. Upon opening it, he found a barrage of messages from the plump Wang lay dense and unscrollable. The last message was even a voice-to-toe text in bold red, "Are you dead inside there? If you don't reply soon, I'll really go buy 2 shovels in the abandoned mine to collect your corpse." Lin Yuan looked at the screen, the tense nerves that had been taut for half a month finally relaxed a bit. He typed a brief and concise reply alive. On the other side, it was almost an immediate response. "Damn. Bro, you finally resurrected. We must meet tomorrow to discuss urgent matters." Okay. After sending this message, Lin Yuan directly locked the screen. He raised his head, looking at the sparse neon lights of the industrial area in the east of the city, taking a deep breath of the slightly cool night air. His backpack was now stuffed with various snake skins, venom glands, and rare materials harvested over these days, bulging and exuding the scent of money. In the last moments of this greenhouse on Earth, he needed to exchange these scraps for solid funds. The frontline battlefield. The Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold laugh. It was 11 o'clock at night. Lin Yuan was nestled on the old sofa in the living room, which was almost losing its leather, with his phone tossed on the coffee table alongside a pack of dry convenience store biscuits. The door to the master bedroom was tightly closed with no sounds coming from inside. His mother should be fast asleep. Lin Yuan opened the official black market app available only to awaken once and began clearing out his inventory. For the past 4 days, he had been working as a production line butcher in the lower levels of the poison snake swamp. Although it was just to increase his kill count, the broken copper and iron he had collected had filled his backpack to the brim. 120 sets of low-level snake fangs, 90 sets of damaged snake skins, 60 sets of low-level snake gallbladders, plus the bone powder and fragments he had gathered from the wasteland of bones. As for the occasionally dropped white bards and low-level green gear, they took up space, so Lin Yuan tossed them all into the anonymous consignment shop. Recently, the federal notice of early conscription was still causing a stir, and a large number of novices were frantically stockpiling supplies for survival, causing prices to skyrocket. Lin Yuan was not polite. He directly raised the price by 10% above the historical highest transaction. He thought it would take 2 or 3 days to sell. However, in the middle of the night, a pack of hungry wolves descended to snatch up his goods. Within just 8 minutes of listing, over 300 sets of materials were sold out without a trace. Even those shabby green items, which were usually despised, sold out within 20 minutes at exorbitant prices of 1 or 2,000. Watching the constant notifications of earnings flash in the background, the balance number rolled wildly until it finally froze at a string of numbers that made Lin Yuan's breath tighten. Current balance: 153826 federal coins. 153,000. Lin Yuan pressed his phone against his thigh, leaning back against the sofa. His mother worked on an assembly line at the electronics factory in the southern part of the city, coming home late after grueling work for a month, barely earning 4,000. 3 years ago, his father died in a dungeon collapse. The compensation was never seen, while the 2,200 monthly mortgage payments were like a death knell. The remaining 1,800 was their monthly budget for food, utilities, and all expenses. They had endured this penny-pinching life for 3 long years. But now the light and airy 153,000 in his phone was real money that his mother could never save, even after 3 years of hard work. Yet Lin Yuan could not smile at all. He closed his eyes. In the blood-soiled battlefield, the survival rate was 62%. Out of 5 people entering, 2 would turn into ashes. Was he afraid of death? Ever since the day his father left behind no complete corpse, he had not been afraid. But he feared that if he really perished in that hellish battlefield, his mother wouldn't even have the money for emergency heart medication. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed his phone again, and opened the banking app, skillfully entering his mother's account number. Transfer amount: 80000. He paused for a moment, then deleted and re-entered it. He divided it into 3 transfers, each just over 20,000, perfectly avoiding the bank's and tax authorities' large transaction alerts. In the notes section, he quickly typed with one hand, "Mom, this is the top-level vocational scholarship from school, sent in batches. Don't worry about the money, spend freely. The school will soon arrange for a fully enclosed internship, so don't call me during this time." First transfer: 26800, confirm. Second transfer: 26600, confirm. Third transfer: 26600, confirm. 3 notification sounds rang out crisply in the midnight silence of the living room. Watching the green check mark for successful transfer on the screen, Lin Yuan's shoulders, tightly wound for 3 years, finally relaxed. 80,000 was enough for her to live safely for 2 years. 2 years. If he still hadn't returned from the blood-soiled continent in 2 years, it would mean he had utterly perished there, and the name Lin Yuan on the household register could be crossed out. He turned off the screen, threw the remaining half of the biscuit into his mouth to chew, stood up, and entered the bedroom. From the bottom of the drawer, he pulled out a crumpled delivery envelope and casually stuffed in the green-quality windbone ring. This was dropped from the wasteland of bones, providing 6 agility. It was definitely a small treasure for fragile classes, but for Lin, the young master, who was now fully equipped with blue gear effects, it was nothing but worthless trash. He tore off a piece of grid paper and wrote in a flamboyant style, "Fatty, who says a shield guard can't run away? Raise your agility to save your life. Once I stabilize my footing on the front line, I'll come back and take you flying. Your brother Yuan." Sealing it, he wrote down Wang Lei's address. He would just drop it in the local delivery box downstairs tomorrow. Everything was arranged perfectly. Lin Yuan threw himself back onto the sofa, staring at the unlit ceiling, his thumb unconsciously rubbing against the calluses worn from drawing his bowstring. A faint sound of his mother turning over in bed came from the master bedroom. Lin Yuan sat quietly in the dark for a full 20 minutes, as if imprinting every trace of mildew in this rundown house into his mind. Then he stood up and walked to his mother's bedroom door. He pressed his palm against the peeling wooden door, not pushing it open, just quietly resting there for 2 seconds. "Mom, I'm leaving." His voice was so soft it seemed to dissolve in the air. "I will definitely come back alive." He withdrew his hand and turned away. The rare warmth in Lin Yuan's eyes vanished, completely replaced by a chillingly calm and sharp demeanor. He grabbed the rusted short bow that glowed with a faint green sheen and slung on a tactical backpack filled with antitoxin serum. Finally, he stole one last glance at this old and dilapidated place he had lived in for over 10 years. His mother's patched shoes at the door, his father's carefree portrait on the wall, and the two old bowls turned upside down on the kitchen counter. Lin Yuan grasped the doorknob, twisted it, and stepped out. With a crisp click, the security door was firmly locked. The motion-sensing lights in the stairwell were already broken. He didn't bother to stomp his feet and walked down 4 flights in the dark. Pushing open the rusty unit door, the distinct smell of rust from the southern industrial area wafted in with the night wind filling his lungs. Lin Yuan expressionlessly took out his phone and opened the ride-hailing app. Location: Wasteland of Bones in the west. In front of him, the system panel flickered with a faint blue light, and the experience bar for level 19 was burning red hot. The final level. Tonight, I will reach level 20. The ride-hailing car stopped at the entrance of the abandoned church on the west side of the city at 1:03 in the morning. Lin Yuan paid the fare and got out of the car. The driver glanced at him again. It's indeed strange to see a high school student fully dressed in glowing blue attire and carrying a bow and arrows appearing in such a desolate area at this time of night. Ignoring the driver's gaze, Lin Yuan swiped his card and entered the Bone Wastes instance. The grayish-white bone wilderness unfolded before him, with countless shattered bones scattered across the ground and several collapsed stone towers looming in the mist. Experience bar: LV19, 53%. Still lacking 47%. Lin Yuan took out a refined steel-piercing arrow and began to advance. Now he didn't need to manage experience. Instead, he aimed to fill that 47% as quickly as possible. The levels of undead creatures in the Bone Wastes ranged from LV16 to LV19, with health points varying from 1,002 to 3,000, and the experience gained was over 10 times that of the lower levels in the Poison Snake Marsh. The first skeleton warrior burst out of the ground and was immediately shot through the eye socket. 6 status effects erupted. The 22 seconds of damage began to count down. Lin Yuan didn't look back as he rushed towards the next spawn point. His current strategy was identical to his sowing style in the lower levels of the Poison Snake Marsh. Shoot an arrow, apply status effects, run, and without waiting for death, move on to the next. The difference here is that the experience from each individual is high enough that he doesn't need to pursue quantity. After about 50 seconds, the sound of bones shattering came from behind. Experience: 35. Another skeleton. Experience: 35. In 3 minutes, he took down 3 LV16 skeleton warriors in a row, and the experience bar jumped from 53 to 54. Not fast enough. Lin Yuan's gaze swept towards the territory of the undead knights deep in the waste. The LV19 undead knight offered over 80 experience points, had 3,000 health, and rode a skeletal horse that moved quickly, making it the most lucrative yet dangerous moving experience package in the entire Bone Wastes. Without hesitation, he charged in. When the first undead knight's black skeletal horse dashed out from behind a stone tower, Lin Yuan had already calculated his movement. The arrow pierced through the knight's ribcage, and 6 beams of light erupted simultaneously. The undead knight raised its rusted spear and charged at him. Lin Yuan sidestepped into the narrow gap between 2 stone towers, causing the skeletal horse to be stuck, while the knight, having its speed reduced by 40%, couldn't catch up to Lin Yuan, who nimbly navigated through the ruins. 2 minutes and 15 seconds later, the undead knight fell apart. Experience: 82. Lin Yuan turned around and circled back to the spawn area to lure out the second one. 1 arrow, apply status, slip through the gap, wait for death, collect experience. The 3rd, 4th, 5th. At 2:30 in the morning, Lin Yuan had transformed into a precisely functioning experience harvesting machine in the Bone Wastes. Experience bar jumped from 60-70 to 80. After piercing through the core spawn area of the undead knights, he discovered an LV19 elite bone shield undead in the crevice of 2 collapsed stone towers, completely covered in black bone armor, with 4,500 health and high physical damage reduction. Ordinary archers would have to take a detour upon seeing such a creature. Lin Yuan directly shot an arrow into the gap of its cervical vertebra. The moment the 6 permanent status effects were applied, the fate of this elite monster was already sealed. It swung its massive bone shield towards Lin Yuan, each step causing debris to fly, but the heavy body, reduced by 40% in speed, couldn't touch Lin Yuan, who was swiftly maneuvering. 3 minutes and 24 seconds. The bone shield undead shattered from within, black bone fragments scattering everywhere. Experience: 210. The experience bar jumped from 87 to 91. Lin Yuan licked his cracked lips. Almost there. At 3:18 in the morning, he stood at the highest point of a complete stone tower in the deepest part of the wasteland, overlooking the grayish bone expanse. His experience bar had stalled at 99%. The last segment. In the distance, a solitary LV-17 bone archer was patrolling mechanically back and forth, probably unaware that it would become the last stepping stone for a certain level archer before stepping onto the front lines. Lin Yuan drew his bow. The piercing arrow whistled out, accurately penetrating the chest of the bone archer. The moment the 6 beams of light erupted, the experience bar drawn to its limit finally couldn't take it anymore. Buzz! A golden upgrade beam shot up into the sky, warm energy flooding into his limbs. Level up LV-19 LV-20. At that same moment, the entire view was obscured by a blood-red system forced announcement. Emergency announcement. Detected Awakened 1 Lin Yuan has reached the LV-20 level threshold according to Federal War Ordinance No. 2714. Force transmission will be executed within 72 hours. Target coordinates Crimson Earth Continent Iron Wall City. Transmission countdown 715958. The blood-red countdown numbers flickered in the upper left corner of his vision. 72 hours. 3 days' time. Enough for him to go home, take one last look at his mother, and have a farewell meal with Wang Lei, tidying up all the loose ends. But Lin Yuan stared at the countdown for 3 seconds before clicking on the system panel. In the lower right corner of the countdown window, there was a small gray button. Skip wait teleport. Immediately Lin Yuan pressed his finger on it. The system popped up a confirmation box. Once confirmed, teleport immediately, and it cannot be cancelled. Do you wish to continue? He remembered the 80,000 yuan that had been transferred to his mother's bank card. He recalled the agility ring he sent to Wang Lei and that note in the homework book. He remembered the family photo on the living room wall where his father smiled as he promised to buy a new computer. Everything that needed to be left was left. No regrets. Lin Yuan pressed confirm. A pure white teleportation beam erupted from beneath his feet, engulfing his entire being. The gray sky of the bone waste, the wasteland strewn with bones, and the distant collapsed stone towers were all completely consumed by white light within 0.3 seconds. Vision disappeared. Hearing vanished. Even the sense of temperature on his skin was completely erased. That sensation of weightlessness lasted for a long time, yet seemed to be just a moment. Then heat. A wave of scorching heat surged from all directions with dry air rushing into his lungs, so hot it felt like it could crack his lips instantly. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. He stood on a piece of dark red soil. Underfoot was cracked, scorched earth with dark rust-colored moisture seeping through the fissures. The color of the sky left him stunned for 2 whole seconds. Not blue, but a murky dark red. 2 dark red suns moved in a crisscross pattern across that blood-colored dome, turning the entire world into a massive steamer. In the distance, a massive gray-black city wall loomed on the horizon. The city wall was absurdly high, measuring at least 50 meters, with silhouettes of turrets and defensive structures densely packed at the top. Above the city wall, a gigantic federal flag fluttered in the dry, hot wind. That was the first nail mentioned by Qin Taiju, Iron Wall City. From the city gate direction, he could vaguely see a winding queue, all newly awakened individuals who had just been teleported, standing in a long line under the blazing sun waiting for city entry registration. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the rusty short bow. The mud stains left by the poison snake marsh on the bowstring hadn't dried yet. He took a step forward towards the city gate. From today onward, there would be no immunity to death here. The line at the city gate was even longer than Lin Yuan had anticipated. There were at least 200 to 300 people queued from the city gate all the way to the scorched wasteland, consisting of men, women, old and young, but the majority were young faces not much older than him. Each person's face was etched with incomprehensible terror and confusion. Some were crouching on the ground, covering their heads, and trembling, others frantically flipping through their system panels to confirm their revival count, while a few girls huddled together, quietly crying. Lin Yuan walked past the end of the line in silence. After nearly 40 minutes, he finally made it to the registration desk inside the city gate. The so-called registration desk was a temporary shack made of iron sheets and sandbags located directly beneath the city gate, where a middle-aged man in a federal gray uniform sat. On the table in front of the man was a stack of yellowed paper forms and an old identity verification terminal. The entire setup, so shabby, it made one think they had walked into the wrong set. The registrar glanced at Lin Yuan. His gaze lingered on Lin Yuan's venomous snake armor for half a second before he expressionlessly lowered his head. Name: Lin Yuan. Level: LV-20. Class: Archer. The registrar paused momentarily with his pen before continuing to write. Lin Yuan understood the pause. An LV-20 archer was purely low tier on the front lines, crowded with fully awakened individuals, yet the blue armor he wore was clearly not something a novice could equip, which contradicted the term low tier. The registrar couldn't be bothered to ask further questions and proceeded with the process. There are 2 paths to take on the front lines. I'll explain them once, and you can choose for yourself. He pulled out a well-worn instruction sheet pointing to 2 sections. The first option is to join the federal garrison. The garrison system provides food and accommodation, free basic equipment supplies, and a fixed monthly salary. Skill trainers are also available for free to military personnel. You can learn any skill as long as you meet the level requirement. Lin Yuan nodded. However, the registrar flipped the instruction sheet over, pointing to the dense text on the back. Once you enlist, your actions will be entirely directed by your superiors. When to leave the city, which dungeons to tackle, and which areas to clear, all dictated by orders. If you refuse, the military law office will take direct measures. In short, you are no different from a weapon. What about the second option? Lin Yuan asked. Free adventurer. The registrar tossed the instruction sheet back onto the table, his tone becoming considerably more casual. No enlistment, no military command, you bear your own gains and losses. Accommodation would be at the Adventurers Guild's dormitory, and gear and skills are all on your own dime. No one will care if you live or die. The advantage is complete autonomy in your actions. You can choose to farm any dungeon you wish, go solo if you like, or team up if you prefer. The Adventurers Guild has a task board filled with various bounties and exploration requests with rewards based on contribution upon completion. The registrar wiggled two fingers. One more thing, most high-level dungeons and unexplored areas on the front lines are tackled by regular troops sent by the military, but there are always some corner cases where the military's manpower is insufficient or simply uninterested. Tasks like clearing scattered beast hordes, sealing small rifts, or resource collection protection, the dirty and laborious jobs. These tasks are generally outsourced to adventurers. The income isn't low enough to cover your meals and maintain equipment. But if you die out there, no one will come to collect your body. Lin Yuan listened intently. The pros and cons of the two paths were clearly laid out before him. The military's benefits included abundant resources, and the free skills alone were enough to entice most budget-conscious newcomers. However, what Lin Yuan wanted was not resources, he wanted freedom. Joining the military meant exposing his combat methods. Once his permanent state secret attracted the attention of military colleagues or superiors, it would lead to a dead end on another level. His talent was too abnormal, so abnormal that any authority figure would want to control it, utilize it, or extinguish it altogether if they feared losing control. The only truly safe secret in this world is one that only you know. Besides yourself, no one else is aware. Moreover, the threat he faced now was not from otherworldly beasts, but from humanity. The Iron Wolf mercenary group, hired by Zhao Ming, operated outside the military system. If he joined the military and got fixed at a certain outpost, he would instead become an obvious target. As long as the enemy figured out his patrol routes and combat zones, ambushing him would be a piece of cake. Being an adventurer was different. His movements were unpredictable, and which tasks he accepted and where he went were entirely his decision. If the enemy wanted to find him, they wouldn't even know which direction to search. Lin Yuan did not hesitate. Adventurer. The registrar raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? 8 out of 10 newcomers choose the military. I'm certain. The registrar shrugged, pulling out a bronze badge from beneath the table. The badge was thumb-sized, featuring an eagle in flight on the front with a 9-digit number engraved on the back. This is your adventurer identity proof. All lost badges will not be replaced. He pushed the badge and a thin booklet in front of Lin Yuan. Take a good look at this beginner's guide. It contains the location of the Adventurers Guild, how to use the task system, and he tapped the back cover of the booklet with his finger, the class transfer task that must be completed at LV20. Transfer. Lin Yuan took the booklet and flipped to the back cover. Yes, LV20 is the first class advancement node for archers. If he didn't transfer, he wouldn't be able to learn any high-level skills afterwards, and his level cap would be locked at LV25. The registrar leaned back in his chair, clearly having repeated the same information to numerous newcomers in line today. The specific transfer route guide is all included. Just go to the Adventurers Guild Hall and pick up the corresponding task from the transfer task board. That's all. Next. Lin Yuan left the registration shack with the badge and booklet, stepping into the main street of Iron Wall City. The scene before him was completely different from what he had imagined of a frontline town. He had expected a war-torn wasteland of shattered walls, yet the internal order of Iron Wall City was surprisingly well maintained. Various functional buildings lined both sides of the main street. Weapon shops, potion shops, material trading posts, mercenary taverns, and temporary medical stations. The pedestrians were roughly divided into two categories: military awakened individuals in gray uniforms marching in formation, and free adventurers dressed in a mix of styles loitering in groups. There was an invisible boundary between the two groups, distinctly separated with little interaction. As Lin Yuan walked, he flipped open the beginner's guide, quickly scanning to the page he was most concerned about. Archer LV20 class advancement. 3 main paths. The names and descriptions of the 3 paths were laid out on the page, each pointing toward a completely different direction of development. Lin Yuan's footsteps halted in front of the Adventurers Guild. He stared at those 3 names for 5 seconds before pushing the door open and stepping inside. 3 paths. One would determine how long he could survive in this battlefield. In Iron Wall City at the Adventurers Guild, the scene in the hall was even more boisterous than Lin Yuan had anticipated. By the corners, several weathered wooden tables were surrounded by a dozen adventurers reeking of blood who were drinking and boasting. In front of the massive notice board at the entrance, teams were pressed tightly together vying for the bounty quests, while the staff behind the counter were so busy that they couldn't even lift their heads. Lin Yuan chose not to join the commotion. After enduring the nauseating dizziness from the mandatory level 20 teleportation, he had only one priority. He strode directly through the noisy hall and stopped in front of an independent display board deep inside. Four large characters glowed with a magical aura, class advancement. The archer's transition area was quite desolate, with only two novices standing there. One was a tall, lean boy dressed in cheap green gear, while the other was a short-haired girl with a ponytail, both fervently snapping pictures of the explanations on the display board with their phones. Lin Yuan stood with his hands in his pockets, flipping through the novice guide he had picked up at the entrance, his gaze scanning the lines. The detailed parameters of the 3 routes were neatly organized by the system. Route 1: Strong Archer. Core direction: high burst damage at long range, wide area fire suppression. Representative skills: penetrating shot, single target, instant kill, arrow rain, AoE, eagle eye lock. Characteristics: peak output. A single shot seeks to achieve maximum damage, making it the absolute main DPS in large-scale team battles. Defect skills generally have a cooldown of over 15 seconds and consume an alarming amount of mana. This is a typical stationary turret type. Without the protection of frontline tanks, its self-preservation ability is nearly zero. Lin Yuan finished scanning the first option and moved on without any lingering thoughts. He did not need explosive power. His current core mechanism was a permanent state of sustained jumping damage, focusing on a slow and steady approach. Spending a fortune to learn such burst skills that consume cooldowns and mana was akin to using gold bars to crack walnuts. Wasteful and utterly inappropriate. Route 2: Magic Archer. Core direction: elemental enchantments and soft hard control. Representative skills: explosive arrow, thunder arrow, flame arrow. Characteristics: burst damage. Defect: truly a mana siphon. After several rounds of burst, once the mana runs dry, one becomes just an ordinary person wielding a firewood stick, only manageable with high-level mana recovery later. Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on the entry for flame arrow for 2 extra seconds, his heartbeat quickening slightly. 8 points of fire damage per second. If this entry were captured by eternal erosion and forcibly slotted into a permanent position, his current 22 points of damage per second would instantly surge past 30. However, upon seeing the glaring consumes 45 mana cooldown of 12 seconds, he decisively extinguished that thought. What he saw was an infinite kite strategy, applying a status effect and retreating immediately without any hesitation. His gaze slid to the last route, the one most looked down upon by all DPS players. Route 300: Core direction: wilderness, survival, extreme limit, pulling, sustained combat. Representative skills: advanced trap technique, placing area, slow capture traps, camouflage, stealth, tracking skill, playing dead, force disengagement from all aggro, cooldown of 30 minutes. Characteristics: output capability is the lowest. However, survival rate as a lone unit in the wild ranks firmly in the top 3 across all classes. The core design is always the same: how to avoid being killed by enemies. Lin Yuan's breathing became unusually heavy for a moment. Advanced slowing traps. If combined with the permanent slow that came with his arrows, double slowing would make it difficult for the opponent to even move their feet. Camouflage stealth. After applying the status effect, he could directly become invisible and disengage from combat, leaving no shadow behind. As for playing dead, that was an absurd divine skill. When faced with an insurmountable threat, he could simply lie down on the ground, clearing all aggro instantly. By the time the monster turned away, the permanent jumping damage he left on it would continue to drain its health. This was practically a tailor-made rogue set for his status kite strategy. Low output. Lin Yuan chuckled coldly to himself. Did he lack output? With 5 negative statuses stacking, he would deal a permanent jumping damage of 22 points per second. No matter how thick your defense or how long your health bar, as long as he grazed your skin, it would be a countdown to death. What he lacked most now was the margin for error to keep himself alive in this hellish battlefield. As long as he didn't die, it would be the enemy who would perish. Thud. Lin Yuan closed the novice guide and walked straight to the task release area beneath the display board. The task lists for Strong Archer and Magic Archer had already been largely torn away, leaving only a few sheets of parchment for the Hunter class, which remained untouched. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan reached out and tore down the Hunter class transition task. The short-haired girl standing beside him, who was conflicted, caught a glimpse of this scene. Her gaze paused for a moment on Lin Yuan's exquisite blue gear that shimmered with ghostly green light. Just as envy began to surface in her eyes, her expression froze the next second. That look was as if she were staring at a prodigal who had lost their mind. Wearing the most luxurious gear, yet choosing the most low-tier profession. Is he crazy, or does he want to mine in the wild? Lin Yuan completely ignored the gazes of others. The moment he grasped the task list, a system prompt chimed crisply in his mind. Accepted Hunter Exclusive Advancement Task Objective Travel alone to the eastern wilderness of Iron Wall City. Hunt the designated monster. LV-22 Wasteland Giant Lizard 1 and bring back its complete head and horn. Special restrictions absolutely prohibited to form a team during the task. Resurrection mechanisms are forbidden. Once dead, the task is deemed a failure, and the level cap of LV-20 will be forcibly locked for 30 days. No team formation. This meant he had only one chance with one life to challenge an elite monster 3 levels above him. Lin Yuan expressionlessly folded the parchment and tucked it into the compartment of his bracer. Turning around, he strode toward the guild's exit and forcefully pushed open the heavy iron door. Boom! The door hinges emitted a hoarse creaking sound, and the dry hot wind of the scorched earth continent mixed with the smells of burnt earth and blood violently slapped against his face. Outside the city walls, the dark red twin suns hung high in the sky, roasting the earth until it resembled a viscous plasma. From the boundless scorched wasteland, the ominous low growls of beasts could be faintly heard. Lin Yuan gripped the rusted short bow at his back, his fingers rubbing against the cold bowstring. LV-22 Wasteland Giant Lizard. And those mercenaries from the Iron Wolf Brigade hiding in the shadows ready to pounce. Lin Yuan's lips slowly curled into a chilling smile as he stepped out of the city gate. Come on. As long as my arrow grazes your skin, we'll see who lives longer. Outside the eastern gate of Iron Wall City, a scorched and desolate wasteland. Lin Yuan advanced eastward along the cracked red ground. With each step, he crushed a thin layer of salt and alkali shell beneath his feet, producing a delicate crunching sound. 2 dark red twin suns in the sky scorched the earth to an unbearable heat, and the air was permeated with a pungent sulfuric smell. In the distance, the horizon was distorted by heat waves resembling a bizarre serpentine shadow. After walking out of the city for about 20 minutes, the terrain suddenly changed. The originally flat, scorched wasteland was abruptly cleaved apart, as if by a giant axe, revealing a massive rift about 30 meters wide and unfathomably deep before him. The rock walls on both sides of the rift were covered with caves of various sizes and jagged rock formations. Lin Yuan did not rush to jump down, but slowly circled around the edge of the rift, meticulously memorizing the rift's orientation, dead ends, and escape routes inch by inch. The bottom of the rift was strewn with a multitude of collapsed boulders, and between the rocks were numerous narrow natural crevices barely wide enough for a person to slip through sideways. The sloping sides were gently undulating, providing an excellent area for maneuvering. A slight smile crept onto Lin Yuan's lips. This desolate place was practically a VIP arena custom-built by the heavens for his kite flow strategy. He crept down the eastern slope toward the bottom of the rift, stepping lightly, with his rusted short bow tightly gripped in his palm. The deeper he ventured, the stronger the stench in the air became. The ground began to show deep gashes plowed by giant claws, with dry dark green viscous liquid hanging from the boulders, a sour and rotten odor rising up. After rounding a boulder 2 stories high, Lin Yuan's footsteps suddenly halted. 30 meters away on the flat ground lay a giant lizard, its size comparable to a heavy-duty dump truck. It sprawled across a scorching flat stone, its dark gray skin covered with thick palm-sized, heavily armored scales, the edges glinting with a metallic sheen. The most intimidating feature was the jet black horn in the center of its forehead, measuring half a meter long and sharp enough to reflect light. Savage Horned Lizard, LV-22. Health 8,000. Traits: thick armor 35, physical damage reduction, brutal charge, tail swipe. 8,000 health plus 35% physical resistance. If this creature were thrown to a normal 5-man farming team in the city, even with a tank at the front taking the brunt of its deadly tail swipe and damage dealers bombarding it from behind, they wouldn't be able to bring it down in less than a quarter of an hour. But in Lin Yuan's eyes, this was not a monster. It was merely a large countdown timer that required patience to wait for 6 minutes. He crouched in the shadow of the boulder, leisurely drawing a steel-piercing arrow from his quiver, knocking it silently. The arrowhead did not aim at the thick armor comparable to a bulletproof vest, but instead locked onto the corner of the giant lizard's half-closed left eye, where there was a small patch of soft flesh not covered by scales. Steadying his breath, slowing his heartbeat. Release. Swish. The steel arrow tore through the heat waves, traversing the 30-meter blind spot, with precision akin to a surgeon's scalpel, and struck fiercely beneath the giant lizard's eye. Roar. 6 beams of colorful light erupted above the giant lizard's massive head, like a storm, causing bleeding and poisoning. Corrosion. Slowing. Double snake venom. The once quiet rift was instantly ignited. The giant lizard let out a roar that sent shards of stone flying, its enormous body suddenly leaping from the flat stone. Its 4 short, stout claws crashed into the ground, and its black horn locked onto Lin Yuan's position, directly launching its signature move, brutal charge. The ground trembled violently, and debris shot out like bullets. Yet Lin Yuan stood still, not even because in his view the giant lizard's originally ferocious charge, now burdened with a 40 slow top-tier debuff, had become a comical slow-motion replay. Each step it took indeed shook the ground, but the speed it advanced at was slower than Lin Yuan's leisurely jog. Just as the horn was about to collide with his face, Lin Yuan made a nimble sidestep, slipping into a rock crevice behind him that was only half a meter wide. Boom. The giant lizard couldn't stop in time, its truck-like head crashing into the entrance of the crevice, causing the entire rock face to crack with terrifying spider web-like fissures. But it was too fat to squeeze and forced to angrily ram its horn against the rock, dislodging debris everywhere. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had already leisurely emerged from the other side of the crevice and circled behind it. He even had the leisure to lower his head and glance at the glowing red health bar atop the giant lizard's head. 22, 22, 22, with a tick every second, steady as a rock. No matter the 35 physical damage reduction, the damage dealt was pure true damage. In the face of true damage, all beings are equal. The giant lizard finally realized that crashing into the wall was futile. It abruptly turned around, trying to pounce and bite. But with the 40 slow weighing it down, this colossal creature moved through the pile of boulders like a piece of scrap metal stuck in the swamp. Lin Yuan played a game of cat and mouse with it among the rocks, maintaining a safe distance of 20 meters. If it chased closely, he would slip into a crevice. If it lagged behind, he would simply watch the show from across. 3 minutes later, the giant lizard's frenzy began to plummet drastically. The slowdown was one aspect, but the real concern was the weakness caused by blood loss and severe poisoning. Its breathing became as heavy as a broken bellows, and large amounts of foul-smelling poisonous blood seeped from the gaps in its dark gray scales. After 5 minutes, its health dropped below 1400. The giant lizard could no longer move, crashing heavily to the ground with a thud. Its forelegs twitched violently, and it could only impotently slam its tail against the ground in frustration. Lin Yuan crouched on a rock shelf 20 meters away, leisurely drawing his bow again, and rewarded it with 2 more piercing arrows, adding a bit of physical scraping damage to this poor creature. 6 minutes and 52 seconds. The giant lizard's massive body suddenly stiffened, then collapsed with a rumble, transforming into a flurry of gray-white light particles that completely dissipated. Killed. LV-22 Savage Horned Lizard. Gained experience 380. Level up LV-20 LV-21. Materials acquired: thick skin of Savage Lizard 3, horn of Horned Lizard 1 quest item. The warm current of leveling up washed over Lin Yuan's limbs, and he adeptly allocated all his attribute points into agility, then stepped forward to pick up the heavy black horn, tossing it into his backpack. The stepping stone for the job change quest was in hand. Lin Yuan brushed off the ashes stuck to his palm, turned, and headed toward the western slope, preparing to return to Iron Wall City. But just after walking less than 50 meters, the tip of his right foot suddenly came to a halt. The sensation from the sole of his shoe felt wrong. The scorched earth should have been a brittle hard salt and alkali shell, but the spot he stepped on felt slightly soft. This was a sign that it had recently been disturbed and covered up. Muscle memory was far quicker than the brain's reaction. Lin Yuan's leg muscles tensed suddenly, and he sprang leftward like a cheetah, launching 3 meters away. Thud! Just as he leaped away, a flying knife, glowing with a ghostly blue poison, shot out from a thicket of dead trees 30 meters to his right. The blade skimmed dangerously close to Lin Yuan's right cheek, leaving behind a fiery red gash. A drop of blood rolled down his cheek, splattering onto the scorched earth, and instantly turning into a wisp of black smoke. Lin Yuan landed with a tactical roll, stabilizing on one knee. His rusted short bow was already raised across his chest, a steel arrow nocked and firmly aimed at the origin of the flying knife. But he did not shoot immediately, because the air was filled with murderous intent, and it wasn't just one source. On the high rock shelves on both sides of the rift, several shadows simultaneously revealed themselves with a swish. The man in the center had a grotesque knife scar across his face. He held a half-burnt cigarette crookedly in his mouth, and was toying with a second poisoned flying knife between his right index and middle fingers, his gaze looking down on Lin Yuan. To the left rear of the scar-faced man stood a thin figure dressed in black, seemingly able to blend into the shadows at any moment, while to the right rear stood a muscular bald man, with a face full of bulging flesh, his bare arms bulging with muscles, wearing a pair of steel knuckles surrounded by a purple glow. A perfect triangular encirclement locked Lin Yuan's escape route upward securely. This positioning and the initiating kill move undoubtedly indicated that they were seasoned scavengers accustomed to dirty dealings in the wild. The scar-faced man leisurely spat out the cigarette, but from his mouth his gaze roving over Lin Yuan's eerie green snake venom armor, set with the same gluttony as a butcher eyeing a slab of meat. "Kid, you've got quite a reflex," the scar-faced man rasped mockingly, his tone dripping with a condescending sense of wearing such a premium 4-piece blue set on your inexperienced body is truly a waste. If you strip it off and hand it over, my friends might show some mercy and leave you with a whole corpse today. Lin Yuan crouched on the ground, his bow hand steady, without a hint of tremor. His gaze swiftly scanned the positions of the three individuals. The scarred face on the high rock shelf directly ahead, about 25 meters away, the black-clad assassin on the left slope 30 meters distant, and the bald fighter atop the large rock on the right, the closest under 20 meters away. A triangular encirclement with no escape routes left open. This group had clearly surveyed the area in advance, selecting ambush positions that effectively blocked all possible avenues of escape in the gorge. Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps. Lin Yuan spoke, his tone as calm as if confirming today's weather. The scarred face raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised that this level 20 kid actually recognized their name. Oh, you know us. That saves us the introduction. The scarred face jumped down from the rock shelf, creating a shallow pit in the ground upon landing. Young Master Zhao sent us to deliver a message. He didn't finish his sentence, because Lin Yuan had moved. In the brief moment the scarred face landed, Lin Yuan had already completed the full sequence of actions, rising, turning, and drawing his bow. 3 arrows were pinched between his fingers, the first already knocked on the bowstring. Whoosh! The first arrow flew towards the closest bald fighter, piercing through his exposed left shoulder. The bald fighter grunted, looking down at the trembling arrow shaft in his shoulder, a sneer of disdain appearing on his face. This minor injury was nothing compared to his over 5,000 health. But the next second his smile froze. 6 intertwined red and green status icons exploded above his head, densely lined up, each flickering at an incredibly rapid pace. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Yuan didn't give anyone a moment to react. The second arrow shot towards the black-clad assassin, and the third arrow aimed at the scarred face. Both arrows hit their mark. 6 permanent negative status icons lit up above the heads of the 3 individuals simultaneously. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. They're tagged. Lin Yuan whispered, then turned and ran. His direction wasn't towards the gorge's exit, but deeper inside, into the area of the rocky maze he had just become intimately familiar with while dodging the giant lizard. Chase! The scarred face shouted. The 3 of them erupted simultaneously, lunging towards Lin Yuan's retreating figure. But the moment they took their first step forward, their expressions changed. Their speed had slowed. It wasn't just a little slow, it was a bizarre feeling of being drained of 40% of their movement speed, as if each step was taken in thick mud. What the hell? The bald fighter growled, desperately accelerating to catch up to Lin Yuan, but no matter how hard he tried, his legs simply wouldn't move faster. The scarred face's expression darkened completely at that moment. He looked down at the status bar above his head. 6 icons alternating red and green. Each time they flickered, his health bar dropped a notch. 22, 22, 22, 22 damage per second, steadily and unervingly. Clear it. Use Dispel, the scarred face ordered sharply. The bald fighter pulled out a bottle of high-grade purification potion from his waist, uncorked it, and downed it in one gulp. The moment the potion hit his throat, the 6 status icons above him flickered once, then remained unchanged, continuing to inflict damage. Useless. The bald fighter's voice trembled for the first time with panic. Kill him first. The scarred face gritted his teeth, drawing a glinting steel longsword from his waist. He's only level 20, a single blow up close could take him down. The 3 of them spread out, encircling Lin Yuan from 3 directions. Even with their speed reduced by 40%, the level 25 mercenary veterans were still much faster than ordinary monsters. Their base attributes were formidable, and their mobility after the slowdown remained formidable. Lin Yuan weaved between the boulders, his ears catching the shifting positions of the 3 footsteps behind him. Suddenly the black-clad assassin vanished. He didn't run far, he had completely disappeared from sight, a stealth skill. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted, and his body instinctively dodged to the right. It was too late. A cold gleam sliced through the void from his left rear, a sharp dagger tearing through the outer layer of his snakebite poison armor, on his left shoulder, the blade sinking into flesh and drawing a line of blood. 187. Lin Yuan gasped sharply. The level 26 shadow assassin's sudden attack, even affected by the slowdown, was still fast enough to catch him off guard. If that strike had been off by 2 centimeters and hit a vital point, he might have lost half his life right there. But Lin Yuan didn't turn back to counter, nor did he spare the assassin a glance. In the very moment he was struck, he had already dove into a narrow crevice to the right front. That crevice was one he had just used 10 minutes prior to trap the giant lizard, less than half a meter wide, just enough for a slim person to pass sideways. The black-clad assassin reached the crevice entrance, his form halted. His broad shoulders were wedged against the rock wall, unable to enter. The bald fighter arrived from the other side, punching the rock wall, sending debris flying, but the crevice's structure was naturally formed, not something that could be broken through with just a few punches. The scarred face arrived last, the 3 of them now blocked at both ends of the crevice, unable to squeeze in. Inside the crevice, Lin Yuan leaned against the cold stone wall, pressing down on his wounded shoulder, gasping for breath. Blood continued to flow, but it wasn't life-threatening. He fished out a bottle of mid-grade healing potion from his backpack, uncorked it, and took a swig, warmth spreading from the wound as it began to heal. Outside the crevice, the three men were cursing loudly. But Lin Yuan paid no mind to their nonsense. All his attention was focused on one thing: the status icons above the three heads. 6 red and green lights flickered, stable and showing no signs of weakening. 22, 22, 22. Almost a minute had passed since he shot the first arrow. In that minute, each had lost over 1,300 health. The scarred face's health was around 6,000, the fighter just over 5,000, and the assassin, the weakest, probably around 4,000. At this rate, the fighter could last at most another 3 minutes. The scarred face finally realized something. He stopped smashing the rock wall, glancing down at the arrow still lodged in his chest, then looked up at the 6 status icons above his head that wouldn't disappear. The sneer and contempt that had been on his face from the beginning shattered completely at that moment. In its place was an emotion he had rarely experienced during his 6 years of struggle on the Red Earth continent. Fear. What the hell? What skill is this? The scarred face's voice trembled for the first time. Why can't it be dispelled? Why is it still draining health? Inside the crevice, Lin Yuan leaned against the stone wall and closed his eyes. He didn't need to answer. Time would answer everything for him. The outside of the rock crevice fell silent for 3 seconds. Then Lin Yuan heard footsteps, not approaching him, but retreating. They were trying to escape. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and poked his head out from the other end of the rock crevice. He indeed saw 3 figures retreating towards the sloped passage on the west side of the ravine. The scarred face ran at the forefront, with the bald fighter bringing up the rear, while the black-clad assassin's figure flickered between the two. Their speed had decreased by 40%, yet they were still desperately running towards Iron Wall City. Lin Yuan did not hesitate. He crawled out of the rock crevice and followed at a leisurely pace. He didn't need to catch up to them. He only needed to ensure they remained within his line of sight. As long as he could see the status icons floating above their heads pulsing, it meant everything was proceeding according to plan. 22 points per second. The scarred face had about 6,000 health points. Nearly 2 minutes had passed since the status effect was applied, during which he lost over 2,600 health points, leaving him with around 3,004. The fighter, who had just over 5,000 health points, should now be down to around 2,004. The assassin was the most fragile, with over 4,000 health points reduced to less than 2,000. Lin Yuan maintained a distance of about 40 meters, neither too far nor too close, trailing behind. This distance was just right. Close enough to see the other party's status icons clearly, yet far enough that even if they turned back to chase him, they wouldn't catch up. After running for about a minute, the scarred face suddenly stopped, turned around, and shouted something at the black-clad assassin. The assassin's figure instantly vanished. He had used invisibility again. The corner of Lin Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. He did not panic, nor did he alter his course. He simply shifted his gaze from the 3 figures to the surrounding air. Ordinary people could not see the invisible assassin, but Lin Yuan did not need to see his body. He only needed to see the 6 red and green status icons hovering in midair, pulsing steadily at a frequency of once per second. Invisibility could hide one's form, but it could not conceal the negative status displays determined by the system. The 6 icons slowly moved through the air, making a wide arc from the left and drawing closer to Lin Yuan's right rear. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Lin Yuan suddenly turned around, his bowstring drawn tight. The arrow shot towards the void directly beneath those 6 icons. Puff! The arrow pierced an invisible object, and the black-clad assassin's figure was forcibly interrupted from invisibility, stumbling into view from the void. The arrow lodged into his right chest, blood streaming down his black tactical vest. The assassin clutched his chest, staring at Lin Yuan in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how this level 20 brat had precisely locked onto his position despite having perfectly gone invisible. Lin Yuan did not give him time to think and turned to continue running. The assassin wanted to chase, but the injury to his chest and the continuous blood loss rendered his movements increasingly sluggish. After running less than 10 steps, he began to gasp for breath. Ahead, the scarred face and the fighter noticed the assassin's failed ambush, their expressions growing grim. "Forget him, head back to the city," the scarred face shouted, dragging the fighter to continue running towards the slope. But the fighter's steps had already begun to waver. His health points were the lowest among the 3, and now his health bar was nearly empty, his skin taking on a sickly gray hue, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. "Boss, I can't hold on any longer." The fighter's voice was hoarse, his legs feeling as if they were filled with lead. The scarred face glanced back at him, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, but his pace did not falter. Having survived in the Crimson Earth continent for so many years, he understood one principle all too well. If someone was beyond saving, there was no point in wasting time. The fighter had run less than 20 steps more. Suddenly his knees buckled, and he fell heavily onto the scorched earth, the purple glowing metal tiger claw slipping from his hand and bouncing twice on the ground. He struggled to get up, but his body had completely betrayed him. At the moment his health bar hit 0, the fighter's body convulsed violently before transforming into a cluster of gray light, slowly dissipating in the scorching wind. A system prompt flashed in Lin Yuan's mind. You have killed LV-25 Fighter Iron Fist, gaining experience points, 420. On the ground where the fighter had vanished, a few items dropped. One pair of purple glowing, enhanced gauntlets, a small backpack containing various high-grade potions, and over 300 gold coins. Lin Yuan did not stop to collect. His gaze remained locked on the two figures, still desperately fleeing ahead. The scarred face and the assassin had already ascended the sloped passage, climbing towards the flat ground above the ravine. Their speed was gradually decreasing, not only due to the slowing effects, but also because the continuous blood loss was visibly draining their stamina. Lin Yuan stood at the bottom of the ravine, looking up at the two struggling figures climbing. He did not chase after them. There was no need to pursue. Walking from the east gate of Iron Wall City to this ravine took 20 minutes. Given their current speed reduced by 40% combined with the stamina depletion from continuous blood loss, this journey would take at least 40 minutes. The scarred face had approximately 3,000 health points remaining, while the assassin had less than 1,500. 40 minutes. Calculating at 22 points per second, that amounted to 52,800 points of damage. They couldn't even last 10 minutes. Lin Yuan put away his bow, turned back to the spot where the fighter had vanished, and squatted down to begin collecting the dropped items. A pair of purple quality enhanced gauntlets, a small backpack filled with various high-grade potions, and over 300 gold coins. He packed everything into his backpack, then found a clean stone to sit on, pulling out a piece of compressed food from his bag, tearing open the packaging, and slowly chewing. In the distance, the two figures grew smaller and slower on the slope. As Lin Yuan chewed on his food, he watched those red and green icons flickering above their heads in the heat waves of the wilderness. 7 minutes later, the 6 icons belonging to the assassin in the distance suddenly flickered violently a few times before abruptly dimming like extinguished light bulbs. System prompt: you have killed LV-26 Shadow Assassin Ghost Hand, gaining experience points, 460. Lin Yuan swallowed the last bite of his food, brushed the crumbs off his hands, and stood up. Only one remained. He looked up towards the end of the slope, where the scarred face had already crawled up to the flat ground at the edge of the ravine, staggering towards Iron Wall City. The man who once looked down on him like a fat pig while smoking was now in such a pathetic state. Half of his body was almost dragging along, his gray uniform soaked with sweat and blood clinging to him. Lin Yuan did not follow. He returned to sit on the stone, closing his eyes to rest. After another 4 minutes, the last system prompt sounded on time in his mind. You have killed LV-25 Swordsman Scarred Face, gaining experience points, 420. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, glancing at the outline of the gray-black city walls on the distant horizon. The scarred face did not make it back. He was about 300 meters short. Lin Yuan stood up, slinging his bow over his shoulder, and walked leisurely towards the slope. It was time to collect the bodies. Lin Yuan climbed up the edge of the ravine along the slope, reaching the spot where the scarred face had vanished. Scattered on the scorched ground was a pile of dropped items: a finely crafted steel longsword, a black leather chest armor, a bulging storage pouch, and a neatly folded cloak that emitted a faint purple glow. Lin Yuan crouched down and first picked up the cloak to unfold it. Shadow Cloak, purple quality level requirement, LV-20 attributes: agility 15, stamina 10. Special effect: when attacked, there is a 15 chance to completely evade the damage. Purple gear. Having played through Dungeons on Earth for half a month, the highest quality gear he had seen was blue. Purple quality equipment was truly rare at this stage, often snapped up immediately in the black market. He tossed the Shadow Cloak over his shoulder, and the system automatically replaced the previously empty cloak slot. The faint purple light flowed down his shoulder, creating an oddly contrasting color with the dark green poisonous serpent set he was wearing. Next was the storage pouch. Inside were 12 bottles of high-grade life potions, 5 bottles of high-grade mana potions, 3 intermediate teleportation scrolls, and over 1,600 gold coins. These mercenaries were quite well prepared for their tasks. Lin Yuan stored everything into his backpack, then returned to the bottom of the ravine to collect the drops from the assassin and the fighter as well. The assassin dropped a purple dagger and a piece of blue light armor, while he had already picked up the purple reinforced gauntlets from the fighter. After packing everything, Lin Yuan counted his loot: 2 pieces of purple gear, 1 piece of blue gear, and a large number of high-grade potions totaling nearly 3,000 gold coins. This haul was more profitable than what he earned from half a month of dungeon grinding on Earth. Lin Yuan securely zipped up his backpack and turned to head towards Iron Wall City. 40 minutes later, at the east gate of Iron Wall City, Lin Yuan swiped his card to enter the city, walked through the main street, and directly entered the Adventurers Guild Hall. A young female staff member had replaced the one at the counter idly flipping through a magazine. Lin Yuan took out the horn of the unicorn lizard from his backpack and placed it on the counter with a thud. The staff member glanced at the half-meter-long black horn, then looked at Lin Yuan and opened the registration book to check the number. Hunter job change quest unicorn lizard horn confirmed complete. She stamped the registration book and said, "Congratulations, your job change is complete." The system notification popped up in his mind job advancement complete. Archer F Hunter E unlocks eligibility to learn Hunter exclusive skills level cap unlocked LV 25 LV 40. Lin Yuan nodded and turned towards the skill trainer area deep in the hall. The Hunter's skill trainer was a thin old man dressed in faded leather armor, sitting in a corner whittling a stick. Lin Yuan approached and presented his adventurer badge. The old man glanced at the badge, then looked Lin Yuan up and down for a couple of seconds before putting down the stick and standing up. "Just change jobs, eh?" "Yes." "What do you want to learn, I?" Lin Yuan had long thought about it and replied, "Basic trap, making disguise stealth playing dead." The old man's expression shifted subtly. These three skills combined looked very much like a pure survival strategy of, if you can't beat them, run, if you can't run, play dead. But he didn't say anything, instead taking three skill books that shimmered with a faint golden light from the shelf behind him and laying them on the table. Basic trap, making 800 gold coins. Disguise stealth, 1200 gold coins. Playing dead, 600 gold coins. A total of 2,600. Lin Yuan counted out 2,600 coins from his backpack and piled them on the table. The money he just stripped from those three unfortunate souls from the Iron Wolf mercenary group was spent in a flash, not a single coin wasted. The old man took the money and pushed the three skill books towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan picked them up in order, and as he touched each skill book, they transformed into golden light spots and entered his palm. Skill acquired, basic trap making. Effect, place an invisible trap at a designated location. When triggered, the target is immobilized for 2 seconds and cannot move or cast spells. Cooldown 15 seconds. Skill acquired, disguise stealth effect, enter a stealth state that lasts until you actively attack or take damage. Movement speed is reduced by 20. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill acquired, playing dead effect, immediately fall to the ground forcibly, clearing all hostile targets aggro for 10 seconds or until manually cancelled. Cooldown 30 minutes. With all three skills acquired, Lin Yuan stood in front of the trainer, closed his eyes to feel the new skills integrating into his body, and then opened his eyes to walk towards the exit of the hall. As he passed by the guild notice board, his footsteps paused for a moment. At the top of the guild organization section, there was a registration information sheet with the Iron Wolf logo. Iron Wolf Mercenary Group registration, Level B Leader Iron Wolf Kurt, LV 34 registered members, 37, Main Business Escort Extermination Resource Collection, 37 members. Lin Yuan stared at that number for 2 seconds. 3 had died today, leaving 34. Moreover, the leader's level LV 34 was nearly 10 levels higher than those 3 scouts. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze and walked expressionlessly out of the guild door. Whether it was 34 or 340, as long as they were hit by his arrow, the outcome would be the same. The only difference was the countdown duration. In a corner of the Adventurers Guild Hall, beside a broken wooden table propped up with bricks, Lin Yuan leaned against the wall after ensuring there were no other adventurers within 3 meters. He raised his hand and summoned his talent panel. 6 dark golden slots were neatly arranged at the bottom of the panel, the first 5 filled with various colors of light, while the 6th had already embedded the serpent's venom. However, Lin Yuan's attention was not on the existing slots at this moment. He focused on the 3 hunter skills he had just learned, a wild idea taking shape in his mind. The description of eternal corruption stated negative status, duration, permanent. Bleeding is a negative status, poisoning is a negative status, and slowing is also a negative status. Then, what about immobilization? The effect of the basic trap skill clearly stated the target is immobilized for 2 seconds upon triggering. Immobilization is a control-type negative status. Lin Yuan's finger hovered above the panel, his heart racing. He clicked on the skill details of the basic trap skill, found the term immobilization, and tentatively dragged it towards the 4th slot. A system judgment box popped up. Detected that the skill term immobilization belongs to control-type negative status eternal corruption judgment compatible. Would you like to embed immobilization 2 seconds into slot 4? After embedding, the effect will change to immobilization permanent. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. Permanent immobilization. Targets caught in the trap would never be able to move, never able to cast spells until death. He did not click confirm, but exited the embedding interface, instead leaning back against the chair as his mind raced. It could be embedded. Skill terms could also be embedded into permanent slots. What does that mean? It means that the 3 hunter skills he possessed each had the potential to be transformed into permanent versions. Lin Yuan suppressed his bubbling excitement and began to test them one by one. He first unloaded the corrosive effect originally in the 4th slot. The corrosion returned to the rusty short bow's equipment term no longer occupying the permanent slot. Then he clicked on the disguise and stealth skill. Skill description: enter an invisible state lasting until an active attack or taking damage. The invisible state. Does this count as a negative judgment of unable to lock onto the target for the enemy? Lin Yuan dragged the invisibility term towards the now empty fourth slot. Detected that the skill term invisibility belongs to perception interference effects. Eternal corruption judgment compatible. After embedding the effect will change to permanent invisibility. Attacking or taking damage will not interrupt. Compatible. Lin Yuan's breath quickened. Permanent invisibility and attacks won't interrupt. This practically equates to having a transparent cheat, as the enemy wouldn't be able to see him while he shoots arrows. He exited again and tried the play dead skill. The effect of playing dead forcibly clears all hostile aggro clearance. Making the enemy lose their attack target is essentially a negative interference affecting the enemy's AI judgment. Dragging it in. Detected that the skill term aggro clearance belongs to threat judgment interference effects. Eternal corruption judgment compatible. After embedding the effect will change to permanent aggro clearance. After use, non-intelligent hostile targets will never be able to lock onto you as an attack target. 3 universal embeddings. Lin Yuan stared at the panel, his finger trembling slightly. 3 options to choose from. Rotating their use would suffice. Currently, he only had 1 empty slot available for free replacement, while the other 5 slots containing bleeding, poisoning, slowing, and the dual serpent's venom were all core output and control methods, which couldn't be touched. Thus, sacrifices must be made. Permanent immobilization. It sounds the strongest, but it has a fatal flaw. The trap is a placement-type skill requiring monsters to actively step on it to trigger. Against intelligent human enemies, the probability of the trap being avoided is too high. Moreover, once the monster is immobilized, it won't move, but his permanent bleeding and toxins will still be active, so immobilization doesn't significantly affect the kill speed. Monsters will look around in confusion, unable to find the source of their anger, just standing there taking hits. What about players? Players have autonomy. They can see him, but the system-assisted targeting will fail. All auto-tracking skills, aggro pulling skills, and target locking assists will be completely ineffective against him. The opponent can only rely on manual aiming to hit him. And he, Lin Yuan, with full agility points and maximum movement speed, could traverse through the gaps of boulders and complex terrains faster than even a level 25 mercenary could chase. Without the system-assisted targeting, hitting a high-speed, moving target with pure manual control. Good luck with. Even more astonishing. Originally, the cooldown time for playing dead was 30 minutes, but after embedding it into the permanent slot, it became a passive effect with no concept of cooldown. It was like having a passive aura that was always active. Shoot 1 arrow, apply 5 layers of permanent poison, and then he could swagger away right under the enemy's nose as their skill system couldn't lock onto him. By the time the enemy reacted and attempted to chase manually, he had already slipped into a terrain-blind spot. Meanwhile, the 21 points of true damage inflicted every second would relentlessly execute the death sentence non-stop until their health bar reached 0. Without the 1 point per second from corrosion, the total output dropped from 22 to 21. Just a point. What he gained was an almost invincible survival ability. Lin Yuan hesitated no longer. He clicked on the 4th slot and dragged the aggro clearance term from playing dead into it. Confirm embedding. Confirm. The dark golden light engulfed the term, and the 4th slot lit up with a gray-white ghostly glow. That was the color of death and void. Slot 4 embedded successfully. Permanent aggro clearance. Passive hostile targets will never be able to lock onto you as an attack target. The status overview at the bottom of the panel refreshed automatically. Current permanent mounted status: bleeding, 3-point-second poisoning, 5-point-second slowing, 40 aggro clearance. Passive serpent's venom gloves, 4-point-second serpent's venom helmet, 4-point-second total passive damage per second 16 points, excluding doubled poison. Actual damage per second, including set bonuses, 21 points. Lin Yuan closed the panel and leaned back against the chair, exhaling a sigh of relief. As for permanent invisibility, he could just change into it outside the city. Now it was all about testing. 2 trump cards ready to rotate based on battlefield needs. The terrifying aspect of this configuration lies in: on the offensive side, 1 arrow applying 5 layers of permanent negative effects, dealing 21 points of true damage per second unaffected by defense, and cannot be dispelled until death. On the defensive side, permanent aggro clearance. The system cannot lock onto him or switch to permanent invisibility, making him invisible on a physical level. He was now a ghost that completely vanished into thin air after delivering a death sentence. Lin Yuan stood up and pushed the chair back under the table. The guild hall was still noisy, and nobody noticed this young hunter in the corner who had just undergone a qualitative. Since he could both become invisible and remove aggro, he might as well seek out those tough dungeons that others couldn't even clear and create a record of his own. First, he would find an informant to check the distribution of dungeons. If there were still dungeons that hadn't been cleared for first kills, he would go and get one. It was said there were special drops. In the Adventurers Guild dormitory in the single bunk located at the far corner of the second floor, Lin Yuan had slept for a full 6 hours. When he awoke, the twin suns of the Red Earth continent had already dipped towards the west, casting a dark red beam of light onto the floor through the gap in the window. He sat up, stretching his stiff neck, retrieved the adventurer's badge from under his pillow, and picked up his backpack before heading downstairs. The guild hall was more bustling than the previous day. The bulletin board was crowded with people, and several teams in matching uniforms were competing for high-value bounty missions, while a long line formed at the counter. Lin Yuan did not join in the commotion, but walked directly to an inconspicuous stall on the west side of. Behind the stall sat a bald old man with a table in front of him spread out with a dozen rolls of yellowed parchment, each tied with ribbons of different colors. Map Merchant was written crookedly on the wooden sign above the stall. What's the price for the detailed maps of the instances around Iron Wall City? Lin Yuan got straight to the point. The bald old man lifted his cloudy eyes and glanced at him. Which area? East Zone, West Zone, South Zone, or North Zone? They are sold separately, 50 gold coins each. It'll take 200. Lin Yuan counted out 200 gold coins and piled them on the table. The old man skillfully pulled out 4 rolls of parchment tied with red ribbons from beneath the table and handed them over. Lin Yuan took the maps and found an empty corner to sit down, unfolding all 4 rolls of parchment on the table. The distribution of instances around Iron Wall City was denser than he had imagined. There were 7 in the East Zone, 5 in the West Zone, 6 in the South Zone, and 4 in the North Zone. Next to each instance, the level, range, monster types, recommended number of participants, and completion records were noted. Lin Yuan's fingers traced over the maps as his mind raced to filter through the information. He needed 3 hard conditions for farming dense monsters, moderate levels, and no competition. The first 2 conditions were easy to find, the third was the key. The Red Earth continent was unlike Earth's instances. Here resources were public, and popular instances always had long queues, often resulting in fights over monsters. All the instances in the East Zone were marked green, indicating they were popular and overcrowded. The West and South Zones were similar, with only 1 or 2 unpopular instances marked yellow. Lin Yuan's gaze slid to the North Zone. Among the 4 instances, 3 were marked green and 1 was marked red. A red warning. Lin Yuan's finger stopped on the glaring red mark, leaning closer to read the accompanying notes. Ironclad Wolf Canyon level restriction below LV30 monsters. Ironclad Wolves LV212V25 recommended number 20 full party completion records none. Since its opening there have been 0 completions. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and continued to read the detailed information. Ironclad Wolf health points 5,000 physical damage reduction, 70 magic resistance, 50 traits, iron armor protection, passive frenzied, bite, active pack howl, area, fear drop, quality white-green, very low probability, for blue, with 70 physical damage reduction and 50 magic resistance. Lin Yuan stared at these 2 numbers, finally understanding why no one came here. An LV22 awakened, assuming a panel attack power of 100, would first suffer a 70 physical damage reduction, leaving only 30 points of actual damage. Mages would fare slightly better, but would still lose half their damage, and with limited mana they would have to sit down and drink potions after a round. With 5,000 health points, they could only deal 30 points of damage per hit, requiring 167 hits to kill one. A fully equipped team of 20 would need several minutes to focus fire on one. Moreover, the ironclad wolves in the canyon were social creatures, and pulling one would attract a swarm. To make matters worse, the drops were white and green trash with a very low probability of blue gear. Spending the time and potion costs of 20 people to fight a bunch of worthless junk. Any sane awakened would avoid such a place. Hence it was marked with a red warning. Not because it was dangerous enough to guarantee death, but because the cost-effectiveness was so abysmal that the officials marked it red to dissuade adventurers. Lin Yuan rolled up the map and stuffed it into his backpack, standing up. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upwards. 70% physical damage reduction. 50% magic resistance. Who cares? His permanent state damage dealt real damage. It ignored physical damage reduction, magic resistance, and any defense mechanisms. No matter if you wore paper armor or titanium alloy, I would still deal 21 damage per second without fail. With 5,000 health points at 21 damage per second, I could kill one in under 4 minutes. Moreover, he currently had permanent hate removal. Shooting an arrow would apply the status, and the monsters wouldn't be able to lock onto him. They would only look around in confusion, receiving attacks until they died. This instance that everyone considered a garbage dump appeared to him as a private farm with no competition. The social ironclad wolves pulling one would attract a swarm. Perfect. Moderate levels. LV22 to LV25, 1 to 4 levels higher than him, guaranteed decent experience. No competition. 0 completion records, not a soul comes here. All 3 conditions fully met. Lin Yuan crossed the guild hall and pushed open the door onto the main street. The north gate of Iron Wall City was at the end of the main street, visible after passing through 2 alleys. As he walked, he calculated in his mind. The monsters in Ironclad Wolf Canyon had 5,000 health points, and his damage per second was 21. It would take about 4 minutes to solo one. If he could apply the status to multiple ones at the same time, the efficiency would increase exponentially. Shooting 10 would mean 10 would be under countdown, dying together after 4 minutes with experience calculated simultaneously. The only thing to watch out for was that pack howl skill, area fear. If he got feared, he would lose control of his body and run around for a few seconds. If he were bitten by an ironclad wolf while running around, the LV-22 to LV-25 ironclad wolves had absolutely decent attack power. As a fully agile glass cannon hunter, taking a hit would probably cost him a third of his health. But he had permanent, monsters couldn't lock onto him, so they wouldn't attack him proactively. Without proactive attacks, the howl skill would likely not trigger against him, because the triggering condition for howls is usually target the hate target. Without fear, he could stand steadily in place, sentencing each ironclad wolf to death with a single arrow. A perfect loop. Ironclad Wolf Canyon. Below the stone tablet was a line of small characters later engraved by someone with a knife. Dissuasion, do not enter, waste of time. Lin Yuan stepped over the stone tablet engraved with words of caution and entered the canyon. The rock walls on both sides rose almost vertically. The dark red sky above was squeezed into a narrow crack. The bottom of the canyon was about 40 meters wide with numerous scattered stones and animal bones on the ground. The air was thick with a strong metallic scent of rust. Lin Yuan lowered his body and crept along the edge of the rock wall for 200 meters. His vision suddenly opened up. The canyon formed an elliptical depression here. In the center of the depression lay a dozen giant stones, each 2 to 3 meters high. In the space between the stones, 10 beasts as large as calves were sprawled out. Iron-armored King Wolf. Its silver-gray metallic scales covered its entire body with sharp reflective edges on the scale borders. Its 4 stout short legs had jet-black claws deeply embedded in the rocks, leaving deep scratch marks. The closest one was less than 30 meters from Lin Yuan, half closing its eyes as it napped, revealing 2 tusks the length of a small arm. Iron-armored King Wolf, LV-23 health, 5,000 physical damage reduction, 70. Lin Yuan glanced over this set of data. 70% physical damage reduction. He drew a steel-piercing arrow from his quiver, knocked it, and pulled the string taut. He aimed for the exposed nape of the King Wolf where the scales had gaps. He released the arrow. The arrow cut through the air. The steel tip struck the silver-gray scales, producing a piercing metallic explosion. The arrow shaft ricocheted and rolled awkwardly on the ground. A damage number floated up. 1. Lin Yuan did not even glance at the number. He focused on the top of the King Wolf's head. 6 red and green interwoven status icons erupted at the moment the arrow made contact. Bleeding. Poisoned. Corroded. Slowed. Double snake venom. The first hit registered on time. The King Wolf suddenly leaped up, roaring deafeningly. The muscles beneath the scales bulged, and its 4 short legs frantically kicked the ground. It charged straight at Lin Yuan. Even with a 40% speed reduction, the debris it kicked up still flew everywhere. Lin Yuan turned and ran. He did not retreat towards the canyon entrance, but instead dashed towards the dense cluster of giant stones at the edge of the depression. There was a gap less than a meter wide between 2 of the giant stones. He squeezed through sideways. The King Wolf chased to the mouth of the gap, its massive body getting stuck. Its claws dug frantically into the rock wall, sending stones flying. The health bar steadily declined, not stopping for a second. Lin Yuan emerged from the other end of the gap and circled around to the side of a second King Wolf. This one was perked up, listening for sounds. He knocked another arrow, drew the bow, and released. The arrow bounced off the scales. 6 status icons exploded. The second King Wolf lunged at him. Lin Yuan had already opened up some distance. The third, the fourth, the fifth. He weaved through the cluster of stones, shooting an arrow at each King Wolf he passed. The physical damage was always a 4 single point, but those 6 permanent statuses never missed. The King Wolves, slowed by 40%, clumsily turned and collided among the stones, pushing against each other. None could reach Lin Yuan, who was navigating through the gap. The 6th, the 7th, the 8th. Lin Yuan's breathing became heavier. His hands did not stop. Running, turning, knocking an arrow, drawing the string. The 9th, the 10th. As the last arrow was shot, Lin Yuan looked back at the entire depression. 10 iron-armored King Wolves, each with 6 interwoven red and green icons above their heads. Each was steadily losing health at a rate of 16 points per second. They rampaged furiously, their claws carving deep grooves into the rock walls, their roars echoing throughout the canyon. Let's try the other 2 cards. Lin Yuan summoned his panel. He removed the hate clear from the 4th slot and replaced it with the stealth skill invisibility. He confirmed the embedding. His body instantly became transparent, completely disappearing from sight. The nearest King Wolf charged within 10 meters. Its steps suddenly halted. The vertical pupils looked around, its nose quivered as it sniffed the air, turning in circles. It couldn't find a target. Lin Yuan canceled the invisibility, reappearing in place. The king wolf instantly locked onto him and charged again. Lin Yuan did not dodge, directly switching back to the hate clear from the panel. The moment it was embedded, the king wolf, 5 meters away, came to an abrupt stop. It stared at Lin Yuan, but its 4 legs seemed rooted to the ground. Its tusks clicked, and it emitted an inexplicable low whimper from its throat. The system-level hate judgment was forcibly cleared, and it could not find a legal target for its attack. Lin Yuan stood right in front of it. He could reach out and touch the cold silver-gray scales. This trick worked too. Lin Yuan locked the hate clear in the 4th slot. The 10 king wolves completely lost their attack targets. The earth-shattering roars quickly faded, turning into intermittent low growls. They wandered aimlessly in the depression, digging into the ground or lying down to lick their wounds. The status icons above their heads ticked down every second. Unmoved, Lin Yuan found a clean, flat stone to sit on. He rummaged through his backpack for compressed rations and tore open the packaging. Chewing on the rations, he watched as the 10 monsters with 5,000 health approached their countdown. 1 minute, 960 points. 2 minutes, 1,920 points. 3 minutes passed, and the movements of the 10 king wolves began to slow. Dark red blood seeped from the gaps in their silver-gray scales, mixed with copper-green corrosive patches. At 4 minutes, 2 of them lay on the ground, unable to stand, breathing heavily with blood frothing. For minutes and 40 seconds, the first king wolf's health bar hit 0. Its massive body crashed to the ground, dissolving into gray-white light points. Kill LV-23 Iron-Armored King Wolf. Gain experience 280. Lin Yuan swallowed the rations. 12 seconds later, the second one fell. 8 seconds later, the third and fourth crumbled simultaneously. The kill notifications continuously flashed in his mind. Lin Yuan sat on the stone, not moving at all. 5 minutes and 18 seconds. The last 3 king wolves fell one after another. The depression returned to silence, the ground covered in glowing loot. Kill LV-23 Iron-Armored King Wolf. 10. Total gain experience 2,800. Level up LV-21 LV-22. Lin Yuan stood up. 10 advanced monsters with 70% damage reduction and 5,000 health were recommended to be tackled by a full team of 20. He had done it alone in 5 minutes. Sitting on the stone, he ate a piece of biscuit. He walked towards the area with the most concentrated loot to collect his spoils. A large number of metal scales, wolf fangs, thick skins, 3 pieces of green equipment, and a pile of gold coins. He stuffed everything into his backpack. The depression was now empty, and the next wave would need 15 minutes to refresh. Lin Yuan glanced at the experience bar. LV-22, 32%. 10 in one wave cleared in 5 minutes and waited 15 minutes for refresh. He could clear 3 waves in an hour, gaining 8,400 experience. This efficiency was nearly 3 times faster than the Bone Wasteland. 0 consumption. No need to run, dodge, or replenish. Lin Yuan sat back down on the flat stone. As long as he maintained this efficiency, leveling up to LV-25 within a week would be effortless. By then, with the kill count reaching 16,000, the 7th permanent slot would unlock. Lin Yuan's gaze turned towards the canyon's exit. Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps. The leader was LV-34, leading a team of 34. His current panel wasn't enough to provoke them, but with this monster farming speed, that day would come soon. 15 minutes later, the ground trembled. 10 brand new iron-armored king wolves burst from the earth. Lin Yuan stood up, drew an arrow, and knocked it. A 15-minute refresh interval is a rest for others, but a waste for Lin Yuan. He sat on the flat stone, waiting for the second wave of ironclad wolves to emerge from the ground, his mind never idle. The depression is the first refresh area. However, there is more than one area in the canyon. Lin Yuan stood up and crept deeper into the canyon during the refresh interval. After walking about 300 meters north along the main passage, the terrain opened up again, revealing a second oval depression. Same giant rock formations with 10 ironclad wolves lying there. He did not take action and continued forward. After walking over 200 more meters, the third depression appeared at the end of the canyon. 10 identical ironclad wolves were present. 3 refresh areas, 10 in each, totaling 30. As Lin Yuan made his way back to the first area, he had already mapped out the timeline clearly in his mind. Clearing the first area requires 5 minutes. Specifically, shooting 10 arrows takes 30 seconds, and the rest of the time is just waiting for the monsters to die. It takes him about 2.5 minutes to run 300 meters from the first area to the second. This means that after shooting 10 arrows in the first area, he immediately runs toward the second area, arriving just as the monsters in the first area have not yet fully died, while those in the second area are fresh and ready. After shooting the 10 in the second area, he runs to the third area. Once the third area is cleared, he returns to the first area. By now, the 15-minute refresh cooldown for the first area has just finished halfway, and a new wave of monsters has emerged. Seamless connection. 0 waiting time. When Lin Yuan returned to the first area, the second wave of ironclad wolves had fully refreshed. He drew 3 arrows, placing them between his fingers, and strode toward the nearest one. He started attacking. In 30 seconds, 10 arrows were fired and 6 status icons lit up above the heads of the 10 ironclad wolves. Without looking back, Lin Yuan ran toward the second area. Behind him, the 10 condemned ironclad beasts spun around in confusion, unable to find a target to hate, watching helplessly as their health bars steadily decreased. 2 minutes and 20 seconds later, Lin Yuan stepped into the second area. The 10 ironclad wolves were lazily lying in their respective positions. Lin Yuan didn't even stop, completing his arrow draw and shooting while on the move, 1 arrow for each with alarming precision. 30 seconds later, he cleared the area and continued running. Behind him, a dull thud echoed from the first area as the first batch of 10 ironclad wolves began to die one after another, with kill notifications ringing in his mind. The third area. The same process, the same 30 seconds. When Lin Yuan shot his last arrow, he glanced back at the path he had come from. The 10 in the second area should have about 2 minutes left to live. He found a stone and sat down, closing his eyes to rest. Not waiting for the monsters to die, but for the first area to refresh. 90 seconds later, a series of system notification sounds rang out. The 10 ironclad wolves in the second area had collectively perished. 6 minutes later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and stood up, running toward the first area. The moment he stepped into the first area, the ground trembled and 10 brand new ironclad wolves burst forth from the soil. The timing was just perfect. I've nailed it. Lin Yuan smirked, drawing an arrow and knocking it. From this moment on, he completely entered a streamlined production mode. In the first area, shoot, run. In the second area, shoot, run. In the third area, shoot, sit. Wait for the refresh, return to the first area. Loop. Repeat. At the end of the first hour, Lin Yuan looked down at the kill statistics on the system panel. 127. The experience bar jumped from 32% to 68%. In 1 hour, it had increased by 36 percentage points. At this rate, he could level up in 3 hours. He was too lazy to pick up the dropped items one by one, only sweeping up coins and valuable metal scales whenever he passed by, completely ignoring the green trash gear. In the second hour, 131. Lin Yuan's shooting actions had completely detached from conscious control, becoming pure muscle reflex. Draw, arrow, knock, aim for the gaps, and the scales release. The entire process was compressed to less than a second, even the rhythm of his breathing synchronized with the shooting frequency. In the third hour, his level rose from LV22 to LV23. All attribute points were, as usual, poured into agility. In the fourth hour. In the fifth hour, Lin Yuan's brain entered a strange blank state. There was no thinking, no emotions, just his body mechanically executing a program that had long been solidified. Run, shoot, sit, wait, run. The canyon echoed with the unending roars and thuds of ironclad wolves, creating a bizarre rhythm. In the sixth hour, Lin Yuan's legs began to feel sore. He took out a bottle of stamina potion from his backpack and took a swig, the soreness fading significantly, and continued running. In the seventh hour. In the eighth hour, the experience bar filled up again, and his level jumped to LV24. Lin Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, but the movements of his hands remained steady. He had experienced such extreme states many times on Earth. Those days of grinding in the venomous swamp for 12 hours were even tougher than now. In the ninth hour, efficiency began to decline. Not due to a drop in skill, but purely from physical exhaustion. His running speed decreased by about 10%, and the time taken to run from the first area to the second increased from 2 minutes and 20 seconds to 2 minutes and 50 seconds, slightly disrupting his rhythm. But it didn't matter much. The ironclad wolves still couldn't catch up with him. The status icons continued to jump, and the monsters still died. In the 10th hour, Lin Yuan shot his last arrow of the day, the arrow producing a crisp metallic sound as it struck the scales of the ironclad wolf. 6 status icons lit up, and instead of running toward the next area, he collapsed next to the nearest giant rock. His legs were shaking. It was not from tension, but because his muscles had reached their limit. He raised his hand to summon the talent panel, his gaze locking onto the kill count bar. Total kills 102. For 7-1-6-0-0-0, 10 hours, 1,047 ironclad wolves. Adding the 9,000 plus he had accumulated on Earth, the total had officially surpassed 10,000. He was still 5,753 kills away from unlocking the 7th permanent slot at 16,000. At the efficiency of 120 kills per hour, approximately 48 more hours of pure monster grinding would be needed, spread out over a daily maximum of 10 hours of intensive work that would be at most 6 days. After 6 days, the 7th slot would open. By then, he could embed the poison attribute of the venomous serpent boots, boosting the damage per second from 21 to 25. Or, if he could obtain better equipment within these 6 days and embed stronger negative effect attributes, breaking 30 damage per second would not be a dream. Lin Yuan closed the panel and pushed himself up with his knees. His legs trembled and his vision was slightly blurry. 10 hours of continuous high-intensity running had drained his physical stamina. Pushing on any further was not leveling up, it was courting death. He opened the talent panel, removed the hate attribute from the fourth slot, and replaced it with the stealth attribute. His body instantly became transparent. The nearby ironclad wolves, who had just been afflicted with status effects and were still spinning in confusion, completely lost their perception of him, not even twitching their noses. Dragging his leaden legs, Lin Yuan walked along the canyon passage toward the exit. The speed in stealth mode is reduced by 20%, but he was not in a hurry. Safety first. As he passed the stone tablet inscribed with "Beware, do not enter waste of time," Lin Yuan. In this waste of time place, he had ground over 1,000 monsters in 10 hours, leveled up twice, and filled his backpack with valuable metal scales and wolf fang materials. Meanwhile, those teams of awakeners who despised the trash drops here found it difficult to take down even one monster with 20 people. Lin Yuan did not linger, stealthily passing through the scorched wasteland, silently returning to the north gate of Iron Wall City. When swiping his card to enter the city, the soldier at the gate glanced over him, seeing nothing unusual. In stealth mode, even the security terminal merely beeped once before granting him passage. System determined him to be a legitimate adventurer regardless of whether he was visible or not. The main street was already lit by magical street lamps, and the dark red sky had completely darkened. The nights on the Crimson Earth were much cooler than the days, with the dry, hot wind transforming into a refreshing breeze. Lin Yuan did not return to the collective dormitory of the Adventurers Guild. That place had 20 people crammed into one large room with snorers, teeth grinders, and those who talked in their sleep, making it impossible to get a good night's sleep. He turned into a narrow alley next to the main street, where at the end of the alley was a shabby tavern with a sign that read "Rat Hole" in crooked letters. Pushing the door open, a mixture of cheap ale and roasted meat hit him in the face. The plump landlady behind the counter was wiping glasses and looked up at him. Single room, how much for a night? 30 silver coins, breakfast included. I'll take a room. Lin Yuan took the key and went upstairs. The single room was small, with a bed, a table, and a chair, the window facing a garbage pile in the back alley, not smelling too pleasant. But Lin Yuan didn't care, he just wanted to lie down. He took off the venomous serpent set, folded it neatly, and placed it by the pillow, the rusty short bow resting within reach by the head of the bed. Lin Yuan flopped down onto the hard wooden bed. The springs let out a miserable creak. Before closing his eyes, he took one last look at the talent panel hovering in the upper left corner of his vision. Eternal Corrosion LV 5 total kills 102 for 716000. Next stage, unlock condition, kills 16,000 monsters, estimated unlock 7th exclusive status, slot 5,753. 6 days. Lin Yuan closed his eyelids, his consciousness sinking into darkness within 3 seconds. In the morning, at the second floor of the Mousehole Tavern, Lin Yuan was awoken by the pungent smell of cooking oil wafting from the kitchen downstairs. He turned over and glanced out the window. 2 suns were just peeking over the horizon, casting a dark red light that made the garbage pile in the alley look particularly disgusting. As he descended the stairs, the plump landlady had already set up breakfast behind the counter. A bowl of thick meat porridge that could stand a chopstick, 2 pieces of hard golden brown flatbread, and a small dish of unknown pickled vegetables that had turned black. The taste was not particularly good, but the calories were sufficient. Lin Yuan finished it quickly, pushed the bowl towards the counter, and got up to head for the door. The plump landlady called out behind him, "Are you staying again tomorrow?" Without turning his head, he casually replied yes, and pushed the door open to go outside. On the main street, scattered adventurers were already moving about. Lin Yuan did not head towards the crowd. Instead, he turned into a dead-end alley piled with discarded wooden crates, confirmed that no one was around, and raised his hand to summon his talent panel, switching the 4th slot to the invisibility attribute. His body instantly became transparent. He walked out of the alley, skirting along the wall as he crossed the main street, passing by a vendor shouting to sell grilled meat skewers. The vendor's gaze passed right through him, landing on the potion shop across the street that was trying to attract customers. At the north gate of Iron Wall City, he swiped his card to exit. As usual, the gate guard saw nothing, and the terminal beeped as a sign that the process was complete. 25 minutes later, at the Wolverine Canyon, as Lin Yuan passed the stone tablet that read discouragement, his steps did not falter in the least. He canceled his invisibility, drew 3 training arrows from his quiver, and walked briskly into Area 1. 10 armored Wolverines were lying in their respective positions. Let's get to work. In 30 seconds, with 10 arrows, 6 status icons lit up above each of the 10 Wolverines' heads, Lin Yuan turned and sprinted towards Area 2, his movements flowing seamlessly without wasting a single glance. This was already the second day. The extreme workload of 10 hours yesterday had etched every route, shooting angle and rhythm into his bones. Today, as he ran again, his brain didn't even need to be involved in decision-making. His muscles instinctively knew where to step next and how to draw the bow. Area 1, shoot, run. Area 2, shoot, run. Area 3, shoot, sit. Wait for refresh, return to Area 1. An infinite loop. Around 4 in the afternoon, Lin Yuan's experience bar filled up again. Level up LV-23, LV-24. All attribute points were dumped into agility, and he couldn't be bothered to glance at the panel again, pulling arrows to continue shooting. By the time he finished work at 9 in the evening, the Wolverine armor fragments and beast cores he stuffed into his backpack had nearly filled it to the brim. These scraps were only worth a few silver coins individually, but with a daily output of over 1,000, it roughly amounted to no less than 1,200 gold. Enough for him to stay in a single room at the mouse hole for 40 days plus 3 hearty meals. Lin Yuan switched to invisibility and silently returned to the city along his old route. North Gate, Main Street, narrow alley, tavern, back door. He had not made eye contact with anyone throughout the entire. The plump landlady was startled when she saw him emerge from the back door, nearly dropping the wine glass in her hand, muttering, "Can't you walk without making a sound, you little rascal?" Lin Yuan didn't explain. He paid for his room, went upstairs, washed his face, and collapsed into bed. Day 3, day 4, day 5. The same routine, the same rhythm, the same results. Lin Yuan's life had been compressed into an extremely simple cycle. Wake up, eat, go out, invisibly kill Wolverines, return to the city, sleep. There were no social interactions, no unnecessary movements. He deliberately adjusted his return time to avoid peak hours at the Adventurers Guild. When he left at 6 in the morning, there were few people on the street. By the time he returned at 9 in the evening, most adventurers were already drowning in drinks at the tavern. No one noticed that there was a young hunter who went out alone through the North Gate and returned through the same gate every day. Even fewer knew that in the unremarkable Wolverine Canyon, over 1,000 armored beasts with 5,000 health points were silently dying every day. By the end of the 5th day, Lin Yuan's level had stabilized at LV-25. His talent kill count had surged from 10,000 to 14,000. The materials piled up in his backpack had already been sold in 3 batches through the anonymous consignment system of the Adventurers Guild, totaling 3,800 gold. He did not sell them all at once, but broke them into smaller portions to list at different times. Too large a volume would easily attract unwanted attention. On the 6th day in the evening, in Area 3 of the canyon, the last wave of Wolverines. Lin Yuan leaned against a large rock, not sitting on the flat stone, but sprawled directly on the ground. 10 Wolverines were aimlessly circling in the depression, their 6 status icons flashing, their health bars steadily decreasing. He was too lazy to watch them die, closing his eyes and lying on his back. The back of his head pressed against the rubble, causing a bit of discomfort, but at this moment, every muscle in his body was screaming in fatigue, leaving no room for that little ache. System notifications chimed in his mind one after another. 1 beep, 2 beeps, 3 beeps. 10 beeps. All dead. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and raised his hand to summon his talent panel. Total kills 158, 931, 6000, just 107 more to go. Tomorrow morning, at most 2 hours, should suffice to accomplish that. At that time, the 7th permanent slot would unlock, allowing him to slot in the Venom of the Serpent attribute from the Serpent Bite Poison Boots, another 4 points per second of permanent poison damage, doubling the set effect. With the existing 5 status effects, the damage per second would soar from 21 to 25, 1,500 points per minute, 7,500 points in 5 minutes. For an elite monster at LV-25, 1 arrow would bring it down in 3.5 minutes. Lin Yuan put away the panel, propped himself up off the ground, and brushed off the dust and debris from his back. Switching to invisibility, he dragged his sore legs towards the canyon exit. On the way back to the city, the dark red sky had completely darkened. In the scorched earth wasteland, there was no moon, only the beams from the magical searchlights atop the distant iron wall city walls sweeping back and forth across the night. At the North Gate, he swiped his card and entered the city. As usual, Lin Yuan took the back alley to circle around to the back door of the Mousehole Tavern. Pushing the door open, the first floor hall was livelier than usual. 5 or 6 tables of adventurers were drinking and eating meat, their voices growing louder, the sound of dice rolling mixed with laughter and curses creating a noise that made one's head throb. Lin Yuan kept his head down as he passed through the crowd. Just as he was about to climb the stairs, his ears caught a hoarse male voice from the next table. "The Iron Wolves have gone mad lately, asking around for a kid in a green serpent bite set." "A green serpent bite set? What's that?" another voice asked. "I don't know, but the Iron Wolves have put out a bounty. Whoever can provide the kid's whereabouts gets 500 gold. Alive 2,000. 2,000. Damn, when did the Iron Wolves become so generous? Who did that kid offend? I heard he killed someone in the Iron Wolves. Not sure how many, but the Iron Wolves Vice Captain Iron Fist is dead, and that shadow assassin nicknamed Ghost Hand is also gone. The Captain Kurt is said to be furious and has destroyed all the training dummies. A 20-something level rookie daring to touch the Iron Wolves. This kid either has a powerful background or is insane. Either way, I advise you not to get involved. The Iron Wolves are heavy-handed." Lin Yuan stepped onto the 3rd step of the stairs, and the conversation behind him grew quieter, but he clearly heard the last line. Lin Yuan reached the 2nd floor, entered his room, and secured the door. He stood by the window without turning on the light. The outline of the garbage pile in the back alley was vaguely visible in the darkness, and a sliver of magical light from the main street streamed through the alley's gaps. The Iron Wolves mercenary group was looking for him. A bounty of 500 gold for information on his whereabouts, 2,000 for capturing him alive. The deaths of Vice Captain Iron Fist and Ghost Hand had been reported back, and Captain Kurt had personally gotten involved. Lin Yuan leaned against the window frame, expressionless, digesting this information. Captain LV-34, with 34 members left after excluding the 3 deceased. These people had been active in the Scarlet Earth continent for years, familiar with the terrain around Iron Wall City far better. If they knew he went out through the North Gate daily, they would only need to set up an ambush in the canyon direction, just like last time with the Rift, but this time it might not be 3 LV-25 minions, it could be 10, 20, or even the captain himself. LV-34. His current damage per second was 21 points. Theoretically, he could wear down anyone once statuses were applied. But LV-34 meant that the opponent's health could be over 20,000 with mobility and combat experience at crushing levels. What's more troublesome was that they knew the characteristics of his equipment, the green serpent bite set, which was too conspicuous. Lin Yuan stood in the dark thinking for 3 minutes. Then he walked to the bed, rummaging through his backpack for the shadow cloak he had stripped off the scar-faced man. Purple quality, 15 agility, 15 evasion. More importantly, this thing was black, draping over the serpent bite set, which would obscure most of the green glow. Not enough. The helmet and gloves of the set would still emit a green light. Lin Yuan rummaged through his backpack again, finding 2 gray beast hide belts he had taken from the Wolverines, wrapping one around the outside of the gloves and tying the other to the sides of the helmet. It may be a bit shabby, but the green glow was mostly blocked. It would do for now. He put on the modified outfit and glanced at his reflection in the window glass, a hunter wrapped in a black cloak with gray beast hides around his hands and feet. It was quite different from the description of a young archer in a green serpent bite set. Besides, he activated invisibility as soon as he left the city. No one could see him. Lin Yuan folded the equipment neatly after taking it off, lay down on the bed. Tomorrow there were still 107 Wolverines to kill, and the 7th slot awaited him to unlock. The Iron Wolves mercenary group was also waiting for a prey that could not be found. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. Let them search. He would rather these people focus all their attention on the keyword the archer in the green set searching the city and he only needed to keep doing 2 things. Kill Wolverines. Get stronger. Until the day came when his damage per second was high enough, his slots were ample, and his level was solid enough, he would present himself before the Iron Wolves mercenary group, without them needing to look for him. On the 7th day, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. The twin suns had not yet fully risen, and the alley outside remained shrouded in gray, the contours of the garbage piles blurred. He sat up, and a dull knife-like pain shot through his right knee. After 7 consecutive days of 10-hour extreme, stretching, his body was protesting in various ways. His knee throbbed, his ankle was swollen, and the muscles on the inner thigh ached intensely with even the slightest movement. Yet Lin Yuan didn't even furrow his brow. He rolled out of bed, casually moved his ankles to confirm the joints could bear weight, and decisively began to put on his gear. The snakebite toxic suit fit snugly against his body, the shadow cloak tightly enveloped him, and the gloves and helmet were tightly bound with gray beast hide to cover the glaring green light. Finally, he hung the rusted short bow at his lower back, stuffed 4 pieces of compressed rations and 2 bottles of stamina potions into his backpack, and went downstairs. The plump landlady had not yet risen. A breakfast consisted of cold pancakes left on the counter from the previous night and a pot of cool water. Lin Yuan grabbed a pancake and chewed while pushing open the back door and turning into the alley. He switched to invisibility, exited the alley, and stealthily made his way through the main street towards the north gate. The guard soldier yawned widely as Lin Yuan approached, scanning the terminal as if a mere puff of air had passed by. The air in the scorched wasteland still carried the lingering chill of the night. Lin Yuan stepped forward, heading northwest. He had run this 25-minute route for 7 days. Now, even with his eyes closed, he could find the stone tablet inscribed with the words "Discourage Retaliation." Today is the final day. 107 ironclad wolves could be killed within just 2 hours at most. The moment he stepped into the canyon, Lin Yuan canceled his invisibility and deftly drew 3 armor-piercing arrows from his quiver, pinching them between his fingers. 10 ironclad wolves in Zone 1 were dozing in their old spots, their silver-gray metallic scales glinting coldly in the morning light. Time to start. The first arrow was fired, striking the armor and causing a pitiful one to appear. At that moment, 6 vibrant status icons exploded above the wolves' heads. The second arrow, the third arrow, the fourth arrow. Lin Yuan's movements were no different from the previous 6 days, drawing the arrow, knocking it, releasing. It all happened within a second. But he knew deep down that his state today was not as good as yesterday's. The 7th arrow went awry. The arrow grazed past the ironclad wolf's ear and thudded against the rock wall behind. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Such a low-level mistake wouldn't have happened in the first 3 days. The extreme fatigue of 7 consecutive days had worn down his muscle precision, and the control of his finger strength had deviated. Without wasting words, he quickly knocked another arrow, hitting true. 35 seconds had passed, and all 10 ironclad wolves were marked with status effects. It took 5 seconds longer than usual. He turned and ran towards Zone 2. His legs felt as heavy as lead. The accumulated fatigue from the first 6 days felt like a thick lead plate welded to his thigh bone. Now, with each step, he had to exert extra effort to maintain a normal stride. The journey from Zone 1 to Zone 2 took nearly 3 minutes today. Zone 2 shoot-run. Zone 3 shoot-sit. The first round cycle ended, and all 30 ironclad wolves were marked for execution. Lin Yuan leaned against a boulder in Zone 3, closed his eyes, and gasped for breath for 2 minutes, quietly waiting for Zone 1 to refresh. System alert tones sounded in succession, and the kill count steadily ticked in his mind. 30 wolves were dead. He stood up, returned to Zone 1, and began the second round. In this round, he missed 2 arrows again. One struck a rock while the other grazed past an ironclad wolf's hind leg. Fortunately, he made timely follow-up shots, and the status effects were all applied as usual. Lin Yuan clenched his back teeth. This wasn't a decline in skill, but rather his muscles were trembling uncontrollably. His right hand index and middle fingers, those 2 primary fingers for drawing the string, had their calluses worn thin and shiny by the bowstring. Now, with every release, he felt a sharp pain as the flesh was brutally tugged. He endured. There were still 107 left. Just a little over 3 rounds would suffice. The second round ended with 60 kills. The kill count jumped to 15953. Entering the third round, Lin Yuan's running speed noticeably slowed again. On the way back from Zone 3 to Zone 1, he had to stop and tilt his head back to down half a bottle of stamina potion. The fiery aching sensation was reduced by about 30%, just barely enough. In Zone 1, he fired 10 arrows this time, not a single shot missed, and all statuses were applied. On his way to Zone 2, he heard the thundering sounds of ironclad wolves collapsing behind him. The remaining monsters from the second round in Zone 1 were completely dead, and the kill alerts went off wildly. 15963, 15964, 15965. Zone 2, 10 arrows. Zone 3, 10 arrows. The third round was completely over. The count stopped at 15983. Still 17 to go. Lin Yuan didn't wait for the monsters in Zone 3 to finish dying. He directly turned back to Zone 1. He no longer needed a complete running cycle. He just had to take down 17 more to finish up immediately. Zone 1 refreshed. 10 brand new ironclad wolves burst forth from the ground, shaking off a shower of rubble. Lin Yuan stood 30 meters away, took a deep breath of the dry heat tinged with the smell of rust, and focused all his attention on the 2 fingers of his right hand. The first arrow, hit. 15984. The second arrow, hit. The third arrow, hit. The moment the 10th arrow was released, Lin Yuan's index finger could no longer hold up. With a hiss, the taut bowstring cruelly sliced through the layer of callous ground to the limit. A thin, long cut burst open, and crimson droplets of blood oozed out. The pain was excruciating. Yet Lin Yuan's hand holding the bow did not shake even slightly. All 10 monsters were marked with status effects. 15993. Finally, just 7 more to go. Lin Yuan didn't go to Zone 2 to run in circles anymore. He dragged his feet, sitting down next to the boulder in Zone 1, watching the 10 trapped beasts struggling before him. Finally, just 7 more to go. Lin Yuan didn't go to Zone 2 to run in circles anymore. He dragged his feet, sitting down next to the boulder in Zone 1, watching the 10 trapped beasts struggle. 7 days, over 70 hours of continuous kite, pulling thousands of draws and releases, and his finger machine had finally reached its limit. But it was fine. This hellish labor was about to bear fruit. The system alert tones began to ring clearly in his mind. 15994, 15995, 15996. The silver-gray ironclad behemoths fell like a line of dominoes, crashing down one after another. Their massive bodies exploded into countless shimmering particles, the materials scattering across the scorched earth to form a shining metallic carpet. 15997, 15998, 15999, 16000. The last ironclad wolf convulsed violently on the ground, letting out a reluctant whimper before turning to ashes in the wind. In Lin Yuan's mind, a brilliant golden system announcement exploded. Cumulative monster kill count exceeds 16000. Hidden talent Eternal Erosion, level up LV5 LV6. Like a tangible golden light surging from the bottom of the talent panel, the 7th dark golden slot slowly emerged, resembling a hungry mouth suspended in the air waiting to be filled. Lin Yuan stared at the new slot, a glimmer of brilliance erupting from his bloodshot eyes, the curve of his lips unable to be suppressed. 16,000 ironclad wolves. Ironclad poisonous boots. Blue rare effect adds poison of the serpent upon hitting a target with a ranged attack. 2 damage per second for 10 seconds. Lin Yuan decisively dragged the entry for Poison of the Serpent towards the brand new 7th slot. The system judgment box popped up. Detected that the equipment entry Poison of the Serpent boots belongs to the toxin category of negative states, independent effects of different equipment parts. Poison of the Serpent gloves and Poison of the Serpent helmet eternal corrosion judgment compatible after embedding effect changes to Poison of the Serpent boots. 2 damage per second permanent set effect Wrath of the Serpent activated toxin damage doubled 4 damage per second confirmed. The 7th slot suddenly illuminated with a dark green ghostly light connecting with the toxin slots of the adjacent gloves and helmet shining brilliantly together. Current permanent mounted states: 7 bleeding, 3 damage per second poisoned, 5 damage per second slowed, 40 hate removal passive Poison of the Serpent gloves, 4 damage per second Poison of the Serpent helmet, 4 damage per second Poison of the Serpent boots. For damage per second total passive damage per second 20 points, not including double damage from poisoning. Actual damage per second, including set bonuses, 25 points. 25 points of true damage. From the initial 1 point of bleeding per second, while shooting wooden targets in that old worn-out house, he had painstakingly worked his way up to the current 25 points of true damage. What does this mean? 1 arrow fired immune to physical damage reduction, ignoring magical resistance, and cannot be purified or dispelled, steadily draining 1,500 health points per minute. The ironclad wolf with 5,000 health will undoubtedly turn to ashes in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. This is a full 41 seconds shorter than before. It was necessary to verify this. Lin Yuan pushed himself up, stretching his stiff knees a bit, and walked towards the entrance of Area 2. Area 2 had just refreshed, and 10 fresh, fully healed ironclad wolves were waiting for him. He chose the largest LV-25 ironclad wolf king. Knocking an arrow, drawing the bow, ignoring the stabbing pain in his fingertips, he decisively released. The arrow struck against the wolf's leathery scales, still resulting in the humiliating one. But immediately 7 dazzling status icons exploded simultaneously like death marks. Compared to earlier, there was an additional dark green poison icon for the boots. 25. The first jump steadily emerged. Lin Yuan stared at the pleasing number, nodding in satisfaction. The ironclad wolf king roared violently, its 4 sturdy legs pounding the ground as it lunged towards him. However, the 40 slow effect weighed heavily upon it, making its clawed movements almost comical. Lin Yuan even felt too lazy to run, merely sidestepping slightly to evade, gracefully maneuvering into its blind spot. Hate removal was firmly in effect. The ironclad wolf king charged forward, but stopped abruptly after just 5 steps, like a power cut, left confused and aimlessly spinning in place. 25, 25, 25. In 1 minute, 1,500 health points evaporated instantly. That thick blood bar was visibly collapsing. In 2 minutes, 3,000 health points were gone. The ironclad wolf king's movements became completely sluggish and weak, with foul-smelling blood mixed with green venom seeping from the gaps in its tough scales. In 3 minutes, 4,500 health points. This once mighty ruler collapsed to the ground, its 4 legs twitching as if cramping, unable to stand. 3 minutes and 19 seconds. The body of the ironclad wolf king stiffened suddenly, then collapsed with a resounding crash, exploding into a shower of light points. 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Not a second off. A full 41 seconds faster than the previous 4 minutes. Lin Yuan's expression hardened as he stared at the loot on the ground, his hand gripping the bow, tightening with extreme excitement. That 41-second difference might not seem significant to those struggling to team up for a single monster, but for his extreme production line cycle system, it was a dimensional strike. Saving 40 seconds per monster, if he cleared 1,000 in a day, he could save nearly 12 hours of time. This improvement in efficiency represented a qualitative change. The remaining 9 were hardly worth his effort. He turned around and strode towards the exit of the canyon. Today's primary task had been perfectly concluded. With the 7th slot unlocked and the damage per second confirmed at 25, the next priority was to return to town to digest the wealth accumulated over these 7 days. On the way back, his mind was racing with calculations. The materials dropped from the ironclad wolves over the past 7 days had already netted him 3,800 gold from the first 3 batches. However, his bag still held the last 2 days' stock that he hadn't had time to sell. About 400 ironclad fragments, and over 200 beast cores. Based on the current black market prices, he could conservatively estimate an additional 1,500 gold. Altogether, that added up to approximately 5,300 gold. What could this money be used for? Lin Yuan already had a target in mind. He was currently stuck at LV-25, and the upper limit after the first class transition for hunters was LV-40. But in terms of skill configuration, aside from the survival skills of trap mastery, stealth, and playing dead, his core output still relied on the 2 basic skills he had obtained for free on Earth: basic bleeding and slow arrow. Those 2 skills had been upgraded to LV2, meaning bleeding now dealt 3 damage and slow effects reduced speed by 40. However, in Chitta Continent LV25 was the threshold for unlocking many powerful intermediate skills. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but quicken his pace. Northgate card swipe entering the city. After disengaging stealth, he didn't even give himself time to rest at the tavern, directly crossing the bustling main street and plunging into the Adventurers Guild Hall. The first step was to dispose of the stolen goods. He headed straight for the consignment counter, unloading his inventory without reservation. He cleverly split the 400 ironclad fragments into 20 groups and the beast cores into 10 groups, pricing them without undercutting, all listed at market value in batches. After finishing, he turned and walked to the skills training area deep in the hall. The thin old man, the hunter trainer, happened to be absent while the universal skill query terminal was lit up. Lin Yuan quickly approached, entering Archer in the search bar with proficiency, filtering the conditions to LV25 unlocked. The screen flickered for 2 seconds and a dense list of skills refreshed. The front row was filled with advanced traps, beasts sensing toxic fog arrows, and other elaborate skills. Lin Yuan didn't even glance at them, scrolling down until he reached the bottom of the second page, where his fingers suddenly paused. Intermediate bleeding technique. Effect upon arrow impact inflicts a severe bleeding state on the target, causing 6 points of health loss per second. Duration 15 seconds. Learning conditions. Archer class level LV25 has learned basic bleeding LV2, price 8,000 gold, 6 damage per second. His current basic bleeding dealt 3 damage per second. The intermediate version directly doubled that. Even more terrifying was that what others deemed a meager 15 seconds duration would, under his eternal corrosion, become an effective life sentence. Permanently 6 points of true damage bleeding. Combined with 5 points of poisoning plus an additional 12 points from triple serpent poison, his passive damage per second would soar from 25 points to 28 points. Lin Yuan carefully examined the description. The intermediate bleeding technique was an advanced replacement mechanism that would overwrite the 3 points of damage per second from the basic version. Thus the net gain was 3 points. Don't underestimate these 3 points. In an endless kite-fighting flow, every extra point of damage is like driving another nail into the enemy's coffin. For a monster with 10,000 health, it could reduce its time from 6 minutes and 40 seconds to 5 minutes and 57 seconds. When facing terrifying bosses with tens of thousands of health points, the benefits of these 3 points of true damage would be magnified to unimaginable proportions. 8,000 gold. Lin Yuan glanced at his balance account. Including the items just listed at the consignment shop and what he had in his pocket, he had a total of 5,003. He still needed a gap of 2,700 gold. A gap of 2,700 gold. Lin Yuan stood in front of the skill query terminal, staring at the price tag of 8,000, not in a hurry to leave. He knew in his heart that the last 2 days' worth of stored goods in his backpack had just been put up for consignment and the funds had not yet been credited. He remembered the quantity of this batch clearly. 403 pieces of iron armor fragments, 217 beast cores, plus 12 pieces of unwanted green trash equipment. According to the current black market prices, the average price for iron armor fragments was 3.5 gold and beast cores were 6 gold. Green equipment depends on attributes, but this pile consisted mainly of defensive type armor and hammers, which had nothing to do with archers and were likely to be sold for about 10 gold each. Lin Yuan mentally calculated quickly. Iron armor fragments, 403.3. 514, 10 gold. Beast cores 217, 6, 1302 gold. Green equipment approximately 140 gold. After deducting the 5 consignment fee, he would actually receive a little over 2,700 gold. With the remaining 3,800 gold in his account from previous batches, his total assets barely reached 6,500. Not enough. A shortfall of 1,500. Lin Yuan scrolled to the bottom of his backpack and found the fine steel long sword he had taken from the scarred face of the Iron Wolf mercenary corps, as well as the blue light armor dropped by the black-clothed assassin. He had been holding on to these 2 items without selling them, originally planning to keep them for emergencies. But now, the fine steel long sword was a level 25 blue quality weapon with decent attributes, estimated to be worth 800 to 1,000 gold on the black market. The blue light armor had slightly inferior quality, but blue equipment was still blue equipment with a starting price of 500. Together, the 2 items were worth at least 1,300. Plus that purple enhanced fist wraps he had stripped from the bald fighter. Purple equipment. Lin Yuan hesitated for half a second. Purple equipment at this stage was considered hard currency, and once listed it would be snatched up. But he had no use for the fist wraps, and keeping them would just take up space. The black market estimated price for the purple enhanced fist wraps was conservatively 2,000 gold. The fine steel long sword was 1,000, the blue light armor 500, and the purple wraps 2,000. Totaling 3,500. Adding the upcoming 2,700 and the previous 3,800. Total 10,000 gold flat. More than enough. Lin Yuan exited the skill terminal and turned towards the consignment counter. He anonymously listed the fine steel long sword blue light armor and purple enhanced fist wraps for 900, 450, and 1,800 gold respectively, slightly lower than his estimated prices. He didn't want to wait. Account balance refreshed 8,823 gold, plus the materials from the previous listings that still hadn't sold, but it was already enough. The remaining materials would soon sell off. No, it was directly enough. Lin Yuan recalculated. Previous batches had brought in 3,800. This batch would credit about 2,700 after fees, approximately 2,565, and the equipment sold for 3,100. Total 9,465 gold. With the 8,000 gold skill fee, he would still have over 1,400 left. That's enough. Lin Yuan closed the consignment interface and walked briskly back to the skill trainer area. The lean old man had returned at some point, sitting in the corner using a broken knife to carve a wooden stick, his posture identical to last time. Even the stick he was carving looked like the same one. Intermediate bleeding technique. Lin Yuan got straight to the point. The old man glanced at him, set down the stick, and pulled out a skill book with a dark red glowing cover from a rack behind him. The pages were thick, reinforced with copper nails at the corners, clearly a significant upgrade from the thin pamphlet-like initial version. 8,000 gold. The old man slammed the book onto the table. Lin Yuan pressed payment on the confirmation interface, and his account balance instantly shrank to 1,465 gold. Does it hurt? It would be a lie to say it didn't. 7 days, over 70 hours of intense grinding. The money earned from killing 16,000 iron wolves was gone with the press of a button. The worn-out soles of his shoes, the calluses on his fingers, the stamina potions consumed daily, all condensed into this 8,000 gold bill. But Lin Yuan's hand reached for the skill book without a hint of hesitation. The skill book melded into his hand, dark red light points surged into his palm and rushed along his meridian straight to his brain. A wave of heat exploded at his fingertips, spreading along his arms, shoulders, and back, throughout his body, lasting about 3 seconds before fading. System prompts popped up in his mind. Skill: Intermediate bleeding technique, learned successfully. Basic bleeding technique has been replaced. Intermediate bleeding technique effect: after an arrow hits the target, it causes the target to enter a severe bleeding state, losing 6 health points per second. Duration: 15 seconds. Lin Yuan immediately opened his talent panel, focusing his gaze on the first slot. The originally embedded basic bleeding 3-second permanent entry was flashing, and the system automatically popped up an upgrade confirmation box. Skill progression detected: basic bleeding technique, intermediate bleeding technique, slot 1 entry automatically updates, embedded effect, changed to intermediate bleeding 6-second permanent confirm. The dark red light in the first slot suddenly deepened in color, changing from a light red close to orange to a dark crimson, resembling congealed blood. The oppressive aura intensified. The status overview at the bottom of the panel refreshed. Current permanent mounted status: 7 severe bleeding, 6-second poisoned, 5-second slowed, 40 hate, cleared. Passive: snake venom toxin gloves, 4-second snake venom toxin helmet, 4-second snake venom toxin boots, 4-second total passive damage per second 23 points, not including doubled poison. Actual damage per second, including set bonuses, 28 points. 28. From a mere 1 point per second on the balcony at home a month ago to now 28 points of true damage per second, an increase of 28 times. Every minute he dealt 1,680 points of damage, ignoring defenses. In 10 minutes, 16,800 damage. The 5,000 health points of the Iron Wolf could now be evaporated in just 2 minutes and 59 seconds. In less than 3 minutes. Previously running a lap in the Iron Wolf Canyon took 20 minutes with 30 monsters across 3 zones. By the new damage per second calculation, by the time he finished shooting in the first zone and ran to the second zone, most of the monsters in the first zone would already be dead. By the time he finished shooting in the third zone and turned back, the first zone would have already been cleared. Efficiency had increased again. Lin Yuan tucked away the panel, turned to leave the trainer area, took a few steps, then turned back. Are there any archer skills available at level 30? Show me the list. The old man didn't even set down the stick this time, tilting his head towards the nearby universal terminal, saying, "Check it yourself. I don't have authorization to view advanced skills here." Lin Yuan walked to the terminal and changed the filter condition to level 30 unlocked. The screen refreshed with a new list, which was almost half the quantity of the level 25 page. Higher level skills were already scarce, and those available for public viewing on the terminal were even fewer. Lin Yuan scanned down the list line by line. Most were damage output skills, like piercing shot, storm arrow, rain, and magic arrow, all high mana cost, and high burst skills completely incompatible with his system. When he flipped to the third to last line of the second page, his gaze landed on a skill. Gale Step Intermediate Effect instantly displace 8 meters in the specified direction with a 50 increase in movement speed for 3 seconds after the displacement. Cooldown 8 seconds. Learning Condition Archer Class, including Hunter Level LV30. Price 15,000 gold. An 8-meter displacement, a 3-second acceleration, and an 8-second cooldown. Lin Yuan stared at this skill description, his mind automatically running simulations. What was he most afraid of now? It was those opponents whose levels were so high that he couldn't even escape. The leader of the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps was LV34. If that guy was a warrior or assassin class with his base movement speed plus skill burst, he could potentially close the gap within that 1 to 2 seconds after Lin Yuan used his skills to turn and run. Although the 40 slow from the slow arrow was fierce, if the opponent's base speed was too high, a 40 reduction could still catch up to him. Having Gale Step would be different. Fire and Arrow Apply status. Use Gale Step to create an 8-meter gap, and after landing there is still a 50 acceleration for 3 seconds. By the time those 3 seconds pass, the 8-second cooldown would almost be ready, allowing for the second Gale Step to follow. An infinite to go for it, never being caught up. This was the ultimate form of the kite strategy. But 15,000 gold. Lin Yuan glanced at his account balance, 1465 gold. A shortfall of 13.5 times. He stared at the price for 3 seconds, pressed down the corners of his mouth, and closed the terminal. Recalling the time when he first awakened on Earth, skills below level 10 were backed by the Federation's novice subsidy policy, with basic bleeding technique and slow arrow being free. Back then he had felt quite pleased, thinking he had scored a great deal. Looking back now, that subsidy was simply priceless. Once the novice protection mechanism on Earth was stripped away and he truly entered the competitive resource circle of the Cheetah continent, the pricing of skills jumped directly from free to astronomical prices. The 8,000 gold for the intermediate bleeding technique had already stripped him to the bone, and what about the higher level 15,000? An ordinary 5-person awakened team could earn a maximum profit from daily dungeon runs, and after deducting repair costs, potions, and teleportation scrolls, a net income of 200 gold was considered a blessing. 5 people saving for 4 months would just be enough to buy a skill. But Lin Yuan, by soloing the Iron Wolf Canyon for 7 days with 0 cost, 0 potions, and 0 repairs, he netted nearly 10,000 gold. This was the true value of a permanent state 0 consumption system, not in how high the single damage was, but in compressing all costs to 0. Those ordinary awakened ones waste money on potions, equipment, wear and tear, and skill mana recovery times, while he didn't need to spend a single second. Others traded their lives for money, while he traded time for money. Time was something he had in abundance. Lin Yuan firmly etched the numbers for LV30 and 15,000 gold in his mind, turning to exit the guild doors. The sky was darkening, the twin suns had dipped below the horizon, and the magic lamp posts of Iron Wall City began to light up one by one. Adventurers on the main street were more numerous than during the day, grouping together and flowing towards various taverns and entertainment venues. Lin Yuan kept his head down, moving along the wall towards the Mice Hole Tavern. When he turned into that familiar narrow alley, his footsteps suddenly slowed a beat. At the end of the alley, the back door of the tavern was open. At this time, the plump landlady was usually in the front hall attending to guests, and the back door was always kept shut. Lin Yuan's right hand silently rested on the bow at his waist. He did not enter through the back door, but crept along the alley, rounding to the side window of the tavern. The curtain was drawn, but there was a gap of a finger's width at the bottom. Lin Yuan slightly bent down, peering through that gap to take a look inside. There were 2 people standing at the first floor counter. One was a tall, thin man in ordinary adventurer attire, leaning against the counter, flipping through a leather-bound guest register. He wasn't flipping, quickly pausing for a few seconds on each page, as if scanning line by line. The other person stood behind him, short and stocky, arms crossed over his chest with a short-handled axe tucked. The plump landlady was squeezed into the innermost part behind the counter, her face plastered with a flattering smile, her mouth moving, but words unclear, yet her cautious demeanor was obviously forced cooperation. When the tall, thin man flipped to a certain page, his finger stopped. He lowered his head, staring at a line in the register, then turned to say something to the short, stocky companion. The short, stocky man pulled out a piece of paper from his chest and held it next to the register for comparison. Although the contents of the paper were unclear from behind the window, Lin Yuan noticed the emblem printed in the upper left corner. A gray Iron Wolf head. Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps. Lin Yuan slowly straightened up, took 2 steps back, and silently disappeared into the shadows of the alley. Lin Yuan's back pressed against the brick wall at the corner of the alley, his breath barely a whisper. The light seeping through the window's gap illuminated the page flipped by the tall, slender man. The guest register of the Mouse Hole Tavern, where his name was written on the 3rd line from the bottom. He couldn't stay any longer. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate for even half a second. He raised his right hand, and the 4th slot of his talent panel switched to invisibility, rendering his body transparent in an instant. He silently slipped out of the alley, deliberately avoiding two drunken adventurers stumbling into his path as he turned onto the main street. Invisibility, or not, a collision would still expose him. At the southern end of the main street, crossing a stone arch bridge led to the impoverished district in the south of Iron. This area was packed with low stone-built houses and temporary shanties emanating a musty smell, mostly inhabited by low-tier awakened ones who couldn't survive on the battlefield and had no money to return to Earth. The federal military patrols rarely ventured here, and public safety was largely maintained by the residents themselves. Lin Yuan walked for 5 minutes along a narrow alley that reeked of rotten odors, stopping in front of an iron door adorned with graffiti of a red skull. A wooden sign hung on the door, awkwardly inscribed with beds available, no questions asked. He knocked twice, waited a few seconds, and the iron door opened a crack from the inside. An old wrinkled face peeked through the gap, its murky eyes scanning the air, but seeing nothing. Lin Yuan canceled his invisibility. The old man took a step back in fright, but quickly regained his composure, muttering another thief, and gestured a number. 10 silver coins for 1 night, no registration, no names, no interference. Lin Yuan pulled out 30 silver coins from his pocket and placed them on the door frame. 3 days. The old man deftly accepted the money and led him into a basement even smaller than the mouse hole. There were no windows, just an iron frame bed, a basin of cold water, and a corner piled with broken boxes left by who knows who. That was enough. Lin Yuan secured the door latch from the inside and lay down on the iron bed, closing his eyes. Tonight he wouldn't hunt monsters. First, he needed to ascertain the search patterns of the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps. Since they could access the guest register of the mouse hole, it indicated that their intelligence network in Iron Wall City ran deeper than he had anticipated. But this did not affect his monster hunting plans. The Iron Wolf Canyon lay outside the north gate, and he could change his route. Iron Wall City had 4 gates: north, south, east, and west. Exiting through the south gate and taking a detour only added 20 minutes to his journey. 20 minutes for a safer route was worth it. For the next 3 days, Lin Yuan set out at 5 o'clock each morning, emerging from the basement in the southern slums, invisibly traversing all of Iron Wall City, exiting through the west gate, intentionally avoiding the north and east gates, then making a wide arc along the edge of the scorched earth wilderness to enter the Iron Wolf Canyon from the northwest. The monster hunting process was identical to the previous 7 days: 3 districts, 30 monsters, 15 minutes per round, in an infinite loop. The only change was the efficiency. The damage per second of the intermediate bleeding technique, now at 6 points, replaced the initial 3 points, raising his total damage per second from 21 to 28. The iron-armored Wolverine, with 5,000 health points, turned to ash in under 3 minutes. The overall rhythm of running in circles was compressed by nearly half a minute, allowing him to hunt nearly 200 more monsters in a day. On the first day, he killed 1,231. His level rose from LV25 to LV26. On the second day, he killed 1,304. LV26 rose to LV27. On the third day, he killed 1,287. LV27 rose to LV28. The total kills over 3 days approached 20,000, and with the account balance and the income from the consignment shop, his total assets surpassed 20,000 gold. After finishing work on the third day and returning to the basement, Lin Yuan opened the offline cache page of the skill query terminal and directly flipped to the skill list of the archer class at LV25. Intermediate slow arrow. Effect: arrows that hit reduce the target's movement speed by 60 for 12 seconds. Price: 10,000 gold. His initial slow arrow reduced speed by 40, while the intermediate one directly raised it to 60. With the enhancement from Eternal Corruption, a permanent 60 slow meant the opponent wouldn't even reach half the speed of a normal walk. A level 30 warrior's full sprint reduced by 60% wouldn't be much faster than a turtle. Lin Yuan opened the consignment shop, confirmed his account balance of 21340 gold, and decisively deducted 10,000. The system notified him that the skill learning was successful, and the third slot of the talent panel automatically updated. The slow effect increased from 40 to 60. He glanced at the refreshed data on the panel before closing it. His damage per second remained unchanged at 28, but his survivability had improved significantly. With 60% slow and hate clearance, this combination would leave even a level 34 Iron Wolf commander standing like a wooden post taking hits. On the fourth morning, Lin Yuan, as usual, became invisible and exited the city, stopping 300 meters outside the west gate. The Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps had been searching for him for nearly 10 days, and the bounty had increased from the initial 2,000 gold to 5,000 gold. They had searched the tavern where he stayed, stationed scouts at every city gate, and even started interrogating low-level archers leaving the city alone. Passive beating was not his style. Revenge was necessary, but more importantly, the equipment and gold on those 34 members of the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps were worth at least 50,000 gold. 50,000 gold was enough for him to buy 3 wind steps along with a bunch of mid to high-level consumables. This debt was due. Lin Yuan canceled his invisibility, lowered the hood of his shadow cloak, but intentionally revealed the tip of his rusty short bow and the glimmer of green light from the snakebite venomous boots that was not fully concealed. Then he turned around and confidently strode towards the north gate. When he reached the open area outside the north gate, Lin Yuan caught a glimpse of a man squatting down to repair his shoes at the base of the city wall. The man's shoe stall displayed only 3 pairs of worn-out shoes, probably set up for an entire day, with dust on the shoe surfaces thicker than the city wall. Lin Yuan walked past him, deliberately slowing his pace. The man's hand subtly reached into the inner side of his clothing, pulling out a thumb-sized gray stone and pressing it to his mouth, his lips moving rapidly. A communication stone. Lin Yuan didn't look back, continuing to walk at a leisurely pace toward the Iron Wolf Canyon. After walking over 300 meters, he glanced back. The scout had already stood up, the communication stone still pressed to his mouth, and his other hand was frantically waving some signal towards the north gate. At the north gate of Iron Wall City, a dozen figures were streaming out in succession. Lin Yuan turned back, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Come on. On the main street of Iron Wall City, 15 heavily armed figures exuding a fierce aura lined up like a bulldozer, heading straight towards the northern gate. With no intention of yielding to pedestrians, they trampled anyone in their way. Leading them was an extremely burly middle-aged man, broad-shouldered and stocky, adorned in heavy purple armor, engraved with an eye-catching Iron Wolf emblem. The edges of his shoulders were embedded with dark red gemstones, and at his waist hung an exaggerated double-bladed battle axe. The axe's sharp edge glinted under the magical lamp post, creating a dazzling arc of cold light. Kurt, the leader of the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps. Level 34, a Berserker. A dark red scar ran across the corner of his eye, contorting slightly as the curve of his thick lips rose, resembling a mad dog catching a whiff of blood. Having taken revenge on 3 of his subordinates and feeling humiliated by a young brat in his 20s, a pent-up frustration brewed in his chest for a full 10 days. Today it was time to settle the score. Half a step behind him was his deputy Hammer, a short, stout, bald man with a neck thicker than his head. Level 31 fighter, the deceased deputy captain Iron Fist, was his direct disciple. At that moment, his fists clad in purple steel claws were cracking ominously. The group pushed through to the middle of the main street. A young adventurer who had just exited the potion shop was caught off guard and was unceremoniously kicked to the ground by Hammer. With 2 crisp sounds, 2 expensive primary blue potions smashed onto the cobblestones, shattering into worthless puddles. The young adventurer, clutching his chest and about to curse, suddenly met the glaring Iron Wolf emblem and froze. The profanity he was about to utter swallowed back, retreating silently into a corner. The surrounding vendors lowered their heads in unison, fixating their gaze on their own toes. The owner of a nearby barbecue shop was so frightened that he yanked the awning into the shop, even dragging the hot grill half a meter inside, fearful of getting entangled with this group of thugs. At the street corner, 2 old adventurers huddled in the shadows, watching the scene unfold. The bearded dwarf quickly covered his face with his cup and whispered, "Keep your voice down. Are you tired of living?" His companion swallowed hard. "Have these bastards taken drugs today? They don't even care about the street rules anymore." "Rules? They have the Lord's young son Meng Zhao backing them. What's the point of talking about rules?" The bearded dwarf's voice trembled. "The Iron Wolf pays 30% of their profits as security management fees to the higher-ups. In this Iron Wall City, the Lord's mansion is the law and Iron Wolf is the reckless mad dog. Last month, a solo hunter in the 9th district was cornered in a dungeon and beaten to death, stripped of his gear, and the Lord's mansion didn't even make a sound." The companion gasped in shock, quickly shutting his mouth and gulping down his drink. Soon the group reached the north. Kurt stopped in his tracks, placing his large hand on the axe handle, and turned to his deputy. "What did the scouts report?" "Confirm that kid went to the Ironclaw Canyon. No one following him, right?" Hammer grinned menacingly, raising his purple glowing claws in a bump. "Don't worry, boss, our people are keeping a close watch. That little brat is moving slowly, purely there to grind monsters, completely unaware that we're tailing him." Hammer paused and scoffed dismissively. "Last time he managed to kill Iron Fist, it was probably just by relying on stealth and traps for a sneak attack. Today, with all 15 of us fully equipped brothers plus you, boss, personally overseeing in the face of absolute combat power, even if he were a slippery eel head, have to obediently shed his skin." "All right." Kurt snorted coldly, hefting the battle axe onto his broad shoulder. "The set of green serpent bite gear is mine, and the shadow cloak is also mine. You can divide the remaining scraps among yourselves. As for the gold coins, old rules, I take 60%. No one dared to voice any complaints. In Iron Wolf, Kurt's word was law. Not only were there no complaints, but the mercenaries in the group, ranging from level 25 to level 30, were already calculating in their minds, and some even poured champagne in advance. A level 28 thin monkey assassin leaned close to his companion and chuckled. "I've heard experts estimate that if that kid's serpent bite set is dismantled and sold separately, it would fetch at least 10,000 gold. Plus, the purple gear and materials in his bag this haul would be worth no less than 20,000 gold. His companion's eyes gleamed green. 20,000 gold. That's amazing. The assassin rolled his eyes at him. Dream on. 12,000 goes to the boss, and the remaining 8,000 is divided among us 14 brothers. That means each of us would only get around 600 gold at best. You should be grateful. 600 gold is enough for you to spend 10 days or half a month in the brothel. Isn't that better than grinding wolves in the wilderness? Today's venture is purely a team-building exercise for the heads. Everyone burst into laughter. The heat wave from the scorched earth wilderness surged towards them. Ahead of the group, a level 29 tracking hunter crouched on the ground, brushing his fingers over a faint trail of footprints. After sensing for 2 seconds with his eyes closed, he suddenly turned and made a very definite tactical gesture towards Kurt. The straight-line distance was less than 2 kilometers. The target had indeed entered the canyon. Kurt cruelly grinned, raising his heavily armored right fist and pushing forward forcefully. Advance at full speed. Seal off both ends of the canyon. Pin this little brat down inside. Today, I want to hear him kneeling and calling for his ancestors. 15 figures charged forward like a bloodthirsty wolf pack, racing towards the northwest. However, this group of fools who were already popping champagne had no idea about one crucial fact. That canyon, which they considered a natural prison and thought they could easily catch a turtle in a jar, meant something entirely different for Lin Yuan. A full 70 hours. Every boulder in the canyon, every crack, every draft of wind passing through the narrow gaps, and even every corner suitable for positioning and monster trapping had long been etched into the muscle memory of their prey inch by inch. At this very moment, in the deepest part of the canyon, in the central depression of the 3rd district, Lin Yuan stood quietly among the desolate rubble, facing away from the canyon entrance. His gaze was calm, devoid of any ripple, as deep as a well that could swallow everything. A high-level hunter often appears only in the guise of their prey. In the Wolverine Canyon, in the 3rd district's depression, Lin Yuan stood at the gap between 2 massive stones, bow drawn, but arrow not released. He was waiting. The sound of footsteps outside the canyon grew increasingly dense. Not just one person's footsteps, but the muffled sound of a dozen pairs of boots crunching on the gravel. They pushed deeper into the canyon, trying not to make too much noise. But to Lin Yuan's ears, those sounds were as clear as the beating of drums. 2 sides were blocked. A textbook-like encirclement. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. He turned and walked into the center of the 3rd district's depression, deliberately stepping on a loose stone. A crisp crack echoed through the canyon, crystal clear. This was a signal to the others. "I'm here, come at me." 30 seconds later, the first figures appeared at the southern passage. 5 fully armed mercenaries lined up, blocking the 6-meter-wide passage, shields raised in front, revealing half a tent's face behind. The northern passage was almost simultaneously sealed off. Another 5 people, one of whom carried a tower shield taller than himself, completely obscuring the exit. From the front, Kurt strode in with a hammer and 3 elite members through the main passage of the 1st district. Blocked on both sides, they were ready to crush from the front. The 15-person iron bucket formation squeezed into the oval depression of the 3rd district, which was half the size of a football field. Kurt stood at the entrance of the depression, glanced at the terrain, then looked at Lin Yuan, who was standing 30 meters away at the edge of the boulder cluster, and took down his double-edged battle axe, holding it in one hand. "You can't run away now, can you?" Kurt's voice rebounded through the canyon, filled with unmistakable pride. He tilted his neck and the joints cracked with a crisp sound. "Kid, I'll give you 2 choices. First, take off your gear and toss it over. I'll leave you a whole corpse. Second," he didn't finish his sentence, because Lin Yuan moved. Without any warning, without any extra motion. As he stepped forward with his left foot to adjust his balance, his right hand had already knocked the first arrow on the bowstring and released it. The arrow shot through the air, aimed at the leftmost of the 5, blocking the southern passage. The archer's arrow struck the LV-27 shield guard's armor, displaying a comical damage value of 2. But 7 status icons exploded above the shield guard's head. The second arrow followed closely, aimed at the warrior to the right of the shield guard. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th arrows, Lin Yuan's hand speed honed through, slaying 16,000 wolverines over 7 days, reached the point of creating afterimages. All 5 arrows were shot within 3 seconds, and each of the 5 had a dense cluster of red and green icons appear above their heads. "Shoot him." The hammer roared, charging toward Lin Yuan with 2 assassins beside him. Lin Yuan didn't even glance at them, turning instead toward the 5 at the northern passage. His running path was not a straight line, but traced an arc along the edge of the boulder cluster. This route was so familiar, he could run it with his eyes closed. Every stone's position, every protruding edge was firmly etched in his mind. While running, he knocked an arrow, the 6th arrow aimed at the face peeking out from behind the northern tower shield. The arrow grazed past the shield and embedded itself into the opponent's left shoulder. 7 status icons exploded. The 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th arrows. All 5 from the northern side were marked. As Lin Yuan ran past a tumter-high boulder, he made a sharp turn, nearly colliding with the pursuing hammer. The hammer's steel gauntlet, glowing with purple light, swung toward his face. The wind from the punch brushed past his nose close enough for him to smell the iron rust. But it missed. The 60% slow effect had already taken hold on the hammer, reducing his punch speed significantly. In front of Lin Yuan's full agility, that punch was no different from slow motion. Lin Yuan sidestepped, deftly driving his 11th arrow into the hammer's side. 7 status I. The hammer looked down at the trembling arrow shaft beneath his ribs. Before he could react, Lin Yuan had slipped past him, charging toward Kurt. The 12th arrow aimed at the elite warrior beside Kurt. The 13th arrow aimed at another elite. The 14th arrow aimed at the last elite. Kurt saw 3 of his subordinates' heads explode with 7 status icons simultaneously, and the pride in his eyes was instantaneously replaced by a sense of ominous foreboding. He raised his double-edged battle axe and swung it down toward Lin Yuan. The axe blade fell with a whistling sound, crashing down on the spot where Lin Yuan had stood half a second before, but it was already empty. At the moment the battle axe descended, Lin Yuan dove into a less than half-meter wide rock crevice on the right, rolling and crawling out from the other side. When he emerged, his right hand still held the last arrow. He drew the bowstring back fully and released it. The 15th arrow shot into the gap under Kut's purple heavy armor. As the 7 status icons exploded above Kut's head, all 15 people in the depression lit up. On the 15 faces flickered red, green, dark red, and copper green lights. The 7 colors intertwined and flashed, illuminating the entire depression like a nightclub dance floor. But no one found it beautiful, because with each flicker 28 points of health evaporated. Status. There are statuses above their heads. Dispel. Quickly dispel. ALV-27, Mage hurriedly pulled out a purification scroll, tearing it open. The golden purification light enveloping his entire body. 7 icons flickered once. Still there. One after another, purification potions and dispel scrolls were unsealed, and used bottles and scraps littering the ground. The depression filled with the sounds of shattering glass and rising curses. None of them worked. Kut's expression changed entirely in that moment. He glared at the 7 icons above his head that refused to disappear, then looked up to see Lin Yuan standing 20 meters away behind the rock crevice. All troops charge. Pursue him at all costs. Tear him to pieces. All 15 exploded simultaneously, charging toward Lin Yuan. But the moment they took their first step, all of their expressions froze. 60% slow effect. Their speed was directly reduced by more than half. Those originally swift advances and agile movements turned into a ridiculous slow jog. The LV-25 shield guard ran as if he were an 80-year-old man taking a stroll, while the LV-30 assassin couldn't even make a sharp turn, stumbling twice, almost falling. Lin Yuan stood behind the rock crevice, watching them for 2 seconds. Then he opened his talent panel and switched the 4th slot to hate removal. The skill systems of the 15 people lost their target lock at the same time. The mage casting a spell had his incantation forcibly interrupted halfway. The warrior charging up saw the target frame on his skill indicator turn gray. The hammer's fist was raised high, unsure where to strike. Kurt charged to within 5 meters of Lin Yuan. His eyes were fixed firmly on Lin Yuan's face, the double-edged battle axe raised overhead, brimming with power, yet his arms simply wouldn't swing down. It wasn't that he didn't want to strike, but the system wouldn't allow it. There was no valid target for the attack command. Lin Yuan stepped out from behind the boulder. He walked to a spot 3 meters in front of Kurt, tilted his head to observe the LV-34 mercenary leader for 2 seconds, then turned toward the flat stone at the edge of the depression. He had sat on that stone for 7 days in his, but had worn a shallow pit. He sat down. From his backpack, he took out a compressed food bar, tore open the packaging, and began to chew slowly. 3 meters away, Kurt raised his axe, his face twisted. What the hell are you? Lin Yuan did not respond. 28, 28, 28. The health bars above the 15 people began to sink in unison. The countdown had begun. The first to buckle under pressure was the LV-25 shield guard blocking the southern passage. His health was just over 4,000, and he barely held on for 2.5 minutes. Blood oozed from the silver armor, changing from dark red to a foul-smelling blackish purple. He swayed twice, his knees buckled, and he crashed heavily to the ground. In his final moments, he struggled to reach out, trying to grasp the calf of a nearby companion, but grasped nothing. As he exploded into a gray-white mist, his eyes bulged in disbelief. System notification: killed LV-25 shield guard, gained experience 310. The second and third enemies fell almost simultaneously with less than 4 seconds between them. Items dropped with a clatter. 2 green-littered long swords, a pile of silver coins, and several bottles of life potions that hadn't been uncorked in time. The once arrogant shouting from the depression fell silent, replaced by a chilling panic. Run! Run! At the northern passage, an LV-28 archer screamed in despair and turned to dash into the corridor. However, the 60 speed reduction overhead turned his sprint into a hobbled shuffle. After taking just 3 steps, his legs gave way and he stumbled pitifully. This seemed to trigger a signal. The remaining people completely lost their minds, desperately crowding towards the 2 exits. A dozen figures slowed to a crawl, stumbled chaotically in the depression, pushing against one another. A mage was knocked down by a fighter's shoulder, convulsed on the ground a couple of times, and could not get back up. It wasn't due to injury, rather his already depleted health bar was completely emptied by the effects of the status. 3 minutes passed. The 4th, 5th, and 6th fell one after another. The hammer's knees buckled, and he knelt less than 10 meters from Lin Yuan. His pair of violet glowing steel claws had long since slipped from his hands, and his fleshy palms pressed firmly against the scorched earth, his thick arms trembling like he had Parkinson's. Life force was pouring out along with the 7 levels of status effects. I don't want to die. The hammer struggled to lift his head, looking at Lin Yuan, who was sitting 3 meters away, chewing on rations, his ferocious voice already strained. Please, big brother. They'll strip all my gear and gold for you. I can serve you as a dog in the future, just please withdraw your skills. Lin Yuan swallowed the crumbs of his rations and cast a cold glance at him. Those 2 bottles of basic red potions are probably what he traded his life for as daily rations. When you stepped on his face, he didn't dare to utter a sound, for he understood the rules of this red earth continent. Survival of the fittest. Look up, and you die. Today it's you kneeling here, begging me. Lin Yuan looked down at him. Do you think your current posture is any more dignified? The hammer's expression instantly froze on his face, even the latter half of his plea caught in his throat. In the next moment, his massive body collapsed like a lifeless dog, crashing into the scorched earth. System notification: killed LV-31 fighter. The hammer gained experience 520. 7 minutes passed. In the once lively depression, only 4 desperate survivors remained, gasping. The 2 LV-28 mercenaries running at the front had just reached the edge of the southern passage when they completely deflated 3 meters away. The armor on their backs had been burned through by toxic blood, emitting a pungent white smoke. At exactly 8 minutes, the 2 convulsed and breathed their last. An LV-30 assassin attempted to activate stealth to escape. But in Lin Yuan's eyes, the 7 red and green status icons above him shone like a living neon light. Lin Yuan didn't even raise his bow, watching as the assassin in stealth dragged his leaden legs less than 20 meters, ultimately falling from invisibility in the 9th minute and faceplanting into a pile of dire wolf remains. In the depression, only Kurt remained standing. Strictly speaking, it could hardly be called standing. He was half-kneeling, propping himself up with his double-bladed battle axe like a cane. His flashy purple heavy armor was covered in copper-green corrosion spots, and the striking iron wolf emblem on his chest had long since been reduced to sludge by the venom. His health bar was stuck at the last sliver. All 5 bottles of expensive high-grade red potions had been consumed without a trace. In a regular battle, he would have filled his health bar 3 times by now. But in the face of true damage that ignored defenses at 28 points per second, a single potion only bought him half a minute of breath. 5 potions had allowed him to endure this slow torture of death for nearly 8 more minutes. The money spent felt like purchasing suffering. Kurt gritted his teeth and raised his head, staring fixedly at Lin Yuan, who sat on the stone. His rugged face was ashen, his mouth oozing black blood, but his eyes reflected the crazed defiance of a beast before death. The City Lord. The City Lord's mansion will not let you go. Each breath he took released the sound of bursting blood bubbles. Meng Zhao. He will definitely skin you alive. Lin Yuan looked at him quietly, as if observing a fallen object. Then let him come. Kurt's body suddenly tensed, his resentful expression freezing completely. His purple heavy armor collapsed like unsupported scrap metal, crashing down onto the hard rock. Immediately after this, LV-34 formidable body, along with the armor, exploded into a myriad of faint light mist, completely dissipating in the hot winds of the arid canyon. System notification: killed LV-34 swordsman Iron Wolf. Kurt gained experience 680. 12 minutes and 7 seconds. 15 professional mercenaries, none of whom even touched the hem of Lin Yuan's clothing. The ground of the depression had become a luxurious visual feast. Items dropped densely covered the ground, thicker than the remnants of firecrackers after New Year's celebrations. Colorful weapons, armor, potion bottles, scrolls, and small piles of gold coins sparkled enticingly among the boulders. Lin Yuan strode over to where Kurt had dissipated, crouching down to expertly loot the corpse. A wildly pulsating purple double-bladed battle axe and a hefty purple armor, all prime hard currency above LV-30. Along with a large stash of high-grade potions, 3 intermediate teleportation scrolls, and over 2,000 shiny gold coins. What a haul! Just as Lin Yuan was about to stand up, his hand suddenly paused. At the very bottom of Kit's loot, crushed beneath the pile of gold coins, was a small object the size of a palm. It wasn't a weapon that could cut through iron like mud, nor was it heavy plate armor. It looked like an extremely thin silver-white mask, its surface so smooth it bore no engraving, yet it emitted a soft and mysterious glow. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across its quality tag, and his normally icy breath suddenly froze at that moment. This was not a whiteboard abandoned on the street. It wasn't the blue gear being inflated by the wealthy in the market. It wasn't even the rare purple gear worn by Kurt. In this era of wilderness where all players were fighting over a piece of green gear, the mask's surface glimmered with the unique radiant gold of a legendary grade divine item. Lin Yuan crouched at the spot where Kurt had vanished, extracting the silver-white mask from the pile of gold coins. The mask was extremely light in his hands, almost paper-thin, and its surface temperature was several degrees lower than the surrounding rocks, feeling cold against his fingertips. System information popped up. 1,000 faces disguise mask golden legend quality. Level requirement none. Effect allows the wearer to freely set their appearance, voice, and body type, simultaneously concealing the visual effects and light effects of all equipment worn. Special effect: while worn, any means used by others to view will only display fabricated information, including name, level, and profession. Duration infinite. Effect ends upon removal. Lin Yuan read each line 3 times. He confirmed the special effects section twice. By any means, included system-level identity scans. What did this mean? It meant that after putting on this mask, even if the city lord Meng Zhao personally pointed the highest authority scanner at his face, the screen would show a completely fictitious false identity. The name was fake, the level was fake, the profession was fake, even the face was fake. The Iron Wolf mercenary group had been searching for him for 10 days, relying on 2 clues: the green light effect of the serpent bite poison set, and his own appearance. This mask severed both clues completely. Lin Yuan flipped the mask over. The back was equally smooth with no straps or clasps. He tentatively pressed the mask against his face, and its edges automatically adhered to his skin, creating no sensation of foreignness. The system popped up a custom interface. Lin Yuan adjusted for 30 seconds. He set his appearance to that of an ordinary man around 30 years old with a square face, a light scar, and a slightly aged look. He slightly widened his body type. He lowered his voice by half an octave. In the fabricated information section, he casually filled in a made-up name. Zhou Tiesheng, level LV22, profession set as warrior. Confirm. A silver light flashed across the surface of the mask, which then became completely transparent, merging seamlessly with his skin. Lin Yuan looked down at himself. The ghostly green flow of the serpent bite poison set vanished. The purple glow of the shadow cloak faded away. The copper rust patterns of the corroded short bow were covered by a layer of dull, ordinary wood grain. He walked to the edge of the depression and glanced at his reflection in a shiny piece of iron armor. It was a completely unfamiliar, featureless face of a middle-aged man. Not even a ghost would recognize him. Lin Yuan tossed the piece of iron armor aside and turned back towards the area of the dropped items, beginning a systematic cleanup of the spoils. The loot from 15 people was so abundant that his backpack was nearly overflowing. 4 purple items: a double-bladed battle axe from Kurd, a purple heavy armor, a steel finger from the hammer, and a purple dagger dropped by a level 30 assassin. 11 blue items covering various categories, such as shields, longswords, light armor, and crossbows. 42 high-level life potions, 18 high-level mana potions, and 9 intermediate teleportation scrolls. A total of over 12,000 gold coins. Lin Yuan stuffed the purple and valuable blue items into the main compartment of his backpack, the potions and scrolls into the side pockets, and directly collected the gold coins into the system wallet. He didn't even glance at the remaining low-value green and white items, simply leaving them behind. After counting, he calculated a rough total. Just the purple items alone in this batch were worth at least 8,000 gold. The blue items combined about 4,000, the potions and scrolls a little over 2,000, and the gold coins 12,000. Total value, over 26,000 gold. Adding the more than 11,000 gold he already had in his account, his total assets had officially surpassed 37,000 gold. 15,000 gold for the Gale Step was sufficient. There would still be 22,000 left, save for upgrading the intermediate bleeding technique to LV3 or accumulating capital for other high-tier skills. Lin Yuan zipped his backpack tightly, finally surveying the depression one last time. There were still some unwanted trash gear and empty potion bottles scattered on the ground, making faint clinking sounds as the wind blew. The valley was eerily quiet, with nothing but the occasional low growl of the Iron Wolf echoing from afar. When the 15 had arrived, each one louder than the last, discussing how to divide the loot and calculating how much his equipment was worth. Now they had become the loot themselves. Lin Yuan, wearing the Thousand Faces mask, walked out of the Iron Wolf Valley as Zhou Tiesheng. Passing by the stone tablet engraved with discouragement, he glanced at it. He last passed by 7 days ago. Besides the original line, discouraged, don't enter, waste of time, someone had newly carved another line below, really don't enter, my 20-man group was wiped out. Lin Yuan walked past the stone tablet, stepping onto the scorched earth wilderness. The twin suns of the red earth continent were setting to the west, casting a dark red light that elongated his shadow. The outline of the shadow was that of a 30-year-old, slightly stocky man carrying a common wooden bow. There was nothing resembling a young archer in the green serpent bite set. North gate of Iron Wall City. Lin Yuan swiped his card to enter the city. The federal soldier at the gate glanced at the terminal screen. Zhou Tiexing, LV-22 warrior, and didn't even raise an eyebrow, waving him through. As he passed through the city gate, Lin Yuan's peripheral vision caught sight of the notice board on the inside of the gate. The bounty notice from the Iron Wolf mercenary group was still posted in its old spot, the phrase "Capture Alive" for 5,000 gold bolded with red ink. But beside it, there was a new notice. The new notice had noticeably better quality paper surrounded by a golden embossed border with a large red square seal in the upper left corner. The official stamp of the city lord's mansion. Wanted notice. It featured a portrait. Lin Yuan's face. Wanted person: Lin Yuan, male, approximately 18 years old, archer hunter. Suspected of assaulting a legally registered adventurer, violating Article 17, Clause 3 of the Iron Wall City Public Security Regulations. Report immediately to the City Lord's Law Enforcement Department upon sighting, with a reward of 10,000 federal gold for valid information. The reward for capturing him alive is 30,000. A reward of 10,000 gold for information, 30,000 gold for capture. The City Lord's mansion had personally intervened. Lin Yuan stared at the wanted notice for 2 seconds. The face depicted on the wanted notice didn't match a single eyebrow with his current Zhou Tiexing face. He withdrew his gaze, hands in his pockets, walking along the current of people on the main street toward the southern slums. His pace was unhurried, breaths steady, blending in seamlessly with the ordinary adventurers returning to the city, feeling no sense of dissonance. From this day forward, the name Lin Yuan would completely evaporate from the surface of Iron Wall City. The City Lord's mansion and the remnants of the Iron Wolf mercenary group could continue their search. They could look for the young archer named Lin Yuan, clad in the green serpent bite, set aged 18. They would search until the end of time and never find him, because that person no longer existed. What existed was only an ordinary LV-22 warrior named Zhou Tiexing. And this old warrior would continue to kill monsters, level up, unlock slots, and stack damage in places they couldn't see. By the time he faced the City Lord's mansion again, they would no longer be confronting an LV-28 hunter. As for what level he would be by then, Lin Yuan didn't calculate. He only knew the next milestone was 32,000 kills, unlocking the 8th permanent slot, and the 15,000 gold Gale Step, which he would buy tomorrow. In the central square of Iron Wall City, the resurrection altar, 15 beams of white light erupted from the crystal columns, crashing onto the cold stone floor, gradually coalescing into twisted human forms. Kurt suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for air like a fish out of water, his first reaction being to lower his head and stare intently at his hands. His hands were intact, all 10 fingers were whole. He was even wearing that eye-catching purple heavy armor. Anyone with experience in the Red Earth continent knew that this shabby gear was merely a fig leaf provided by the system for resurrectors. As soon as he opened his personal panel, he discovered that his actual equipment bar was cleaner than his face, not even a single copper left. Even his underpants had been stripped away. Cough. Ugh. Not far away, the hammer lay on the ground like a dead dog, retching violently. The pair of exquisite steel tiger claws he had possessed for more than half a year was gone, and now he could only rely on his bare fists to grip the stone floor, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. In a place like the resurrection altar, there were always onlookers. Watching the 15 people neatly counting down, each with the Iron Wolf emblem stamped on their chests, the crowd instantly erupted. Am I blind? People from Iron Wolf. 15 full squads wiped out. Damn, what kind of wild, hellish king did they provoke? Wiped out all at once. The gossipy whispers around him pricked at his ears like needles, but Kurt couldn't care less about getting angry at that moment. His face was pale, fixated on the transparent system prompt that popped up in front of him. Revival count 1, remaining revival count 25, 2 times. His life had only 2 revivals left. Before he could catch his breath, a sudden desperate wail erupted nearby. No. This is impossible. Kurt turned his head. It was the LV-25 shield guard who had been the first to be ground down in the southern passage. He was now slumped on the ground, desperately clawing at his own scalp. The voice that emerged from his throat carried a chilling sense of despair. Above the shield guard's head hovered a line of glaring crimson characters, remaining revival count 010. It had reached 0. Immediately after the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, a total of 4 mercenaries had their revival counts completely drained. The system coldly stamped a gray mark next to their names, non-combatant. An old mercenary in the crowd gasped, suppressing his voice to mutter, their accounts are ruined. Revival count reset, attack permissions revoked. From today on, these 4 will not even be able to leave the city gate. Their remaining lives will be spent as useless drags. I'm only 23. The shield guard collapsed, banging his head against the stone floor, his forehead bruised and battered. The level I fought for with my life. Gone. All gone. No one went to pull him up, nor did anyone comfort him. Because every living Iron Wolf member present felt their hearts bleed. All equipment exploded, all gold dropped, even the backup potions and teleportation scrolls in their bags were completely gone. The assets lost by these 15 people in this incident were conservatively estimated to exceed 50,000 gold. Kurt staggered to his feet, expressionless, as he pushed through the crowd, walking like a zombie towards the mercenary group's base. The Hammer and others gritted their teeth and stumbled after him, the entire team silent, like a funeral procession. They returned to the base. Kurt kicked everyone out, slammed the door shut behind him, and firmly bolted it. He stood alone in the dim room, took a deep breath, and tremblingly summoned his drop record. The system is always the most impartial accountant. Every item that was dropped was recorded accurately down to quality and quantity listed in a long string. Double-edged battle axe, purple heavy armor, dozens of high-grade potions. Kurt scanned these entries, his eyelids twitching furiously, but he held back. These hard currencies that could be bought back with money, even if lost, wouldn't cause too much harm. What he cared about was only that most precious item. His gaze slid to the bottom of the record. The moment he saw that line of text, Kurt felt a buzz in his head, as if struck by a battering ram. Dropped item, faceless mask, golden legendary quality, bang. Kurt slammed his fist onto the solid wooden table before him. The table leg, as thick as his thigh, broke with a crack, and the tabletop split open with a horrifying gash. How could this be? Half a year ago, the Iron Wolves had mobilized along with the hefty sum spent on 16 cannon fodder, filling the deep dungeon with 50 people. Half of them had died, and in his last breath, he had stabbed the final blow to claim the head of the faceless Spider Queen. The system recognized him as the last survivor, automatically placing this rare golden item into his backpack. Kurt's face turned from pale to green, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. His mind raced, and moments later, a chilling truth emerged. The priority of the death penalty superseded the item protection attributes. This meant that normal deaths or being killed might not result in drops, but today's system enforced massive liquidation, which almost stripped him down to his underpants, could forcibly tear apart even the highest level binding attributes. That legendary equipment he had kept secret for half a year, fearing anyone would find out, was now safely resting in the backpack of that little green creature. Kurt felt drained of strength, collapsing into his chair, gripping his hair tightly. He wanted to roar, to offer a bounty of 100,000 gold to turn Iron Wall City upside down, but he didn't dare. Because he had a Lord Meng Zhao weighing down on him. That insatiable old dog, although profiting 30% from Iron Wolf's monthly earnings, allowed them to act as living bandits outside the city. But there was an unbreachable premise. Kurt could not possess strategic resources that could threaten the Lord's authority. Once Meng Zhao learned that Kurt had once held an item capable of altering appearances and fooling even official investigations, his first reaction would not be to help him reclaim it, but to flay him alive and accuse him of conspiracy and rebellion. So he kept that mask tightly concealed. Now that it was lost, with a mouthful of broken teeth and blood, he could only force it down his throat. "You little beast. You took my stuff, let's see how you die." Kurt gritted his teeth, squeezing out a muffled curse between clenched jaws. This blood debt was etched into his bones. Half an hour later, in the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps combat room, Kurt sat at the head of the long table like a vengeful god, with 30 members standing before him, not daring to breathe. Setting aside the 4 who had completely lost their accounts today, the originally 34-member main force had directly shrunk to 30. Morale collapsed, combat power diminished. From today on, all escort and sweep tasks are halted. Kurt's voice was hoarse, like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, but the murderous intent emanating from him sent chills down everyone's spine. "Get all eyes out there, keep a close watch on that archer. What time does he leave the city each day? What monsters does he farm? Even if he changes his shoes, I want to know immediately." The Hammer raised his still trembling bare fists, gritting his teeth to declare, "Boss, don't worry. I've paid a high price to get a line from the black market and ordered 20 sets of the highest grade anti-invisibility powder and 10 sets of binding chains. They'll arrive in 3 days at the latest." "Very good." Kurt nodded coldly. "Next time we encounter him, there will be no need for testing, no need for captives. Just chain him down on sight and crush him to dust." The 30 thugs lowered their heads in unison to respond. However, filled with murderous intent, Kurt was completely unaware of one thing. That golden mask, which he didn't dare to let a whisper slip about even to the Lord's mansion, was currently snugly affixed to the face of that young man he wanted to rip apart. Lin Yuan, wearing the mask and sporting the ordinary, unremarkable face of Zhou Tiexing, was swaggering through the main street of Iron Wall City with over 30,000 gold coins in his pocket. In the southern slums of the city, in a basement, Lin Yuan firmly secured the door latch. He took off his shadow cloak and casually hung it on the iron frame at the head of the bed, then plunged into the hard bunk like a fish out of water devoid of dreams. The amount of information and profit on this day was indeed astonishing. So much so that he had to force himself to muster the spirit to carefully assess his resources. The Thousand Faces mask had perfectly resolved the bounty crisis. The equipment and gold spilled out by the Iron Wolf's couriers had stuffed his wallet to the brim. But all of this was merely external. The most crucial confidence came from the fact that he had already reached level 28, just one step away from the critical battle power transformation at level 30. Lin Yuan raised his hand to summon the cache page of the offline terminal, directly filtering for level 30 archer skills. He squinted his eyes, scanning line by line. The primary target, Gale Step, priced at 15,000 gold. An 8-meter instant displacement landing grants a 3-second 50 speed boost with only an 8-second cooldown. This is the sole puzzle of the kite style. As long as he embeds it into the system, anyone of the same level would be left in the dust. The secondary target is the upgrade of intermediate bleeding technique. Upgrading from level 2 to level 3. The bleeding damage per second rises from 6 to 9, a permanent increase of 3 true damage. Priced at 12,000 gold. The third item, Arrow of Slowing upgrade. The slowing effect increases from 60 to 70. Priced at 10,000 gold. All 3 items total 37,000 gold. Lin Yuan glanced at his account balance, 374 to 1 gold. It was just enough to clear the shopping cart, but he raised an eyebrow, his expression not particularly relaxed. No way, I only have 400 gold left, not even enough to buy a high-grade healing potion. That's too insecure. In the savage wilderness, not having liquid funds in hand was no different from waiting to die. Lin Yuan quickly recalibrated his calculations in his mind. Based on the current efficiency of farming the Wolverine, simply collecting materials and beast cores would guarantee a daily income of 1,500 gold. If he grinds for 2 days, that's over 3,000 gold in liquid assets. Coupled with this substantial amount, his total assets would easily exceed 40,000. At that time, spending 37,000 on skills would still leave him with 3,000 as a safety net. More importantly, he didn't plan to buy in batches like a retail investor. Now bearing the face of Zhou Tieshing, the terminal records indicated he was a level 22 warrior. A low-level poor warrior repeatedly rushing to buy expensive archer skills would likely trigger the guild terminal's risk control alerts. The optimal solution was singular, stoically grind until level 30. Then during a quiet night, clear the shopping cart in one go, making the purchase without giving anyone a chance to react. Lin Yuan closed the product page and casually pulled up the counting bar of the talent panel. Total monsters killed 21847320. The 8th divine slot required over 10,000 more monsters to fill. At the current rate, it would take at most 8 or 9 days. He wasn't in a hurry. Slot filling was not something to rush. The 3 major skills were the key to realizing his combat power. As for the level gap, transitioning from level 28 to level 30 following the mature workflow of the canyon would require 3 days of intense grinding. Even when reaching level 29, facing level penalties and experience decay, he could still forcefully level up with a large enough base. 3 days, just 3 days. Lin Yuan solidified the plan in his mind and snapped his fingers. 3 days to reach level 30, gather enough materials for the funds, and head straight to the skill hall for his purchases. By then, how terrifying would this set of unparalleled stats be? Bleeding damage per second at 9, poison damage at 5, triple snake venom at 12 points after all the calculations. Wait a minute, Lin Yuan frowned. With the additional 3 points from bleeding, shouldn't the total damage per second jump from 28 to 31? He closed his eyes and recalculated. Bleeding 9, poison 5, snake venom doubled to 4 each. Wait, the set bonus doesn't apply to the poison damage. So is it 27 or? The more he calculated, the more confused he became. Damn. Lin Yuan irritably rubbed his throbbing temples. After over 70 hours of continuous calculations, his brain was essentially fried, and he couldn't even add or subtract within 10. Not wanting to waste any more computational power, he directly opened the summary data provided by the system. Current actual damage per second, including all bonuses, 28 points. Let's take this baseline for now. After the upgrade, the bleeding adds 3 points of true damage, and at level 30, the damage per second must exceed 31. Moreover, the slowing aura will surge from 60 to 70. This was no longer just kiting, this was pinning enemies to the ground like wooden stakes, maximizing the margin for error, coupled with the unreasonable displacement of Gale Step. Before reaching level 30, he was a troublesome tumor. After hitting level 30, he would become an unparalleled living nightmare in the wild, an entirely different species. Lin Yuan extinguished the light screen and turned to face the peeling stone wall. In 3 days, whoever wants to take on this quest can do so, or once I complete this grind, I will soar to new heights. At 5 in the morning, in an unnamed basement of the southern slums, Lin Yuan opened his eyes to the flickering light of a cheap magical lamp above him. He rolled out of bed, feeling the familiar dull pain in his knees. Fortunately, after a whole night of rest, his tense muscles and joints finally relaxed. Equipped and adeptly checking the condition of his mask, he confirmed that the disguise panel of Zhou Taixing was flawless. He stepped out. The slums in the morning were far quieter than the main thoroughfare of Iron Wall City, with only a few feral cats with glowing green eyes rummaging through the stinking trash bins in the narrow alleys. Lin Yuan tightened his shadow cloak and slipped along the wall to the main street, seamlessly blending into the flow of early rising adventurers. As he passed the north gate, he deliberately slowed his pace. At the base of the city wall, the cobbler who had been sitting there for ages was still squatting, now accompanied by a thin man leaning against a bluish brick wall, puffing smoke. The two of them had eyes like radars fixating on the face of every adventurer leaving the city. The dark sentinels of Iron Wolf were indeed extremely dedicated. Lin Yuan swaggered past the two. The cobbler lifted his eyelids to glance at him, but his gaze lingered on Lin Yuan's weathered, ordinary square face for less than half a second before disdainfully moving away. Turning his head, the dark sentinel viciously focused on a young man behind Lin Yuan who was carrying a longbow and looked barely over 20. The young archer felt his scalp tingle under their scrutiny, and in fright, he squeezed his legs together and quickened his pace. Lin Yuan remained expressionless, yet there was no ripple of emotion in his eyes. Instead, he silently praised this prop in his heart. Legendarier, this was a solid profit. Once out of the north gate's blind spot, he decisively turned towards the south gate. Exiting the city through the south gate, he circumvented the scorched wasteland along its western edge, ultimately entering the Iron Wolf Canyon from the rear. This route would take 40 minutes, 15 minutes longer than directly heading out through the north gate, but the safety factor was absolutely maximized. Even if Iron Wolf's people racked their brains, they would never guess that he would take such a large detour to reach the low-end dungeon in the North District. The moment he stepped into the canyon, Lin Yuan swiftly canceled his invisibility, drew a training arrow, and notched it. Time to work. In Area 1, within 30 seconds, the heads of 10 Iron Wolves exploded like fireworks, triggering a 7-fold fatal state. Not even bothering to look at their enraged, flailing, Lin Yuan turned and sprinted straight into Area 2. Area 2, 30 seconds. Area 3, 30 seconds. By the time he returned to Area 1 panting heavily, the first batch of 10 silver-gray armored behemoths had already collapsed to the ground, and the kill notification chime in his mind rang out like a crisp copper bell, jumping wildly. Seamlessly cycling without any waiting. He had executed this assembly line operation for a full 10 days. Every muscle and nerve in his body had ingrained the optimal pulling route and the most effortless shooting stance into his instincts. His mind completely emptied, he transformed into a heartless, emotionless monster of grinding kills. At noon, under the harsh dark red light of the scorched earth, Lin Yuan leaned against the shadow of a giant rock in Area 3, chewing on 2 pieces of hard compressed rations, tilting his head back to gulp down half a bottle of bitter water. In the afternoon, the machine continued to rumble. Area 1 shoot run. Area 2 shoot run. Area 3 shoot sit. Until the twin suns began to tilt to the west, Lin Yuan casually checked his experience bar. LV 2878. He had toughly gnawed through 66% in one day. At this rate, before noon tomorrow, he would definitely reach LV 29. Time to clock out, go invisible, and sneak back to the city along the same path. The process on the second day was almost a photocopy of the first, with the only difference being the moment around noon when the experience bar was completely filled. Level up LV 28, LV 29. All accumulated attribute points were immediately dumped into agility. Lin Yuan distinctly felt the heaviness in his legs lift a layer. His feet felt as light as if he were walking on air. The time taken to run from Area 1 to Area 2 was forcibly squeezed down from 2 minutes and 50 seconds to 2 minutes and 35 seconds. However, the exhilaration lasted less than 3 seconds before the system doused him with cold water. After reaching LV 29, the experience yield from Iron Wolves visibly plummeted. The bad news was this wretched place began to lock experience. At LV 29, grinding LV 23 monsters with a 6-level difference, the dreadful experience penalty mechanism of the Scarlet Earth continent arrived on time. What was once a full health fatty with 280 points was now directly reduced to a meager 196 points. It was truly like skinning and stripping muscles, leaving no loopholes to exploit. Leaning against the scorching rock wall, Lin Yuan coldly calculated in his mind. To sprint from LV 29 to the LV 30 threshold, he needed approximately 2/8 of his 0 experience. Calculating at 196 points per beast, he would have to slaughter a staggering 149 Iron Wolves. And his maximum output on this assembly line per day was at most 1300 to 1400. It was a tight squeeze with almost zero margin for error. Then I must snap the bowstring. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, stuffing the empty water bottle into his backpack and gripping the worn-down short bow once more. On that day, he directly extended his high-intensity working hours from 10 to 11 hours. He forced out over 100 more kills from his fingers. By the time he clocked out late at night, his legs were completely numb, devoid of sensation. He relied solely on his invisibility state, moving back to Iron Wall City like a ghost step by mechanical step. On the third day, leaving at 5 in the morning, he stepped into the canyon 40 minutes later, without a moment's hesitation, unleashing a rain of arrows. In the morning, he devoured 600, pushing his experience bar to 71. In the afternoon, the sun tilted westward. 700. 800. At 6:43 in the evening, the last Iron Wolf in Area 3 let out a chilling, desperate wail, its massive body collapsing into a shower of light. Buzz. A dazzling golden light, thicker than any before, surged up from beneath Lin Yuan's feet, like a sword breaking through the dark red sky, completely enveloping him in a blinding halo. Level up LV 29 LV 30. The threshold of level 30 has been surpassed. Lin Yuan stood amidst the dark purple-stained rubble, watching the wildly pulsating LV 30 on his retina, exhaling a long hot breath that had been pent up for 3 whole days. Finally made it. He had finally broken through. He did not waste even half a second in the canyon. Reaching into his backpack, he pulled out the pre-prepared intermediate teleportation scroll and tore it to shreds. 15,000 gold for Wind Walker, my friend, is here to pick it up. The azure magical teleportation array suddenly formed beneath his battered feet. 3 seconds later, with a flash of light, Lin Yuan's figure completely disappeared from the echoing depths of the wolf pack. Destination: Iron Wall City Adventurers Guild. The teleportation circle blossomed in the Adventurers Guild Hall, and Lin Yuan strode forth. The surrounding adventurers in line merely glanced at him casually. A regular warrior in his 30s, stocky in build, carrying a dull gray wooden bow. This mundane appearance was common on the streets, unable to stir even a ripple in the Iron Wall City. Lin Yuan ignored the bustling crowd and headed straight for the skill training area. To his surprise, the old thin man was there today, still huddled in his dim corner, sharpening a stick of wood with a worn blade, his posture identical to last time. 3 items, Lin Yuan stated firmly in front of the wooden platform without a hint of small talk. The skill book for Gale Step, the intermediate bleeding technique upgraded to LV3, and the intermediate slow arrow upgraded to LV3. The old man's knife paused, and he lifted his murky eyelids to scrutinize Lin Yuan twice. Are you? The old man pointed to the information displayed on the terminal. Zhou Tieshing LV22, warrior, humming a peculiar tune through his nose. Playing crossglass. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that he was still disguised with the 1,000-faced mask. The mask could fool the city lord's tracking scan, but the damn skill learning permission verification could not be bypassed. He discreetly pressed the edge of the mask, disabling the class disguise function. His appearance and ID remained unchanged, but the aura beneath the panel flickered. Information refreshed. Zhou Tieshing LV30 Hunter. The old man stared at the newly popped information, his lips twitching slightly, not probing any further. He slowly turned around, rummaging through the dusty top shelf, pulling out a thick, dark golden skill book that felt as heavy as a brick, along with 2 bottles of glowing potions. Gale Step 15,000. Bleeding upgrade to LV3 12,000. Slow upgrade to LV3 10,000. Total 37,000. The old man slammed the items onto the table. Pay up and take your goods. Lin Yuan, without batting an eye, pressed confirm on the payment interface. The light screen flickered, and his account balance plummeted from 40,312 gold to 3,312 gold in an instant. 37,000 gold, which was the cost of 15 elite mercenaries, plus the flesh and blood of 16,000 dire wolves over 7 days and nights. In Iron Wall City, this hefty sum could purchase an entire street's worth of property for rental. Yet Lin Yuan remained unfazed. On this damned red earth continent, life was singular, and this exorbitant toll was not unjust. He grabbed the Gale Step skill book. The pages disintegrated upon touch, transforming into dark golden streams of light that surged wildly into his palm. A jolt of electric-like thrill exploded along his spine, shooting straight up to the crown of his head. System notification: skill Gale Step learned successfully. Then Lin Yuan uncorked the first bottle of bleeding upgrade potion and gulped it down. The searing liquid like lava slid down his throat, enveloping him with an intensely aggressive surge. System notification: intermediate bleeding technique LV2 LV3 upgrade successful. Effect changed to 9 points of true bleeding damage per second. The last bottle of slow upgrade potion, exuding a deathly ice blue hue, felt as though it would freeze even his breath the moment it entered his throat. System notification: intermediate slow arrow LV2 LV3 upgrade successful. Effect changed to reduce his target's movement speed by 70. The 3 skill effects settled thoroughly within Lin Yuan's body. He eagerly summoned his talent panel, his gaze locking directly onto the status overview. 34 points of true damage. Compared to before he arrived here, his damage per second had surged by 6 points. What did this mean? In 10 minutes, it would amount to a terrifying true damage of 20,400. An elite monster with 10,000 health. it would definitely perish within 5 minutes. As for the staggering 70 slowdown, that was an unreasonable clause. A LV-30 berserker charging at full speed once hit by this arrow would find their movement speed slower than Lin Yuan's leisurely post-dinner stroll, instantly pressing them into a wheelchair for a rough ride. Not to mention, he now had Gale Step, an 8-meter teleportation distance landing to grant a 3-second 50 burst of movement speed with a cooldown of merely 8 seconds. This effectively locked down the enemy's charge tactics, trapping them in a garbage bin. This is the ultimate form of the kite build. Lin Yuan smirked, coldly nodding at the old man before striding out of the guild's door. Whether a mule or a horse, it had to be taken out for a stroll. Lin Yuan did not return to that dim underground chamber, but headed straight for the west gate of Iron Wall City. 3 kilometers outside the city lay a scorched earth habitat for the werewolves with scattered monsters ranging from LV-28 to LV-30, just right for testing his blade. 20 minutes later, a solitary LV-28 scorched earth werewolf came into view. It was a 2-meter-tall humanoid beast covered in stiff dark fur, like steel needles, clutching a bloodied bone spur in its hand, squatting among the rocks and feasting ravenously. Lin Yuan stopped 30 meters away, raised his hand, drew his bow, and released. Whooshed! The wooden arrow struck accurately into the thick back of the werewolf, dealing minor physical damage, but 7 colorful execution icons erupted above its head. The scorched earth werewolf howled in pain, violently turning around its long legs with reverse joints kicking off the ground in an attempt to leap at Lin Yuan. As a high-agility monster, its explosive power could easily tear apart an ordinary shield guard line. However, under the immense pressure of a permanent 70 slowdown, everything became a farcical joke. That unstoppable charge seemed to be forcibly slowed down to a third of its speed as the werewolf's legs kicked up dirt while its body remained in a bizarre moonwalk stance. Lin Yuan didn't even switch to his bow, casually strolling backward with his hands in his pockets. Just relying on his base movement speed, the distance between him and the beast was mercilessly increasing. Let's test the new goods again, Lin Yuan thought, and a deep blue magic circle suddenly brightened beneath his feet. Gale Step activate. His body blurred instantaneously, leaving only an afterimage behind, while his true form had unpredictably appeared 8 meters away. The moment his feet touched the ground, an exhilarating push filled his legs, instantly boosting his movement speed by half. With just a few simple backward steps, he had opened up the distance to 30 meters, completely escaping the range of all close combat aggro. The scorched earth werewolf continued to roar behind him like a snail, while Lin Yuan had already stopped leisurely. 34, 34, 34. Terrifying numbers of true damage danced wildly above the werewolf's head, while its health bar plummeted at a visible rate. Lin Yuan coldly observed, not firing a second arrow. 2 minutes and 23 seconds. A dull thud. The werewolf's stout knees could no longer support it as the bone spur smashed against the rubble, its massive body convulsing before turning into a pile of experienced light dust. Throughout the entire process, the monster hadn't even gotten within 3 meters of Lin Yuan. A dimensional suppression and injury-free slaughter. Lin Yuan satisfactorily withdrew his gaze, summoning the electronic map from the void, his fingertip directly gliding over the Golden Wolf Canyon, stopping at the Red Skull mark, emitting high temperatures further north. Lava Giant Beast Lair LV30 LV35 warning environment, extremely dangerous, recommended 40-person full team strategy. 40-person dungeon. Lin Yuan closed the panel, tugged at the thousand-faced disguise on his face, and a hint of frenzied sharpness flashed in his deep eyes. Sorry, but this place is all mine. The next morning in the hall of the Adventurers Guild, Lin Yuan, wearing the face of Zhou Tiexing, approached the map merchant's stall. The bald old man was still half asleep. His murky eyes glanced at him briefly before he lowered his head to continue dozing. Detailed map of the northern deep area of Iron Wall City. 100 gold. Lin Yuan slapped the money on the table and took a roll of parchment tied with a black ribbon. He didn't unfold it in the hall, but walked to a corner single booth before spreading out the map. The location of the Lava Beast's lair was approximately 15 kilometers north of Iron Wall City, requiring passage through the desolate scorched earth wilderness and over a low volcanic range known as the Burning Ridge. The information marked on the map was far more detailed than that of the Wolverine Canyon. Clearly, many teams had attempted to conquer this dungeon, leaving behind a wealth of intelligence records. Lava Beast LV3 LV33 Health 800. 01200 Physical damage reduction 80 Magical resistance 60 Trait 1 Rock armor passive. When hit by physical attacks, the attacker suffers 50 points of burn reflection damage. Trait 2 Lava eruption active. Erupts lava in a fan-shaped area ahead, causing substantial fire damage. Trait 3 Ground rupture active. The ground within a 3-meter radius erupts, causing area physical damage. Recommended number 40 players. Full team clear record 3 times. All accomplished by teams exceeding 50 players. Lin Yuan read through the details, the curve of his lips gradually widening. 80 physical damage reduction. That was higher than the 70 of the Wolverine. A LV-30 warrior, assuming a base attack power of 150 points, would inflict only 30 damage after accounting for the 80% reduction. Mages fared slightly better, but the 60% magical resistance was still quite formidable. Even more disgusting was the burn reflection. Any melee attack would first incur 50 points of fire damage. This meant that melee classes were essentially committing suicide while attacking in this dungeon, inflicting damage on themselves while fighting the monsters. Hence, a full team of 40 was necessary, with at least half being healers specifically to sustain the melee fighters. Moreover, all 3 of the recorded clears were achieved by overstacked teams of 50 or more, likely spending several thousand gold on potions. Lin Yuan rolled up the map and stuffed it into his backpack. 80 physical damage reduction. 60 magical resistance. Burn reflection. What did it have to do with him? His 34 points of damage per second were true damage, unaffected by any damage reduction mechanics. The trigger condition for burn reflection was when a physical attack hits. His permanent state was a continuous effect and did not count as a physical attack hit, thus would not trigger the reflection. As for lava eruption and ground rupture, both were area skills with distinct wind-up actions and attack ranges. With a 70 slow and his wind step, he had ample time to evade. With health ranging from 8,000 to 12,000, calculating based on 34 points of damage per second, it would take a maximum of 6 minutes to kill one. It was twice as slow as the Wolverine, but what about the experience gain? Lin Yuan flipped to the back of the map to check the dungeon rewards section. LV-30 Lava Beast Experience, 450 LV-33 Lava Beast Experience, 620. The later stages of the Wolverine only provided 196 points, and here it had doubled or tripled. Moreover, the drop quality was elevated by a tier, starting from blue with a small chance of purple. The core material Lava Heartstone from the Lava Beast was priced at 15 gold each on the black market, 4 times more expensive than the iron armor fragments from the Wolverine. Lin Yuan quickly calculated in his mind. Assuming each Lava Beast took 6 minutes to kill plus the time for positioning and respawning, he could clear about 8 to 10 within an hour. In 10 hours, that would amount to 80 to 100 beasts. Experience averaging 500 points, yielding 40 to 50,000 experience in a day. Gold, assuming each beast dropped a Lava Heartstone along with miscellaneous items, the daily income would be between 1,200 to 1,500 gold. The efficiency was somewhat lower than the Wolverine Canyon, but the experience gain was significantly higher. Leveling from LV-30 to LV-31 required about 350,000 experience. Is at the rate of 50,000 per day, it would take 7 days for one level. It was slow. Lin Yuan frowned. In the Wolverine Canyon, he could level up in 1 day, but in the Lava Beast's lair it turned into 7 days for one level, which was too large a gap. But there was no alternative. This was the inevitable result of leveling up. As one progressed, leveling became increasingly slower, a reality all awakened ones had to face. Unless he could find a production line model similar to the Wolverine Canyon. The reason the Wolverine Canyon was so efficient was that the 3 respawn areas were seamlessly connected, allowing him to apply status effects to 30 monsters simultaneously and then sit back and wait for them to die. If the Lava Beast lair also had a similar multi-area respawn mechanism, then efficiency could increase exponentially. This would require an on-site investigation. Lin Yuan stood up, pushed open the booth door, and walked out. In the guild hall, people came and went, and no one noticed the ordinary warrior emerging from the corner. He crossed the hall and exited the guild's main door, heading toward the south gate. As he passed through the middle of the main street, Lin Yuan's peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. Hammer of the Iron Wolf mercenary group was standing at the entrance of an equipment shop with 3 others. Hammer had changed into a new set of equipment. Clearly repurchased after resurrection, the quality was significantly lower than before, with his armor downgraded from purple to blue and his gauntlets were merely of green quality. His expression was so grim it could drip with water as he bargained with the equipment shop owner, his voice loud enough for half the street to hear. 800 gold. Are you robbing me? This broken blue armor is worth at most 500 on the black market. Lin Yuan walked past him 3 meters away. Hammer's gaze swept over, pausing on his face for less than a second before moving away. No reaction. Lin Yuan continued walking, the corners of his mouth barely twitching. The 1,000-faced mask was quite useful. Exiting the city through the south gate, he activated his invisibility and took the first step into the deep wilderness to the north. The terrain of the scorched earth wilderness grew increasingly desolate as he traveled north. The ground transitioned from cracked red soil to black volcanic rock, with the smell of sulfur in the air growing stronger. After about 40 minutes of walking, a low ridge appeared ahead. The ridge was barren, with orange-red lava occasionally flowing from the crevices of the rocks, radiating scorching heat. Upon crossing the ridge, the scenery opened up before him. A vast basin sprawled at his feet, filled with lava pools of various sizes, the orange-red magma bubbling within, illuminating the entire area. and between those lava pools hulking beasts the size of small trucks lay sprawled. The lava beasts. Their bodies were covered with dark red rocky armor, four stout legs embedded deep into the ground, and lava flowed slowly through the cracks in the raised armor on their backs, emanating a searing red glow. The nearest one was about 50 meters away, lying beside a lava pool, occasionally dipping its head into the magma to sip, much like soaking in a hot spring. Lin Yuan crouched at the edge of the ridge, spending 10 minutes observing the layout of the entire basin. 3 distinct respawn areas, each containing 8 to 10 lava beasts. The structure was nearly identical to that of the Wolverine Canyon. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He stood up, drew an arrow from his quiver, nocked it, and aimed at the lava beast that was soaking 50 meters away. Release. The arrow flew through the air, striking the beast's rocky shell, emitting a dull thud. Damage numbers appeared. 1. 7 status icons exploded. The lava beast slowly raised its head, pulling it out of the magma pool, and turned to face Lin Yuan. Its movements were already slow, and with the 70 slow debuff, it was no different from slow-motion footage. Lin Yuan turned and ran toward the second lava beast. A new farm was opening. Little did he know that at the same moment he crossed the burning ridge in Iron Wall City, in the operations room of the Iron Wolf mercenary group, Kurt was standing before a large sand table. The sand table was filled with red marker flags, all concentrated in one location, the Wolverine Canyon. In Kurt's hand was a piece of iron armor fragment, which he had brought back after sending someone to investigate the canyon. In the 3 depressions of the canyon lay hundreds of green trash, equipment remnants, and discarded low-value materials. The amount was staggering. One person. Kurt crushed the iron armor fragment, powder falling from his fingers. All of this was done by one person. He looked up, his gaze falling deeper into the northern section of the sand table. He won't stay in the Wolverine Canyon forever. Kurt's voice was hoarse and slow. Continue searching north. The heat waves at the bottom of the basin distorted the air at the edges of vision, and the orange-red magma pool bubbled with a muffled sound akin to boiling porridge. Lin Yuan crouched behind a piece of black volcanic rock on the ridge, locking onto the LV-30 lava giant 50 meters away, which was submerging its head in the magma. This creature's size was at least 2 times larger than a steel-armored direwolf, its 4 legs as thick as bridge pillars with dark red magma flowing through the cracks in the rocky carapace on its back, looking no different from a small volcano with legs from a distance. Health points 8,000, physical damage reduction 80. To an ordinary person, this would be a tough challenge requiring a group of 40 to tackle. But to him it was merely an experience package that moved a bit slowly. Lin Yuan drew an arrow from his quiver, nocked it, and pulled back fully. The bowstring hummed softly as it was stretched to its limit, the layer of verdigris patterns on the rusted short bow completely concealed under the mask. Release. The arrow arced perfectly and struck the gap in the lava giant's neck carapace. Damage dealt 1. Just 1 point. After the 80 physical damage reduction, his meager attack power was reduced to nothing. But immediately after, 7 colorful status icons burst above the giant's head: dark red ink, green ice blue, and verdigris. A dazzling display like the door god's talismans pasted during the new year. 34. The first jumped, steadily rising. The lava giant pulled its head out of the magma pool, the motion exceedingly slow. Its 2 dark red eyes turned in the heavy cracks of its rocky armor for a long while before locking onto the small figure 50 meters away. It opened its large mouth marked with traces of magma and emitted a low roar that shook the ground. Then all 4 of its pillar-like legs suddenly powered up, and with a suffocatingly slow speed it charged toward Lin Yuan. 70 permanent slow. This clumsy giant, which originally had a slow movement speed, now moved as if dragging a threatened iron chain with every step. Its stout legs slammed into the black rocky ground, sparking a shower of sparks, making quite a noise, but its displacement was almost 0. Lin Yuan didn't even have to use wind step, retreating 20 steps effortlessly and increasing the distance to over 40 meters. The giant chased for over 10 seconds, realizing it couldn't catch up, and in a fit of rage opened its massive mouth, a blazing white light surging from deep within its throat. Lava eruption. A fan-shaped flow of magma poured from its mouth, covering a 15-meter area directly in front, instantly scorching the air into a deformed haze. Lin Yuan read the prelude as the giant tilted its head back. The deep blue array beneath his feet flashed, activating wind step. His body instantly shifted 8 meters to the side, and as his feet hit the ground, a 50 speed boost surged into his legs, allowing him to cover 12 meters in 3 steps. The magma flow crashed down on the spot he stood 3 seconds ago, burning the black rocky ground into an orange-earth scar. It had nothing to do with him. Lin Yuan stopped, hands in pockets, watching the giant still writhing 40 meters away. 34. 34. 34. The red and green damage numbers danced joyfully. 1 minute 2,040 health points evaporated. 2 minutes 4,080. Half of its health bar was gone. The giant spewed lava again, but it was too far away, missing completely. Then it tried a ground fissure, and the ground within a 3-meter radius erupted violently. But Lin Yuan stood 35 meters away watching the show. 3 minutes, 6,120. The giant's movements began to slow. Magma, mixed with green venom, oozing from its rocky surface, emitting an extremely pungent smell of sulfur and rotting flesh. 3 minutes and 55 seconds. The 1,000-pound lava giant's 4 pillar-like legs lost their support simultaneously, and its entire body crashed down with a tremor. The rocky armor shattered, light points scattering. You have slain the LV-30 lava giant, gaining experience, 450, gain materials, lava heartstone 1, Iraqi armor fragments, 3 minutes, and 55 seconds, no damage taken. Lin Yuan bent down to pick up the fist-sized lava heartstone, which emitted a dim orange light. Its temperature was not low, but not hot enough to burn. 15 gold per stone, 4 times more valuable than the iron armor fragments from the dire wolf. But that wasn't the point. The point was, he had only shot 1 arrow. 1 arrow to apply status effects, then no actions taken throughout the duration, waiting for 3 minutes and 55 seconds for the monster to die. What does this mean? It means he could apply status effects to other monsters during those 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Lin Yuan looked up and surveyed the entire basin. Area 1, 9 monsters scattered between 3 magma pools. Area 2, 10 monsters. Area 3, 8 monsters. The terrain was much more open than the dire wolf canyon, with greater spacing between the giants providing more room for maneuvering. Lin Yuan's mind began to race. Applying status effects to 1 giant took half a second. Just knock an arrow and shoot, no extra actions needed. Running to the next giant, depending on the distance, averaged 10 to 15 seconds. Area 1 with 9 giants would take about 2 minutes to apply status to all. Then activate wind step and go invisible heading to Area 2. By the time he returned after applying status to all in Area 2, the monsters in Area 1 should be close to death. Seamless continuity. But it had one advantage over the dire wolf canyon: wind step. With an 8-meter movement speed increase, the transition time between areas was greatly reduced. What used to take 3 minutes to run is now done in 1.5. Lin Yuan began to act. He ran towards the second giant in Area 1, knocking an arrow from 30 meters away, dealing 1 physical damage, causing 7 status effects to erupt. Before the giant could turn its head, he was already running toward the third one. The third, fourth, fifth. Arrows flew out one after another, each striking precisely at the gaps in their shells, and 7 death fireworks erupted above each giant's head. 2 minutes and 14 seconds, all 9 giants in Area 1 were fully affected. Go invisible, run. Wind step activated 8 meters of movement and 3 seconds of acceleration, leaving a trail on the black rocky ground. 1 minute and 20 seconds later, he reached Area 2. Canceled invisibility, knocked an arrow, and continued the flow process. First one hit. Second one hit. On the 6th one, he intentionally maneuvered around a magma pool, nearly stepping into it. He could feel the temperature of the ground, even through his combat boots, heat rising from his feet. Watch out for environmental damage. It took 2 minutes and 40 seconds to fully apply status to the 10 monsters in Area 2. Half a minute slower than Area 1 due to the more scattered distribution of giants. When invisible, running toward Area 3. On the way, loud sounds erupted behind him. The giants in Area 1 began to collapse in batches. The system's notification sounded like a barrage. Experience 450. 450. 450. 8 had fallen, with 1 LV-32 still holding on, its health thicker, still resisting. By the time he finished applying status in Area 3, the LV-32-1 could no longer hold out, and the last muffled sound echoed. 9 cleared. Lin Yuan glanced at the time. From the first arrow shot until now, a total of 8 minutes had passed. 8 minutes, 9 monsters, 4,050 experience. Adding in the 10 still on countdown in Area 2 and the 8 in Area 3, the total yield from one cycle would exceed 12,000 experience. And the total time for one cycle, even at worst, wouldn't exceed 15 minutes. For cycles, in an hour, 48,000 experience. 10 hours a day, 480,000 experience. This number was 40% higher than his peak efficiency in the Direwolf Canyon. Thanks. Lin Yuan looked at the scattered rocky armor fragments and scattered lava heart stones, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Whoever designed this dungeon layout really tailored it to be a money printer for him. After collecting the drops in Area 1, the giants in Area 2 began to collapse one after another. Lin Yuan pulled up his talent panel to take a look. The current 4th slot was embedded with hate removal. No, he had spent too long running. Running from Area 1 to Area 2, then from Area 2 to Area 3, just traveling, had taken nearly 3 minutes. What if he embedded the speed increase effect of wind step into a permanent slot? No, wind step is an active movement skill, not a sustained buff status, so it can't be embedded. But the slow target movement speed from slow arrow is permanently effective. What about his own movement speed? Lin Yuan flipped through the talent description and confirmed that eternal erosion could only be embedded in negative states applied to targets, not self-buffs. Guess he'll just stick to running. The benefits of investing fully in agility became evident at this moment. With LV-30's base agility plus equipment bonuses, his naked movement speed was already quite impressive. Using Wind Step as a travel tool, using it once the 8-second cooldown is ready purely for acceleration. On the first day, Lin Yuan spent a full 11 hours in the lava giant's lair. Total kills 274. Level LV-30, LV-31. Lava Heartstones 241 worth over 3,600 gold. Other miscellaneous items and low-level gear totaled about 800 gold. His account balance soared from just over 3,003 to 7,007. Talent kill count 241, 213, 2000. He sat on the ridge at the edge of the basin, munching on the last piece of compressed food, mentally reviewing the day's data. The efficiency was much higher than expected. The core reason was that the bulk status application mode was fully realized in this area. The giants moved slowly with great spacing, and once hate removal activated, they couldn't even find their targets, standing there passively taking hits until death. He didn't even need to kite. Shoot an arrow, apply status, go invisible, and leave. The monsters stood still for over 3 minutes, bleeding out and dying on their own. A more efficient model than kiting, free range. From now on, he'll use this method. Lin Yuan stuffed the compressed food packaging into his backpack, brushed off the volcanic ash from his pants, went invisible, and headed down the mountain toward Iron Wall City. The rhythm of the second day was exactly the same as the first. Departing the city in the morning, taking a detour to enter 11 hours of continuous free ranging. The third day, the fourth day. Muscle memory took over his brain again. Lin Yuan reverted to that cold monster grinding machine. The only difference from the Direwolf Canyon was that environmental damage needed extra caution here. Twice he had moved too quickly and nearly stepped into a magma pool, narrowly avoiding it with a Wind Step teleport. By the end of the fourth day, the kill count jumped to 25,200. Still 6,800 monsters away from unlocking the 8th slot at 32,000. About 6 days of work. Lin Yuan went invisible and returned to the city, passing by the north gate, as usual, glancing at the position of the Iron Wolf's Dark Watch. Still crouching, still watching. These guys were quite patient. Too bad they were watching the wrong direction. On the 6th day, deep within the basin, Lin Yuan was crouched down collecting lava heartstones after finishing a round of exercises in Area 3 when he noticed a red mark on the map that he had deliberately avoided before. At the southernmost edge of Area 3, near the cliff at the edge of the basin, there was a small, isolated platform. On the platform lay a gigantic beast, its size nearly double that of an ordinary lava giant, and the color of its shell had changed from dark red to a deep purple-black. He moved closer, observing from 50 meters away, when information about the monster popped up on his terminal. Lava Lord Elite LV-35. Health, 25,000. Physical damage reduction, 85. Magical resistance, 70. Trait Lava Domain passive causes 30 points of fire damage per second within a 5-meter radius. Trait Magma Eruption active 360-degree magma spray covering all angles. 25,000 health. It was 2 to 3 times thicker than an ordinary giant beast. More troublesome was the Lava Domain, a passive effect that automatically deducts health within 5 meters, causing 30 points of damage per second. This was not a skill but had no wind-up time, no cooldown. Just getting within 5 meters would incur damage. In other words, any melee profession would have to endure a continuous burn of 30 points per second before entering its attack range. Adding to that was the 360-degree magma spray, leaving no safe zone even from the sides or behind. No wonder it was marked in red on the map. This creature was designed to be a nuisance for teams. Melee couldn't approach, ranged couldn't deal damage, and standing still to whittle down health would take an eternity. But Lin Yuan was not focused on its attributes. He was fixated on the word elite. The drop quality of elite monsters was guaranteed to be blue with a chance of purple. The white jade venomous python dropped a poisonous ring from the purple patterned treasure chest, while the gray rat king dropped a rusty short bow. Elite monsters had always been his golden geese. With 25,000 health calculating based on a damage rate of 34 per second, Lin Yuan mentally crunched the numbers. 735 seconds. 12 minutes and 15 seconds. 12 minutes to grind down a LV-35 elite monster, provided he maintained a distance of 5 meters without taking damage from the lava domain. This condition was practically meaningless to him. He always shot from 30 meters away at ordinary giants. When had he ever gone within 5 meters? Let's give it a try. Lin Yuan drew an arrow from his quiver, knocked it, and aimed for the widest crack on the side of the lava lord's neck. Letting go, the arrow flew 50 meters, and with a thud embedded itself in the crack. 1. 7 status icons erupted above the massive purple-black head. The lava lord opened its eyes. Its 2 white-hot pupils shone from deep within its rocky shell, radiating heat that could be felt even from 50 meters away. It did not rush over immediately. First it did one thing: it stood up. Just the action of standing up took 5 seconds. Its forelegs comparable to pillars of a city wall slowly lifted its nearly 30-ton body, causing the ground to crack with radial patterns under the immense weight. Then it took its first step towards Lin Yuan. 70 speed reduction. This step took Lin Yuan estimated nearly 4 seconds. Converted to actual movement speed, it was about as fast as an elderly person getting up to find their slippers. Lin Yuan turned and took a few steps back, easily creating distance. 34, 34, 34. The damage numbers popped up steadily like a metronome. A minute passed, and the health dropped to 22,960. The Lava Lord finally reached the spot where Lin Yuan had been 5 seconds earlier, only to find its prey had run further away. Enraged, it opened its mouth-wide magma eruption. Unlike the fan-shaped spray of ordinary giants, this skill was released in a full 360 degrees. Scalding magma surged out from a 15-meter radius around it, even covering behind. No blind spots. But Lin Yuan stood 40 meters away. The magma lost momentum when it reached 20 meters, barely crawling forward 2 meters before solidifying into black rock. It had nothing to do with him. Not enough range. Lin Yuan silently sentenced this elite monster to death in his mind. The next 11 minutes were so boring that he nearly yawned. The Lava Lord couldn't catch up to him. The magma eruption couldn't hit him. The lava domain was completely out of reach. The only moment that made Lin Yuan slightly tense was in the 7th minute, when the Lava Lord suddenly used a new skill. It tore a whole piece of its shell off its back and hurled it at him like a spear. This thing wasn't slow in flight, estimated to be about 70% of a normal arrow's speed. But with Wind Step's 8-meter displacement, he easily dodged it, and that piece of shell smashed into the ground behind him, creating a 2-meter diameter crater. Not bad. Lin Yuan noted the wind-up of this attack. The right front leg lifted first, then the body tilted to the left. Next time it threw it, he would just need to move half a second earlier. 12 minutes and 8 seconds. The Lava Lord's purple-black body finally couldn't hold up anymore. Its 4 massive legs broke one after another, and its entire body tilted to the right. The impact wave from hitting the ground splashed molten lava from 3 nearby magma pools. Then it shattered into pieces. Defeated elite monster Lava Lord LV35 gained experience 2,200 gained equipment. The experience skyrocketed to 2,200, equivalent to 5 ordinary giants. But Lin Yuan's attention was completely on the glowing center of the pile of drops. Purple. He quickly walked over and picked up a necklace from among the shattered shell fragments and scattered coins. The chain was forged from some dark red metal with naturally formed flame patterns on the surface, and at its center was embedded an orange gem the size of a thumb with faint light flowing within. System information popped up. Heart of the Lava Lord, purple, rare quality, type necklace, level requirement LV30, attributes stamina, 20 fire resistance, 15 special effect attacks, inflict fire burn effect on target, 8 points of fire damage per second for 12 seconds. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened around the necklace. 8 points of fire damage per second, lasting for 12 seconds. 12 seconds. In someone else's hands, this would be a fairly standard damage over time accessory. 12 seconds of burn would only add a few damage ticks in a fight. But in his hands, Lin Yuan opened his talent panel, looking at the 7 slots already filled, and the 8th one dimly waiting for 32,000 kills to unlock. If he embedded this 8 points of burn per second into a permanent slot, his damage per second would surge from 34 to 42, an increase of 23. This was the highest single entry damage among all his slots, exceeding the 9 points from bleeding, surpassing the 5 points from poisoning, and even doubling the 4 points from a single snake venom. Lin Yuan stood holding the necklace, taking several deep breaths before calming down. He put it on. The dark red metal felt slightly warm against his skin. The effect of stamina 20 took effect immediately, raising his health cap. Fire resistance 15 was also good. At least it would help him withstand a couple of unexpected damages in this volcanic area. But the burn entry still had a duration of 12 seconds. He would have to wait for the 8th slot to unlock to turn it into permanent. How much more did he need? Lin Yuan glanced at the count. 261,033,2000. A difference of 5,897. Too slow. He needed to speed up. In the western district of Iron Wall City at the Meng family manor, the night was as dense as unyielding ink. The towering magic lamp posts illuminated the bluestone pavement with a ghostly pallor. Kurt and Hammer knelt firmly on the stone steps outside the manor's main gate, their knees pressed against the icy cold stone slabs, not daring to make a single move. For fully armed black-armored guards at the entrance stared straight ahead, completely disregarding the infamous leader of the Iron Wolf mercenary group, as if he were mere air. Kurt's once flamboyant purple heavy armor had long since been destroyed, and he was now clad in a makeshift tattered blue plate armor with a visible crack on his shoulder that had yet to be mended. Beside him, Hammer appeared, even more pitiful, sporting a pair of green-littered gauntlets paired with substandard leather armor, resembling a novice who had just crawled out of a starting village. The dignified leaders of the Iron Wolf mercenary group were now kneeling at someone else's doorstep, more wretched than a stray dog. Yet Kurt dared not even breathe heavily, for the person behind that door was Meng Zhao, the youngest son of City Lord Meng, the 26-year-old level 38 Shadow Mage, and the true puppet master of the underground forces in Iron Wall City. Half of the hard-earned 30% the Iron Wolves submitted each month flowed into this young master's private vault. In this city one could offend anyone, but they absolutely could not cross this young master. The night wind was sharp as a knife. An hour passed. Hammer's knees began to tremble uncontrollably and beads of cold sweat rolled down his bald head. He swallowed hard and turned his head, wanting to ask Kurt to say something. Kurt shot him a glare that could kill, causing Hammer to immediately choke on his words as if his throat had been seized. Another hour dragged on. From the ornate glass windows on the second floor of the manor, the sound of a woman's wanton laughter and the crisp clinking of wine glasses drifted out, occasionally mingled with the lazy, condescending laughter of men. The disdain in that laughter struck Kurt like a poisonous whip across his face. His back teeth ground together, but that broad back only hunched lower. Finally, with a creak, the heavy main door of the manor was pulled open. A withered old butler in a gray robe leaned out, looking down from above at the stone steps. "The young master has said you have 3 minutes to speak." Kurt sprang up as if granted amnesty, but the pain shot through his kneeling legs, almost made him topple over. Hammer quickly supported him from behind. The two dragged their stiff legs, following the butler through the courtyard. Inside and outside the door, 2 worlds. The walls on either side of the corridor were adorned with priceless rare animal skins and high-grade magic crystal lamps, while the handcrafted carpet beneath their feet was thick enough to engulf their ankles. On the second floor at the end of the corridor, a door stood ajar. Kurt took a deep breath and stepped inside. As he raised his head, his eyes twitched violently. Meng Zhao lay lazily on a snow-white snow-charm fox fur couch, casually rubbing a maid dressed in translucent thin silk with his left hand, while his right held a goblet filled with swirling purple bubbles of a specially concocted magic wine. This man possessed a delicate appearance, but his narrow eyes always held a chillingly sinister fascination, as if he were observing 2 biting ants. "Oh, isn't this our Kurt, the Grand Leader?" Meng Zhao didn't even sit up straight, tilting his head to appraise Kurt's shabby outfit before laughing derisively. "What happened? Did you go out and come back looking like a beggar?" The maid covered her mouth, emitting an unabashed giggle. Kurt clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost digging into his flesh. He forced a smile that was more miserable than crying. "Young master, I am incompetent. I took a big I already know this." Meng Zhao shook his goblet, the purple liquid clinging to the cup's wall. "The whole street is talking about how the Iron Wolves were wiped out in one fell swoop. 15 fully equipped high-level fighters, not even a pair of underpants left, leaving behind a pile of gold coins. Kurt, you truly brought your master face." Kurt's scarred face instantly reddened like liver. The humiliation, mixed with a metallic taste, surged in his throat, which he swallowed forcefully. "Young master, that little beast is not an ordinary person." "Oh." Meng Zhao was intrigued, casually passing his goblet to the maid and shifting to a more comfortable position, propping his chin with his hand. "Tell me, what kind of divine being could reduce you to this state?" "It's an archer, definitely not over level 30. However, he possesses an artifact that can ignore all defenses and inflict true damage." "Ignore defenses, eh?" Meng Zhao's fingers paused on his chin. "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." Kurt spoke rapidly, his tone laced with horror. "At that time, I was wearing purple heavy armor, reducing damage by over 60%. But in front of him, it was as if I were made of paper. Every second I lost health points that couldn't be dispelled. Purification scrolls were ineffective, and even high-level red potions merely prolonged my time. 15 brothers, none even reached 10 meters in front of him, were completely drained of their health by this true damage." The room fell silent for 2 seconds. The swaying purple wine hung in midair. Meng Zhao's previously languid gaze suddenly sharpened to a pinpoint at the mention of ignoring defenses and indisputable damage. It was the greedy desire of a lone wolf, bare and unpretentious. Crash! Meng Zhao unexpectedly swung his hand, splashing half a goblet of purple wine onto the maid's face. He abruptly stood up from the couch, striding up to Kurt, his eyes shining with fierce intensity. "Spit out every detail you saw, word by word." Confronted by that level 38 pressure, Kurt instinctively took a step back, quickly steadying his mind to recount the experience of being beaten in the Iron Wolf Canyon. However, there was one thing he kept firmly to himself: the thousand-faced mask. This golden legendary life-saving artifact was something he dared not utter a single syllable about. He was all too aware of Meng Zhao's style. Once the existence of such a divine object was known, the first to be silenced would undoubtedly be Kurt himself. He deliberately attributed Lin Yuan's abnormality to a vaguely defined artifact, just to redirect. Meng Zhao paced anxiously in front of the desk, his leather boots silent on the carpet, while his mind raced. Indisputable damage that continues to function. and cannot be dispelled. He suddenly stopped staring at Kurt. Can you guarantee this? 100% certain. I guarantee it with my head. Kurt knelt down. 15 lives and a pile of purple equipment are irrefutable evidence. Meng Zhao extended his tongue, slowly licking his slightly dry lips, a hint of sickly excitement crossing his eyes. Excellent. He tapped his fingers on the desk. I want that person and everything on him. Kurt felt a surge of joy. The fish had taken the bait, but he kept his head down, not daring to show a hint of emotion. Meng Zhao opened the hidden compartment in the desk and pulled out a heavy black iron token inscribed with the Lord's secret patterns, slamming it onto the table. I give you the highest order to go to the law enforcement department to apprehend him. 30 elite heavy armored soldiers above level 32, plus the remaining 30 iron wolves. A net of 60 people. Meng Zhao's tone was cold. Even if he is a ghost with wings, he must be pressed into the mud. Kurt's breathing grew heavy, and he suddenly clasped his fists. Young master is wise. However, Meng Zhao's tone abruptly shifted, his eyes narrowing like a venomous snake. After catching that slippery eel, the artifact that ignores defenses belongs to me. As for the remaining purple equipment, materials, and gold coins dropped, you iron wolves can split it as you wish. I want ask. Kurt's facial muscles twitched imperceptibly. The juiciest meat was directly taken away. That was a strategic level trump card that ignored defenses. But did he have the right to negotiate? When he knelt outside like a dog, his bargaining chips had already hit zero. I will not hesitate to die. Go. Meng Zhao waved his hand as if shooing away flies. Go to the law enforcement department to apprehend him tomorrow. Remember my words. I want him alive. If that artifact is damaged, it'll make soup out of your bones. Kurt and Hammer lowered their heads and retreated. The heavy door of the manor closed behind them. Just as they walked half a street, Hammer could no longer hold it and spitting a thick phlegm onto the bluestone slab, gritting his teeth and cursing. That bastard. His eating habits are absolutely disgusting, drinking blood without spitting out even the bone dregs. Kurt walked in the shadow of the night, his face sullen, not responding, his fists cracking with tension. The artifact belongs to you, Meng Zhao. Fine. As long as I can skin and strip that green-skinned little beast and retrieve my thousand-faced mask, this will be a huge profit for me. This was Kurt's ultimate trump card for a comeback. At that moment, in the second floor of the manor, Meng Zhao stood with his hands behind his back at the floor-to-ceiling window, coldly watching Kurt and Hammer disappear like two mice into the depths of the night. The maid, her face smeared with wine, was about to come over to serve, but Meng Zhao didn't even turn his head, his voice as cold as ice. Get out. Everyone get out. The maid jumped in fright, scrambling out of the room. The luxurious study was left with only Meng Zhao. He slowly walked back to the desk, his fingers caressing the cold patterns on its surface, a frenzied and neurotic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ignoring defenses. True damage. Sustained effect. He murmured these words, suddenly turning, striding towards the massive oil painting at the end of the study. He pressed down hard on an inconspicuous bump at the edge of the painting. Click. The heavy wall silently slid inward, revealing a dim, secret chamber. Meng Zhao stood at the entrance of the secret chamber, the flames of ambition in his eyes nearly burning through his... The grand play that my old man planned now lacks only the nail that can shatter the high-level magic resistance turtle shell of the federal garrison. He chuckled softly, his figure slowly melding into the darkness. Artifact, oh artifact. Truly the heavens aid me. In the lair of the lava behemoth on the 8th day, Lin Yuan's body had fully adapted to the sulfuric heat waves that could singe nasal hairs. The black volcanic rock beneath his feet bore a shallow mark only he could see. 8 days, the same route, the same rhythm, ground into the earth over 100 times. Zone 1, 9 arrows, 2 minutes filled. Activate invisibility, run. Zone 2, 10 arrows, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Activate invisibility, run. Zone 3. Lin Yuan stopped at the edge of Zone 3, not targeting the usual 8 common behemoths, but instead turning his bow toward the cliff platform to the south. Kill count 318 for 732,000. Just 153 more. At the normal pace of farming common behemoths, he would definitely unlock it before finishing today. But he was more fixated on another matter. On the elite platform, the purple-black lava lord had respawned. The purple necklace heart of the lava lord he had obtained last time still hung around his neck, burning against his collarbone. The burn effect dealt 8 damage per second. Once embedded in a permanent slot, the damage per second would exceed 40. But how could one heart be enough? The drop pool for elite monsters couldn't contain just one piece of equipment. The first time he had obtained a necklace, what about the second time? The third time? Lin Yuan quickly walked toward the elite platform, stopping at the old spot 50 meters away. The lava lord lay there, its massive purple-black body sprawled in the center of the platform, its 4 legs embedded in the cracked rock, dark red magma flowing through the gaps in its carapace. Knock the arrow, draw the string, release. 1. 7 status effects exploded. The 12-minute countdown was restarted. Lin Yuan used this time to return and apply status effects on all common behemoths in Zone 3, then strolled back. The Lava Lord was dragging its lead-laden body in circles on the platform, its health bar down by 1/3. It attempted to spit a blast of magma, but it missed by 20 meters, splashing nothing on Lin Yuan's shoes. Boring. Lin Yuan leaned against a black rock, waiting, occasionally glancing back. The 8 common behemoths in Zone 3 were twitching on the ground, collapsing in waves, the system notification chiming repeatedly. 11 minutes and 47 seconds. The Lava Lord's 4 massive legs finally gave way, the sound of shattering kneecaps echoing in the basin. The purple-black shell exploded into countless fragments. Experience light soaring into the sky. Kill Elite Monster Lava Lord LV35. Gain experience 2200. Acquired equipment. Lin Yuan's gaze bypassed the experience numbers, locking onto the center of the drop pile. Purple light. Another purple item. He dashed forward and pulled a ring from a heap of molten rock fragments. The material of the ring resembled that of the necklace forged from dark red metal, a layer of visible heat shimmering on the surface of the band, with a gemstone embedded in the center, slightly smaller than the one on the necklace, but deeper and more fiery orange to the point of red. Lava ring, purple, rare quality, type ring, level requirement LV30, attributes agility 12, critical hit rate 3, special effect, after attacking a target, adds a flame burn effect, 6 flame damage per second lasting for 10 seconds. Unlike the necklace's 8-point burn source, one from the necklace slot, another from the ring slot. Similar effects from different equipment slots can stack. Lin Yuan slipped the ring onto his right middle finger. The moment the metal tightened, the agility 12 bonus surged through his limbs. His running speed increased a notch, but he did not rush to celebrate. The drop probability in front of him indicated one thing: the Lava Lord's drop pool likely contained all Flame Burn series equipment. Necklace ring. What else remains? A belt. Bracers. If he could gather more burn components. Lin Yuan glanced at the elite platform's respawn countdown. For hours. He turned back to continue farming common behemoths, already counting down in his mind. For hours later, the Lava Lord would emerge from the cracks of the platform for the 3rd time, its carapace still fresh with magma. As usual, Lin Yuan shot an arrow to fill the status effects, grinding it down over 12 minutes. This time, purple light did not appear in the drop pile. Instead, a blue glow emerged. Ember binding belt, blue, good quality, type belt, level requirement LV28, attributes stamina 10, endurance 8, special effect, after attacking a target, adds a flame burn effect, 4 flame damage per second lasting for 8 seconds. But Lin Yuan did not mind, even curling the corners of his mouth upward, with 4 points of burn per second lasting 8 seconds. While it might be a side item for others, for him, it was another source of permanent true damage. Necklace 8 points, ring 6 points, belt 4 points. A total of 18 burn points from 3 pieces of flame equipment. Once all embedded in permanent slots, the damage per second would soar. Lin Yuan squatted beside the drop pile, fastening the ember binding belt around his waist, replacing the waist armor from the serpent biting set. The positions of the necklace and ring were also confirmed. All 3 pieces of flame equipment were in place. 3 parts of the serpent biting set had been removed, greatly diminishing the set effect. But the core value of that set had long been exhausted. The triple serpent biting toxin had already been embedded in permanent slots, leaving the remaining set bonuses optional. Instead, the burn effects of these 3 pieces of flame equipment were what he needed to focus on developing next. Gear change completed. Lin Yuan stood up, flexing his wrists, and continued back to farming common behemoths. Kill count 319, 263, 2000. Just 74 more. Zone 19. Zone 210. Zone 38. 1 round of 27. 3 rounds. When the last behemoth of the first round crashed to the ground, the count jumped to 31,953. In the middle of the second round, it reached 31,978. In the third round, the 5th behemoth from Zone 1, 31,999. Lin Yuan stood 20 meters away, watching the LV-31 lava behemoth spin in place, with its body green from poisoning, its health bar barely holding on, with burned spots on its carapace resembling a Christmas tree. 3 seconds later, it fell. Kill LV-31 lava behemoth. Gain experience 480 buzz. A violent tremor surged through his body, and the talent panel automatically popped up, golden light surging from the bottom of the panel, dyeing half the sky of the basin in a dazzling brilliant gold. Cumulative monster kills 320,003, 2000. Hidden talent Eternal Corruption LV 4 LV 5 8th permanent slot unlocked. Lin Yuan fixated on the 8th slot frame that shifted from dull to brilliant gold, his right hand already moving. No hesitation, no calculations needed. He had been thinking about this slot for the entire time. He killed over 6,000 monsters and had long since decided what to fill it with. Action: embed the burn effect of the Heart of the Lava Lord necklace into the 8th slot. System confirmation. 8th slot successfully embedded. Flame burn necklace. 8 points of flame true damage per second duration permanent. The damage per second summary column on the talent panel refreshed. 3,442. An 8-point jump clean and swift. But Lin Yuan did not stop there. He focused on the 6th and 7th slots. Currently the 6th and 7th slots contain 2 toxin entries from the serpent biting set. Each doubled to 4 points, totaling 8 points of damage per second. What did he have in hand now? Lava ring 6 points of burn. Ember binding belt 4 points of burn. Total 10 points. No need for a second calculation. Lin Yuan directly uninstalled the serpent biting toxin from the 6th slot and embedded the 6 points of burn from the lava ring. Uninstalled the serpent biting toxin from the 7th slot and embedded the 4 points of burn from the ember binding belt. 2 actions under 3 seconds. The talent panel refreshed again. Current actual damage per second, including all bonuses, 52 points. Lin Yuan chewed on this number twice in his mouth, confirming he wasn't seeing things. 52 points of true damage per second. Not affected by physical damage reduction. Magic resistance cannot be dispelled, cannot be purified. Duration infinite. In 1 minute that amounts to 3,120 points of true damage. Before the sensation of the 52-point damage faded from his veins, Lin Yuan retracted the interface, shifting into stealth as he retreated towards the Iron Wall City. It wasn't until he entered the city through the southern gate and turned onto the main street leading to the slums that his steps suddenly halted. 300 meters ahead at the entrance of the central granary of Iron Wall City, a mass of people stood in a thick crowd. They were not ordinary adventurers. To the left, a uniform line of deep blue armor belonged to the federal garrison. To the right, dark golden standard armor bore the emblem of the City Lord's office, the main character insignia representing the City Lord's Guard. Both groups had gathered 300 to 400 people, blocking the granary's entrance completely. The blades were drawn. Lin Yuan stood in the shadow of the street corner, invisible to anyone in his stealth state. But he could clearly see. The soldiers in the front row on both sides had already placed their weapons against each other's necks, and the air was thick with the tension of impending violence. The granary is federal property. The City Lord's office has no authority to allocate it. A middle-aged man in blue officer's armor stood at the front of the garrison, his voice booming, echoing down the entire street. The leader of the City Lord's Guard on the opposite side sneered, "Federal. The Federation hasn't delivered a single grain to Iron Wall City in 3 months. The stockpiled grains in this granary were purchased by our City Lord's office from nearby farms, so why should it belong to you?" Nonsense. The granary is built on federal land and half of the stored grains are from last quarter's federal. Who paid for the transportation costs of that quota? Who covered the storage fees? The federal headquarters hasn't sent a whiff of anything, and now you come to reap the rewards. As both sides grew increasingly fierce in their arguments, the blades of the frontline soldiers began to clash, producing a harsh metallic scraping sound. The surrounding adventurers and civilians had long retreated to 200 meters away, each one craning their necks to watch the commotion, their faces filled with fear. Lin Yuan remained still. He was waiting. Sure enough, after less than 5 minutes, the heavy sound of hooves echoed from the direction of a pitch-black warhorse charged to the entrance of the granary, carrying a gray-haired man in his 50s, clad in heavy armor of purple and gold. The garrison commander. Everyone put down your weapons. The gray-haired man's voice wasn't particularly loud, but it carried a strong sense of authority. The frontline soldiers instinctively took a half-step back. The leader of the City Lord's Guard's expression changed slightly, but ultimately, he released his grip on the hilt, snorted coldly, and led his men away. The garrison also retracted but did not disperse, instead re-establishing a perimeter of sentries at the granary's entrance. The gray-haired commander glanced around from atop his horse, surveying the crowd of onlookers, then turned his horse's head and rode towards the northern military camp. Lin Yuan watched his retreating figure disappear around the street corner, his eyes narrowing slightly. The federal garrison and the City Lord's office had openly torn their facade apart, and it was over grain. Grain was something that only became a strategic resource fiercely contested by all parties when there was a foreboding of a long-term supply cut. Lin Yuan did not linger on the main street, stealthily slipping into an alley, twisting and turning back to the slums. But he did not return directly to the basement. Instead, he turned into a deeper, dead-end alley. At the end of the alley stood a soot-blackened wooden door with a copper plate nailed to it depicting an owl with closed eyes. The black market intelligence shop. Lin Yuan canceled his invisibility and pushed the door open. Sitting behind the counter was a thin old man with a monocle peering through a magnifying glass at a document, not bothering to look up. "I want to buy intelligence." "What type?" "A briefing on the recent situation in Iron Wall City, the more detailed the better." The old man finally raised his head, his eyes behind the monocle scanning the plain face of Zhou Taixing. 50 gold for the latest issue, freshly compiled. Lin Yuan placed 50 gold coins on the counter. The old man swiftly pulled out a sealed leather envelope from a drawer and slid it over. "Don't say you bought it from me." Lin Yuan took the envelope and stepped out, only opening it back in the basement. Inside were 3 thin sheets of paper densely filled with writing in the simplified characters common in the Red Earth continent. First, note the energy of the transportation channel between Earth and the Red Earth continent continues to decline, having dropped to 37 of its peak. The last supply from the federal headquarters was 3 months and 11 days ago, and since then no supplies, personnel, or communications have reached Iron Wall City. Second, note City Lord Ming Da has dispatched secret envoys out of the city 3 times in the past 2 weeks, with destinations being the Blackstone City to the east, the Dry River Fortress to the south, and the Wind Howl Pass to the west. The ruling families of these 3 cities are all local hereditary nobles who have long-standing grievances with the federal government. Third, note the Federal Garrison Commander Rex has recently been recruiting awakened individuals into the military in large numbers, offering a salary of 80 gold per month along with free food and lodging. The number of recruits has expanded from the original 600 to over 900. Fourth, note the taxes in Iron Wall City have increased by 20% this month, justified by the City Lord's office as wartime reserves. Simultaneously, the garrison has begun collecting a defense assistance fee from merchants within the city ranging from 50 to 200 gold per month. Lin Yuan read the 3 sheets of paper twice, then struck a match, watching as the paper turned to ash in the iron basin. The transportation channel is about to be severed. The federal headquarters can no longer manage affairs here. The Ming family in the City Lord's office seeks to rally surrounding cities for an autonomous alliance, while the garrison commander aims to expand the army and establish independence. Both sides are preparing for the aftermath of a complete rupture of the channel. In the middle are the low-level awakened individuals. The City Lord's office raises taxes, the garrison charges fees, and mercenary groups extort in the midst of chaos. With 3 heavy pressures coming down, ordinary people have no gaps to even catch their breath. Lin Yuan leaned against the iron-framed bed, staring blankly at the ceiling for a while. Do these matters concern him? Yes. He is currently operating under the false identity of Zhou Taixing in Iron Wall City. Should the situation completely collapse with city gates sealed and the entire city under martial law, he wouldn't even be able to leave the city to grind monsters. Not to mention that the Iron Wolf mercenary group and the City Lord's office are still searching the city for Lin Yuan. The more chaotic the situation becomes, the crazier these people will get, and the intensity of their searches will only increase. He needs more information. That night, Lin Yuan did not sleep. He changed into the common gray cloth attire of the slums, donned a mask of 1,000 faces, and stepped out, heading deeper into the alleys. The slums at night are livelier than during the day. Those low-level awakened individuals who crouched in corners during the day all emerged after dark, gathering in groups of 3 to 5 to smoke poor-quality cigarettes at the alley entrances or huddling around an oil lamp to gamble. Lin Yuan passed through 2 alleys and paused at the entrance of an unmarked underground tavern. A one-armed man stood at the door, sizing him up before stepping aside. Inside the tavern, smoke swirled around, filled with 20 to 30 people, all low-level awakened individuals with tattered gear and weary faces. The air was thick with the smell of cheap alcohol and sweat, and the noise was deafening. Lin Yuan ordered the cheapest wheat beer and found a corner to sit down. His gaze swept over the tavern walls, landing on one wall near the back door. A handwritten flyer was nailed down with 4 iron nails to the moldy wooden board. The paper was yellowed, but the ink was fresh. Don't be a house slave. Awakeners should strive for self-improvement. The signature had no name, only a character drawn with a wolf hair brush. Gather. Lin Yuan approached the flyer, standing in front of it for a few seconds. Lin Yuan held a mug of murky wheat beer, standing in front of the flyer, his gaze lingering on the hand-painted character gather for 2 seconds. A voice came from behind, neither too close nor too far, precisely positioned at an uncomfortably safe distance. Lin Yuan did not turn around, but his right hand instinctively reached for the buckle of his quiver at his waist. The tavern was as noisy as a duck pen, but this voice pierced through like a needle, firmly embedding itself in his ear. The speaker had calculated both volume and clarity to perfection. It was a skilled individual. Lin Yuan turned around. The speaker was a young man, just over 20. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his physique as straight as a javelin, and he looked clean and tidy, completely at odds with the stench of this impoverished area. He wore an iron sword at his waist, devoid of any green glow effect, just a dull gray piece of equipment. But Lin Yuan was not looking at the sword at all. The man's stance was quite deliberate. His feet were positioned half an inch wider than normal, his center of gravity slightly forward, and while his left hand hung casually at his side, his fingers were slightly spread like claws. This was muscle memory honed through countless life-and-death battles, ready to draw his sword at a moment's notice. What made Lin Yuan even more alert was the way the other man looked at him. There was no probing, no hostility. It was calm, like a bottomless well, exuding an invisible oppressive force. Lin Yuan had only seen such a gaze from one place. The depths of the gray rat cave, that golden-eyed Those at the top of the food chain looked at everyone with such tranquility. Who are you? Lin Yuan asked, not loosening his grip on the buckle, his tone cold. The young man smirked self-deprecatingly, pointing at the yellowed paper on the wall. The miserable soul, who wrote this? He casually pulled out a broken wooden chair opposite Lin Yuan and gestured towards the bar with his chin. The owner rushed over with a glass of strong liquor, as if he had seen his long-lost father, his movements so practiced that it was painful to watch. Shinemo. LV-38, swordsman. The pure lone wanderer, no guild to support me, no aristocratic family behind me, just arrived from Earth 3. LV-38. Lin Yuan's eyelids twitched slightly. In 3 months, going from 0 to 38 levels. In the entire Iron Wall city, that would undoubtedly make him a top-tier player and a super grind master. You researched me. Lin Yuan stared at him. Currently, he was sporting the unremarkable face of Zhou Tiexing, and his character was a struggling LV-22 warrior, which logically did not warrant a conversation with an LV-38 expert. Shinemo shook his head. I don't know you. But you stood in front of that flyer for a full 10 seconds without leaving, and just based on that patience of not tearing the paper to use as toilet paper, it shows you at least don't dislike what it says. That's enough. Lin Yuan did not respond, holding his cup and waiting for more. Shinemo saw through his vigilance and didn't engage in any pretense. He leaned forward, resting his elbow on the greasy table, his voice dropping to a whisper. Let's be clear, all the lone wanderers in the city who don't want to be slaughtered like pigs by the city lord's mansion and the station troops, I'm contacting them. Gathering for what? To build a city where we have the final say. Wow, you really dare to dream. Lin Yuan's grip on the cup remained steady, but his brows raised slightly. Shinemo chuckled, dipping his finger into the spilled liquor on the table and drawing a circle. Bro, do you know where the true heavyweights of humanity gather? Lin Yuan shook his head. He had jumped into the wild zone without any knowledge, still stuck in the basic worldview. The front lines. Shinemo pointed north, those giant cities with populations in the tens of millions. High-level combatants above level 40, 90% of them are filling the lines. They're fighting monsters that crawl out from the abyss cracks, not daring to blink for even a second. His finger jabbed heavily on the table, and his gaze turned cold. And the small cities beneath our feet are just beginner villages. Those with a bit of skill level up and leave. The city lord's mansion, the station troops, and those large mercenary groups dare to act like local emperors here simply because the real big shots are all fighting for their lives on the front lines. There are no tigers in the mountains. Lin Yuan understood. This was a vacuum where the law did not reach. But things are different now. Shinmo's tone was as heavy as iron. The teleportation channels are in a steep decline. You should have heard about it. The federal headquarters hasn't sent a single grain to this broken place in 3 months. The city lord Meng family is secretly uniting the surrounding areas to establish their own territories, and the station Rex is going crazy, summoning troops like mad. Unequal distribution of spoils will eventually lead to conflict. Lin Yuan cut straight to the point. Shinemo looked up at him, a flash of relief at finding someone who understood in his eyes. Exactly, it's a battle of deities. So what does that have to do with us lone wanderers? Lin Yuan retorted, they can bite each other, we just need to find a corner to survive. Upon hearing this, Shinemo smiled bitterly. Survive? Old brother, you're thinking too beautifully. The city lord's mansion raises taxes, the station troops extort protection fees, and the mercenary groups take the opportunity to block roads and rob. With these 3 blades hanging over us, you'll be skinned alive just trying to leave the city to hunt monsters. Do you think fighting doesn't cost lives? When the conscription order is posted, do you want to be a human shield for Meng Zhao's guards, or do you want to take the risk for Rex? Lin Yuan fell silent. Every word hit home. Right now, he could comfortably be the sword god of Tinley Slopes simply because the situation hadn't completely collapsed. Once a full lockdown was imposed, his method of grinding would be rendered useless. Shinemo tilted his head back, a fierce fire seemingly igniting in his eyes. My resurrection count is meant to go to the front lines to cut down abyss lords. It's to prolong humanity's life, not to die helplessly in the bureaucratic infighting of these selfish officials. This declaration was loud enough that a few lone wanderers nearby turned their heads. Some gripped their cups tightly, while others had red-rimmed eyes and muttered curses. Shinemo paid no mind to the others, locking his gaze onto Lin Yuan. This is no longer Earth. Here the rules are dictated by fists. No matter how scattered lone wanderers seem, if we don't band together, we'll be lined up to be dismembered. I'm not noble. I just want to twist the lone wanderers into a single rope and survive this catastrophe. Once the situation stabilizes, we'll break out. He paused, emphasizing each word as he placed his chips on the table. No working for aristocratic families as cheap labor, no being cannon fodder for corrupt officials. Whoever has the guts eats meat, whoever bleeds gets the big share. It's that simple. After speaking, he leaned back in his chair and downed his drink in one go. The tavern fell silent for 2 seconds. Lin Yuan lowered his head, staring at the murky liquid in his cup. Flashes of memories from Earth crossed his mind: the narrow, dim living room, his mother's calloused hands from working the assembly line, Zhao Ming's mischievous face under the awakening tablet, and the hypocritical pity of the director. The suffering of the lower class is the same everywhere. Without unity, one becomes someone else's blood bag. Shin Mo's words indeed carried a hint of a heroic leader. Regardless of whether it would succeed, at least this man had guts. For his audacity to break the deadlock, Lin Yuan regarded him with a higher opinion. But would he join him? Lin Yuan slowly raised his cup, pouring the last sip of inferior wheat beer down his throat before placing the cup down. Lin Yuan crossed his fingers and said softly, "If you ever find yourself in a dead end that even this group of united brothers can't handle, you can contact me." Shin Mo raised an eyebrow, a roguish smile appearing on his lips. "All right, I'll remember this promise." He pulled out a thumb-sized gray communication stone from his belt, its surface adorned with a ring of light blue runes representing high-level encryption. "Shall we add each other as friends?" Lin Yuan hesitated for half a second. If he added him as a friend, the ID would be displayed. However, the cover of the thousand-faced mask was a lower-level logic, and all the other party would see was his current disguise. He took out his own gray communication stone and tapped it against Shin Mo's. Ding. Friend added. Shin Mo. LV38 swordsman Shin Mo put away the stone and stood up briskly. At a height of 1.85 meters, he stood out among the malnourished lone wanderers, his aura completely overwhelming. "By the way, old brother, what do I call you?" He took a couple of steps out and turned his head to ask. "Zhou Taixing." Shin Mo nodded, no longer wasting words, and pushed open the back door to step into the night. The few lone wanderers who had been eavesdropping exchanged glances and, gritting their teeth, silently followed suit. The heavy back door slammed shut, and the tavern returned to the noisy clamor catalyzed by the low-quality alcohol. Lin Yuan sat in the dim corner, rubbing the communication stone with his fingers. LV38, 3 months from zero, daring to raise a banner against the local tyrant at this critical moment. This person was either a madman or a deeply hidden, formidable character. He stood up, settled the bill, and wrapped his gray cloak tightly around him, blending into the foul night wind outside. Returning to the cramped basement, he securely bolted the door. Lin Yuan lay down fully clothed on the hard iron bed, staring at the flickering magical lamp on the ceiling. The grand blueprint of lone wanderers building a city drawn by Shin Mo went through his mind once before being tossed into a corner. The truth of the Scarlet Earth continent was very simple. Only fists that are strong enough make truths. Even a fart becomes a truth. If fists are weak, no matter how perfect the ideal, it's just a bubble that pops at the slightest poke. Are his fists strong enough now? 52 points of undeniable real damage per second, 70% permanent, slow wind step, legendary level, disguise mask. Slaughtering the Iron Wolf mercenary group would be as easy as killing chickens, and grinding down LV35 elite monsters would be a breeze. But is that enough to contend with the LV38 Shadow Mage Meng, Zhao the City Lord? Is it enough to withstand the heavy-duty slaughter net of 60 soldiers? Far from it. Lin Yuan turned over, his gaze in the darkness shining like two cold blades. To unlock the 9th divine slot, he needed 64,000 kills. Given his current inhuman grinding capacity, he would have to endure another 20 days in this city on the verge of explosion. 20 days. He hoped this city would last until he achieved mastery of his divine skills before it exploded. Otherwise, he wouldn't even find a safe place to grind monsters. In the lair of the lava behemoth on the 9th day, Lin Yuan stood at the edge of the burning ridge, the black rocks beneath his feet radiating heat, while the lava pools in the basin bubbled with orangered foam. He no longer looked at the map. 9 in Area 110, in Area 28, in Area 3 the elite platform refreshed every 4 hours. The route was etched into his legs. Drawing arrows, releasing them, activating stealth, and shifting with gale steps. 27 lava behemoths were left to roam in the basin, with 7 or 8 negative statuses flickering above their heads, waiting to perish. Lin Yuan couldn't even be bothered to look back. After 52 points of true damage, the ordinary lava behemoths had lost all qualification to struggle. The nightmare meat mountains from the 40-man dungeons couldn't even afford a ticket to approach him. 1 arrow, then a countdown to death. Lin Yuan tossed the last lava heartstone from Area 1 into his backpack and looked up towards the cliff platform at the southern end. The purple-black giant shadow had returned to rest in the center of the platform. The lava lord had respawned. Time to work, treasure chest, bro. Lin Yuan drew a steel arrow, its tip glinting briefly in the firelight. He didn't rush to shoot. Over the past few days, he had confirmed that the lava lord dropped a complete set of flame equipment. The necklace, ring, and belt were already in hand. Only 2 pieces were missing. As long as he gathered 5 pieces, the system would activate the set bonus prompt. This hidden description was something he had just discovered last night while organizing his gear. Burning set, current collection 35. 5-piece set effect, all burning values from the burning series are doubled. A short line of text nearly dispelled all of Lin Yuan's drowsiness. Doubled. To him, these 2 words were more enticing than purple gear. While others had equipment effects lasting 10 or 8 seconds, doubling meant additional fire damage ticks. He was different. As long as it was embedded in a permanent slot, the burning would continue indefinitely. Every increase in value translated into solid true damage. The Serpent's Bite set had once been his mainstay, but times had changed. Now the Flame Family set was the true father. Lin Yuan raised his hand, drawing the bowstring taut. The arrow sliced through the air, piercing the neck gap of the Lava Lord. Damage numbers popped up 1. In the next instant, bleeding, poisoning, corroding, burning, and slowing statuses cascaded above the Lava Lord's head. The purple-black giant slowly raised its body, causing cracks to appear in the platform beneath it. It roared, opening its mouth to spew forth lava in all directions. Lin Yuan stood 40 meters away, not even shifting his stance. The lava surged halfway, burning out its strength, and could only congeal into charred lumps on the black rocks. Range too short, temper too big, Lin Yuan commented, turning to hunt monsters in Area 3. By the time he cleared the 3rd round of ordinary behemoths, the Lava Lord was still struggling at the edge of the platform. Its massive body was half kneeling, with green toxic fire seeping from the cracks in its carapace. It lifted its right front leg, pressing its body to the left. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted. Here it comes. The behemoth tore off a piece of its carapace and hurled it towards him. Gale steps activated. Lin Yuan sidestepped 8 meters, increasing the distance with 3 steps after landing. The carapace crashed to the ground, exploding fragments that grazed the edge of his cloak, obscured by the 1,000-faced mask, leaving only a dusty corner. After a short while, the Lava Lord thundered down. Its purple-black shell shattered and light dust rose. Killed elite monster Lava Lord LV35, gained experience points, 2,200 gained equipment. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Among the pile of drops, the purple light was steady. He hurried over, using his short bow to pry open the molten fragments, revealing a pair of bracers inside. The bracers were dark red throughout, edged with black rock patterns, and fine flame symbols flickered on the inside. Burning bracers, purple rare quality type bracers, level requirement LV30, attributes agility 15, stamina 12, special effect attacks that hit a target apply a burning effect, 7 points of fire damage per second lasting 10 seconds. Lin Yuan stared at the 7 points per second for 2 readings. A good item. This thing alone could surpass the Serpent's Bite toxin. He directly removed his old bracers. The last bit of dignity from the Serpent's Bite set was torn away by his own hands. As the burning bracers clasped around his arm, the dark red metal tightened, automatically, warmth seeping into his flesh and blood. A system notification immediately popped up. Burning set current collection 45. To activate the 5-piece set effect, 1 more piece of burning equipment is needed. Lin Yuan couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Just 1 piece short. He didn't immediately switch slots. The 9th slot was still closed, and the existing slots were already occupied by the best attributes. The 7 points of burning on the bracers could only temporarily rely on the original duration of the equipment to take effect. But this didn't affect his grinding. As long as the 5th piece appeared, the entire value of the burning set would explode. Lin Yuan secured the bracers and turned back to continue clearing ordinary behemoths. For the next 2 days, the basin fell once more into a monotonous rhythm of slaughter. Entering at dawn, withdrawing at night. Area 1 was full, Area 2 was full, Area 3 was full. Whenever the elite platform refreshed, he would rush over to collect a wave of treasure chests. On the 3rd day, the Lava Lord gave him a pair of blue heavy boots. The attributes were decent, but the special effect was a temporary fire resistance boost. The boost was useless against eternal erosion. Lin Yuan glanced at them and tossed them into his backpack, preparing to return to town to sell. On the 4th day at noon, the air above the basin was steamed white by the heat. Just as Lin Yuan circled back from Area 2, flames erupted from the fissure of the elite platform once again. The Lava Lord respawned. Its massive body crawled out of the lava, and before its purple-black shell had fully cooled, it was struck by Lin Yuan's arrow. 1. All statuses applied. Just as the Lava Lord raised its head, Lin Yuan had already activated stealth and left the platform's range. It couldn't find its target and could only spin around and place the rocks beneath its feet, shattering and flying. With 70% slow applied, its fury became slow motion. Lin Yuan stood at the platform's edge, quietly waiting for it to burn through its health bar. There was no suspense in this battle. Only the drops mattered. The moment the Lava Lord fell, Lin Yuan's gaze was faster than the system notification, landing on the center of the drops. Blue light, not purple light. He felt a bit unsettled, but still walked over. Blue gear could also potentially be a burning component. A heavy shoulder armor lay among the shattered rocks, faint fire patterns glowing on its surface. Lin Yuan. Burning shoulder armor, blue, good quality type shoulder armor, level requirement LV30, attributes stamina 14, fire resistance 8, special effect attacks that hit a target apply a burning effect, 5 points of fire damage per second lasting 8 seconds. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This is it. Necklace, ring, belt, bracers, shoulder armor. All 5 pieces were complete. He didn't hesitate and directly swapped out the original serpent's bite shoulder armor. The dark red shoulder armor clasped onto his shoulder, the fire patterns spreading along the edges of the equipment, illuminating simultaneously with the necklace, ring, belt, and bracers. A brief fire line connection appeared between the 5 pieces of burning equipment. In the next second, the system notification exploded. Burning set current collection 55 5-piece set effect activated. All burning effects from the burning series values are doubled. The status overview before Lin Yuan refreshed crazily. Lava Lord's heart burning 8.2 16.2 lava ring burning 6.2 12.2 burning belt burning 4.2 8.2 burning bracers burning 7.2 14.2 burning shoulder armor burning 5.2 10.2. Lin Yuan stood at the platform's edge motionless for a long time. The serpent's bite toxin had completely retreated. The set that had accompanied him from the Snake Swamp to Iron Wall City was finally overshadowed entirely by the flame set. It wasn't that it was weak. It was that the burning set was too absurd. After doubling the 5-piece set, the single coefficient of fire burning had become terrifyingly fat. More importantly, all these burns belonged to negative statuses. As long as there were available slots, they could all be transformed into permanent effects by eternal erosion. Lin Yuan opened the talent panel. In the current slots, the necklace, ring, and belt's 3 burning effects were already permanent. With the 5-piece set now effective, the values of these 3 permanent burns would immediately double. The panel's actual damage per second jumped once again. The numbers refreshed to a heartwarming degree. Current actual damage per second, including all bonuses, 72 points, 72 points. 72 points of true damage per second. 4,320 points in a minute. As Lin Yuan descended from the burning ridge, the sky had already darkened considerably. Above the scorched earth wilderness, the 2 dark red twin suns were rapidly sinking, casting a sickly purplish red hue over the entire land. 72 seconds of damage. This outrageous number kept bouncing around in his mind, making his lips curl in an almost unbearable manner. The burning value doubled after activating 5 pieces of the Inferno set combined with the existing bleed, poison, and corrosion effects. Now when he shot an arrow, it was undoubtedly a relentless, slow-acting death sentence. An elite monster with 10,000 health. It would be dead within 2 minutes and 20 seconds at most. A lava lord with 25,000 health. It would barely last over 5 minutes before lying flat. If this unreasonable perverse panel were to be revealed, not to mention this desolate Iron Wall City, even scouring the entire surrounding wilderness would probably yield no one capable of matching his sustained output. Lin Yuan activated his stealth, avoiding the watchful eyes along the familiar route, and slowly made his way towards the south gate of Iron Wall City. 40 minutes later, the towering silhouette of the south gate emerged in his view. But as he approached within 50 meters of the gate, his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Something was off. The number of guards at the south gate had surged from the original 4 to 12. All fully armed, their finely crafted steel polearms glimmering with an eerie blue enchantment in the night, exuding a palpable murderous aura. A long line had formed at the gate, with every adventurer preparing to enter the city ordered to stand against the wall. They were not only subjected to rigorous body searches, but also had to turn their underwear and backpacks inside out. Lin Yuan wrinkled his nose decisively, canceling his stealth and tightening his shadow cloak as he blended into the queue. In front of him stood a middle-aged woman carrying a worn-out medicine box, whispering anxiously to her companion. "Did you hear? This morning things got completely out of hand at the granary. The soldiers stationed there, when provoked, drew their swords and injured 2 guards from the Lord's mansion, nearly killing them. And that's not all. The entire main street in the West District has been sealed off. They say the Lord's mansion is hunting down some contraband. Many businesses have been smashed up badly. I think Iron Wall City is bound to explode soon. We should quickly sell off whatever valuables we have for hard currency. What if one day the Meng family really locks down the city? We might not even be able to escape." Lin Yuan listened attentively, maintaining a calm expression as he moved forward with the line. When it was his turn, the guard with a face full of flab pointed a terminal at him and scanned. "Ding, Zhou Tiexing LV-22, warrior." The guard lifted his eyelids, glanced at Lin Yuan's weathered, unremarkable face, and lost interest in asking him to remove his backpack. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed him, allowing him to pass. In the eyes of these gatekeepers, a low-level, impoverished old warrior was hardly worth the effort, unable to squeeze out even a drop of oil from his skin. Once inside the city, the oppressive atmosphere was 10 times denser than outside. On either side of the main road, heavy patrol squads were stationed every 50 meters. Their armored chests bore the glaring emblem of the Lord's mansion, and their hands gripped their sword hilts tightly, their gazes scanning every passerby like predatory vultures. Almost 30% of the shops on the street had closed down, and those still struggling had pulled down their shutters, leaving only a small gap for business. The entire city was enveloped in a suffocating sense of impending doom. Lin Yuan quickened his pace through the main street, slipping like an eel into the narrow alley leading to the slums. He had no intention of getting embroiled in the turf wars of these local tyrants. The Lord Ming family wanted to establish themselves as local emperors, while the military commander Rex intended to carve out his own territory. What did it matter to him if they bashed each other's brains out? His only concern was to level up and enhance his abilities before this city completely collapsed and was ground to dust by the meat grinder. But before that, there was something urgent to attend to. His backpack was filled with a large quantity of lava heartstones, rock armor fragments, and low-grade blue gear he had farmed over the past 8 or 9 days, along with the discarded pieces of the snakebite set, making it as heavy as a brick. He needed to hurry to the black market to liquidate his goods. Lin Yuan did not return to the cramped basement, but skillfully turned towards the deepest dead end of the slums. The secret entrance to the black market was hidden beneath an abandoned blacksmith shop, guarded by 2 tattooed men with firearms at their waist, adhering strictly to the policy of recognizing faces, but not people. Lin Yuan casually tossed 5 gold coins as the entrance fee and descended the damp, dim stone steps. Tonight, the underground space was bustling with activity. Hundreds of makeshift stalls lined the moss-covered stone walls, dimly illuminated by flickering magical lamps, barely lighting up this unseen underground market. There were more people than the last time he came, at least 3 times as many. All around were awakened individuals with anxious expressions, their eyes bloodshot. Some were hoarsely selling armor in exchange for a bag of gold, while others frantically snatched up teleportation scrolls and life-saving potions at exorbitant prices. The prices here had spiraled out of control. A mid-level teleportation scroll, which usually served as a safety net, was priced at 300 gold last week, but now the price tag boldly read 1,200, and it depended on the seller's mood. High-level life potions had skyrocketed from 80 gold to 250. Panic selling and retaliatory hoarding were both rampant, turning the entire black market into a boiling cauldron. Lin Yuan didn't join the chaos, but found an empty stall in the corner, dumping out the materials and discarded equipment from his backpack. In less than 10 minutes, everything was sold out. He didn't even have to shout. The buyers were all frantic, with several nearly drawing their weapons over a single high-purity lava heartstone. The last mercenary to grab the goods slammed down a bag of gold, clutching the items tightly, as if they were stolen, and quickly dove into the crowd. Lin Yuan weighed his coin pouch, totaling 4,600 gold. That was nearly a 40% markup over the usual market rate, definitely a seller's market in times of chaos. He swept the gold into his system wallet and was just about to stand up and leave when his peripheral vision was suddenly drawn to a corner deep within the black market. There a large crowd had gathered, with at least 20 high-level awakened individuals squeezing in. The faint glimmers of blue and purple armor intertwined in the darkness, and the lowest level among them was LV-25. Strangely, these high-level veterans surrounded a stall tightly, yet no one was making any transactions, and no one dared to speak loudly. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, staring intently at the items on the ground, their mouths watering, hands hovering over their coin pouches, but not one dared to take a step forward. They were all just watching. Lin Yuan's curiosity piqued. He put his hands in his pockets and, disguised as an unassuming middle-aged man, slowly squeezed into the outskirts of the crowd. Peering over the shoulders of a few individuals in the front row, he quickly spotted the person sitting cross-legged. With sharp brows and bright eyes, his body was as straight as a spear, and a plain iron sword without any enchantment hung loosely at his waist. Shinemo, the mad swordsman who had drunk with him a few days ago in the Black Tavern, who had recklessly leveled up to LV-38. At this moment, the madman was lazily folding his arms, watching the group of fat sheep in front of him with indifference, his face showing complete disinterest. Looking down in the direction of everyone's apprehensive gazes, there were only 2 items laid out on the tattered cloth in front of Shinemo. On the left was a skill book emanating an ancient dark golden glow, its cover intricately adorned with high-level magical runes belonging to the archer class. On the right lay a longbow, its body a dark, deep purple with magical ripples that seemed alive, continuously flowing over its surface. Even more astonishing was its bowstring, which was neither made of beast sinew nor composite material, but was a magical line entirely composed of pale purple energy. Anyone who wasn't blind could recognize that this was a genuine purple quality elite bow. The moment Lin Yuan saw the bow, his pupils unconsciously constricted to the size of a needle. More than 20 high-level awakened individuals surrounded the stall, their eyes glued to the purple bow, yet there was silence. A deathly silence. Not a single person dared to quote even a copper coin for the This scene set against the backdrop of the chaotic black market was absurd enough to make one's scalp tingle. Lin Yuan discreetly squeezed to the front row, his gaze immediately fixed on the skill book. The dark golden runes swirling on the cover were all too familiar to him, They were the unique magical identifiers of skills exclusive to archers. Under the dim light, the system panel automatically popped up item information on his retina. Rain of Arrows Rare Skill Book Class Restriction Archer Hunter Effect fires a large number of arrows at a designated area, dealing physical damage to all targets within a radius of 5 meters and adding all current attack effects of the shooter. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Learning requirement level LV 30. Lin Yuan swallowed hard, his breath catching in his throat. Adding all current attack effects of the shooter. These lightweight words would merely amount to a few trivial attribute damages for other archers. But for him, Lin Yuan, this meant that as long as this rain of arrows fell, every living creature within a 5-meter radius would instantly suffer a permanent true damage of 72 points per second. Group poison. Mass execution. This was not monster hunting. This was Yama conducting indiscriminate death sentences wholesale. He took a deep breath, forcing down the wild beating of his heart, his gaze gradually moving to the longbow shimmering with purple light beside him. Void Rift Bow Purple Rare Quality Attack Power 8, 5120 Level Requirement LV 30 Effect 1 Magic Arrow. No need to consume physical arrows. Automatically generates magic arrows. Increases shooting speed by 30. Effect 2 Split Upon hitting a target, the arrow splits into 3 sub-arrows, each dealing 50 damage to 3 surrounding targets and adding all attack effects. Effect 3 Piercing the arrow can penetrate up to 2 targets, dealing 70 damage to the penetrated targets and adding all attack effects. The moment he comprehended the attributes, Lin Yuan's hand, tucked in his pocket, clenched tightly, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. Split and piercing. One shot out, and the main arrow would pierce through 2 targets like a string of sugar-coated haws, exploding into 3 sub-arrows upon hitting the third, affecting 3 more. All in all, a regular arrow shot could simultaneously hit 6 targets. 6 targets, all marked with the countdown to permanent true damage. If combined with the extensive coverage of Rain of Arrows, his future monster farming mode would completely say goodbye to one by one, directly leaping to a frenzied state of harvesting in swathes like cutting wheat. If these 2 items were combined, it would be the ultimate answer to his version. A tailor-made ultimate cheat for his eternal corrosion. Lin Yuan quickly scanned his surroundings and finally understood why there were so many people gathered, yet no one was making a bid. These were 2 completely top-grade weapons for archers. Among the more than 20 high-level awakened individuals present, there were those with shields, swords, and staves, yet he could not find a single companion carrying a quiver. Even if there were archers here, this purple weapon rare skill book, insane combo, if casually thrown into the black market auction house with a price tag of 20 or 30,000 gold coins, would be snapped up by wealthy buyers in an instant, leaving ordinary players unable to even touch it. But this was precisely an odd stall. Shin Mo had not marked a price. Lin Yuan glanced at the crooked wooden sign in front of the stall, where 4 large characters were written in charcoal: only exchange, no sale. No gold coins. Then what are you setting up a stall here for? Finally, one seasoned player in the crowd couldn't hold back any longer. A level 30 warrior in blue armor wielding a broadsword grunted, "Boss Shin, what exactly do you want to exchange for this top-notch gear? Just give us a straightforward answer, don't keep everyone in suspense." Shin Mo lazily lifted his eyelids, glancing at the warrior. "I've said it 800 times already. I don't accept gold coins, no purple gear, no material exchanges." He raised a long finger, his tone as flat, as if discussing what to have for dinner. "I only want one thing: equipment or items that can cause high continuous damage over time. The more powerful, the better. Ideally something that keeps dealing damage without stopping. Whoever has this thing can take everything from the stall. Oh, I won't waste a single word. If not, just enjoy the view here and don't block the light." The crowd instantly erupted into a boiling pot of oil. "Damn continuous damage gear. Isn't that DOT gear? Boss Shin, have you lost your mind? The current environment is all about stacking burst damage. Who would keep such a niche and useless thing in their bag? I have a green dagger that has a bleeding effect, dealing 2 damage per second for 5 seconds. Oh, would that work?" Upon hearing the last sentence, Shin Mo didn't even bother to raise an eyebrow. 2 damage per second. You might as well use it to file goblin toenails. What I want is something that can crush high-health advanced bosses. The minimum standard continuous damage over 15 points per second. The longer the duration, the better. Instantly, the entire venue was muted. Continuous damage over 15 points per second. And it had to last long. Such a perverse and extreme combination of attributes could hardly be pieced together, even if all the black market stalls in Iron Wall City were overturned. More than 20 high-level awakened individuals exchanged glances, some shaking their heads while pushing their way out. "Let's disperse. This condition is too absurd, purely asking the impossible. Boss Shin isn't here to sell equipment, he's here to make wishes right." The crowd dispersed, and in the blink of an eye it shrank to less than 10 people. But Lin Yuan stood rooted to the spot, as if his feet had grown roots. His right hand, hidden under the cloak, reached deep into his bag, fingertips brushing against a cold, bone-chilling piece of scale armor that emitted a ghostly green light. The serpent bite set. This was the broken old gear he had carried from the poisonous swamp, which had been ruthlessly discarded right after activating the Flame family bucket, now quietly lying at the bottom of his bag gathering dust. Lin Yuan, with the weary and mundane square face of Zhou Tiexing, stepped out of the crowd and squatted directly in front of Shen Mo's shabby stall. I have my eyes on these two items. A rough voice emerged from under the mask, steady as an old dog. Shen Mo was fiddling with the whiteboard iron sword in his hand, and upon hearing this, he looked up, his gaze resting on this unremarkable middle-aged man's face for a second. Oh, a smirk with a hint of mischief appeared at the corner of his mouth, exuding a strong sense of pressure. Sounds like you have the hard goods I want. Lin Yuan didn't waste any words, not even a punctuation mark. He pulled out a chest piece radiating a ghostly green glow from his bag, and with a light thud tossed it directly in front of Shen Mo. Serpent bite scale armor. The surface was covered with dense green scale patterns, and the edges of the heart guard visibly flowed with dark purple deadly venom. The most core piece of the serpent bite set. Shen Mo lowered his gaze casually, landing on the chest piece. Initially, there wasn't much expectation in his calm eyes. But when he pulled up the system panel, and his gaze slid down this glimmering green piece of equipment landing straight on the effects section, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. This mad swordsman, who had boasted 3 days ago in the Black Tavern about wanting to build a city for casual players and had rushed to LV-38 solely relying on his sheer guts, was now like a person pressed the pause button. The next moment, with a whoosh, the 185-meter-tall man shot up from behind the stall, knocking over the stool. His deep eyes, which usually looked at everyone as if they were dead, now stirred with a terrifying storm, locked firmly and incredulously onto Lin Yuan's calm square face. Shen Mo's grip on the Shishir chest plate tightened, his knuckles whitening. He stared at Lin Yuan for a full 3 seconds before speaking, his voice pressed down to a near whisper. Where did you get this? Lin Yuan rose and brushed the dust from his knees. Does it matter? Shen Mo opened his mouth, then forcefully closed it. Does it matter? Of course it matters. But now, more than the origin of the piece, the question was whether it could save lives. He lowered his head and studied the chest plate's attribute panel again. His Adam's apple moved hard against his throat. Shishir chest plate, blue, superior quality set piece. Special effect: upon a successful attack releases Shishir toxin, inflicting 4 poison damage per second for 15 seconds. Set effect: toxin damage doubled. Shen Mo's mind raced. He returned the chest plate to the stall and looked Lin Yuan squarely in the eye. How many pieces make the full set? 5 pieces. Lin Yuan held up a hand. All in my bag. Shen Mo's breathing noticeably thickened. He glanced at the remaining onlookers, lowered his voice, and said, This is not a place to talk. Come with me. He scooped the purple bow and the skill book from the stall into his pack and led the way to a curtained cubicle deeper in the black market. Lin Yuan followed. The cubicle held only a battered table and 2 stools on an oil lamp guttered in the corner. Shen Mo drew the curtain, turned to sit, and laced his fingers on the tabletop. Brother, I need to level with you. The casual rascal tone from the tavern was gone from his voice. I told you before, I'm organizing an exodus, planning to lead a band of freelancers out of TB City. Lin Yuan nodded. I remember. The city is about to explode. The Meng family and other clans want to throw off federal oversight. The garrison is corrupt, and the warlords seek independence. Both sides are still testing each other, but once they truly tear into each other, the freelancers will be the first drafted as cannon fodder. Shen Mo traced a line on the table with his finger. I've contacted over 1,000 people of varying levels. They don't want to work for the Mengs or be tools of the garrison. They have to flee. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. 8,000 people. Can you lead them away? If we travel openly, of course we can't. Shen Mo's expression fell. Which is why I have a Jianxiyuan Ling. Jianxiyuan Ling. Lin Yuan paused. He had seen the item in terminal files, a special strategic tool allowing the re-establishment of a small safe zone on abandoned villages or ruined outposts. Not a true city, but capable of erecting basic protective arrays, a warehouse, a temporary teleport point, and a mission steel. For the great powers, it is merely a pioneer tool. But for freelancers, it is a lifeline. Where did you get it? Lin Yuan asked. Assembled it in a hidden dungeon, Shen Mo said in a low voice. And the location is chosen 300 kilometers northeast of TB City. If we plant the Jianxiyuan Ling there, we can level to 40 at that site, and then teleport to the frontline battlefield. As he spoke, his gaze darkened. But the route to that place is blocked by a boss. Lin Yuan asked, what level? LV-40 domain level. Shen Mo squeezed the words out between his teeth. Its name is Chui Lin Mong Wang. It has 8.0 HP and regenerates 50 HP every second. 50 HP per second. Lin Yuan ran the numbers in his head. That meant if a normal team's damage dropped even briefly, the boss health would climb back up. Below that threshold, you could strike it all day and never kill it. The fight would only grow more hopeless. I have many freelancers who can fight. Shen Mo's fist thudded on the table as he kept his voice low. Average level just over 30, their burst DPS looks respectable, but they only hold out for a short while. When their mana is gone, their damage drops off a cliff. The boss health bar will dip, and then in a blink be full again. Have you tried fighting it? Lin Yuan asked. Shin Mo replied, on the first test 6 people died. I had to call it off. We're now preparing equipment and potions. Lin Yuan leaned back, tapping the tabletop with measured fingers. He understood. Shin Mo did not seek dominion or a petty throne. He wanted to lead a group of freelancers out of the boiling pot that TB City was becoming. If the city lord's mansion, the garrison, and the mercenary companies came to blows, they would brook no fence-sitters. The freelancers would be seized first as conscripts and die for no clear reason. No matter how strong an individual, he could not withstand the meat grinder of war when hundreds or thousands were involved. Lin Yuan knew this well. His current ability to kill Tai Lang and farm elites relied on mobility, stealth, and eternal corrosion. If he were swept into a citywide war, sealed and scanned, besieged and focused, he would be in serious trouble too. Shin Mo's plan was not perfect, but it provided an escape route. How do we stop the Chui Lin Mengwang's regeneration? Lin Yuan asked. A flash of sharpness lit Shin Mo's eyes. You're a sensible man. Raw damage alone won't do. The boss has a hidden mechanic. Its regeneration is interrupted by the severe wound status. What triggers severe wound? Suffering 3 or more different types of negative conditions simultaneously, each inflicting 30-second sustained damage of 50 points per second for at least 10 seconds. Shin Mo enunciated slowly. That will trigger severe wound. Its regeneration drops to 0 and remains suppressed for 30 seconds. A 30-second window is enough for us to shave a chunk off its health. Repeat the cycle a few times, and it will die. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. 3 or more distinct types of persistent damage. The poison from the Shishir set counted as one type. Combined with bleeding and corrosive effects, they could reach the required threshold. Do you have other gear? Lin Yuan asked. Yes. Shin Mo nodded. I gathered 2 bleeding-type pieces myself, and there is a warlock in the team who can reliably apply corrosion. That already makes 3 types. Bleed and corrosion together can amount to over 30 points per second. He looked again at the Shishir chest plate on the table, his voice deeper. His finger tapped the edge of the chest plate. Your set is the final piece I have been searching for these past 2 months. I hawk wares in the city every day, nearly lost hope, and yet I ended up fishing out a big fish like you. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, each taking what they needed. He produced a pair of Shishir greaves from his pack and set them on the table. Shin Mo's eyes brightened further. Lin Yuan said, if you can really clear that path, count me in. Shin Mo fixed Lin Yuan with his gaze for 2 seconds, then smiled. This time his smile was not rogue bravado, but the relief of seeing a crack of hope in a dead end. All right. Shin Mo's voice was low, but each word landed like a strike on the table. So long as I, Shin Mo, live, the first batch of access rights to that village will include you. Lin Yuan did not keep them in suspense. He reached into his backpack, pulling out one item after another. Snake Bites leg guards. Snake Bites arm guards. Snake Bites helmet. Snake Bites battle boots. Along with the Snake Bites chest armor he had placed on the stall before, 5 pieces of equipment emanating a faint green glow filled the entire table. A dark purple venom flowed slowly over the surface of the equipment, filling the air with a faint sweet fishy scent. Shin Mo's gaze swept back and forth among the 5 pieces of equipment 3 times, and he let out a sound of a highly restrained swallow from his throat. He reached for the arm guards, flipping to the attribute panel. Then he picked up the helmet to check its special effects. He took the battle boots to confirm the set identifier. All 5 were from the Snake Bites series. The set identifier was complete, and the activation conditions were fully met. Full set. Shin Mo set down the last battle boot, his voice slightly dry. It's truly a full set. Lin Yuan crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, speaking in a flat tone. The conditions are simple. These 5 pieces in exchange for that purple bow on your stall and the arrow rain skill book. Shin Mo looked up at him. The 2 exchanged gazes for 3 seconds. Deal. Shin Mo almost blurred. Without a hint of hesitation, he pulled the Void Rift bow and the arrow rain skill book from his backpack and slammed them heavily onto the table. The magical wave patterns of the purple longbow and the runes on the dark golden skill book instantly illuminated the dimly lit booth. Lin Yuan reached out and grasped the bow's body. The sensation in his hand was cold and light. The weight of the bow was nearly half that of his rusty short bow, yet his fingers could clearly feel the surging magical power within, gently vibrating. He picked up the arrow rain skill book again, its dark golden cover warming slightly in his palm. Goods verified. Lin Yuan stored the 2 items back in his backpack and stood up. Shin Mo also stood up, carefully putting away the 5 Snake Bites equipment one by one, his movements as gentle as if he were cradling a precious item. Bro, this set of yours is an artifact before level 40. It can save the lives of my brothers who are breaking ground. After packing the last piece, Shin Mo looked up at Lin Yuan, his expression unusually serious. I'll remember this favor. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Each takes what they need, no debts owed. You take this set to fight your BOSS, and I've gained weapons and skills. No one is at a loss. Shinemo smiled, genuinely pleased. All right, no pretense. He patted his backpack. When we conquer that wasteland and establish our base, I'll reserve the first batch of passage and trading rights for you. If you wish to leave Ironwall City at that time, just contact me. Lin Yuan nodded. The two walked out of the booth and parted ways at the intersection of the black market. Shinemo strode toward the exit, his steps light, as if he were a different person from when he arrived. Lin Yuan stood in place, watching his figure disappear into the crowd. He had made a killing on this deal. The snake bites set was already old goods he was prepared to sell. Lin Yuan patted his backpack, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. He hurried through the black market, emerged from the basement of the abandoned blacksmith shop, and slipped into the alleys of the slums. The night wind filled his collar, carrying the unique scent of rust and sulfur from Ironwall City. In the distance, there was a muffled sound of metal clashing from the main street. Whether it was the patrol guard changing shifts or yet another skirmish with the station troops, he couldn't tell. Lin Yuan ignored it, his footsteps never slowing as he headed straight for the basement. His mind was occupied with just one thing: return, learn skills, change equipment, and then leave the city. He didn't want to stay in this city on the verge of explosion for a single second longer. Pushing open the iron door of the basement and securing the bolt, Lin Yuan tossed his backpack onto the iron frame bed and eagerly pulled out the dark golden skill book. System prompt: skill Erosion, learned successfully. He was satisfied as he hung the bow on his back, sitting on the edge of the bed and beginning to mentally simulate a new combat model. Old model: 1 arrow per target, applying statuses, then waiting for them to die. Efficiency depended on positioning, speed, and monster density. New model: arrow rain, covers a 10-meter radius, applying his current permanent negative status to all monsters within that area. The splitter bow fills in the gaps, allowing 1 arrow to hit up to 6 targets simultaneously. By stacking the 2 skill sets, his monster clearing efficiency would jump from batch release to mass mowing. The splitter bow would take care of those scattered monsters who weren't covered by arrow rain. The time for a full cycle of applying statuses would be compressed from the original 7 or 8 minutes to no more than 2 minutes. The remaining time would be pure waiting. Efficiency would more than triple. Lin Yuan's fingers tapped twice on his knee and his gaze sharpened. He was currently level 32, with 8 levels left until level 40. According to the new equipment's mowing efficiency, if he could find a grinding spot with a high density of monsters ranging from level 35 to level 40. 10 days. At most 10 days he could reach level 40. Level 40 was the level cap for the rear regions of the Red Earth continent. Beyond this level, the experience gained from the dungeons in the small towns behind and the wild monsters would diminish to almost zero. Only the battlefield areas at the front line would yield sufficient experience. In other words, level 40 was his ticket out of the mud pit that was Ironwall City. Lin Yuan stood up and began to organize his equipment. He fished out the rusty short bow from his backpack and glanced at it. This old companion had accompanied him from the Grey Rat Cave all the way to the Lava Beast Nest, and today it was officially retired. The Void Rift bow was strapped to his lower back, the casting circuit for arrow rain ready at his shoulder, and the fire patterns from the burning 5-piece set flickered slightly in the shadows. The thousand-faced mask was affixed to his face, perfectly concealing the ordinary countenance of Zhou Taixing. The alley in the slums was empty, but looking up he could see the sky over the northern district of Ironwall City illuminated by a fiery orange glow. The source of the fire was likely the buffer zone between the Lord's mansion and the military camp. A fight had broken out. It was a genuine clash. Lin Yuan did not glance north a second time. He tightened his shadow cloak, activated his invisibility, and moved directly south through the shadows of the slums. There were twice as many guards at the south gate as during the day, but the checks were more relaxed. Everyone was focused on the fire in the north, with no mind to watch a low-level adventurer leaving the city. Lin Yuan swiped his card to exit the city, the night wind wrapping around him, bringing the heat of the scorched earth wasteland. Behind him, rows of magical searchlights began to light up on the walls of Ironwall City, blinding white light sweeping back and forth across the city walls. The guards at the city gate began to disperse the crowd, still waiting in line, their hoarse voices cutting through the night wind intermittently. Everyone stepped back. Effective immediately, a curfew is enforced at the south gate. No entry or exit without orders. Lin Yuan did not look back, striding into the dark wasteland. He did not know how many days the city could hold out, but he knew that the time left for him was already limited. Before leaving the black market, Lin Yuan casually purchased the maps of all the uncompleted dungeons surrounding Ironwall City, along with a few incomplete records of monster experience. Following the marked directions on the map, he walked northeast. The terrain became increasingly desolate as he progressed. The rubble slope behind Black Crow Valley gradually disappeared, replaced by vast stretches of parched yellow earth dotted with numerous decaying wooden stakes. He was now close to the edge of the safety zone of Ironwall City. The so-called safety zone does not imply true safety. It merely indicates that the Federation and the City Lord's office have cleared large monsters near the main roads, leaving a barely navigable area for low-level awakeners. Beyond this lies an unstable area. The levels of monsters are chaotic, the dungeon rules are abnormal, and the death rate is frighteningly high. After walking for several minutes, Lin Yuan finally saw the source of the buzzing sound. At the end of the wasteland stood 5 glowing portals to dungeons. Each portal was taller than a normal dungeon, and the colors appeared more murky with twisted black patterns covering the door frames. In front of the portals stood a row of stone tablets covered with warnings. Death Zone, no solo entry. Poison Sting Swarm Dungeon, no records of completion to date. Recommended party size, over 80 people. Historical maximum progression, 3rd nest room, total party wipe. Warning, internal monster count exceeds normal dungeon limits. Lin Yuan approached the nearest stone tablet and brushed off the dust. The edges of the tablet were inscribed with many messages from those who came after. Don't go in if it's not meant for humans. My brother died in the 2nd nest room, respawn count reset. Don't trust the guides. The queen will summon it, can't be cleaned out, really can't be cleaned out. An 80-person team couldn't hold out if a solo player comes in there just delivering food. Some of the words were carved, deeply reflecting the chaos of their frustration. After reading, Lin Yuan became even more interested. Poison Sting Swarm. Level range, LV 36, LV 42. Dungeon type, nest type, monster tide. Main monsters, Poison Sting Worker Bees, Poison Sting Soldier Bees, Explosive Poison Bees, Hive Guardians. Estimated monster count 30 to 50,000. Core mechanism, Hive Alert. Any invader causing large-scale kills will continually increase the swarm's failure reason. Statistics, 71% died from the first wave of the bee swarm, 26% died from toxin stacking. Lin Yuan continued to scroll down. A strategy report from 3 years ago popped up. It was an attempt organized by Iron Wall City involving a 100-person team. Average level LV 38, fully equipped 25 frontliners, 15 healers, 20 area, mages, 20 archers, and several mobile classes. 3 minutes into the entry, they encountered a swarm of poison sting worker bees in the first nest passage. There were over 2,000 of them. The frontliners were targeted by the poison stings and their shields shattered. The healer's mana quickly depleted. After the mages cast Firewall and killed a large number of worker bees, they triggered the Hive Alert Level 2. The second wave of soldier bees emerged early, forcing the team to retreat. The retreat path was blocked by explosive poison bees. Total party wipe. Subsequently, the authorities classified the poison sting swarm as a death zone and ceased organizing regular strategies. Lin Yuan looked at several other dungeons nearby. Razor-tooth ant hole monsters ambush by burrowing, and the terrain may collapse. Corrupted bone marsh toxin stacking causes extremely high healing pressure. Wailing cemetery, frequent mental attacks, and those with low willpower may turn on each other. Each one of them is troublesome. However, the one most suited for him remains the poison sting swarm. The reason is simple. There are enough of them. The density is high enough. No matter how strong individual monsters are, as long as their health isn't absurdly high, they can't withstand permanent true damage. Ordinary teams fear the swarm because there are too many to clean out, and they can't hold their ground. Lin Yuan is not afraid of numbers. He fears scarcity. The more monsters there are, the more profit from his rain of arrows. A swarm gathering is like a flying experience package for him. Lin Yuan walked up to the portal of the poison sting swarm. The buzzing sound emanated from within the portal, densely packed, causing the rubble on the ground to tremble lightly. Lin Yuan also checked his talent count. Total kills 34-196-400, just under 30,000 more to reach the 9th slot. If the poison sting swarm truly has 30 to 50,000 monsters, this single dungeon could theoretically push him directly into the 9th slot. More importantly, the upper level of the poison sting swarm is LV 42, sufficient to support his push towards level 40. After level 40, experience gain significantly diminishes behind Iron Wall City, so he would need to leave this place, head to the front lines, and move to higher level areas. Lin Yuan looked up at the distance. There were still flames visible on the horizon toward Iron Wall City. That city was in chaos. The City Lord's office station troops, Iron Wolves, and solo players were all racing against time. He was the same. The difference is that they are competing for territory and people, while Lin Yuan is competing for level slots and the qualification to flip the table. The moment he entered the dungeon, Lin Yuan's vision suddenly darkened. Beneath his feet was no longer cracked yellow earth, but a somewhat sticky surface of beeswax. The air was filled with a sweet, yet decayed odor. The walls on both sides were constructed from dark yellow beeswax and black-brown soil, densely riddled with holes. Deep within each hole there were unsettling, fine buzzing sounds. Lin Yuan looked up. The ceiling of the nest passage was terrifyingly high, with clusters of huge beeswax tumors hanging down within which he could vaguely see wriggling insect shadows. The 30-meter wide passage ahead wound down into complete darkness. Immediately after that, darkness surged violently. This was not a dimming of light, but rather hordes of poison-sting bees pouring out from the depths of the passage, their dense figures instantly filling the upper half of the nest passage. Poison sting worker bees, LV-36 health, 4200 traits, high-speed flight, poison, sting penetration, swarm perception. The first wave that burst forth numbered no less than 500. Their tails dragged, terrifying black-purple poison stings, and the sound of countless wings flapping resonated together, causing the bee wax on the cave walls to fall. If an ordinary awakener were to witness this scene, their immediate reaction would undoubtedly be to turn and run, because this group of monsters is just too fast. Flying units are inherently difficult to deal with, especially with such terrifying numbers and stackable toxins. Once surrounded, even high-level shield guards would struggle to last for a few seconds. However, Lin Yuan not only did not flee, instead he took 2 bold steps forward and firmly stood in the very center of the nest passage. The swarm of poison sting worker bees instantly locked onto the intruder, immediately altering their formation. The front row lowered their flying height, while the back row meticulously spread out to the sides. Lin Yuan decisively raised his longbow. His first volley of arrows did not target the front of the swarm directly, but instead aimed precisely at the densest area in the middle of the swarm. A magical arrow shot up into the sky, exploding violently at the top of the nest passage and transforming into a torrential rain of purple arrows that poured down. A radius of 10 meters instantly covered at least 200 poison sting worker bees. The sound of arrows piercing through their exoskeletons instantly merged into one. In the next moment, icons representing negative statuses wildly lit up in midair. Bleeding, poisoning, corrosion, triple burning, and that deadly slowing effect. The once frenzied swarm of bees suddenly experienced a dramatic drop in speed. The high-speed attacking worker bees suddenly slowed down, causing those in the back who hadn't been hit by arrows to be unable to stop in time and crash hard into the frontliners. The entire formation of the swarm collapsed into chaos. Lin Yuan immediately sidestepped to create a safe distance, and the void rift bow in his hand began to fire ruthlessly and continuously. A sharp arrow can penetrate 2 worker bees, and after hitting a third it detonates and splits with the secondary arrows, precisely targeting surrounding other foes. Now with each arrow he fires, he can cover up to 6 targets simultaneously. Any target that is merely grazed by an arrow instantly receives this complete permanent death sentence. These poison sting worker bees have only 4,002 health, facing such high true damage they wouldn't even. However, Lin Yuan did not need to stand still waiting for them to die. His only task was to maintain the status effects. The first volley of arrows had just ended, and over 300 worker bees that had not been affected by the status were still charging forward wildly. They quickly maneuvered around their slowed comrades and viciously dove in from both sides. A radiant glow of the Gale Steppe erupted beneath Lin Yuan's feet, and his form instantly shifted 8 meters to the side, perfectly evading the enemy's first wave of poisonous stingers. Large swathes of black and purple poisonous needles fiercely struck the waxy ground, instantly corroding it into pockmarked craters that emitted white smoke. The potency of this toxin was extremely high. If he were to be struck a few times, even with ample antidotes in his bag, he would still encounter tremendous trouble. But all of this hinged on the premise that they could actually hit Lin Yuan. As soon as he landed, he drew back his bow and shot an arrow forcefully towards the swarm of bees on his left. Piercing through, splitting apart, 6 worker bees were unceremoniously afflicted by the full set of death statuses. Without pause, he loosed another arrow, condemning another 6 monsters to death. In the blink of an eye, the cooldown for the arrow rain had finished, and a second terrifying deluge of purple light ruthlessly struck the enemy swarm on the right. This time the number affected was even greater, with around 300 worker bees being completely engulfed by the storm of purple light. Thus, the swarm's assault through the entire nest path was utterly halted. All the worker bees affected by the status had their speed reduced to a mere 30% of their original, unable to maintain their flying height, and began to wobble and plummet downwards. Their bodies burned with bright red fire points, and their abdomens oozed repulsive green poison spots, while their originally resilient wings were corroded into a pitiful state by the strong acid. Some worker bees couldn't even last a minute. They twitched violently in midair before plummeting to the ground as lifeless corpses. The 1st, the 10th, the 100th. A torrential rain began to fall within the entire nest path. It wasn't rainwater that fell, but a dense shower of insect corpses. Killed LV-36 poison stinger worker bee gained experience 610. Killed LV-36 poison stinger worker bee gained experience 610. Killed LV-36 poison stinger worker bee gained experience 610. The system's kill prompts flooded the screen at a dizzying speed. Lin Yuan simply closed the prompt window, only keeping the experience bar and kill count in his view. He swiftly moved close to the side wall of the nest path, maintaining an absolute safe distance from the main force of the swarm. The shadow cloak on him was precisely activated and deactivated constantly, disrupting the swarm's targeting and hatred. The group perception ability of the poison stingers was indeed very strong. Simple invisibility could not make them lose their attack targets completely, but it effectively disrupted their charging rhythm, slowing their response by half a beat. For Lin Yuan, that half-beat delay was enough for him to create a life-and-death distance using Gale Step. In just half a minute, more than half of the first wave of charging worker bees had perished. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dark yellow insect corpses with deadly bee venom flowing everywhere. Stepping on it produced a nauseating sticky sound. Lin Yuan cautiously avoided the pile of corpses as the accumulated bee venom could very likely contain traps of continuous damage. He absolutely would not take such a pointless risk. The remaining few severely injured worker bees still wanted to pursue him, but he effortlessly drew the void-splitting bow, picking them off one by one like a call to roll call. The entire wave of battle lasted a little over 2 minutes, completely annihilating more than 500 LV-36 poison stinger worker bees. In an instant, the level bar in front of Lin Yuan skyrocketed as if launched by a rocket. The originally LV-33 experience bar was filled to capacity, and a brilliant golden light descended upon him. Level up LV-33 to LV-34, he skillfully allocated all free attribute points to agility, enhancing the extreme lightness he felt in his limbs. Lin Yuan casually moved his wrist, his eyes glowing ominously in the darkness. This was merely the first wave of the offensive. Over 500 high-level monsters had been cleared in just over 2 minutes. Not only was the experience abundant, but the monster density was also extremely high, and there was no need to lure them. They all lined up to deliver themselves to him. Compared to this place, the previous Ash Wasteland was simply an inefficient workshop. This poison stinger bee dungeon was the real harvesting assembly line. Lin Yuan, still unsatisfied, continued to push forward along the first nest path. Not far ahead, more frantic and violent buzzing sounds came from the deepest part of the nest. The system prompt appeared again. The swarm's alert level has risen to level 1. The second wave of the swarm is awakening. Lin Yuan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, coldly whispering, "Awaken, awaken, as many as possible." As he spoke, the numerous holes along the forward cave walls simultaneously cracked open. Countless poison stinger worker bees swarmed out like a tide of darkness, mixed with larger elite soldier bees. Poison stinger soldier bee, LV-38, health 7200 traits, shell reinforcement charge, poison stinger guardian instinct. Though the number of soldier bees was not high, only about 50, each stood over half a person tall. They were clad in heavy hard shells with elongated and lethal poison stingers at their tails. This group of soldier bees firmly protected the ordinary worker bees in front, swiftly forming a highly penetrating spearhead formation, charging directly at Lin Yuan. This was the deadlock that had caused countless ordinary teams to completely collapse here. The worker bees used their massive numbers to suppress firepower, while the soldier bees relied on high defenses to forcefully break through. The overwhelming poison stinger damage stacked up instantly, and even the strongest healing classes could not sustain this collapsing health line. However, seeing these high-level soldier bees made Lin Yuan even more pleased. The higher the monster's level, the more experience they naturally provided. The worker bees following closely behind crashed into the slowing soldier bees ahead, causing the entire massive swarm to become stuck in the middle of the nest path, as if a serious multi-car accident had occurred. Lin Yuan calmly took steps back, steadily drawing his bow and shooting. Deadly magical arrows flew out one after another with a whistling sound. When the one-sided slaughter reached the 3rd minute, the first batch of tough-skinned soldier bees finally ran out of their last drop of health and began to wail as they fell downwards. In the corner of his vision, Lin Yuan's kill count panel was rapidly jumping at a spine-chilling speed. Total kills 351, 026, 4000. Total kills 354, 886, 4000. Total kills 359, 316, 4000. But this frenzied harvest was merely on the outskirts of the nest. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to step over the corpses to continue advancing into the second nest chamber, a piercingly sharp and shrill insect cry suddenly erupted from the deepest part of the cave. This sound was at least 10 times stronger than the buzzing heard previously, like an invisible steel needle piercing sharply into his head. Lin Yuan felt a sudden piercing pain in his head, and his hurried steps were forced to pause for half a second. Almost simultaneously, all the hanging wax tumors at the top of the nest path lit up with an eerie dark yellow glow. An alarming red system warning popped up frantically. The hive's core is under threat. Alert level raised. Units in the depths of the hive are gathering. Lin Yuan immediately looked up, his gaze fixed intently on the deeper part of the hive. In that all-consuming darkness, countless crimson compound eyes lit up, twinkling like stars in the sky. After the sound of insects faded, the entire poison sting bee swarm dungeon came alive. The wax walls on both sides of the first nest began to crack open, and countless poison sting bees emerged from the holes. From deep within the passage ahead, thicker shadows surged from the direction of the second nesting chamber. The sound of flapping wings came from the entrance behind. Lin Yuan was surrounded. In a regular team, they would already be writing their last words at this moment. The way ahead, the retreat above, and beside were all filled with bees. Yet Lin Yuan did not retreat to the entrance. He glanced at the terrain and activated his wind step, leaping to a protruding wax platform on the left side. The landing spot was narrow, barely enough for one person to stand. The advantage was that he was backed against the wax wall, preventing the swarm from fully expanding from behind. Leaning against the wax wall, he raised his bow into the void. The rain of arrows was just cooling down. The first shot struck the main passage ahead. Purple light exploded. Over 400 worker bees and soldier bees were engulfed. 72 points of true damage leapt up in waves. The second shot would still need 30 seconds. Those 30 seconds were the most dangerous time. A large number of unmoving poison sting bees circled around the slow zone and charged in from both sides. Lin Yuan continuously drew his bow. The shooting speed of the magic arrows increased by 30%, forming almost continuous purple lines. Penetration. Splitting. Penetration again. Each arrow targeted 6 different foes. The poison sting bees were so dense that there was no need for precise aiming. Any shot could yield full returns. Yet there were still too many. A group of soldier bees rushed forward, pushing against their fallen comrades' bodies, their tails raised in unison. Lin Yuan activated his wind step and swiftly moved from the wax platform to a slanted, hardened bee column below. The poison stings missed, and the wax platform was corroded to the point of smoking. Just as he landed, another explosive poison bee charged at him from the right side. Explosive poison bee, LV 37 health, 3000 traits, death, explosion, poison mist spread. This creature was mentioned in the information. In a normal team, once it got close, even if killed, they would be covered in poison mist. Lin Yuan did not let it approach. An arrow penetrated through 3 explosive poison bees, and the split arrow hit 3 others nearby. 6 explosive poison bees simultaneously fell under status effects. Their speed drastically reduced, and they began to convulse mid-flight. When they died, they exploded into 6 clouds of black-purple poison mist. The mist did not touch Lin Yuan, but engulfed a nearby group of worker bees. The swarm inflicted self-harm. Lin Yuan's eyes slightly moved. Good stuff. He began to deliberately detonate the explosive poison bees at the edges of the swarm. Although the explosive poison mist could not kill high-health soldier bees, it could disrupt their formation, granting him more room to maneuver. The cooldown for the second rain of arrows completed. Lin Yuan raised his hand and struck towards the encircling group behind. The swarm in the retreat direction was pierced through by the purple downpour, causing a large number of poison sting bees to slow and fall. He did not flee. He just wanted to ensure that the back also entered a countdown to death. From the 30th second to the 60th second, the first batch of worker bees began to die in large numbers. Experience light dust began to form patches on the ground, with system prompts flashing to the point of being indistinguishable. Lin Yuan simply turned off all prompts, keeping only 2 numbers. Experience bar. Kill count. Total kills 372, 446, 4000. Total kills 389, 026, 4000. Total kills 401, 766, 4000. The numbers jumped remarkably. From a few kills at a time, it turned into dozens at a time. Every second saw poison sting bees dying. Every second saw experience pouring in. Lin Yuan's level bar started at LV 34, rapidly surpassing 1/3, then half. The swarm continued to increase. The passage to the second nesting chamber fully opened, with more soldier bees guarding several large hive guards flying out. Hive guard, LV 40 health, 18,000 traits, heavy shell poison, sting sweep, swarm command. Seeing those hive guards, Lin Yuan's first reaction was not of danger. It was experience. LV 40 monsters were just right for him now. As soon as the hive guards appeared, the surrounding soldier bees stabilized their formation, starting to charge in batches, no longer pushing chaotically. This creature had a commanding effect. If a normal team encountered them, the pressure would double immediately. Lin Yuan decided to kill them first. The rain of arrows struck. The hive guards were large, making them obvious targets, and inflicting status effects was not difficult. 72 points of true damage landed on the 18,000 health, requiring over 4 minutes. It was a bit slow, but it didn't matter. After being slowed by 70%, their charging distance shrank significantly, and the poison sting sweep could not reach Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan utilized the bee columns and hive walls to continuously change positions, always keeping the distance controlled at over 25 meters. The hive guards attempted to command the soldier bees for a flanking maneuver. Lin Yuan directly used the rain of arrows to clear the flanking route. Once the soldier bees were affected by a status, they transformed from pursuers into obstacles, blocking the swarm behind them. The greatest advantage of the poison sting bee swarm was their numbers. However, under the eternal erosion, the more numerous they were, the easier it was for them to block each other. Lin Yuan began to find his rhythm. When the rain of arrows was ready, he struck the densest area. The splitting bow specifically targeted the bees that slipped through and the high-threat explosive poison bees. Wind step was reserved for close encounters with soldier bees and simultaneous poison stings. The shadow cloak was activated during transitions, causing the swarm to temporarily lose precise targeting. Each step was tightly calculated. If he slowed down by half a second, he could be overwhelmed by the swarm. But the more he fought, the steadier he became. The Gray Mouse Cave, the Poisonous Snake Marsh, the 10,000 Snakes Altar, the Diamond Wolf Canyon, the Lava Behemoth Nest, the Ashen Wasteland. Every experience from kiting came into play at this moment. He was not standing still to output damage. He was walking a tightrope in a sea of bugs. But on the other end of that tightrope was a vast amount of experience in the 9th slot. In the 6th minute, the first Hive Guard fell. Kill LV40 Hive Guard, gain experience 2400. The experience bar surged forward. In the 7th minute, the second one fell. In the 8th minute, the third one fell. Golden light finally erupted. Level up LV34, LV35 attribute points continue to be allocated to agility. Lin Yuan's movements became faster. The wax column beneath him was corroded by venom and fractured. Just before it collapsed, he flashed to another side of the hive wall protrusion. Hundreds of poison stings shot from behind, all missing their target. Lin Yuan turned around and unleashed a rain of arrows, sending that group of shooter bees into a countdown. The kill count continued to surge. Total kills 431, 106, 4000. Total kills 468, 826, 4000. Total kills 502, 396, 4000. The lighting in the dungeon grew darker. It was not that it was getting dark. It was that the swarm was so thick that it obscured the glowing wax lumps at the top of the nesting passage. All that remained around Lin Yuan were intertwined purple arrow lights, crimson burns, and green poison spots flickering. He had pushed to the entrance of the second nesting chamber. The space here was larger, and the swarm was even denser. Nest holes on all sides continuously spat out poison sting bees, and the ground was piled half a person high with bee corpses. The system's automatic body refresh could not keep up with the death rate. The experience prompt made a continuous ringing sound which after a long time sounded no different from the buzzing of bees. Lin Yuan turned off the sound. The world instantly became quiet. Only the sounds of flapping, falling, exploding, and bowstring vibrations remained. In the center of the second nesting chamber hung a massive dark yellow hive ball, its surface covered in large holes. Bees were crawling out of each hole. Lin Yuan looked at that hive ball, his eyes shining. A monster refresh core. Then it was even more critical not to destroy it too quickly. This thing was a cash machine right now. He moved around the edge of the second nesting chamber, continuously launching rain of arrows towards the area around the hive ball, ensuring that the newly emerged swarm was immediately affected by status effects. The swarm refreshed quickly. The death speed was even quicker. Total kills 557, 036, 4000. Total kills 589, 916, 4000. Total kills 612, 766, 4000, approaching 64,000 steadily. Lin Yuan's level also surged to the latter half of LV35. Just as he was preparing to continue harvesting, the ground deep within the second nesting chamber suddenly cracked open. A thicker, sweet, and rotten smell surged out. The buzzing of the swarm momentarily paused. All the poison sting bees simultaneously turned their direction, lowering themselves towards the crack. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. This was no ordinary refresh. Below the crack was something of a higher tier. The kill count jumped to over 63,900. Only a few dozen more. Lin Yuan raised his bow, preparing to seize the 9th slot. The rain of arrows fell. The last batch of worker bees died in swathes. Total kills 639, 886, 4000. Total kills 639, 966, 4000. Total kills 640, 006, 4000. Boom. The talent panel popped up automatically. Just as the golden light was about to shine, a piercing dark golden beam shot out from the ruins crack at the bottom of the hive. The light beam pierced through the top of the second nesting chamber, shaking the entire dungeon. System warnings flashed frantically. Hive hidden core awakens. Detected unknown high tier unit. Warning, current dungeon difficulty is increasing. The talent panel shimmered with golden light. The 9th permanent slot was fully opened. Before Lin Yuan could take a closer look, the dark golden pillar at the bottom of the second nest directly overturned the ground. A violent tremor erupted from beneath his feet. Large chunks of beeswax mixed with black mud fell from above. From the depths of the cracks came the piercing sound of chitinous limbs scraping. A massive creature crushed the earth layer and crawled out forcefully. LV-42 mutated queen bee. Its size was comparable to that of a heavy armored vehicle. Its dark golden shell was covered in barbs and 3 pairs of enormous compound eyes glowed with a cruel red light. The black and purple poison stinger at its rear measured over 2 meters in length. The worker bees around that were not yet dead were trampled into goo. Lin Yuan did not pay attention to the red warning text that popped up on the system. The Void Rift bow was instantly drawn to its full capacity. The rain of arrows was unleashed. Purple magical arrows exploded in the air, and a large barrage of arrows thundered down upon the head of the mutated queen bee. Under the pressure of level suppression, the base damage was only single digits. But that was unimportant. At the moment the arrow range struck, all permanent negative status effects were applied to Lin Yuan. Bleeding, poisoned, corrosion, triple burning. 72 points of real damage began to accumulate. A 70 slow effect also pressed down at the same time. The mutated queen bee, initially prepared to take off, suddenly halted its movements. Its heavy body crashed back to the ground. It roared in fury, stomping the ground with its 8 spiked limbs. Even after losing 70% of its speed, this LV-42 hidden boss base values were still terrifyingly high. The enormous body charged toward Lin Yuan, bringing with it a foul wind. The poison stinger at its rear trembled violently. Dozens of streams of venom as thick as fingers shot out into the air. Lin Yuan rolled to the right. The venom splattered down onto the beeswax stone platform where he had just stood. With a sizzling sound, the hard stone platform was corroded into a steaming pool of green liquid in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan's gaze grew extremely cold. His feet did not stop. He moved close to the remains of the hive, never allowing the queen bee to close the distance. The Void Rift bow fired continuously. The magical arrows imbued with purple light penetrated the edges of the mutated queen bee's compound eyes. Upon hitting, the arrows split into 3 sub-arrows, clearing away the remaining worker bees that tried to approach. Damage numbers connected over the head of the queen bee. The mutated queen bee sensed its vitality was draining, and several openings appeared at the end of its abdomen. Dozens of dark yellow eggs were ejected all around. The eggs shattered upon hitting the ground. Dozens of LV-38 mutated guard bees crawled out. These guard bees were smaller in size, flew at high speeds, and dispersed to completely block Lin Yuan's retreat. Lin Yuan did not shift his gaze. He angled the Void Rift bow upward. The cooldown for the arrow rain just ended. Purple magical raindrops poured down, accurately covering the group of guard bees that had just taken off. 72 points of true damage instantly stacked up. This group of low-health monsters had only charged 2 meters before smoke began to rise from their bodies. The remaining guard bees that were not covered were targeted one by Lin Yuan's splitting arrows. A magical arrow pierced through one guard bee, causing the 3 sub-arrows that exploded to hit nearby units. The entire space was filled with the sounds of struggling insects. They could not approach Lin Yuan within a 10-meter radius before turning into a pool of poison. The summoning skill of the mutated queen bee turned into an experience package delivered right to him. Time ticked by. The density of the venom stings increased. With every retreat, Lin Yuan carefully controlled the distance, ensuring the queen bee could never touch him. 2.5 minutes passed. The queen bee's health bar dropped below half. No matter how thick its health was, it could not withstand the continuous damage that ignored defenses. The monster's shriek suddenly turned shrill. The second phase of rage was triggered. The dark golden shell on the queen bee instantly turned a blinding blood red. It forcefully broke free from some of the slow effects. Its 8 limbs plowed deep trenches in the ground, and its sprinting speed surged wildly. The queen bee crashed through the beeswax pillars along the way, charging toward Lin Yuan with a deathly charge. At this distance, conventional movement could no longer allow escape. A white light shone beneath Lin Yuan's feet. The Gale Step was activated. An 8-meter instant displacement. His figure vanished from the original spot. The queen bee's massive body crashed into the wall of the hive with a loud bang. The entire dungeon trembled once more. Huge cracks spread along the wall. Lin Yuan landed steadily. The 50 speed boost from Gale Step activated. Using these 3 seconds of high speed, he directly circled to the side and rear of the queen bee. The Void Rift bow was fully drawn. A volley of arrows struck fiercely into the base of the queen bee's wings. The resistance in its enraged state lasted only a few seconds. Once the state passed, the slow effect once again tightly suppressed the queen bee. The rigidity from crashing into the wall combined with the 70% slow left this hidden lord completely stuck. 5 minutes passed. 72 points of true damage drained its last bit of health. The health bar emptied. The mutated queen bee let out a final scream of despair. Its massive body collapsed with a thud, crashing into the pit of its own venom. Black and purple blood gushed out, staining the majority of the second nest. Killed LV-42 mutated queen bee gained experience points 80,000, achieved the first kill of the poison sting swarm hidden boss. The corpse of the mutated queen bee turned to dust and scattered away. The loot piled up into a small hill. Gold coins, high-grade materials, several pieces of LV-40 blue gear. Lin Yuan's gaze directly passed over these items. In the center of the loot pile, a deep purple light pierced through the dim nest. The first kill bonus had activated. Lin Yuan swept aside the surface debris and grasped the equipment emitting purple light. It felt icy to the touch. It was a piece of dark purple close-fitting armor. The surface of the armor was covered in dense hexagonal honeycomb patterns. At the heart-protecting mirror location, a crystal nucleus, swirling with venom, was embedded. The system panel quickly popped up. Venomous B King Armor Purple Rare Quality Type Light Armor Level Requirement LV40 Attributes Agility 52, Stamina 38, Poison Resistance 40. The base attributes are extremely strong. Both agility and stamina were precisely at the positions Lin Yuan needed most. However, Lin Yuan's gaze did not linger on the attribute panel. He continued to look down. Special Effect 1 Paralytic Venom. Upon hitting a target, there is a 30% chance to cause the target to be paralyzed for 0.5 seconds, ignoring resistance. Special Effect 2 Toxic Assault. Upon hitting a target, additional toxic damage is inflicted, dealing 20 points of B venom damage per second for 8 seconds. Dual Special Effects. 1 for control, 1 for continuous damage. The poison damage of 20 points per second is higher than any single piece of the Burning Embers set. The paralysis venom lasts only 0.5 seconds. For an ordinary archer, this amount of control is used to interrupt casting or to stop the boss skills. But Lin Yuan was different. The Void Rift Bow had penetration splitting and a 30 increase in attack speed. The more attack segments, the greater the chance of triggering the 30 effect. As long as the paralysis triggers, once the target will be frozen in place for half a second. If applied continuously, the opponent's movements would be stuck, causing stuttering. Coupled with the 70 permanent slow, the monster's chances to restart would be minimized. He also dug out 2 high-grade gems from the loot, unsure of their purpose. There was also a completely intact poison gland from the mutated queen bee. He packed all the high-value items into his backpack. The 9th permanent slot was flashing with a golden edge. Reaching level 40 would allow him to equip the new gear. Taking advantage of this dungeon being suitable for him, he began to grind fiercely. Unbeknownst to him, 2 days had passed amidst the monster slaying. The purple rain of arrows erupted in the air once again, forming a gigantic net that enveloped the last 200 or so newly spawned poison spiders. The moment the magical arrows pierced through their shells, an anomaly occurred. The previously high-speed diving spiders froze as if someone had pressed the pause button. Their wings halted. Their limbs stiffened. Over 200 half-human-sized spiders were thus trapped in the air, contorted in various twisted postures, their movements stuttering. In the next moment, bang, 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 they fell like a hail of black and yellow, crashing onto the waxy ground. They were not dead, but they could not move. They could only twitch frantically on the ground, their tails vibrating erratically, unable even to rise. Lin Yuan stood on a stone platform not far away, holding the Void Rift Bow in one hand, his expression calm. Half an hour ago, he had harvested enough experience to officially break through to LV40. Level 40, the level cap of the area behind. Upon reaching this level, Lin Yuan immediately equipped the hauntingly purple toxic queen bee armor. The increase in agility and stamina was one aspect. What was truly outrageous were the 2 special effects of this purple gear. Toxic Strike. After a successful hit, it inflicts an additional 20 points of poison damage per second for 8 seconds. Lin Yuan allocated the 9th slot directly to it. Thus, 8 seconds became permanent. This was no longer just grinding health. It was setting a countdown to death for the monsters. As for the other special effect, Paralyzing Toxin. After a successful hit, there is a 30% chance to cause 0.5 seconds of paralysis. In the hands of others, this would be a random interruption based on luck. In Lin Yuan's hands, it was an entirely different concept. The Void Rift Bow came with penetration splitting and increased shooting speed. With an increase in the number of attack segments, the 30% probability could be amplified directly. As long as it was triggered once, the 0.5 seconds of paralysis would be forcefully extended into eternity. Eternity. 0.5 seconds of control. For him, it was called permanent standing punishment. The spiders on the ground continued to twitch, but their health bars were rapidly evaporating with over 100 seconds of damage. Moments later, the corpses exploded into shards of light. Killed LV38 poison spider currently at level cap, experience gain reduced to 0 flashed as a notification. Lin Yuan took a glance and then closed the panel. No experience left. This dungeon had reached its end. After 2 days of continuous play, he had nearly caused the poison spider dungeon's respawn mechanism to crash. Looking around, he found that the second nest was devoid of any moving poison stingers. The spider corpses had been refreshed cleanly, leaving only pits corroded by venom all over the ground. Loot filled his backpack. Gold coins, materials, blue gear, toxin glands, and stingers piled up with no space left in his bag. Lin Yuan stowed away the Void Rift Bow and turned towards the dungeon exit. It was time to head to the front lines. Stepping out of the light gate, he was met with the desolate yellow earth. The wind swept through, carrying fragments of sand past the dungeon's stone tablet. Lin Yuan identified the direction, activating his wind step, his figure transforming into a blurred afterimage as he sped toward Iron Wall City. The plan was simple. Head back to town, sell the materials and broken equipment. Restock on skill books and consumables. Then take the official teleportation array straight to the frontline city. However, as the silhouette of Iron Wall City appeared at the edge of his vision, Lin Yuan's steps slowed. There was a scent of blood in the wind, and a burnt smell. He stopped 500 meters from the southern gate, activating his shadow cloak, pressing himself into the shadow of a massive black rock. In the distance, the city gates remained tightly shut. The entry point, usually lined with long queues, was now thoroughly blocked by heavy barricades and sandbags. The city walls were pockmarked with holes from cannon and magical bombardments. Dark red blood trickled down the blue stone bricks, flowing into the moat. The blue flag banner representing the Federal Garrison Commander Rex was severed by more than half. In its place, a dark golden Ming flag was planted all over the walls. The Ming family had won. Iron Wall City had entirely changed hands. Who goes there? Step out. A hoarse shout came from the city walls. The city defense magic array could not detect Lin Yuan's true presence, but captured the unnatural distortion of light near the black rock. In the next moment, dozens of heavy crossbows simultaneously redirected their aim. Enchanted bolts locked onto this area tightly. A guard officer in dark golden armor leaned out, holding an amplification artifact, his voice brimming with arrogance. Iron Wall City is under martial law. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to approach the city gate by even a step will be killed on the spot as a rebel. Lin Yuan stood still, unmoving. He glanced at the high walls. Then he looked at the Ming family soldiers fully prepared, lining the city walls. If he truly wanted to force his way in, it was not impossible. He had invisibility, wind step, the faceless mask, and sufficient agility. Sneaking in would not be difficult, but it would be meaningless. Since the Ming family had completely sealed the city, the teleportation array inside had likely ceased operations. It might even have been destroyed. The official route was cut off. He turned and shouted, "Send the order down, continue searching the city. Anyone who is a loner, capture them all to fill the moat's defenses." The voice was carried away by the wind. Lin Yuan did not turn back. 10 kilometers away, in a dried-up riverbed, Lin Yuan canceled his invisibility, pulling out a grayish high-level encrypted communication stone from his pocket. The official route was cut off. Then he would take the backup route. He infused a hint of magic. The surface of the communication stone lit up with faint blue runes. 3 seconds later, the other end connected. "Brother." Shinmo's voice came through, tired, yet still carrying an unbending strength. The background noise was chaotic, with sounds of metal clashing and faint beast roars. "Iron Wall City has been blown up, hasn't it?" Lin Yuan replied calmly. "The Ming family's flag is planted all over the city, and the teleportation array is unusable." "I had guessed as much." Shinmo chuckled softly, his tone heavy. "That waste Rex can't compete with Meng Zhao's resources. The loners left in the city will only meet the fate of being captured as cannon fodder." He paused for a moment. "Brother, what level are you at now?" Lin Yuan replied with 2 words. 40. The other end of the communication stone fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then Shun Emo laughed, suppressing his voice. "You really are a monster." "Just right, I just landed in a new village here, and what I lack is a tough guy to set the scene. I used the village building order to open a temporary frontline teleportation array. As long as we gather enough energy, we can send people to the frontline megacity." Lin Yuan did not waste words. "Coordinates. Northeast direction, 300 kilometers. Shin Emo spoke quickly. "Sunset Wasteland, Shattered Stone Valley." The communication was cut off. Lin Yuan pulled up the map, locking in the direction. 300 kilometers. For him now, with agility surpassing 200 and still capable of using wind step to travel continuously, it would take less than half a day. For hours later, Lin Yuan stopped on a high ground. In the setting sun, over the barren plains at the entrance of the Broken Stone Valley, as Lin Yuan stepped into the valley, 3 crossbow bolts struck the ground just inches in front of his feet. "Halt!" A one-eyed sentinel raised his heavy crossbow, his voice low and commanding. "State your identity, your origins, and your refer." Lin Yuan paused in his footsteps. He still bore the face of Zhou Tiexing, and his panel displayed that he was a level 22 warrior. To the scattered individuals who had just escaped from Iron Wall City, this identity indeed appeared as if he were merely a leeching guest. The one-eyed sentinel's expression grew colder when he saw Lin Yuan's silence. "We hung 3 spies from the Meng family just yesterday. If you can't speak, I can help you shut up." Lin Yuan raised his hand and retrieved a communication stone. "Shin Mo." As soon as the 2 words left his lips, a laughter echoed from within the valley. "Old Su, lower the crossbow." Shun Emo jumped down from behind the wooden wall, blood still clinging to his shoulder, and his white iron sword bore several new nicks. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, his pace noticeably quickened. "Brother, you finally made it." The one-eyed sentinel was taken aback. Shun, is he the tough nut you mentioned? Shin Mo patted the sentinel's shoulder. I don't know how tough he is. He turned to Lin Yuan and grinned. But if he is willing to tear down this valley, our wooden wall won't last 3 minutes. The one-eyed sentinel immediately lowered his crossbow. The nearby scattered individuals also moved their hands away from their weapons. Lin Yuan disregarded the flattery and looked deeper into the valley. The broken stone valley was not large. It had wooden walls, trenches, barricades, and watchtowers all present. Inside there were over 100 beastskin tents set up along with several warehouses built from stones. The scattered individuals were divided into several teams. Some patrolled, some transported lumber, and others repaired the formation's foundation. It was chaotic, but not disorganized. Shin Mo lowered his voice. The village decree has been issued, but the name hasn't been decided yet. It's currently just a level 1 village. The protective formation can withstand small waves of monsters, but it cannot stop an army. Lin Yuan asked, what about the Emerald Scale Python King? Shin Mo raised his hand and pointed to the eastern side of the valley. It's dead. This deal was truly finalized. Shin Mo led him toward the village. Along the way, many scattered individuals looked at Lin Yuan. Some were curious, some were wary, and others whispered among themselves. Is this the person that Shun is waiting for? He doesn't look strong at all. You don't understand, the more ordinary he looks, the more likely he is to be a big shot. Lin Yuan heard them, but ignored it. He couldn't be called a big shot. He was simply better at making monsters wait for death in place. In the center of the village stood a formation base. A dozen formation masters squatted on the ground, inscribing runes with piles of magic crystals, beast bones, and metal plates nearby. In the center of the formation base, there was an empty depression the size of a fist. Shin Mo halted. The temporary frontline teleportation formation still lacks high-grade gem core materials. Ordinary materials can't stabilize the coordinates, and forcibly activating the formation might send people straight to the mouth of the abyss. Lin Yuan took out a high-grade gem from his backpack. Use this. Shin Mo caught it without saying thanks. He simply handed the gem to the formation master and said, put this on the village's tab. Lin Yuan waved his hand. First, fix the road. Shin Mo smiled. All right, let's fix the road first. If we survive, we can settle the accounts later. Next, Lin Yuan went to the logistics warehouse. He opened his backpack and directly dumped the contents out. Materials from poisonous sting bees, bee stingers, gems, blue gear, low-grade, purple materials, lava remnants, and various items dropped by the poisonous bee swarm. The logistics manager was originally calculating with an abacus. Upon seeing the third pile of materials, he put the abacus down. When he saw the seventh pile, he began to call for people. When the final blue gear landed, there were already over 10 logistics workers surrounding the warehouse. Are all these for sale? The manager's voice sounded somewhat dazed. Lin Yuan nodded. Exchange for gold coins, the quicker the better. Half an hour later, the settlement was complete. After deducting the turnover price within the village, Lin Yuan's account showed 53,000 gold. With the original savings added in, his wallet was filled once more. Shin Mo watched nearby, his teeth aching. Brother, are you clearing a dungeon or robbing the ancestral tomb of the Bee clan? Lin Yuan put away the gold coins. They were the ones who struck first. Shin Mo paused for a moment. That makes sense. The dead don't shoulder the blame, and dead bees are no different. Just as the two exited the warehouse, Lin Yuan suddenly stopped. At the far corner of the village, an old man was sitting beneath a withered tree. Dressed in gray cloth with old leather boots, a stringless short bough lay across his lap. He had his eyes closed as if asleep. But Lin Yuan could sense the aura of a hunter profession emanating from him. It was faint but seasoned. Shin Mo followed his gaze. That's old Sheen. We picked him up on the road. Picked him up? Yeah, he said Ironwall City was too noisy and wanted to join us for some peace and quiet. Shin Mo lowered his voice. Don't be fooled by his appearance of a sunbathing old man. Last night, he shot through 3 level 39 night stalking wolves with a single arrow, without even using a second arrow. Lin Yuan approached. The old man did not open his eyes. Level 40 hunter with very high agility, heavy poison on him, and a strong fire aura as well. He raised his chin slightly. The bow is nice, but the control could be better. Lin Yuan stopped 3 steps away. Can you teach? The old man opened his eyes. His eyes were murky, but very perceptive. I can. He extended 4 fingers. 40,000 gold. Shin Mo almost spoke up beside him. The old man added, rare hunter skill, freezing trap. You can't buy it in the main city, and the guild doesn't share it. 40,000, no bargaining. Lin Yuan asked, what's the effect? Set up a freezing trap. It provides area control. Once triggered, the target enters a frozen state for 5 seconds. During the freezing period, the target cannot move or attack, and if struck hard, the ice will break early. The old man looked at him. For ordinary hunters, it was a lifesaver. 3 seconds of freezing. If embedded in eternal erosion, it becomes permanent. 40,000 gold deducted. The old man raised his eyelids slightly. Deal. He pulled out a thin, ice blue skill book from his robe and tossed it to Lin Yuan. System prompt skill freezing trap, learned successfully. Lin Yuan opened his talent panel. Just then the communication stone in his arms lit up. It wasn't Shinmo's stone. It was a classmate's group contact that hadn't buzzed in a long time. Qingqing 3rd Middle School Awakening Class. The sender's name jumped to the top. Zhao Ming. The message contained only one line. Lin Yuan, all the classmates have arrived. Let's gather this afternoon. Lin Yuan stared at the communication stone screen. The words made him feel nauseous. He knew all too well what kind of person Zhao Ming was. No profit, no early rise, he always went with the wind. TB City was in chaos, with Meng family soldiers scouring the streets for recruits. Holding a class reunion at a time like this. Not even a ghost would believe it. Lin Yuan tapped the screen with his fingertip and replied with a message. Sure, but I can't get into the city recently. Let's meet at the fragmented Wind Valley to the west of the Sunset Wasteland. The message was sent out in less than 3 seconds. The screen lit up. All right, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, don't be late. Zhao Ming replied quickly. Lin Yuan put away the communication stone, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. They were eager to send him to his death. In the inner hall of the City Lord's mansion in TB City, Zhao Ming sat confidently in a brand new Silver Knight's heavy armor on a Wang Wali wood chair. He waved the communication stone in his hand, a look of triumph on his face. Commander, this waste has taken the bait. He turned to look at Meng Hui, the commander of the Meng family, who sat in the main seat. Meng Hui was toying with 2 iron walnuts, his expression devoid of emotion. Are you sure this kid has something valuable? Meng Hui's voice was very cold. Zhao Ming patted his chest, vouching for it. Absolutely. I've checked his records for leaving the city. Level archer, and in less than 10 days his level shot up to over 30. Moreover, there are informants on the black market. That kid who exchanged a superb purple bow for a snake venom poison, his height and build are exactly like Lin Yuan. And on the day the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps was wiped out, Lin Yuan was near the ironclad Wolf Canyon. That 1,000-face disguise mask must also be in his hands. Zhao Ming revealed all the intelligence he had gathered in recent days. He had long wanted to kill Lin Yuan. Why should a mere Flevel waste ride on top of him, a Blevel berserker? It was one thing for cultural subjects to overshadow him. After awakening, Lin Yuan was leveling up even faster than him. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Selling Lin Yuan's secrets to the City Lord's mansion was his stepping stone to power. Meng Hui stopped the spinning iron walnuts in his hand. Whoever dares to intercept our Meng family's things must die. Meng Hui stood up and walked in front of Zhao Ming. You did well this time. After the job is done, you will be rewarded. Zhao Ming beamed with a smile, nodding repeatedly. Behind him stood a few former classmates, Li Chong and Zhang. They had also sided with the Meng family. Li Chong took out his communication stone, and in front of Meng Hui sent a private message to Lin Yuan. Brother Yuan, let's meet this afternoon to discuss how to level up. Everyone misses you. After sending it, Li Chong couldn't help but laugh. This fool probably still thinks we really want to help him. Zhang Wei chimed in. A nobody without a background really thinks he can make a name for himself in this world. This afternoon is his death day. Zhao Ming slammed the table. Let's go. We need to set up in Fragmented Wind Valley. Today I will personally break his legs. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Fragmented Wind Valley. It was a narrow canyon flanked by steep rock walls. Apart from the north and south entrances, there were almost no other exits. Meng Hui had spared no expense this time. A full 1,000 elite heavy-armored guards from the Meng family entered the position an hour early. On the rock walls, 500 crossbowmen set up heavy enchanted city defense crossbows. Cold arrowheads locked onto the valley floor. At the valley entrance, 500 heavily armored infantry formed an impenetrable wall. The shields were etched with complex magical defense runes, and long spears jutted out from the gaps, gleaming coldly. This was a battalion-level formation meant to deal with leaders above level 40. To capture one person, Meng Hui had drawn 1/3 of the defense force from the southern city gate. He stood on a giant rock at a high point looking down below. As long as Lin Yuan stepped into this dead zone, he could forget about leaving alive. Exactly at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a sound of footsteps approached from the north entrance of the canyon. Lin Yuan was coming. He did not disguise himself with the 1,000-faced mask. He wore the venomous queen bee armor that emitted a faint purple glow. An extremely eye-catching void rift bow hung on his back. His steps were steady, neither hurried nor slow. Zhao Ming jumped out from behind the giant stone blocking the path with a look of arrogance. Li Chong and Zhang Wei followed behind him, weapons in hand, their eyes filled with mockery. Lin Yuan, your dog nose is quite sharp. You really dare to come and seek death? Zhao Ming shouted loudly. His voice echoed throughout the canyon. Lin Yuan stopped and glanced at him. No surprise. No panic. Is this a class reunion, just the 3 of you? Lin Yuan's voice was calm. This calmness only infuriated Zhao Ming further. He hated Lin Yuan's perpetual attitude of looking down on him the most. Still pretending when death is at hand. Zhao Ming pointed at Lin Yuan's equipment, his eyes turning red. Dressed so decently, you really managed to trick the superb purple gear. Today, in front of everyone, I will strip you of your skin. Zhang Wei mocked from the side. Lin Yuan faced reality. As in Flevel Waste, what right do you have to possess equipment of this caliber? Quickly kneel down and hand over your things. Brother Ming might still let you keep your whole corpse. Zhang Wei drew his knife. Stop wasting time, just chop him up. Lin Yuan quietly watched this group of clowns. His gaze swept past Zhao Ming and looked towards the rock walls on both sides. You three think you can stop me? Show your trump cards, don't waste time. This sentence ignited Zhao Ming's vanity. He laughed heartily, suddenly raising his right hand. He'll show you enough. As his gesture fell, the camouflage nets on both sides of the canyon were lifted. 500 heavy city defense crossbows were simultaneously drawn, producing a wrenching sound. Each enchanted crossbow bolt was as thick as a child's arm, flashing with deadly blue light. At the valley entrance, 500 heavily armored infantry stepped forward in unison. Boom! 1,000 people landed at once, shaking loose stones to roll. The torrent of steel blocked the canyon completely. The sunlight gleamed on the dark golden armor, blinding anyone who looked directly. This was the foundation of a prominent family. Meng Hui slowly descended from the high rock. He stood with his hands behind his back, his posture exuding superiority. Lin Yuan, you are a smart person. The Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps was wiped out by you, and the goods are in your hands. Meng Hui stopped 10 paces away. Hand over the 1,000-face disguise mask, the purple bow, and the poison armor. If you cripple your own legs, I might consider letting you spend your life cleaning toilets in the City Lord's Mansion's dungeon. Hearing this, Zhao Ming trembled with excitement. Lin Yuan, did you hear that? 1,000 regular troops. A full 1,000. Even if you are made of iron, how many nails can you drive? Your greatest skill in life, kite flying, is useless here. Heavenly net, it's impossible to fly. Zhao Ming was arrogant to the extreme. He stepped 3 meters forward to Lin Yuan, pointing at Lin Yuan's nose. Kneel. Give me 3 loud bows. Otherwise I'll turn you into minced meat right away. Li Chang and Zhang Wei followed suit, laughing raucously. They felt that this round was already secured. Zhao Ming's finger was still pointing in the air, the corners of his mouth already stiff with a sneer. Lin Yuan, kneel before me. Lin Yuan did not look at him, his gaze passing over that face to the 1,000 heavy-armored troops in the middle of the canyon. Meng Hui stood at a height. Behind him were organized crossbowmen and shield soldiers, his imposing presence suffocating. What he wanted was not a contest, but to swallow Lin Yuan along with his equipment. TB City had been sealed off. Chaos reigned within as the Meng family and the station troops fought over territory. What Meng Hui lacked was not a few miscellaneous soldiers, but something immediately usable. In Meng Hui's eyes, Lin Yuan was no longer a student, but a dagger that could strike from the shadows. Such a dagger had to be broken, and the spoils must be kept. In Meng Hui's eyes, Lin Yuan was no longer a student, but a dagger that could strike from the shadows. Such a dagger had to be broken, and once the battle in the city is over, you can still live in the dungeon. Zhao Ming immediately chimed in, his voice shrill and grating. Did you hear that? You in grade waist standing here is already a miracle. Lin Yuan finally raised his head to glance at him. You talk too much. Zhao Ming's face darkened, and just as he was about to curse again, Lin Yuan had already raised his hand, his form beginning to blur. In the next moment, he vanished from everyone's sight. The canyon fell silent for a moment. Li Chang rubbed his eyes while Zhang Wei took a step back. Where is he? Zhao Ming shouted, his voice cracking. Meng Hui's eyes turned cold as he raised a hand to suppress the unrest behind him. Don't panic, a hunter's stealth lasts at most 15 seconds. He fixed his gaze on the spot where Lin Yuan had just stood, a hint of coldness curling at the corners of his mouth. Crossbowmen seal off the sides, shield soldiers advance forward. When he shows himself, shoot him full of holes. With the command given, 500 crossbowmen simultaneously adjusted their bowstrings, their crossbow bolts angled at the canyon sides. The shield soldiers pressed forward with their heavy shields. The entire formation began to shrink, blocking even the wind from getting in. Zhao Ming panted heavily, forcing a smile. Stop the theatrics, we'll see how you die in a moment. 15 seconds passed. There was no sign of Lin Yuan in the canyon. 20 seconds passed. Still no sign of him. For the first time, Meng Hui's expression changed. Where is he? The lieutenant looked dazed, his eyes scanning the bottom of the canyon and the rock walls. Commander, no fluctuations detected. No light from a teleportation scroll either. Bullshit. Meng Hui kicked a nearby stone, sending debris flying. Stealth can't last this long. Lin Yuan stood beneath the left rock wall, his breath barely audible. He could see everyone, yet no one could see him. Lin Yuan pressed his lips together, not making a sound. The 15 seconds they were waiting had already become meaningless to him. He raised his bow, not aiming at Zhao Ming or Meng Hui, but at the densest line of crossbowmen on the left side of the canyon. Rain of arrows. Purple light erupted in the void, and in the next moment magical arrows rained down from the sky. The heavy armored troops were caught off guard with dozens of crossbowmen, first enveloped in the deluge of arrows. The arrowheads struck against iron armor, producing a series of sharp explosions. Following that, bleeding, poisoning, corrosion, deceleration, and burning statuses began to stack one after another. The front row of over 30 heavy infantry had not even taken a step before their knees began to buckle. Some looked down and saw blood seeping from the seams of their chest plates, green poison spots creeping outward. Left side. There's something on the left. Someone screamed and turned around, unleashing a volley of crossbow bolts, but only hitting the rock wall and dust. Lin Yuan didn't stop at all. He pressed against the left rock wall, moving forward as the second round of arrows was already raised and sent flying, covering the most crowded layer behind the shield soldiers. Once the formation was crushed, those behind would find it hard to turn around. 3 arrows pierced through the armor of the first 2 people, splitting and striking into the shoulders and knees of 3 others behind them. No matter how thick the armor, it couldn't withstand the continuous bleeding and deceleration stacking together. Some began to fall while others were trampled by their comrades, causing utter chaos in the forward ranks. Zhao Meng's face turned pale. How could this happen? He clearly wasn't here. Lin Yuan raised his hand for another round of arrow rain. This time the target was even more cunning, directly enveloping the high platform of the crossbowmen. Over 50 crossbowmen, just as they pulled the trigger, were showered with purple arrows. Before the crossbow bolts could be fired, the shooters were forced to bow their heads. A few crossbowmen let out muffled groans, their bodies swaying and rolling down the slope. Meng Hu's face turned ashen as he abruptly drew his sword. The whole army scatter. Don't group together. Just as the order was barked, Lin Yuan unleashed another round. Scatter. That was exactly what he wanted right now. As the formation broke apart, gaps appeared between the crossbowmen and infantry. Lin Yuan sprang out from beneath the left rock wall, his arrows weaving through the gaps and into the crowd. 1 arrow pierced through 2 people, exploding into secondary arrows on the shoulder of a third. 6 targets were simultaneously afflicted with statuses. 6 people let out simultaneous screams. Zhao Meng's eyes turned red, pointing at the left rock wall and cursing loudly. He's over there. Shoot him. Dozens of crossbow bolts flew towards the wall, creating a row of pits, but Lin Yuan had already changed positions. The permanent stealth was still active. Wherever he went became a dead angle. Just as Zhao Meng finished shouting, a sharp whistle sounded at his feet. An arrow pierced through his right knee. Zhao Meng collapsed on the ground, his forehead slamming against the stone, half of his face instantly scraped raw. He clutched his leg, his voice changing pitch from the pain. Who shot me? No one paid him any mind. The second arrow quickly followed, embedding itself near his wrist, the arrow tail buzzing ominously, forcing him to struggle just to hold himself up. Lin Yuan stood in the shadows, coldly observing. The one who had shouted the loudest was the first to kneel. Meng Hui saw this scene, and his eyes twitched violently. He finally realized that Zhao Meng had not brought a boon, but a catastrophe. But it was already too late. The canyon was littered with fallen soldiers, the front row of heavy infantry held up by statuses, while the back row could not advance, and the high platform of crossbowmen was half destroyed. The entire formation began to collapse. Hold your ground. Meng Hui shouted angrily at those behind him. Lin Yuan is just one person. He can't hold out for long. Lin Yuan heard this and did not stop his movements. One person is enough. The arrow rain spread out again, this time directly targeting the high ground where Meng Hui stood. As the purple arrow curtain fell, 2 of Meng Hu's guards simultaneously raised their shields, managing to block the first few arrows. But the secondary arrows slipped through the gaps in the shields, striking their calves and sides. Both collapsed to their knees. Meng Hu's pupils contracted, and he immediately retreated. The black gold armor he wore clearly had protective runes that had withstood several arrows without breaking, but the status icons lit up one after another, and his expression grew grim. This equipment of yours can actually stack continuous damage to this extent. He stared towards the left side of the canyon, his voice tight. Zhao Meng was right, you indeed have good things in your hands. Do you want it? Lin Yuan stood in the shadows, slowly drawing his bow. Meng Hui said nothing, his fingers turning white from gripping tightly. Lin Yuan continued, then come and take it with your life. The rain of arrows fell once more. This time the targets were all the crossbowmen on the high platform and the elite beside Meng Hui. The ones at the top were the first to collapse, falling one after another. Only 3 guards remained beside Meng Hui, their shields riddled with arrow holes, blood pooling beneath their feet, flowing out from the stone crevices. Zhao Meng lay on the ground, his face pale, his eyes filled with fear. He finally understood that he had not picked a waste. He had chosen a monster that had no intention of reasoning. Don't kill me. Zhao Meng trembled backward, his voice shaking uncontrollably. Lin Yuan did not even glance at him. Such a worthless character could still be of use. What he wanted was Meng Hui. Meng Hui knew this as well. He raised his hand, pulling out a black token from his chest, and crushed it fiercely. In the next moment, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the canyon entrance, rhythmic and numerous. Lin Yuan's expression darkened as he finally looked towards the canyon mouth. A new heavy-armored squad had arrived. A hint of ruthlessness finally appeared on Meng Hu's face. Do you think stealth will let you win? Lin Yuan put away his bow lightly, turning his steps, his figure once again melding into the shadows. I never intended to win. His voice was calm, yet it resonated clearly in the canyon. I just want you to fall first. The next round of arrow rain was already fully drawn. When Meng Hui heard the words frozen trap, his first reaction was not fear, but a desire to laugh. It was merely an ordinary hunter's control skill. Just 5 seconds. Even if he was currently afflicted with negative statuses, as long as he could still breathe and endure these 5 seconds, he would have a chance to await reinforcements. The main force of the Meng family would arrive soon. The city lord's mansion had just taken Iron Wall City, and what it lacked most was to establish its reputation through killing. Meng Zhao would never let this go easily after losing 1,000 elite troops here. Moreover, there were more important figures here today than just him. Meng Hui swallowed the bloody taste in his throat and glared at Lin Yuan, roaring, "Lin Yuan, you better think carefully." He raised his hand, pointing towards a massive rock at the north side of the canyon, his voice turning incredibly harsh. "The young city lord is also here. If you dare to touch even a hair on me, the Meng family will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." As soon as he finished speaking, chaotic footsteps indeed came from behind the giant rock. Several guards surrounded a young man who stepped out. The young man wore gold-patterned light armor, his face pale, with a jade token bearing the Meng character hanging from his waist. He had been hiding deeply, but Meng Hu's shout forced him into the open. Meng Jing looked at the valley filled with corpses and blood. His throat felt constricted, and fear was evident in his eyes. Yet he still forced himself to raise his chin. "Lin Yuan, I am Meng Zhao's son, Meng Jing." His voice was weak, yet he tried hard to maintain an air of superiority. "You have already killed enough people today. If you don't stop now, there will be no turning back." Lin Yuan looked coldly at Meng Jing, felt a cold sweat break out on his back from that glance, but he gritted his teeth and continued, hand over the mask, the purple bow, and the poison armor, "and I can plead for you with my father." At that moment, Zhao Meng, who was lying on the ground, seemed to come back to life upon hearing Meng Jing's words. He hurriedly shouted, "Yes. Lin Yuan, did you hear that? This is the young city lord. Even if you are strong, you are just one person. The Meng family has cities, armies, teleportation arrays, and bounties. You can still kneel down and apologize now." Li Chang and Zhang Wei hid behind an overturned crossbow cart, their faces smeared with dust and blood, yet their eyes suddenly lit up. They thought they had grasped a lifeline. Meng Hui stared intently at Lin Yuan. He was taking a gamble. He bet that Lin Yuan would definitely not dare to kill Meng Jing. Meng Zhao had just taken Iron Wall City, and it was a crucial moment for establishing his reputation through killing. If Lin Yuan killed Meng Jing, it would mean drawing all the wrath of the Meng family onto himself. No matter how strong a lone wolf is, it still needs supplies, trade, and teleportation. Once targeted by the entire city lord's mansion, even if he survived today, he would be driven to a desperate situation in the future. Meng Hui gasped and said, "Lin Yuan, you're not a fool. We stumbled today, and I admit it. But as long as you spare us our lives, the Meng family can still negotiate with you. If you kill us, then there will truly be nothing to discuss." Lin Yuan did not respond immediately. The entire canyon fell into a terrifying silence. Meng Jing watched this scene, his face becoming even paler. He finally couldn't hold back and shouted, "Lin Yuan, can't you hear the young master speaking to you?" Lin Yuan slowly raised his eyes to look at him, his tone exceptionally calm. "I heard you." Meng Jing felt slightly relieved and quickly regained some confidence. "It's good that you heard. Now immediately put down the bow. I can pretend I didn't see these people you killed. Zhao Meng is your classmate. Even if there are misunderstandings between you, you can sit down and talk it out slowly." Zhao Meng hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. Brother Yuan, this is truly a misunderstanding." Lin Yuan finally smiled, but that smile was faint. "You brought 1,000 people here to block me. Can that be called a misunderstanding?" Zhao Meng's face twitched, and he hurriedly changed his plea. "It was my big mouth. It was my foolishness. Brother Yuan, I really shouldn't have been jealous of you. I was just upset that you and Frank suddenly became so strong, and I felt imbalanced inside. I truly realize my mistake, and I will bow to you." Seeing that Lin Yuan had not acted immediately, Meng Jing mistakenly believed his threats had taken effect. His voice involuntarily rose a few pitches. "Lin Yuan, don't be ungrateful here. Since my father could take Iron Wall City, he could also take you down. If you dare to touch me today, Shinmo's village won't survive either. How big is the Sunset Wasteland? The Meng family's cavalry only needs a day to raze Shattered Stone Valley to the ground." As soon as these words fell, Lin Yuan's expression turned icy to the extreme. However, Meng Jing remained oblivious, still speaking with pride. "You have been in contact with Shun Mo, right? Don't pretend this young master has found out everything clearly. He used a village building order to recruit scattered people, which has long violated our Meng family's taboos. Hand over the things obediently now, and I might consider leaving him with a dog's life." Meng Hu's expression slightly changed. He had never expected Meng Jing would directly play this card. But once the words were out, they could not be taken back. Meng Hui decisively joined in the pressure. That's right, Lin Yuan, Shin Mo's group can't save you at all. You can escape, but they can't. As long as you let us go today, I can guarantee that the Meng family will not touch Shattered Stone Valley within 3 days. Lin Yuan looked coldly at them. This group of people was facing death, yet still negotiating terms, trying to use others' lives to threaten him. They truly thought their status was a shield. Did they really think that the 3-word City Lord's mansion could suppress everything in the world? Lin Yuan slowly raised his hand. Meng Hui immediately tensed up, and the remaining guards instinctively raised their shields. Meng Hui's pupils suddenly constricted as he shouted loudly, "Wait!" The frozen trap fell directly to the ground. The trap, radiating a blue light, accurately smashed beneath Meng Hui's feet. With a crisp sound, the biting cold light suddenly exploded, and a large area of frost rapidly spread across the ground. Just as Meng Hui wanted to retreat, his ankles were firmly locked by a thick layer of ice. Soon after, the ice spread up his calves, freezing his waist, chest, and finally sealing his neck. His expression was forever frozen in a moment of shock and anger. The long knife in his hand was still raised high in the air. He was completely encased in a thick block of ice. Frozen state lasting 5 seconds. Eternal erosion activated. Frozen state duration permanent. Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to look at him again, raising his hand to throw out a second trap. Zhao Meng's eyes were about to pop out as he screamed in despair, "No. Don't. Lin Yuan. I was wrong. I truly realized my mistake." The icy blue light exploded beneath him. His mouth, still wide open in a plea, had his tongue stiff in midair. Tears lingered at the corners of his eyes. Fear was encased in ice, unchanged. Zhao Meng became the second living ice sculpture here. Meng Jing finally understood Lin Yuan's intent. The arrogance on his face shattered instantly. "Lin Yuan, you cannot touch me. I am the biological son of Meng Zhao. If you kill me, I can still be revived in the city. But if you dare to freeze me here, my father will definitely drag your mother out." Lin Yuan's footsteps halted. Meng Jing thought he had grasped his opponent's weakness, his voice turning sharp and piercing. "Your mother isn't Qingqing, right? She's just an ordinary factory worker. If you can escape today, can she? If you dare to make a move, I swear, I will make her suffer worse than death." The wind in the canyon swept over the rubble, carrying a bone-chilling cold. Lin Yuan stepped closer to him, causing Meng Jing to retreat in fear, his legs giving way as he fell heavily to the ground. He disregarded the dignity of the young master, scrambling backward with hands and feet. "Don't come any closer. Lin Yuan, I was just talking nonsense. If you let me go, I will give you any amount of money. 100,000 gold. 200,000 gold. I'll have my father withdraw the bounty as soon as I get back." Lin Yuan lowered his gaze, coldly staring at him. "You've reminded me." Meng Jing was stunned, trembling as he asked, "What?" Lin Yuan raised his hand, the icy blue light in his palm pulsing violently. "Killing you directly is too merciful. Not killing you will lead to endless trouble in the future." Meng Jing let out a high-pitched scream. "Lin Yuan, how dare you!" The trap fell mercilessly. The ice shattered with a resounding crash. Meng Jing's shrill cries were abruptly cut off. His face was frozen in a twisted expression of terror, his hands outstretched in despair, the luxurious golden-patterned light armor, encased in solid ice, the jade token representing the city lord's status, firmly frozen against his chest. The third living ice sculpture stood pitifully in the center of the shattered wind valley. Li Chang and Zhang Wei's psychological defenses crumbled completely. Li Chang rolled and crawled out, knocking his head against the ground repeatedly. "Lin Yuan, I didn't use Annie to threaten you. I really didn't. It was all them." Zhang Wei, with tears and snot on his face, wailed, "Brother Yuan, I was just trying to get by. I never thought of harming you from beginning to end. I can testify for you. It was Zhao Meng who sold you out, and Meng Hui who wanted to steal equipment, and Meng Jing who used Shun Mo's village to threaten you. I can vouch for all of it." Zhang Wei chimed in eagerly. Yes. I can even lead you and help you sneak safely into the city." Lin Yuan coldly replied, "No need." Li Chang stood frozen in shock. Zhang Wei's voice trembled with fear. "Why?" Lin Yuan expressionlessly raised his hand. "Because people like you don't deserve to live and return." 2 frozen traps dropped one after another. Brilliant blue light exploded. Li Chang remained in a bowing position, forehead pressed against the rubble, his terrified eyes rolling back. Zhang Wei knelt beside him, hands clasped tightly in front of his chest, mouth agape. In this cold despair, the two became eternal ice sculptures. The entire canyon fell silent. The remaining Meng family soldiers were few and far between. The very few who still had a trace of blood left lay on the ground, pretending to be dead, not daring to make even the slightest sound. Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to finish them off. He calmly walked through the battlefield, collecting high-value gear, gold coins, potions, and scrolls scattered on the ground. Lin Yuan only collected high-value loot, ignoring common gear and damaged heavy armor. Before long, his backpack was stuffed to the brim. Meng Jing had no gear dropped because he had not truly died. Lin Yuan walked up to the 5 differently shaped ice sculptures and slowly circled around them. Meng Hui, Meng Jing, Zhao Meng, Li Chong, Zhang Wei. All 5 of them were alive. Their health bars were intact, and their consciousness was remarkably clear. Yet they were unable to move, unable to send out distress signals, and could not even commit suicide. As long as no one broke this layer of solid ice, they would remain here for eternity. The originally 5-second control skill had become a permanent prison that locked them away. Lin Yuan looked at Meng Jing's face, frozen in fear, his gaze icy. The Meng family would eventually send people to find this place. But when they did, the Meng family's situation would only become more dire. The young city lord was not dead, and the commander was not dead. They were merely frozen into embarrassing living ornaments. Wanting to save them may not necessarily break the limits of eternal erosion. If they did not save them, the Meng family's face would be thoroughly trampled into the mud. Leaving them here would be far more useful than killing them outright. The Meng family liked to use their vast background to pressure others. He wanted to show them whether their proud background could wake these ice sculptures. He took out a communication stone from his pocket. After a few seconds, Shun Mo's steady voice came through. "Brother, did you arrive at Shattered Stone Valley smoothly?" "Not yet." Lin Yuan glanced at the chaotic battlefield, his tone calm. Shun Mo paused for a moment, sensing something was off. Did something happen on the way? Zhao Meng set an ambush with the Meng family in the Shattered Wind Valley. How many people did they bring? 1,000 heavily armored elites. Shin Mo couldn't help but curse. "They really think highly of you." Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly, "I've already dealt with all of them." Shin Mo's tone changed. "You killed all 1,000 of them." The leaders Meng Hui, Meng Jing, as well as Zhao Meng and my 2 classmates were all frozen into living ice sculptures by me. Meng Jing. The sounds of a chair being violently overturned came from Shun Mo's end. "Are you talking about Meng Zhao's biological son who just took down Iron Wall City?" "Exactly." Shun Mo fell silent again, and when he spoke next his voice was tightly constrained. "Brother, you've really made a grand slam this time." Lin Yuan looked at the 5 ice sculptures lined up in front of him. "That's why I wanted you to come and discuss the follow-up plans in detail." Shin Mo immediately understood. Lin Yuan stood before 5 ice sculptures, having just put away the communication stone. Meng Hui was frozen at the front. He raised his long knife, his face still twisted in anger, his eyes fixed ahead, unable to even move his eyeballs. Meng Jing was frozen beside him, his hands outstretched, mouth agape, the unfinished threat trapped within the solid ice. Zhao Meng looked even worse. He knelt awkwardly, half his face pressed against the icy surface, the fear pooling in the corners of his eyes, distinctly frozen. Lin Yuan glanced around, his tone calm. "You are fortunate. Directly dead, yet able to resurrect." Lin Yuan raised his hand and tapped the ice layer, encasing Meng Jing. "Being alive now is worse than being dead. The frozen state under the influence of eternal erosion does not rely on the ice shell itself to maintain it. It locks in the state. The people outside can see them. They could also see outside. This was sufficient torment." Half an hour later, chaotic footsteps echoed from the northern entrance of the Shattered Stone Valley. Shin Mo and his team had arrived. Following them were more than 20 scattered individuals from the Shattered Stone Valley. Some carried thick hemp ropes, others pushed reinforced carts, and 2 formation masters held detection compasses. The one-eyed old Su walking at the forefront halted his steps as soon as he entered the valley. He stared at the ground littered with broken armor, shattered shields, and bloodstains, swallowing hard. "Shintu, are you sure 1,000 people ambushed one person here?" A thin monkey-like colleague beside him reacted even more exaggeratedly. The hemp rope in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He stammered, "This is called handling it." Shin Mo did not respond. He stepped inside, his expression growing quite strange. He knew Lin Yuan was strong. The poisonous snake marsh, the serpent bite, set the purple bow transaction. These matters had long indicated that Lin Yuan was no ordinary lone wolf. Yet upon seeing the valley before him, he still felt a chill run down his spine. Regular troops were completely different from wild monsters. Wild monsters would charge, bite, and get trapped by the terrain. The army had crossbowmen, priests, shield formations, and commanders. 1,000 soldiers charging in would easily crush the little resources the scattered individuals had left, unable to withstand even 2 waves of assault. Yet they all fell here. But Lin Yuan had no visible wounds on him. Shin Mo walked beside him, his voice a bit tense. "Old brother, did you really break through alone?" "Yes." Lin Yuan nodded. "They were too tightly packed." Shin Mo gazed at the bodies scattered across the valley floor. After a long pause, he cursed. Even if they were tightly packed, they shouldn't have died like this. Old Su approached the 5 ice sculptures. First he saw Zhao Meng and didn't react. Then he saw Li Chong and Zhang Wei, only taking them as 2 unfortunate souls. Until his gaze fell upon Meng Hu's face, he froze instantly. "Shintu." Old Zu's voice cracked. "This person is Meng Hui." "Which Meng Hui? Which else could it be?" "The commander of the South Gate, a direct descendant of the Meng family, the one who was chopping people on the city wall yesterday." "Holy crap." The thin monkey colleague stepped back 2 paces, nearly stepping into a pool of blood. Another burly man turned pale. "He's frozen here." Old Sue swallowed hard, speaking softly, "Not just frozen here, we'll have to load him onto the cart later." As soon as this was said, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone's gaze shifted to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at them, afraid. No one answered immediately. They were certainly afraid. Someone like Meng Hui was a name that could make commoners detour in Iron Wall City. Now he was frozen in ice, his eyes glaring fiercely, yet he could only wait in line to be loaded onto a cart. This scene was truly bizarre. Shen Emo suddenly laughed. Though the laughter was not loud, it broke the stagnant atmosphere around. "What are you afraid of?" Shen Emo kicked the wheel of the cart. "The Meng family is already shitting on the heads of the scattered people. Why should we fear slapping their faces?" Old Sue also came back to his senses, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. "Move." The thin monkey colleague's lips were still trembling, really moving. "This is Meng Hui." Lin Yuan glanced at him, his tone flat. "If you don't move him now, he won't let you off the hook when he returns." The Meng family would definitely not show mercy just because they knelt quickly. Many of the scattered individuals forcibly taken to the battlefield in the city didn't even know which way the Meng family's door opened. They simply had no background. Here, having no background was a death sentence. "Move." The thin monkey grabbed the hemp rope on the ground, gritting his teeth, and cursing, "Today, I'll also move a big shot." More than 20 people immediately sprang into action. Meng Hui's long knife remained in a slashing position, stuck there, making it difficult to place the cart. Old Sue in frustration prodded with a wooden stick for a long time. "This dog thing blocked our way while alive, and now frozen it still occupies our space." Lin Yuan spoke up to remind them, "Be careful not to hurt him. If he dies, he'll revive." Hearing this, everyone's movements immediately grew lighter. Only then did they truly understand the immense value of these 5 ice sculptures. What the Shattered Stone Valley needed most right now was time. The village establishment order had just been issued, the defensive formations were still incredibly weak, and most of the scattered individuals in the village were stuck at levels 38 and 39. They were not without talent. Level 40 was the ceiling for the rear area. As long as they reached that level, they could use the transition array to head to the front lines. Shintu. Shouho had just looped the hemp rope around Meng Hui in the block of ice when a sudden burst of urgent hoofbeats echoed from the north mouth of the canyon. A lone scout assigned to guard Swaisher Valley tumbled off his horse, rolling and scrambling. He had no time to wipe the blood and soot from his face. Instead, he held aloft a black iron token that flashed with a brutal red radiance. "Frontline urgent dispatch." The scout shouted until his voice split. "The teleportation array has issued an emergency muster." Shunimo spun around, closed the distance in a few strides, and snatched the token from him. The red light swept across his face, throwing his eyes into sharp, widening brilliance. "The frontline situation is critical. The heterodox insect horde is preparing a forcible assault on the city." Shunimo read the military order on the token, each word deliberate, effective. "Immediately lower the gateway threshold. All awakened of LV 30 and above shall be admitted with this token. Those below LV 40 shall be assigned to the outer reserves. Those LV 40 and above shall enter the walls directly to defend." For half a second, the wind in the canyon stilled. Old Sue's wooden staff slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. Shouho's eyes went wide. In the next instant, more than 20 freelance fighters erupted in a roaring cheer. What they had feared most was that if Lin Yuan and Shun Imo left, those of them stuck at LV 38 and LV 39 remaining behind would be purged by the Meng family. Now the threshold had dropped. Everyone could go. "Heaven favors us," Shun Imo breathed, closing his fingers hard around the token. He turned to Lin Yuan. The oppressive shadow from the great powers vanished from his brow. "Brother, we don't have to get dragged into that quagmire in the rear any longer." Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the 5 ice sculptures ahead. "Then those things don't need to be carried either." Shun Imo grinned coldly, drew the nicked iron sword at his waist, and carved a huge circle into the soft mud beside them. "Old Sue, take men and dig." Shinmo's voice was hard. "Right here. Make a comfortable grave for the Meng family's young master and their commander." The freelances paused in confusion, then their eyes lit up. "Dig." Old Sue spat and produced an entrenching shovel from his pack, striking the earth with savage blows. More than 20 shovels rose and fell in unison. In under 5 minutes, a vast pit yawned at the canyon's center. "Kick them," and Shun Imo waved. Shouho, boldest of them all, launched a flying kick at Zhao Meng's ice effigy. The man and his ice tumbled into the pit, rolling end over end, until Zhao Meng's face slammed into the muck. Then came Li Changzhong Wei. Then Meng Jing. Meng Jing's eyes spun wildly behind the ice, filled with a despair more terrifying than death. He had heard their conversation. He knew what was coming next. "Young master, don't fret. The bottom's cool." Old Sue kicked Meng Jing down into the hole. Last came Meng Hui. The commander's effigy was heaviest. For burly man heaved and shoved him into the pit. 5 living ice sculptures lay in a heap at the bottom. Lin Yuan watched the pit in silence. The freezing was permanent. So long as no one shattered the ice, their consciousness would remain intact forever. Now they would watch the dark for all eternity. "Fill it." Dirt rained down in a blinding sheet. The ice could hold back sand and soil, but it could not stop the slow peeling away of sight and hope. The first shovelful covered Meng Jing's eyes. The second sealed off Meng Hui's view. As the earth leveled, Old Su and a few others hauled 3,000-pound boulders and set them hard atop the grave. Move. Lin Yuan turned away without another glance. 1,000 corpses, 5 ice effigies buried alive. The Meng family's finest had received the most ignominious end. Everyone marched at forced pace back to Shuishir Valley. A towering platinum column of light shot into the sky, bathing the whole valley in daylight-white brilliance. Raging spatial energy flowed along the array runes, tearing open a rift to an unknown domain. We never named the village, Old Su said from the rim of the light, as if remembering suddenly. Shen Mo glanced back at the ramshackle wooden wall they had lived behind for months, drew his iron sword, and carved 2 characters deeply into the earth: Pafone. Shen Mo sheathed his sword. At the front line will be the Pafone Company. Enter the array. Lin Yuan stepped first into the radiance, Shen Mo following close behind. Hundreds of freelances filed in column and passed through. 10 minutes after the last man stepped into the beam, the earth trembled faintly. A few days later, thousands of Meng family city guard cavalry, armored and sharp, burst through Shuishir Valley's wooden defenses like a black tide. All they found was a stone formation drained of power and utterly ruined, and the massive boulders lying pressed into the canyon's depths. But the missing people were nowhere to be found. The weightless sensation of the rift vanished in an instant. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. There was no wilderness, no trees before him. Beneath his feet lay an unyielding field of dark metal. Lin Yuan raised his head, his gaze catching. This was a city, a superlative war machine beyond any understanding of the rear. The immense structures ran beyond sight, stretching to the horizon. The city stepped down in terraces, steel overpasses crisscrossed the air like arteries. Far to the left, hundreds of steelworks the size of skyscrapers spewed tongues of crimson flame. To the right, the gaping funnel of a mine sank 1,000 meters, its mouth shrouded by a heavy light curtain, while endless haul vehicles streamed in and out. Beyond that lay terraced agricultural ecologies sealed behind defensive formations. The provisions, manpower, and logistics for millions were perfectly contained within this vast iron fortress. Jinyuan Guan. Shen Mo walked to Lin Yuan's side and read the name engraved on a plaza pillar. His voice was low, threaded with unmistakable awe. Lin Yuan did not look into the city. His eyes passed over the staggered buildings and fixed on the city wall ahead. It soared 60 meters high. The wall had been cast from dark red molten iron mixed with unknown beast bone. Its exterior bristled with dense, meter-long, heavy anti-armor barbs welded across the surface. Each barb hung with blackened, desiccated flesh. But what arrested Lin Yuan's gaze was not the barbs. It was the middle section of the wall. Across the 10-meter-thick metal face were a dozen horror-sized wormholes over 5 meters in diameter. The metal at their edges had not fractured, it bore the smooth curving of something instantly dissolved by a superacid. To ignore defensive formations of that caliber and literally melt 10 meters of iron wall, whatever lurked outside must possess astronomical health and resistance. Now that's a proper spawn zone. Lin Yuan set a faint twitch at his mouth. The wild monsters back home with a few thousand or tens of thousands of hit points were nothing against the permanent negative states he wore. Only an extreme battlefield like this could test his true limits. New recruits. Which sector are you from? A rough voice cut through the murmurs. A guide sergeant in dark gray, full plate, strode over. A badly damaged identification plate hung at his chest. His right arm was clearly a mechanical prosthesis. Shen Mo handed over the imprinted certificate of the emergency summon. Shuishir Valley here in response to orders. The sergeant glanced at the paper and then turned to lead them. The rules are simple. Once you're here, whether you were a young master in the rear or a bandit, everything is judged by military merit. LV-30 to LV-39 go to Logistics Section 2 for brick moving and repairing the city's defensive arrays. LV-40 and above. The sergeant tilted his head toward Lin Yuan and Old Su and the few freelancers who had just hit 40. Follow me to the front hall, the Military Merit Distribution Office. The Merit Distribution Office sat at the base of a fortress on the plaza's rim. Heavy lead doors swung open to reveal a hub like a noisy market. Everywhere bandaged soldiers were settling claims for spoils. Behind the reception desk sat a gaunt attendant wearing tactical goggles. Without looking up, he reached beneath the counter and drew out a fist-sized black stone. The surface had no sheen at all. It seemed to swallow even the light around it. Verify initial combat record. The guide sergeant pointed at the stone, his tone flat. This is a GS stone. It tests your baseline slaughtering record. How many monsters you've killed, their levels and grades. Place your hand on it, and the color will tell. The sergeant leaned on the counter and lit a cheap cigarette. White means fodder mobs, green means 100 kills, blue means 1,000 kills. If it glows purple, you single-handedly slew a lord-level boss in the rear. Automatic promotion to squad leader. Shen Mo glanced at Lin Yuan and stepped back a half pace, yielding his place. Hurry up, there's a line. The attendant tapped the desk impatiently. Lin Yuan stepped forward. He did not remove. The knuckles of his right hand pressed directly to the cold black GS stone. 64,000 venom stinger bees. A hidden LV-42 aberrant queen bee. 4 large elite instants first clears and first kills. 1,000 Ming family regular troops. The instant Lin Yuan's palm came down, the one-stole stone gave a sharp, brittle crack. Then a wash of blood-red light, so fierce it seemed to blind, poured madly from the fissure in the stone. The sound of the realm stone shattering was not loud, yet it instantly silenced the entire military merit distribution center. The receptionist's hand froze midair, poised to strike the desk. The low-quality cigarette that the military officer was smoking fell to the ground. The cracks on the black realm stone's surface multiplied. In the next moment, a blinding blood-red light erupted from the fissures, illuminating the tactical goggles behind the counter in a wash of crimson. Warning: initial battle results overflowed. Warning: the realm stone's load capacity is insufficient. Connecting to the military merit database. The receptionist suddenly stood up, knocking his chair to the ground. He gazed at the blood-red light screen that appeared above the realm stone, his mouth opening several times without uttering a single complete word. The data on the screen was refreshing at a frantic pace. Comprehensive kill contribution over 100,000. The last line of blood-red text fell, causing a collective gasp in the distribution center. An old soldier who was holding a severed arm, while waiting to settle his account, dropped the metal water bottle in his hand with a loud thud. 100,000. A rookie. What kind of joke is this? No one responded, because the realm stone was still glowing. The red light even seeped through the gaps in the counter, tinting the inner side of the lead door crimson. Lin Yuan glanced at the realm stone, which had cracked into a web pattern, and asked, "Do we have to compensate for the damage?" The military officer's mouth twitched. Shin Mo, standing behind, almost laughed out loud, but managed to suppress it. The receptionist finally regained his composure, his voice trembling. "No need to compensate. The realm stone belongs to military wear and tear. You don't have to worry about it." As soon as he uttered the word "you," the expressions of those around changed drastically. Earlier they viewed Lin Yuan merely as a new recruit who had just arrived from the rear. Now they regarded Lin Yuan as a monster capable of shattering the realm stone just by standing still. The receptionist frantically rummaged under the counter for a thick military regulation book, his fingers flipping through the pages at lightning speed. Initial battle results from the rear have reached purple. You can be directly promoted to squad leader. Blood red. I have only seen blood red records in the regulations. His face grew paler with every page he turned. According to the hidden military merit mechanism at Zhenyuan Pass, all these battle results can be converted to initial military merit. Of course it counts. He looked at Lin Yuan, his gaze far more serious than before. Many people do not know this. Contributions from rear instances, field monsters, and first kills of bosses will be recorded by the world rules. When you reach the front line, you can verify using the realm stone, and it will be recorded retroactively. He paused, his voice dry. But normal people manage to retroactively record a few hundred points. That would be considered outstanding. Those who can retroactively record 1,000 points can boast for half a year on the wall on the day they enter the pass. He glanced toward the bloodlight. What this kid has retroactively recorded could scare half a new recruit camp to death. The receptionist finally located the corresponding clause. He stared at the text on the page, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. According to the conversion, Lin Yuan's initial military merit has already surpassed the exchange line for school-level positions. As soon as these words fell, the entire hall erupted once again. School level. He just entered the pass. I guarded the wall for 3 years just to scrape by as a lieutenant. Where did so many monsters from the rear come from for him to kill? Which nest did he destroy? Shinemo couldn't help but glance at Lin Yuan at this point. Now he understood what was meant by too many monsters being a mistake. The receptionist looked up at Lin Yuan, his attitude having completely changed. Mr. Lin, based on your military merit, you are qualified to exchange for a captain-level military position. However, Zhenyuan Pass has strict regulations that state new recruits can only hold the rank of second lieutenant at most upon their first enlistment. He feared Lin Yuan would be dissatisfied and quickly added, "This is not aimed at you, it is a dead rule of military regulations." Frontline military positions involve command authority deployment and supply approval, which require actual service records. Lin Yuan nodded. What authority does a second lieutenant have? The receptionist was taken aback. He had initially prepared to explain for a long time, but since Lin Yuan did not make a fuss, it relieved some of his tension. A second lieutenant can independently take on squad-level combat missions, apply for temporary teams of up to 10 people, and request low-level battlefield maps. Additionally, there is a priority exchange right for military supplies once a week. The overflow of your military merit will not go to waste, it will all be recorded in your personal account. As the receptionist said this, his tone became even more respectful. These military merits can be exchanged at the supply department for advanced resources, including skill books, enchantment scrolls, special arrows, frontline gear, and even rare profession inheritance fragments. Lin Yuan's eyes shifted slightly. Skill books. Special arrows. These two terms were more valuable than the second lieutenant rank. What he needed most now was not a position, but high-quality tools that could continue to unlock the value of permanent slots. The receptionist took out a black and silver shoulder insignia from the desk drawer. The edges of the insignia were engraved with the wall pattern of Zhenyuan Pass, and in the center was a dark red star point. Lin Yuan's second lieutenant at the front line of Zhenyuan Pass. He handed the insignia over with both hands. Your personal military merit account has been linked. The current available military merit is being calculated by the system. The amount is too large and requires secondary confirmation from the military merit database. Lin Yuan took the shoulder insignia and casually fastened it onto his shoulder. The action seemed quite nonchalant. Yet the moment the insignia of the second lieutenant fell, several nearby old soldiers' expressions changed. In the front line, they do not care about words, but only military merit. This kid just entered the door as a second lieutenant and has blood-red initial battle results. As long as he stays alive, he will rise quickly. Shen Imo stepped forward laughing as he patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder. Older brother, your onboarding process seems a bit ridiculous. Lin Yuan looked at him. You should test it too. Shen Imo waved his hand. With my meager resources, testing after you would be a bit self-deprecating. Despite saying this, he still walked to the counter and placed his hand on the spare realm stone. This time the receptionist was extremely careful and specifically replaced it with a new realm stone. The realm stone lit up with blue light, quickly jumping to the purple edge. Rear monster kill record, excellent team leader support record, present multiple survival contributions, high comprehensive initial battle results between blue and purple. The military officer's eyes lit up. Not bad. Achievement as a team leader is highly valued. A Zhenyuan Pass lacks team leaders. The receptionist looked at the results and immediately said, Shin Imo initial grant of sergeant rank. Shun Imo received the insignia, but did not feel disappointed. He understood clearly. Lin Yuan is Lin Yuan. What others fought for with their lives should not be a reason for him to feel bitter. Old Su also tested, and his result was slightly above blue, earning him the rank of corporal. The rest of the newly arrived level 40 players mostly became privates and regular soldiers. Even so, they were so excited that their faces turned red. For rear players, many spend their entire lives without touching a regular military rank. Now, upon entering Zhenyuan Pass, they were recognized by the military merit system. This was more solid than any verbal promise. A young player gazed at the second lieutenant insignia on Lin Yuan's shoulder, his eyes shining with admiration. Brother Lin, can we stick with you from now on? Lin Yuan glanced at him. Just survive first. The young man immediately nodded vigorously, his neck cracking from the force. Shun Imo gathered the others to one side and began making arrangements. Brothers from levels 30 to 39, as the military officer said, go to the logistics department 2 to receive tasks. Don't feel embarrassed about moving bricks. Repairing the walls also earns military merit. It allows you to eat level up and helps you avoid the initial wave of meat grinders. He turned to Old Su and the others. Those over level 40 don't rush into tasks yet. The front line is not like the rear. First get familiar with the maps and rules. Lin Yuan listened without intervening. Shin Imo was suited for leading people. He was not. He was more accustomed to shooting troubles down to a countdown. After Shin Imo finished making arrangements, he walked up to Lin Yuan. Older brother, where are you heading next? Lin Yuan looked toward the military supply directional indicator that had popped up behind the counter. I'm going to have a look around. Shin Imo nodded. All right. We'll settle the others first. If you run into any trouble, I'll contact you. Lin Yuan looked at him. If you encounter difficulties, use the communication stone to find me. Shin Imo laughed. Don't worry, I won't be polite with you. He paused, then added, you too. Don't shoulder everything alone. Lin Yuan didn't respond, just waved his hand. Shin Imo watched his back, the smile on his face slowly fading. He knew Lin Yuan wouldn't easily call for help. Thus, he had to become stronger quickly. Strong enough that next time trouble arises, he wouldn't have to shout a few pointless words across the communication stone. Lin Yuan left the military merit distribution center. The main square of Zhenyuan Pass was even louder than he had imagined. Every few seconds, the sky would light up with a defensive array pattern. There were no peaceful corners in this city. Everyone was running. The supply department was on the eastern side of the square. A long line formed at the entrance, mostly consisting of soldiers just off the battlefield. As Lin Yuan approached the door, his rank insignia flashed once. Next to the queue, a small door opened automatically. Second lieutenant officer passage. Someone behind saw it and was filled with envy. A new second lieutenant. Has promotion speed increased so much these days? Shut up, can't you see his insignia just activated? Being able to use the officer passage means he has sufficient military merit. How much military merit can a rear recruit possibly have? Go ask the Realm Stone, don't ask me. Lin Yuan ignored them. He walked through the small door, and the environment inside was much quieter. Behind the counter sat a short-haired female supply officer with a mechanical prosthetic eye on her left, diligently organizing the exchange forms. She glanced at Lin Yuan's insignia, her tone businesslike. Newly promoted second lieutenant, you have a 10% discount on your first exchange. Place your hand on the identification panel to bring up the list. Lin Yuan placed his palm down. The light screen unfolded. Jin Yuan Pass second lieutenant level supply exchange catalog. As soon as the first page popped up, Lin Yuan's gaze froze. The first line listed a dark red skill book. Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on the first line of the military supply catalog. Next to the dark red skill book was a string of military merit numbers. Blood-burning arrow. Available for exchange at the second lieutenant rank. Effect causes continuous burning and bleeding damage upon hitting the target for 12 seconds. Exchange price 6,000 military merits. If it were in the rear, this skill book would be enough to make many hunters fight over it. Continuous burning and bleeding could all contribute to eternal erosion. However, Lin Yuan did not click on it immediately. He glanced at the small print description on the right side of the skill book. Warning: the current main enemy at Jinyuan Pass is the Dark Insect Clan. This clan possesses high physical resistance, toxin resistance close to immunity, and fire damage is reduced. Lin Yuan's hand froze. The short-haired female quartermaster noticed his movement, her mechanical eye scanning the light screen, her tone steady. Do you want to exchange for the blood-burning arrow? Lin Yuan tapped on the Dark Insect Clan's information. First, let's check the information. The female quartermaster glanced at him. Many new recruits upon entering the supply office immediately drool over skills and equipment. Few look at the enemy first, especially those who have just obtained the second lieutenant rank. The supply light screen unfolded, densely packed with insect clan files covering the entire counter. Dark Worker Insect level LV 38, LV 45. Health 8,000 to 14,000. Traits: carapace hardening, physical damage reduction by 65%, toxin immunity, fire damage half. Weakness: holy light damage doubled, mental shock moderately effective. Next page. Dark Scythe Insect level LV 45, LV 52. Health 18,000 to 30,000. Traits: high-speed assault scythe that breaks armor, dark energy, carapace. Resistance: physical damage reduction by 70%, toxin immunity, fire damage halved. Weakness: holy light damage doubled. Next page. Dark Insect Nest Guardian level LV 55, LV 60. Health 70,000 to 120,000. Traits: heavy armor barrier, nest link, death cry. Resistance: physical damage reduction by 80%, toxin immunity, fire damage halved. Weakness: holy light damage doubled, breaking the nest link decreases defense. Lin Yuan examined the data quickly, running the numbers in his mind. Among his strongest statuses, the poison from the bee venom and the ring of venom accounted for a significant portion of his damage output. Fire damage also made up a large percentage. When it came to the Dark Insect Clan, toxins were nearly useless and fire damage would be halved. Physical damage was out of the question. The Void Rift bow's penetration and splitting capabilities were still useful, but after the base arrow damage was suppressed by the carapace, only the value of applying statuses remained. Lin Yuan opened his status summary. Current main: continuous damage, bleeding 9.2, bee venom 20.2, fire 16.2, control slow 70, a chance to paralyze 0.5 seconds. Estimated actual damage against the Dark Insect Clan toxins, ineffective, fire damage halved. The light screen recalculated. Actual 40.2. Lin Yuan's expression darkened. Over 80 points of damage per second dropped to 40 points. The female military supply officer pushed the transfer process form in front of Lin Yuan. Hunter second transfer application, frontline combat assessment, task objective: kill 1,000 dark insectoids in the outer wall battle area of Jinyuan Pass. After completing it, go to the profession hall to choose the second transfer branch. Lin Yuan reviewed the task instructions and clarified the rules of Jinyuan Pass. No wonder they are not afraid of new awakeners hiding in the back. If you don't go to the front line, you can't transfer. Without a transfer, there are no growth permissions after level 40, and the skill pool cannot be opened. The prices in Jinyuan Pass are outrageously high. Food, lodging, and supplies all require military merit. Just relying on manual labor for a few days will drain you dry. In the end, everyone has to go to the wall. This war machine has never left a way out for anyone from the very beginning. Seeing his silence, the female military supply officer's tone turned flat. If you want to live comfortably, you need to exchange military merit. If you want military merit, go to the city wall. Jinyuan Pass does not support idlers. Lin Yuan opened the task acceptance panel. Do you accept the second transfer combat assessment? He clicked confirm. Task has been accepted. Current kill progress 01000. The female military supply officer glanced at him and reminded the dark insectoids are not easy enemies. Don't rush too far alone, especially don't leave the range of the city wall's fire coverage. If you die outside your body, might not even be recoverable. Lin Yuan put away the process form. How do I get to the city wall? The female military supply officer raised her hand and pointed to the northern passage. Take the No. 7 lifting track to the eastern section of the outer wall. It was just washed over by the insect tide and is short on manpower. After saying that, she added, if you can't hold on, retreat immediately. New soldiers care about their pride, but often lose their lives. Lin Yuan looked at her. Thank you. The female military supply officer paused for a moment, then fell silent. Leaving the supply room, the alarm outside became more intense. A crimson light arc swept across the sky above Jinyuan Pass, and heavy cannon fire echoed from the distant city wall. Shinmo's communication stone happened to light up. Bro, have you finished at the supply office? I've arranged people to the logistics section to over here. The manual labor tasks are brutal. A piece of formation board weighs 300 pounds, and if you move slowly, your military merit will be deducted. Lin Yuan walked towards the No. 7 lifting track. I accepted the second transfer task. Going to the wall. Shinmo's voice tensed. Immediately. Wait for me. They'll bring Lao Su to help you. No need. Lin Yuan looked at the soldiers lined up ahead. The task is individual kills 1,000. Shinmo cursed. 1,000. These guys really know how to play. They're sending new soldiers straight into the meat grinder. Lin Yuan replied, that's just the rule. He paused for a moment. Don't act recklessly. You don't act recklessly either. Shinmo responded quickly. We're even, so don't lecture each other. Lin Yuan turned off the communication stone, the corner of his mouth twitching. In front of the No. 7 lifting track, it was crowded with injured soldiers and new recruits. The massive metal platform could accommodate 200 people at a time, with thick chains wrapped around its corners. Each lift and descent was accompanied by the sound of grinding gears. Beside the platform, an old soldier with a scarred face was calling names. Reinforcements for the eastern third section, level 40 and above, come with me. Those who haven't wet their pants, stand to the left. Those who have, rolled back to logistics to change pants. Several new soldiers turned pale, and no one dared to speak up. Lin Yuan stepped forward and presented his lieutenant insignia for verification. The scarred old soldier glanced at him, his gaze stopping at the lieutenant insignia, and his attitude softened slightly. A new lieutenant? Yes. The scarred old soldier saw that he was not very old, and then noticed the hunter profession insignia, clicking his tongue. It's good work for hunters to go to the wall. Stick close to me, and don't be reckless. Lin Yuan replied earnestly, thank you. The scarred old soldier was taken aback for a moment. A one-armed rifleman nearby grinned and said, Old Chin, you can't say that. This lieutenant is quite polite, much better than that young master from the other day. Old Chin chuckled coldly. That guy from the other day. The first time he got hit by insect acid, he screamed for his mother louder than the alarm. This remark made several old soldiers laugh. Just as the atmosphere relaxed a little, there was another loud explosion in the distance. The entire lifting platform shook. Old Chin's expression turned serious again. Get on the platform. Lin Yuan followed the crowd onto the platform. The platform slowly rose, and the inner city of Jinyuan Pass gradually sank beneath their feet. The higher they went, the heavier the burnt smell in the air. When they reached the city wall, Lin Yuan finally saw the battlefield outside. There were no plains beyond the city, only a dark tide of insects. Dark worker insects covered the ground, their shells shifting and creating piercing sounds. Further away, sickle insects weaved through the swarm, their sharp scythes repeatedly striking the metallic wreckage. Below the city wall, pools of acidic liquid continued to bubble. In some places, the metal walls had corroded large pits, and as soon as the repair formations were activated, they were immediately drenched in insect acid, producing white smoke. The guards of the eastern third section had just endured a wave of assault with bloodstains and broken shells scattered everywhere. A few priests sat at the base of the wall, their faces pale as they regained color, but they were all excited, having killed quite a few enemies. Old Chun brought Lin Yuan to a shooting platform, speaking rapidly. Remember, don't stick your head out for too long. Worker insects spray acid from 35 meters away, and sickle insects can leap 20 meters using the wall. If you see the back armor of a bug turn red, hide first. That thing will explode. The one-armed rifleman also joined in. Hunters shouldn't be thinking about stealing kills for military merit, just focus on staying alive. The most dangerous thing in the insect tide is greed. If you get greedy, you'll be dragged down. Another old soldier handed over a handful of grayish-white powder. Rub this on your wrists to prevent insect sensing. Don't mind the dirt, this stuff is more life-saving than perfume. Lin Yuan took it and rubbed it on the edge of his wrist. Thanks. Old Chun waved his hand. Forget it. Every new soldier that lives is one less hole for the old soldiers to fill. Lin Yuan memorized these words. These few people had no ulterior motives. Here, being willing to say an extra word to a new soldier might mean saving half a life. The alarm suddenly changed tone. A black tide began to surge towards the eastern third section. Old Chun cursed. They're coming. Everyone prepare for ranged attacks. First, target the worker insects. Don't let them stack up against the wall. The crossbows on the city wall fired first. The massive armor-piercing crossbows pierced into the swarm, exploding a cloud of dark blood. The mage group quickly followed up by releasing a firewall. The flames rolled over the insect tide, causing significant damage, but it didn't have the same suppression effect as the fire spells from the rear. The dark worker insects continued to crawl forward despite the firewall, their shells turning red, but their speed remaining unaffected. Lin Yuan stood behind the shooting platform and glanced at the task progress. 01000. He raised his void rift bow. Old Shin saw his movement and shouted loudly, "Don't rush. Wait until they are within 30 meters, then target the acid-spitting insects." "I'm aiming for the midsection." Midsection. Old Shun was anxious. What use does a hunter have in the midsection? The front line is about to stick to the wall. Lin Yuan didn't explain. The rain of arrows cooled down. Purple magic energy gathered on the bowstring, and in the next moment a barrage of arrows poured down into the densest part of the insect tide. Hundreds of magical arrows struck into the swarm. Damage numbers popped up in clusters. The base damage was low, but the status icons lit up one after another. Bleeding, corrosion, burning, slowing, and paralysis effects triggered. All status effects were applied except for poisoning. Although fire damage was half, the permanent burning effect still began to take hold. Sustained damage of about 40 per second was not exaggerated on a worker insect with 10,000 health. However, the wave of arrows covered hundreds of insects. Old Chun was about to curse when his eyes suddenly widened. The midsection of the insect tide was in chaos. The slowed worker insects reduced their speed drastically, while the back of the swarm continued to push forward, causing a collision. Several sickle insects leaped onto the backs of worker insects, triggering paralysis midair and plummeting into the swarm, trampled underfoot by the following insects. The one-armed rifleman was dumbfounded. What kind of control is this? Old Chen looked at Lin Yuan. "Did you put group slowing on your arrows?" Lin Yuan knocked another arrow. "Pretty much." The second arrow shot out, penetrating 2 worker insects before splitting into 3 sub-arrows. 6 targets simultaneously received status effects. The splitting and penetrating effects of the Void Rift bow were maximized at this density. Each arrow could spread a countdown to death to a small cluster of insects. Old Shin quickly reacted, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Concentrate fire on the front line. Ignore the midsection. Let this lieutenant do the shooting." The soldiers beside him immediately adjusted their shooting direction. Lin Yuan no longer focused on dealing damage to individual monsters. His only goal was to get more insects to receive status effects. The rain of arrows concentrated on dense parts of the insect swarm. Normal arrows targeted the insects that were charging, clustering, and preparing to spray acid. A few minutes later, a strange scene appeared beneath the eastern third section of the city wall. While the frontline insects were still charging, the midsection began to suffer significant damage, slowing down and spasming. The rear insects couldn't push the midsection, which in turn compressed the frontline, completely collapsing the momentum of the entire insect tide. The pressure on the city wall suddenly dropped. A priest looked up after a long time and muttered, "Why are the insects running so slowly today?" A nearby mage panted, "Why are you asking me?" I was about to ask the same. 10 minutes later, the first batch of worker insects that had received status effects began to die. Transfer task progress 11,000. Transfer task progress 71,000. Transfer task progress 231000. The notifications began to flood the screen. Lin Yuan directly turned off the experience notifications, leaving only the task progress. The guards of the eastern third section quickly noticed something was wrong. The insect tide, which should have reached the base of the wall, was collapsing in a large area 30 meters away. Black shells burst open in succession and worker insects fell in groups. Some insects clearly were not hit by the crossbows, but died mid-stride. Old Chen's gaze towards Lin Yuan changed. Having defended the city wall for 7 years, he had never seen such a fighting style. Not stealing the last hit, not pursuing individual bursts of damage. Half an hour later, a large area opened up in the insect tide outside the eastern third section. The guards holding their crossbows suddenly didn't know what to shoot at. The one-armed rifleman asked in confusion, "Where are our monsters?" Old Chin slapped him on the back of the head. "What do you mean, our monsters? Isn't it good that the insects are dead?" "It's good." The one-armed rifleman looked towards the shooting platform. "What about that, Lieutenant?" There was no one left beside the platform. Lin Yuan took advantage of the pressure dropping in the eastern third section to quietly leave. He followed the inner passage of the city wall to the eastern fourth section. The situation in the eastern fourth section was even more chaotic. A swarm of flying insects was circling close to the wall, spraying acid that made it hard for the guards to lift their heads. Lin Yuan didn't waste time. Standing in the shadow of the rear arrow tower, he directly released a rain of arrows into the most densely packed area of flying insects. The magical arrows exploded in midair. The swarm of flying insects was slowed down, and their flight paths immediately twisted. A few flying insects that triggered paralysis had their wings stiffen and plummeted to the ground. The guards took the opportunity to concentrate their fire, scattering the flying insects near the wall. Lin Yuan changed position and continued to apply status effects. 20 minutes later, the number of flying insects in the eastern 4th section was halved. Task progress jumped to over 400. He did not stop. Eastern 5th section, northern 1st section, northern 2nd section. Each time he arrived, he only did 3 things: find the densest monster groups, release rain of arrows, and use splitting penetrating arrows to fill in gaps. After applying status effects, he would leave immediately, never lingering in battle. The dark insectoids, he had applied permanent bleeding and burning effects to continue to lose health after he left. Some died in the charge, some just as they were about to spray acid, and some fell dead the moment they reached the base of the wall to raise their scythes. The guards at various sections of Jinyuan Pass gradually noticed something unusual. There were still over 200 worker insects in the northern 1st section. How come they all collapsed? Did the flying insects in the eastern 5th section drop down on their own? Who set up the anti-air formation? Don't ask. Oh, just know that some hunter lieutenant passed by. Can someone just pass by and cause this? This guy must be cheating. In less than half a day, Lin Yuan stood behind the maintenance tower of the northern 3rd section, shooting his last arrow through a spitting acid worker insect. In the distance, dozens of worker insects that had been affected by the status effects fell one after another. The task panel flickered. Transfer task progress 10001000. Hunter second transfer combat assessment has been completed. Please go to the profession hall to submit the task. Lin Yuan put away his bow and turned to leave the wall. Behind him, the soldiers of the northern 3rd section were still cheering. They thought it was a squad of elite reinforcements that had broken through the insect tide. No one noticed that the young lieutenant had already left. When he returned to the lifting track, Old Chun was leading a team down from the eastern 3rd section. He immediately spotted Lin Yuan and strode over. Where did you run off to? They haven't thanked you yet over at the eastern 3rd section. Lin Yuan replied, the task is complete. Old Chun was stunned. What task? The second transfer assessment, kill 1,000. Several old soldiers around him fell silent. The one-armed rifleman gaped for a long time before managing to squeeze out a sentence, 1,000 in half a day. You call that a new soldier's task? Old Chun looked at Lin Yuan, and after a while he cursed, you brat should tell me in advance when you go to the wall, so I can prepare tea. Lin Yuan rarely replied, next time I'll bring you along to farm more. Get lost, who wants to farm insects with you? Old Chun laughed and scolded. Lin Yuan nodded at them and walked towards the profession hall. Having completed the second transfer task, the judgment of Holy Light was not far off. The profession hall is located on the west side of the inner city of Jinyuan Pass. As Lin Yuan descended from the lift, the walls behind him still trembled. In the distance, cannon fire echoed in rounds with crimson arcs sweeping across the sky, and the shrill cries of the insect tide pierced through the thick walls. He did not linger and directly crossed the military transport passage, walking into the profession hall. The hall was wider than the military supply department, with a ceiling that was frighteningly high, adorned with various profession emblems. Warriors, mages, priests, hunters, and assassins. There were lines of people in front of each section. It lacked the dignified decor of the rear profession hall. The floor was made of polished black steel plates, and the walls were covered in repair marks. The air was thick with the scent of potions, blood, and scorched metal. In front of the hunter's second transition service desk, there weren't many people in line, but each wore a grim expression. An old soldier with a scruffy beard sat on a bench, his right shoulder bandaged, cursing incessantly, 1,000 dark insectoids. It's a miracle they even thought of that. The worker insects have thick hides. Poison is useless. Fire only cuts halfway. Are hunters supposed to brush their heads? A female hunter leaned against the wall, her bowstring half broken, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins. She sneered, I was stuck for 3 months. Yesterday, I finally managed to gather 670, and then a wave of sickle insects charged the wall, almost costing me my life. Mission failed, progress reset. You're one of the lucky ones. Another tall, thin hunter raised his bandaged left hand. I got splashed in the face with acid by the 700th one, of my face was nearly gone. The healer said if I was half a minute later, I would have to rely on scaring insects to make a living. A few people chuckled weakly, laughter more pitiful than crying. They were all veterans who had rolled down from the city walls. No one thought the second transition assessment was easy. Many were stuck at level 40 because they couldn't reach the front line's threshold. But upon arriving at Jinyuan Pass, they realized that even reaching the threshold was just the beginning of a beating. 1,000 dark insectoids. It didn't count as team kills nor assists, it had to be effective kills contributed by the individual. To get by, the system wouldn't recognize it. Lin Yuan stepped up to the hunter service desk and pulled out the mission certificate. The few veterans in line merely glanced at him. The second lieutenant insignia was indeed eye-catching, but this was Jinyuan Pass. A military rank could earn one some courtesy, but it wouldn't reduce the acid spitting from the insects. The scruffy old soldier curled his lip. Another new second lieutenant comes along. Probably just saw the insect tide for the first time on the wall and came back to change his application to logistics. The tall, thin hunter also looked over, shaking his head. Youngster, don't rush into your second transition. Mix it on the wall for half a month to understand the insect's attack patterns. Otherwise, failing the mission will cost you military merit, and you want sleep well. Lin Yuan did not rebut. He handed the certificate to the window. Behind the window sat a gray-haired woman dressed in a black uniform of a profession minter with a Hunter Department minter badge hanging on her chest. Profession Hall Minter Gu Hanji. Her gaze was cold, and her fingers flipped through the mission records swiftly. Gu Hanji inserted the certificate into the reading slot, and the mission number popped up. In the next moment, her movements halted. She lifted her head to look at Lin Yuan, her gaze lingering on his face for 2 seconds before returning to the display. Hunter's second transition practical assessment. Acceptance time 1:04 p.m. today. Current submission time 3:17 p.m. today. Mission status under review. Gu Hanji's expression instantly turned cold. She did not immediately approve the review, but pulled the certificate from the reading slot and placed it on the table. Do you know what the punishment for fabricating battle records on the front line is? The surrounding chatter quieted significantly. The scruffy old soldier's ears perked up, turning to look. The tall, thin hunter also straightened his posture. Lin Yuan looked at Gu Hanji. What do you mean? Gu Hanji spoke firmly. You have had the task for less than 2 hours. She pointed at the time displayed. For the assessment of killing 1,000 dark insectoids, the fastest record for a normal hunter is 6 days and 4 hours. And that was 3 years ago, completed by a level 47 battlefield ranger at a lower level. You just entered Jinyuan Pass, just accepted the task, and you're here to submit it. I'm asking you again, do you know what the punishment for falsifying battle records is? The hall fell completely silent. The scruffy old soldier couldn't help but curse. 2 hours. Is this kid insane? The female hunter's expression also changed. 1,002 hours. If this is true, I'll eat my broken bow on the spot. The tall, thin hunter looked at Lin Yuan, his expression complicated. New recruits can easily make mistakes, but this is just too absurd. The profession hall has strict checks. Bringing a fake certificate here is akin to seeking death. Gu Hanji ignored the murmurs around her. She directly pressed the red alert button on the table. The runes on either side of the window lit up, and 2 law enforcement soldiers at the entrance of the profession hall turned to look. Second Lieutenant Lin Yuan, this is your last chance. Gu Hanji articulated each word. If you admit now that the certificate is abnormal, I can treat it as an operational error. At most, I will deduct 500 military merits and prohibit you from accepting transition tasks for 7 days. Her voice turned colder, but if the data is found to be falsified after connecting to the interface stone, you will be sent to the military law office. Your second lieutenant rank won't protect you. After this statement, the veterans in the hall looked at Lin Yuan with a hint of pity. No one wanted to end up in the military law office of Jinyuan Pass. Once you go in there, even if you come out alive, you'll lose a layer of skin. Lin Yuan looked at Gu Hanji without anger. Her suspicion was reasonable. It was indeed absurd for a normal hunter to kill 1,000 dark insectoids in 2 hours. If he hadn't completed it himself, he would also have checked the data if he were sitting there. So Lin Yuan placed his hand on the authentication panel. Connect to the interface stone data. Gu Hanji's gaze paused. She had expected Lin Yuan to explain, to argue, or even to plead. Instead, he didn't utter a single unnecessary word. The authentication panel lit up. The main interface stone of the profession hall activated in the background, and black stone patterns spread beneath the counter, connecting to the military merit database and frontline battle records. Gu Hanji said coldly, since you insist, we will verify it on site. The display suddenly expanded. The first line of data popped up. Kill record dark worker insect LV39. Kill time 1412 p.m. Battle zone outer wall east segment 3 contribution determination sustained damage dominates. Kill second line. Kill record dark worker insect LV40. Kill time 1413 p.m. Battle zone outer wall east segment 3 third line. Fourth line. Fifth line. The display began to refresh at an accelerated pace with line after line of kill records filling the air. The timestamps were almost overlapping with death intervals so short they sent shivers down one's spine. Gu Hanji's originally cold expression froze. The scruffy old soldier stood up. The tall, thin hunter's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. The female hunter almost dropped her broken bow to the ground. The display was still refreshing. Kill record dark sickle insect LV45. The light curtain suddenly unfolded. Kill record dark worker insect LV39. Kill time 134112. Battle zone, eastern wall section 3. Contribution determination damage over time led to the kill. Next, the light curtain directly accelerated the refresh. There was no need to examine them one by one. The densely packed kill records cascaded like a waterfall across the air. The timestamps were nearly glued together, and the kill notifications from various battle zones had intervals so short that they made one's scalp tingle. Battle zone, eastern section 4. Battle zone, eastern section 5. Battle zone, northern section 3. The final line of blood red certification suddenly popped up. Task progress 10001000. Data source verified by the stone of Jinyuan past the formation patterns of the outer wall battle zone and the military merit repository. Conclusion authentic and valid. The professional hall was silent. Gu Hanji stared at the light curtain for a long time before pulling up the battle zone video segment again. In the footage, Lin Yuan stood behind the parapet, drawing his bow as arrows fell into the middle of the insect swarm. He did not rush down the city wall or seize the final kill. He simply moved between different battle zones, applying status effects to large groups of insects, and then turned to leave. Minutes later, those insects began to fall in clusters. The light curtain switched to Eastern Section 4. The flying insect swarm was covered by a rain of arrows, their flight paths collapsing on the spot, triggering paralysis, causing the affected insects to plummet to the ground. Northern Section 1, Northern Section 2, Eastern Section 5. Each section bore his mark. Each section had shown signs of the insect tide advancing through fractures. Gu Hanji finally understood why a large number of kills in the data showed as damage over time. He was not hunting at single points, he was writing a countdown to death for the insect tide in bulk. The grizzled veteran swallowed hard, his voice dry. 1,000 swarms completed in 2 hours. This kid really treats the area beyond the wall as his backyard. The lanky hunter was left speechless, unable to utter a word. The female hunter glanced down at her broken bow and quietly hid it behind her back, fearing that others would bring up its destruction. Gu Hanji slowly withdrew her hand. She stood up and returned the certificate to Lin Yuan with both hands. The earlier coldness had vanished completely. Second Lieutenant Lin Yuan, that was my duty. She slightly bowed her head, her tone becoming much more serious. Your assessment data is authentic and valid. The application for the hunter's second job transfer has been approved. Can I transfer to a Radiant Ranger? Lin Yuan asked as he took the certificate. Yes. Gu Hanji immediately pulled up the career branch interface, her movements much quicker and more cautious than before. The Radiant Ranger is a priority training branch at Jinyuan Pass. Your combat style leans towards area suppression. If you add holy light damage, your effectiveness against the dark insect race will multiply. She paused for half a second before continuing. With your kill efficiency, the military will soon take notice of you. Lin Yuan raised his eyes. Is that a problem? It could also be a resource. Gu Hanji looked at him. The front line only cares about value. If you can kill insects, many will be eager to open doors for you. But you also need to be careful, as some people do not like uncontrollable combat power. This was a clear statement. Jinyuan Pass was not a paradise. Military merit resources, ranks, and battle zone allocations were all interests at stake. Lin Yuan completed the hellish assessment in 2 hours, breaking not only the record, but also disrupting the plans of certain individuals. Lin Yuan nodded. Let's proceed with the job transfer. Gu Hanji said no more. She raised her hand and pressed down on the job transfer formation pattern in the center of the professional hall. The black steel plate on the ground cracked open, emitting delicate rays of light, and a platinum hunter emblem rose from the center of the formation. Lin Yuan stepped boldly into the formation. Gu Hanji inserted his hunter certificate into the core slot. Job confirmed hunter. Level confirmed LV40. Second job transfer assessment confirmed completed. Branch selection Radiant Ranger. Platinum light surged from beneath Lin Yuan's feet, rapidly enveloping his entire body. He could clearly feel the previously chaotic occupational power within him being reorganized. The basic framework of an archer remained, but a new attribute had been added to the arrows. Warm sharp, specifically designed to counter dark essences. System notifications kept popping up. Second job transfer successful. Hunter advanced to Radiant Ranger. Basic attribute growth enhanced. Holy light specialization unlocked. Radiant Ranger skill pool unlocked. Your attacks can carry holy light effects. Lin Yuan looked at the final line, his eyes brightening. As long as he obtained the holy light judgment, that damage of 50 points per second doubled against dark units could be applied en masse to the insect swarm with his rain of arrows. In the face of eternal corrosion, a 3-second duration was meaningless. Permanence was its true form. Just as the job transfer light had not yet dissipated, a sudden cracking sound echoed within Lin Yuan. That was the sound of the level cap being broken. The immense experience accumulated from the venomous Sting Bee dungeon began to release. The first streak of golden light surged up. Level up LV40 changed to LV41. The crowd, which had just regained a bit of noise in the hall, held its breath again. Immediately after the second streak of golden light exploded. Level up LV41 changed to LV42. The grizzled veteran raised his hand to cover his face, feeling as if his understanding had been shattered today. The lanky hunter's expression grew increasingly numb. To level up 2 levels right after a second job transfer was simply unreasonable. Gu Hanji was also momentarily stunned. She had seen veterans who leveled up by grinding experience, but seeing a newly transferred second lieutenant directly leap 2 levels was absolutely a first for her. Lin Yuan stood at the center of the formation, opening his panel. Name Lin Yuan. Level LV42. Job Radiant Ranger. Holy Light specialization unlocked. He did not rush to allocate points, but instead looked at Gu Hanji. The job transfer is complete. Can I exchange for Holy Light Judgment now? Gu Hanji felt that all the warnings she had given were redundant. This person was not here to adapt to the front lines. He was here to change the battlefield. She regained her formal attitude, her tone carrying respect. Yes. However, there's only one copy of that skill book in stock, so hurry. As Lin Yuan left the professional hall, the lieutenant badge on his shoulders still shimmered with a platinum glow. After completing his job change, he headed straight back to the military supply office. There was only one copy of the Holy Light Judgment left, and its cost-performance ratio was low, so not many people purchased it. In such frontline locations, a moment's delay could lead to someone else taking it away. The officer's passage in the military supply office was still open, and it was much quieter inside than outside. A short-haired female supply officer was focused on organizing the exchange list. When her mechanical eye scanned Lin Yuan's shoulder insignia, she paused momentarily. You're back so soon. Lin Yuan placed his hunter's certificate on the recognition panel and got straight to the point. The Bright Ranger has completed the job change. I want to exchange for the Holy Light Judgment. The female supply officer's finger paused on the display. She raised her eyes to examine Lin Yuan, and the certification result appeared in her mechanical eye. Occupation Bright Ranger. Level LV42. The female supply officer hesitated for a moment before speaking. How long did it take you from accepting the mission to completing the job change? Lin Yuan replied calmly, less than 3 hours. The female supply officer's expression towards him, she had just reminded Lin Yuan in the morning not to be overconfident, but he had gone out and completed the job change task, even leveling up 2 more times effortlessly. The military supply office had seen too many ruthless individuals. However, it was her first time encountering a newcomer as formidable as this. Just as she was about to check the stock of the Holy Light Judgment, Lin Yuan's identity card suddenly lit up with a blood-red alert. Lin Yuan met her gaze. Is it enough for an exchange? The female supply officer slowly exhaled. It is enough, but there is only one copy in stock. Just as she was bringing up the exchange interface, a small door on the outer side of the officer's passage was suddenly pushed open. A young officer in silver-trimmed military uniform entered, accompanied by 2 guards. He wore a major's badge on his shoulder, had a family crest pinned on his chest, and his sword sheath was encrusted with small crystals. The female supply officer's expression returned to a businesslike demeanor. Major Xiao, the officer's passage requires queuing. The young officer didn't spare Lin Yuan a glance and directly tossed a purple gold permission card onto the counter. I'm in a hurry, bring me the Holy Light Judgment. The female supply officer's tone became stern. A request for the Holy Light Judgment has already been submitted. Only then did Major Xiao turn his head. His gaze swept from Lin Yuan's lieutenant insignia to his face, a sneer forming at the corners of his mouth. A freshly minted lieutenant wants to exchange for the Holy Light Judgment. Can you afford it? Lin Yuan responded indifferently. Major Xiao, seeing that he remained silent, looked down on him even more. Do you know the price of that skill book? 30,000 military merits. He raised his hand to adjust his major's badge. As a new lieutenant, even if you emptied your military merit account, you wouldn't be able to afford the cover of that book. The female supply officer's tone grew slightly heavy. Major Xiao, the military supply exchange at Jinyuan Pass is executed according to the rules regardless of family background. Major Xiao snorted coldly. Su Lian, don't use rules to pressure me. Do you have any idea how many supplies my Xiao family donates to Jinyuan Pass every year? The female supply officer Su Lian remained composed. Donated supplies go to the logistics office, while the supplies available for lieutenant-level exchanges belong to the military merit system. Major Xiao smirked disdainfully. I'm not exchanging for the Holy Light Judgment for my own use, it's for Captain Bai Wei. Su Lian's face remained cold, and she did not respond. Major Xiao turned to Lin Yuan, his tone condescending. Bai Wei is the captain of the healing team in Section 2 West. This Holy Light Judgment in her hands could save an entire defensive line. And in your hands. He looked Lin Yuan up and down with disdain. Are you going to take it to the city wall and shoot randomly only to die in the first wave of bugs? Lin Yuan raised his eyelids. Are you giving it away, eh? Major Xiao laughed derisively. What do you have an opinion? Lin Yuan replied flatly. The skill book has restrictions and is only available to Bright Rangers. Major Xiao's expression faltered. Su Lian added, the Holy Light Judgment indeed restricts Bright Rangers, but priests cannot learn it. Major Xiao felt somewhat cornered, but still tried to maintain his composure. There are Bright Rangers accompanying Bai Wei, who I'm sending it as a gesture, not for her to learn it herself. This statement made his intentions very clear. He was not doing it for the battlefield or to kill bugs. What he wanted was to use this rare skill to break through the Bai family's threshold and gain the upper hand in the marriage negotiations. Lin Yuan raised the corners of his lips slightly. Then it's even less reason to give it to you. Major Xiao was furious, but suppressed his anger due to his status. What do you think you are to teach me? He turned his gaze back to the counter. Su Lian, according to the rules for supplies of the same rank, those with higher rank take precedence. Su Lian corrected him. You're mistaken. Lieutenant-level supplies can be exchanged as long as the permissions are met. In the case of competition within the same stock, individuals with higher military merits take precedence. Major Xiao's expression changed slightly. What do you mean? Su Lian lightly tapped the rules display. It's very simple. If Lieutenant Lin's available military merits exceed yours, he takes precedence. Major Xiao laughed out of anger and directly revealed his identity card. Available military merits, 38,620. Look carefully, 38,000. He glared at Lin Yuan, his voice dripping with coldness. What do you have to compete with me? Lin Yuan placed his hand on the recognition panel. The display lit up with blood-red numbers. Available military merits, 120,000. The military supply office fell silent. Major Xiao's smile abruptly froze. The two guards also stood frozen in place. Although Su Lian had seen this number once, seeing it again made her finger pause for half a second. Lin Yuan illuminated his occupation identification again. Bright Ranger. He then directed his gaze at Xiao Mingyuan. Is it enough? Major Xiao's throat moved, his face turning from red to pale, but he couldn't utter a single word. 38,000 is already a lot for an ordinary frontline officer. But being pressed down by 120,000 left no room for struggle. Lin Yuan's gaze was flat. You can use it to curry favor, while I use it to kill bugs. Major Xiao's eyes twitched, his voice heavy enough to seem like it was dripping water. Lin Yuan, right. I've remembered you. Lin Yuan responded without hesitation. I remember you too. Major Xiao's movement to turn around faltered. Lin Yuan spoke calmly as water. If you come to my defensive line in the future, don't stand behind me. Major Xiao's face turned a deep shade of red as he finally threw his sleeve and strode out of the military supply office. The two guards hurriedly followed, not daring to look back. Su Lian watched the door close tightly again and kindly reminded, getting on the wrong side of the Xiao family right after you arrive isn't a good thing. Lin Yuan was unfazed. He tried to take my stuff first. Su Lian advised, the Xiao family controls part of the weapons supply for Jinyuan Pass, and Xiao Mingyuan himself isn't a fool. He managed to rise to major. He has both family backing and military achievements. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Understood. Seeing he had no intention of backing down, Su Lian stopped persuading him. She brought up the inventory interface and retrieved the platinum skill book from the military supply vault. As the skill book landed on the counter, the surrounding light brightened. Holy Light Judgment. Effect inflicts Holy Light Judgment on enemy targets, dealing 50 points of Holy Light damage per second for 3 seconds. Damage doubled against dark, undead, and demonic units. Exchange price, 30,000 military merits. Lin Yuan uttered 2 words. Exchange. Military merit deducted 30,000. Remaining military merit 9,000. The skill book transformed into platinum light points and fused into his palm. Skill learning successful. Holy Light Judgment. A warm force surged through the skill circuit of the void rift bow along his arm. Lin Yuan could feel that as long as the next arrow hit, he could embed the judgment mark into the target's body. He did not leave just yet. Are there any continuous skills in the Holy Light category? Sulan glanced at him and brought up the list visible to a junior officer. There is a skill called Holy Fire Arrow which deals lower damage but is inexpensive, suitable for a paladin to practice with. Holy Fire Arrow. Effect upon hitting a target, it adds Holy Fire Burn, dealing 30 points of Holy Flame damage per second lasting for 3 seconds. Deals double damage to dark units. Exchange price 5,000 military merit. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered. I want this one too. Sulan paused. Both Holy Fire Arrow and Holy Light Judgment are continuous damage skills. Normally people wouldn't purchase them together as the benefits would be diluted by the battlefield's rhythm. Lin Yuan was unbothered. I'm not normal. Sulan sighed. Military merit deducted 5,000. Remaining military merit 8,500. Skill learning successful. Holy Fire Arrow. Lin Yuan continued to browse the light screen. What else is there? Sulan opened the control skills. Flash Arrow. Effect upon hitting a target, it erupts with a bright light, blinding the target for 2 seconds, while dark units additionally suffer perception suppression. Exchange price 3,000 military merit. Lin Yuan lightly tapped the table with his fingers. Exchange. She said no more and directly processed the exchange. Military merit deducted 3,000. Remaining military merit 8,200. Skill learning successful. Flash Arrow. Just as Lin Yuan was about to close the list, his gaze suddenly stopped on a gray tab. That was a skill whose complete information could only be viewed with captain-level privileges. Sulan noticed his gaze and clicked to reveal part of the description. Heaven's Judgment. Privilege required. Effect preview summons a large area of Holy Light Judgment, dealing high continuous Holy Light damage to dark units, and adds the states of Breaking Darkness, Soul Burn, and Vulnerability. Special effect targets under Judgment receive triple Holy Light damage. Exchange price unknown. Lin Yuan stared at the words triple for a long time. After leaving the military supply office, Lin Yuan did not rush to the wall. He found a small tavern near the officer's dormitory. The tavern was called Iron Pot and Strong Drink, with a half-open Zerg scythe as its sign. Inside, many soldiers who had just come down from the wall were seated with large pieces of roasted meat, black bread, and steaming red soup on the tables. Lin Yuan found a corner to sit down. The owner was a veteran with a missing leg. Upon seeing the junior officer insignia, he immediately pushed the menu over. New officer, have some hearty food, don't be like those young masters drinking fruit wine. Braised beef in furnace, 30 gold coins, restores stamina recovery speed by 10 for 1 hour. Rye strong drink, 15 gold coins, increases cold resistance by 5 for 30 minutes. Spicy bug leg skewers, 20 gold coins, temporarily increases strength by 2 for 20 minutes. Lin Yuan ordered the beef strong drink and a portion of spicy bug leg skewers. The owner smiled widely. Not many newcomers can eat bug legs. You have guts. Lin Yuan maintained his composure. The bugs are dead. Oh, what's there to not eat about their legs? The owner was taken aback, then burst into laughter. That's the spirit. The hot soup was quickly served. The meat was soft and tender, mixed with the flavors of pepper and herbs. The rye strong drink had a spicy kick, warming his throat. The spicy bug leg skewers had a crispy shell, but the meat was tender with a hint of sourness. After finishing half, Lin Yuan opened the talent panel. Eternal Corrosion. Current permanent slots 9. The old status list appeared. The fire damage slots should be cleared. Lin Yuan first removed 3 fire damage. 3 empty slots lit up. He sequentially embedded Holy Light Judgment, Holy Fire Arrow, and Flash Arrow. Holy Light Judgment has been embedded in a permanent slot. Holy Fire Arrow has been embedded in a permanent slot. Flash Arrow has been embedded in a permanent slot. The panel recalculated. Against Dark Zerg, the real Holy Light damage, Holy Light Judgment 100 point second, Holy Fire Arrow 60 point second. Total continuous damage 198 point second, including 20 poison. Additional permanent slow of 70, a chance of permanent paralysis, permanent blind. With 1 arrow, the Dark Zerg would initially suffer 178 points of damage per second, adding bleeding, paralysis, blindness, and remaining fire damage. A 10,000 health Zerg wouldn't last a minute. More importantly, the blindness and slowdown would tear apart the rhythm of the Zerg tide. He finished the last sip of strong drink and placed the gold coins on the table. At that moment, the sky above Jinyuan Pass suddenly darkened. The laughter in the tavern stopped simultaneously. The next second, the first bell rang throughout the city. Dong! Lin Yuan looked up at the window. A blood-red light shield was unfolding above Jinyuan Pass. The second bell soon followed. Dong! The smile on the owner's face vanished, and the wine cup in his hand slipped to the ground. The third bell. Until the 9th bell toll fell, the entire Jinyuan Pass resembled a colossal war machine, awakening fully engulfed in the blood-red frenzy of war. As the 9th bell tolled, silence enveloped the tavern, filled with iron pots and strong liquor. The one-legged owner leaned against the counter, his expression as dark as water. A few soldiers who had just descended from the city walls abruptly stood up, their chairs crashing to the ground. A curse was muttered, the tone shifting dramatically. The 9th bell signifies the highest level of total assault. Lin Yuan set down his cup. Outside the window, the sky was already shrouded in a blood-red haze. Above Jinyuan Pass, array patterns were forcibly illuminated, and a crimson glow spread along the elevated bridge and towers. Immediately afterward, a mandatory system announcement popped up before everyone's eyes. The highest wartime alert. The heretical insect race is launching a total assault at the highest level. Jinyuan Pass has entered a state of defense. All armed personnel to the city, all logistics personnel to wartime positions. Those who evade the summons will be treated as traitors under wartime regulations. The tavern fell utterly silent. In the next moment, shouts of anger and the sound of running feet intertwined from the streets. Someone dashed out of the tavern. Another pulled out a communication stone, voice trembling as they left a message for home. A young crossbowman huddled in a corner, his hands trembling so much he couldn't fasten his arm guards. The owner limped around the counter, grabbing an old battle axe hanging on the wall. Everyone who has eaten, get your asses to the city wall. If you haven't finished, still go. It'll warm your food when you come back alive. The young crossbowman looked up, his eyes reddening. Boss, I might not come back. The owner slapped his helmet. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't come back, I'll pour your share of liquor down the insects' throats. The young crossbowman, stunned by the blow, found himself able to move. Lin Yuan rose, preparing his void rift bow. His communication stone also lit up. Shin Mo's voice came through, filled with urgency. Brother, where are you? Lin Yuan picked up his longbow at his side. The officer's tavern. On the other end, chaos erupted. Someone shouted for array boards to be moved, and another yelled about a shortage of potions. The logistics camp is in complete disarray. Those above level 30 have all been summoned to repair the walls, and those above level 40 are preparing to ascend the city. Old Sue and the others are heading to the northern segment. Oh, I can't stop them. Lin Yuan pushed aside a wooden chair. Let them go with the veterans. Do not act alone. I understand, Shun Imo sighed. What about you? Lin Yuan gazed out at the blood-colored sky. I'm heading to the eastern third segment. Shin Mo's voice slowed. The total assault is not a regular insect tide. Don't rush too far ahead. I just switched skills, Lin Yuan replied, fingers resting on the bowstring. Shin Imo immediately understood. Don't tell me you're feeling quite pleased right now. Lin Yuan remained noncommittal. Shun Imo cursed from the other end of the stone. I knew it, you get all fired up when you see something strange. Lin Yuan stepped toward the door. This is for military merit. Shin Imo laughed in anger. It's also about life. Lin Yuan pushed open the tavern door. I will survive. The street was already in disarray. War chariots rushed down the main road packed with dazed new recruits. A military officer stood on a raised platform at the intersection bellowing. All armed personnel to ascend the city via the nearest route. No stopping, no reverse movement. A plump merchant adorned in luxurious soft armor attempted to squeeze into the underground evacuation tunnel. The military officer raised his hand, unleashing an electric whip that sent the merchant sprawling on the ground. You have a staff hanging from your waist, get to the west wall. The merchant cried out, I'm just a life mage. The officer lashed out again. Insects don't care if you're living or dead, get going. Lin Yuan did not push through the main elevator. Hundreds were already blocked there. The steel platform had not yet descended, but the noise had already risen to the heavens. He glanced at the map marker, then turned and entered the side military rapid transit passage. A guard at the entrance raised a hand to stop him. Wartime passage, only officers above lieutenant. Before he could finish, Lin Yuan's shoulder insignia lit up with a lieutenant certification. The guard immediately stepped aside. The eastern third segment is currently under extreme pressure. Lieutenant, be careful. Lin Yuan nodded, the wind howling beneath his feet. The gale step was activated. He crossed the first flight of stairs with an 8-meter displacement, and the acceleration upon landing made his figure swiftly disappear into the depths of the passage. The military passage was narrow and steep, with emergency red lights lining the walls. Every few dozen meters, injured soldiers were carried down on stretchers. One shield guard, his chest corroded by acidic liquid, was still gasping for breath, clutching the edge of the stretcher and roaring. Don't let them reach the walls. The medics carrying the stretcher, their eyes red, dared not stop. The closer they got to the city wall, the stronger the tremors became. The sounds of cannons, insect cries, and metal tearing mixed together, causing pain in their eardrums. As Lin Yuan burst out of the passage, the eastern third segment city wall was violently shaking. Old Shin stood behind the parapet, gripping a battle axe, his expression serious. Beside him, a one-armed rifleman was stringing a heavy crossbow, cursing non-stop. The numbers don't add up, something's off. Old Shin stared intently at the outside, his throat tightening. Lin Yuan walked beside him, following his line of sight. There was no blank space on the horizon. A black sea of insects rolled in from afar, their density so high that the ground was invisible. Dark worker insects crawled close to the ground, their armor sparking as they scraped against the surface. Sickle insects leaped above the swarm, their sharp claws incessantly striking their fellow brethren's carapaces, urging them to accelerate. Further away, a gigantic insect transport slowly moved, dark fleshy pillars towering atop it. The sky was also obscured by flying insects. The light of the twin suns was shredded by insect wings, plunging the entire battlefield into a stifling darkness. Old Shin noticed Lin Yuan's arrival, his eyes suddenly brightening, but quickly dimming again. What are you doing here? If the eastern third segment can't hold, it could lead to the ceiling of this segment. Lin Yuan stepped closer. I'm familiar with this place. Old Shin let out a frustrated laugh. Familiarity won't save your life. This isn't the small tide from the afternoon. The one-armed rifleman also noticed Lin Yuan, his voice bitter. Lieutenant, it won't be easy to pass through several segments this time. The insects could chew through the path entirely. Lin Yuan glanced down at the city wall. The defensive array had already lit up to a blinding intensity, the outer layer's light screen enduring the first wave of acidic liquid projectiles. Before the insect swarm truly crashed in, the acid rain had already fallen first. A drop of acidic liquid struck the outer side of the city wall, and metal instantly emitted white smoke. Old Shun grabbed his shield and shouted to the new recruits behind him, first round of acid rain, duck down, stay close to the wall, don't watch the show. A few new recruits were slow to respond. Acid splashed over the parapet, hitting two of the recruits' arms. Up! The screams immediately shattered the tension of the defensive line. One recruit's arm guard was corroded through flesh, smoking, rolling in agony on the ground. Another recruit fared worse. Acid landed on his shoulder, shattering a piece of his armor, and he cried out in despair. A priest rushed over to heal him, but was forced to duck away from the second round of acid rain. Old Shin roared, stop rolling around. If you fall to the side of the wall, you'll just drop off. He kicked the recruit back to the inner side. The recruit's face was filled with tears, clutching the ground and trembling. I don't want to die, it's my first day here. Old Chen's eyes reddened, but he cursed even harsher. Who wants to die? I still owe the tavern 3 meals. Lin Yuan stood behind the parapet, his fingers resting on the bowstring. He did not shoot immediately. The insect tide was still entering the optimal coverage distance. Old Chen saw his movement and urgently shouted, "Don't stand too high, the acid will target you." Lin Yuan's gaze swept forward, hitting the front line. The front line. That's where the impact is the strongest. Hitting the midsection stabilizes the rhythm better. Lin Yuan raised the void rift bow. There's no need to delay now. The bowstring glowed with a platinum radiance. Old Chen's pupils constricted. He remembered that Lin Yuan's arrow rain in the afternoon was purple, but now that platinum power made one feel warmth just from a glance. Lin Yuan stepped up to the highest parapet. Acid rain brushed against his shoulder, exploding white smoke on the outer layer of the toxic Bee Queen armor. He did not retreat. The front line of the insect tide had already surged 30 meters into the outer layer of the defensive array. The first row of worker insects opened their mandibles, the acid sacs swelling and reddening. Old Chen shouted, "Prepare the acid-spitting insects." Lin Yuan released the bowstring. The arrow rain initiated. Hundreds of platinum magic arrows pierced through the dim battlefield, plunging straight into the densest, most aggressive front line of the insect tide. In that moment, everyone on the city wall saw the light. The arrow rain struck the ground. Holy light judgment marks illuminated in patches. The dark worker insects' carapaces glimmered with platinum runes, and the shells that could withstand firewalls began to crack with charred fissures. Hundreds of worker insects were simultaneously sentenced to permanent death. Their charging speed plummeted by 70%. The frontline worker insects continued to crash forward, but the rear ranks were slowed, instantly jamming the entire frontline. Old Chun gripped his battle axe, standing rooted in shock. He had just been preparing to jump off the parapet to block the first batch of wall-climbing insects. Yet the insect swarm did not surge up. Those ferocious dark worker insects circled outside the defensive array, their mandibles spraying wildly with half of the acid splashing onto their own kind. The one-armed rifleman was dumbfounded. "Old Chun, am I seeing things?" Old Chun scolded, "Seeing things, my ass, shoot." The soldiers finally reacted, crossbows and spells immediately targeting the jammed insect swarm. The worker insects, ignited by the holy light judgment, saw their health bars plummeting rapidly. Even if they had over 10,000 health points, they could not withstand the 100 points of holy light true damage per second. What was even more terrifying was the blinding effect. Many worker insects, having lost their targets, began to thrash wildly. Osicle insects jumped up, preparing to leap over the blockage, but triggered paralysis in midair and crashed back into the swarm. The new recruits, who had just been shouting on the wall, stared blankly at the outside. Did they? Stop! Old Chun turned and shouted, "What are you standing there for? If you can pull the crossbow, pull it." The recruits shivered, quickly getting up and wiping their tears as they loaded their crossbows. Lin Yuan's gaze did not linger on the first batch of fallen insects. The arrow rain had not yet cooled down, so he supplemented with ordinary magic arrows to the sides. The penetration and splitting effects of the void rift bow once again proved their worth in the insect tide. One arrow pierced through 3 insects. The splitting secondary arrows nailed another 3 insects. 6 targets simultaneously lit up with holy light judgment and holy fire marks. The identified insects instantly became new blockages. The pressure of the eastern third segment was forcibly slowed down by Lin Yuan alone. Old Chen finally realized that the small tide from the afternoon was merely an appetizer. Now this version of Lin Yuan, the Radiant Ranger, was the true killing machine. However, this shock lasted for less than half a minute. An urgent alarm rang from the northern side of the wall. The eastern fourth segment's flying insects have broken through the low-altitude firepower net. The eastern fourth segment requests support. The eastern fourth segment requests support. Old Chen's expression changed dramatically. The flying insects have reached the eastern fourth segment. This is bad. Lin Yuan withdrew his bow. Old Chen shouted urgently, "Where are you going?" Lin Yuan's figure vanished into stealth, his voice carried by the wind, "To sow seeds." Old Chen paused for a moment, then cursed, "Are you trying to leave a descendant?" Yet while he scolded, prepared to sacrifice a life, a glimmer of survival ignited in his eyes. Lin Yuan's figure vanished behind the eastern third fortifications, while Old Chun continued to gaze at the spot where the rain of platinum light fell. The front line of the insect tide had already been disrupted. A multitude of dark worker insects were stuck outside the defensive formation, the holy light judgment runes on their carapaces continuously burning, their health bars dropping steadily. They were clearly still alive, yet they couldn't move, couldn't aim, and even their crawling rhythm had broken. Old Chun gripped his battle axe's throat dry. After 7 years of fighting, it was the first time he felt that the insect tide could be cut down like grass. The one-armed gunner holding a heavy crossbow felt his arm tense. "Old Chun, where's that lieutenant?" Old Chen cursed. "He went to rescue the eastern fourth segment." If you can pin down a few hundred insects with a single arrow, it'll let you run. The one-armed gunner immediately shut his mouth and turned to load the crossbow. The pressure on the eastern third segment had indeed decreased. Yet Old Chun did not relax. He stared at the dark area behind the insect tide, feeling a growing heaviness in his chest. The insect tribe's total assault never consisted solely of worker and sickle insects. These were merely appetizers. The real trouble lay with the high-level units hiding in the back. Old Chun raised his hand and struck down a flying insect that had been wounded by the crossbow, loudly reminding everyone, don't get complacent. The insects haven't revealed their trump cards yet. Mage team, watch the back line. If you see green light, black light, or purple light, report it to me. A young mage had just cast a fireball spell and turned back, urgently searching, what does the green light represent? Old Chin's eyelids twitched. It means the healer is coming. The young mage was stunned. There are healers among the insects. Old Chin's face turned ashen. Do you think they only eat humans? The insect tribe's priest team can bring a wave of near-death insects back to life. That's how the northern 6th segment collapsed a few years ago. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several nearby veterans changed. Many of them had heard about that battle at the northern 6th segment. The defending army had driven the insect tide down to a meager health level, thinking they could withstand another wave of assault, but the insect tribe's priest team suddenly intervened. Green rain covering the battlefield, and the wounded worker insects began to rise again. The city wall was breached by a second charge, resulting in over 3,000 casualties along that section of the defense line. No one wanted to encounter such a thing again. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had already reached the eastern 4th segment. His permanent camouflage allowed him to blend completely into the shadows. To the eyes of ordinary soldiers, there appeared to be no one behind the arrow tower. Yet in the next moment, a rain of platinum arrows fell from the sky, covering the most densely populated area of low-flying insects. The swarm of flying insects was thrown into chaos. Holy light, judgment, holy fire, arrows, flashing arrows, slowing paralysis, bleeding corrosion. A complete set of effects was unleashed by the void rift bow. The wings of the flying insects were burned through by the holy fire, their flying speed plummeting many of the paralyzed insects, crashing straight down towards the outer side of the city wall. The defending soldiers, who had originally been too pressed to lift their heads, were now all hastily picking up their crossbows to counterattack. Who is shooting arrows? The captain of the eastern 4th segment's guard, covered in blood, looked around, but found no one. Beside him, an excited crossbowman gripped the bowstring tightly. Who cares who it is? The flying insects are coming down. Shoot. Lin Yuan did not stop. As the rain of arrows cooled, he used regular arrows to maintain the status effects. The penetration and splitting of the void rift bow allowed each arrow to unleash a series of platinum runes among the swarm of flying insects. He did not pursue kills. He was only responsible for marking the death sentence. Once the eastern 4th segment stabilized, he moved on to the eastern 5th segment, then to the northern 1st segment, and finally to the northern 2nd segment. He remained concealed, never revealing his identity. He only stayed at each defense line for a few minutes, raining down arrows, using regular arrows to fill the gaps, then leaving. The soldiers at various segments could only see the platinum rain descending from the shadows. No one saw the archer. Some thought it was a secret reinforcement from the military. Some thought it was the holy light turret being reactivated. Others simply shouted into the empty air, brothers, come back alive for a drink. Lin Yuan heard it, but did not respond. He moved quickly along the inner side of the city wall, while the task panel and military merit notifications were flashing rapidly before his eyes. He only left behind records of monster deaths, not activating any experience notifications. The battlefield was vast, and there were too many insects. What he needed to do now was not to stand on a section of the city wall showcasing his achievements, but to cover more of the insect tide with permanent holy light judgment. This was the most terrifying aspect of eternal erosion. He did not need to focus on each monster until death. As long as he hit them, the rest was left to time. In the eastern 3rd, eastern 4th, eastern 5th segments, and the outer northern 1st segment, large swathes of the insect tide began to enter a near-death state. Platinum runes were densely glowing on their black carapaces. Worker insects fell. Sickle insects fell. Flying insects plummeted. The defending soldiers on the city wall, who had started with ecstatic joy, gradually turned into confusion. They realized that many of the insects were not killed by them. Those insects had lost strength as they charged their carapaces, smoking their health bars, slowly depleting. Old Chen also noticed the anomaly. He raised his binoculars and looked towards the middle of the insect tide. That was supposed to be the charging area for the second wave, yet it was now filled with struggling worker insects. The rear insect swarm kept pushing forward, but was blocked by these wounded insects. The one-armed gunner pressed his voice. Old Chen, can we hold this wave? Old Chen fell silent for a moment. His gaze crossed the insect swarm and landed into the further darkness. There the ground suddenly bulged. Not just one spot, but dozens. The hard black soil was pushed open and one after another high-level insect tribe members clad in bone armor emerged from underground. They were much larger than ordinary worker insects with forelimbs that were not blades, but held staves made of insect bones and dark crystals. Above each insect's head floated a ghostly green halo, and their abdomens were covered in writhing patterns. A detection light screen popped up. High-level insect tribe priest LV50. Old Chin's expression darkened. They are here, he shouted angrily. Priest team. The insect tribe priest team had appeared. Mage team crossbows attacked the back line, but the distance was too far. The priest team stood further behind the insect tide, surrounded by a large number of insect nest guards blocking the way. The crossbows fired, but midway they were intercepted by flying insects and guards. The mage team's fire rain could not reach that position. A few veterans looked extremely grim. The young mage who had just been excited now could not even hold his staff steady. We can't hit them. Captain, the distance isn't enough. Old Chin gritted his teeth. I know. Dozens of insect tribe priests simultaneously raised their bone staves. Ghostly green light spread from beneath them, forming a massive life recovery formation. In the next moment, green light rain fell from above the insect tide. The worker insects that were originally on the brink of death saw their health bars begin to rise. 100, 300, 500. More wounded insects lifted their heads again, their mandibles opening and their acid sacs swelling once more. The cheers from the city wall faded away. The one-armed gunner's expression turned grim. It's over. All that effort was for nothing. The young crossbowman crouched beside the crossbow. His eyes read. Those insects were about to die just now. Old Chun slammed his fist against the fortification, causing fragments to jump around. He was all too familiar with this feeling. The defending army had desperately reduced the health of the insect tide, but the insect tribe's priest team had launched a group recovery, erasing all their efforts. This was not merely a lack of damage. This was despair. The existence of the insect tribe's priest team was to crush the morale of the human defense line. Outside the city, the insect tribe priests emitted sharp cries. Their purpose was clear. This total assault had to tear open a breach in the eastern line before dawn. The front line had just been inexplicably suppressed by holy light, which had affected the entire advance of the insect tide. If they did not raise the health bars, the subsequent insect nest transport units could not approach the city wall. Thus they acted early. This was originally a trump card reserved for the wall-breaking phase. Now it had to be used. The green rain became denser. Old Chun raised his battle axe, preparing to lead the charge. Just as he was about to give the order, his gaze suddenly froze. The worker insects that had been raised by the green rain began to lose health again. The platinum runes on their carapaces still glowed. The holy light judgment had not vanished. The holy fire burning had not disappeared. They continued to gnaw away at their health bars. The health that had just been raised quickly slid down again. Old Chun was stunned for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Don't panic. He grabbed the binoculars, his eyes brightening. The green rain has stopped. The insects are still losing health. The one-armed gunner quickly looked over. Indeed, the green light rain lasted for less than 10 seconds. After the priest team's first round of healing ended, the insect swarm's health bars had just been raised slightly before being pushed down again by the platinum holy light. The worker insects had just prepared to charge when their steps began to falter again. The young mage opened his mouth, took a long time to squeeze out a sentence. This healing is useless. Old Chin laughed heartily. It's useful. It gave the insects 10 more seconds of life. This statement spread, causing the defending soldiers of the eastern third segment to first be stunned, then unable to suppress their laughter. However, the atmosphere did not remain light for long. The insect tribe's priest team had clearly noticed the issue. They raised their bone staves again. The second round of life recovery formation lit up. An even denser green rain fell. The worker insects' health bars began to rise once more. Yet the platinum judgment still clung to them. Healing raised their health while judgment deducted it. The healing ended and the health deduction continued. The health bars of the insect swarm were repeatedly tugged, never able to return to a safe line. The cries of the insect tribe priests became sharp and piercing. The third round, the fourth round, the fifth round, they began to cast skills without regard for consumption. Some priests' ghostly green patterns on their abdomens darkened, yet they still forcibly drew upon magical energy to feed the formation. The appearance of the insect tribe's priest team indeed granted the insect tide a chance at survival, but they could not sustain a permanent state. Healing could raise health lines, but could not erase eternal erosion. As long as the holy light judgment remained, the insect swarm would eventually die. The insect tribe's priest team fell into chaos. They needed to heal the frontline worker insects, yet also had to heal the guards beside them, while still needing to shield themselves. But magical energy was not infinite. 10 minutes later, the halo of the first high-level insect tribe priest dimmed. They raised their bone staff, but the tip could no longer emit green light. Immediately after was the second, the third, the seventh. The mages and archers on the city wall were all stunned. They had seen the insect tribe priests save the day and had witnessed the priest team suppressing human firepower to force the insect tide forward. But they had never seen priests being forced into magical depletion by continuous health loss. The one-armed gunner's mouth felt dry. The insect healers have run out of mana. Old Chun pointed outside the city with his battle axe. Fire. Seize the moment, take their lives. The crossbows roared. Spells cascaded down. The wounded worker insects, deprived of the support of the priest team, began to fall in rows. The holy light judgment finished, deducting the last few health points, incinerating a large number of dark insect tribe members into charred remains. Military merit notifications rolled continuously before Lin Yuan's eyes. Lin Yuan turned off the notifications, leaving only the total count. He looked into the distance. The insect tribe priests were retreating. A few priests dragged their depleted halos, awkwardly burrowing back underground. But further away, the dark flesh pillars on the backs of the insect nest transport units began to light up one by one in purple light. Lin Yuan sheathed his bow, his gaze slightly narrowing. The insect tribe's healers had been drained by him. But this total assault had only just entered its second phase. After the retreat of the insectoid priest group, the battlefield outside the city walls remained restless. The dark sea of insects continued to push forward. However, the advance was thoroughly shattered after Lin Yuan repeatedly cast the judgment of holy light on the front line. A multitude of worker insects were stuck outside the defensive formation, their carapaces glowing with platinum flames as their bodies twitched uncontrollably. The rear swarm was still charging ahead, while the frontline insects found themselves unable to move. Two forces compressed into one, turning the area beneath the city wall into a quagmire of flesh and blood. Old Chin stood behind the parapet, his armor smeared with insect blood and dust. He wiped his hand across his face, intending to scold, but his gaze froze outside the city wall. The first batch of insects marked by Lin Yuan was finally heading towards their demise. The health bar of the foremost dark worker insect emptied, its thick carapace burned through from the inside, and its massive body crashed into the pool of acid, splashing a large amount of black-green wastewater. Following that, the second, third, and fourth ones fell. Rows of dark insects collapsed one after another. They were neither pierced by crossbow bolts nor shattered by the mage group. Many insects bore no new wounds. Their health bars simply dropped to zero after the final segment of damage from the platinum runes on their carapaces finished. This scene filled the defenders with an indescribable strangeness. They fought valiantly until their arms grew sore and numb, desperately holding the parapet, only to witness the most troublesome tide of insects beneath the city wall beginning to perish in droves. The one-armed spearman holding a heavy crossbow stared blankly and asked Old Chun who was responsible for these kills. Old Chun was equally shocked. He had fought in countless city defense battles and knew the rules of kills. The frontline battlefield was different from the rear instances. The tide of insects belonged to a legion battle, and experience was distributed based on kill contributions. Completing a finishing blow could earn additional rewards. The main damage dealers took the lion's share. Others who caused damage, including the priests who healed the team, would share experience based on their actual contributions. Control, slow blind, and interruption also counted towards corresponding contributions. Thus, everyone on the battlefield did not greedily seek to deal the final blow, but merely aimed to survive and output damage. Every insect that fell allowed Lin Yuan to claim a significant amount of experience. Even if they were struck by crossbow bolts or burned by mages, as long as the judgment of holy light was still active, his name would surely appear on the experience distribution list. Moreover, the proportion of damage he caused was astonishingly high. The judgment of holy light dealt 100 points per second to the dark insect race, while the holy fire arrow dealt 60 points per second, along with contributions from bleeding, corrosion, burning, and control. A large portion of the core damage to the insects originated from him. Lin Yuan stood in the shadow of the maintenance tower, the prompts before his retina surged in intensity. Even just looking at the experience bar, the golden progress was climbing at an astonishing speed. 12%, 29%, 46%, 73%. He had just recently entered LV42, and leveling up required a massive accumulation of monsters above level 40. However, at this moment outside Jin Yuan Pass, the insects were launching a full-scale assault. The monsters were high in level, numerous, and densely packed. Most crucially, each round of his rain of arrows could cover hundreds of targets. While others were suffocated by the overwhelming assault, he welcomed a sea of experience crashing towards his. Lin Yuan gripped the void rift bow, his knuckles steady as a rock. The cooldown of his arrows had completed. He raised his hand once again to unleash a rain of platinum light onto the regrouping swarm outside the city wall. Hundreds of judgment of holy light sigils lit up in succession. The experience bar continued to soar. Old Chin caught a glimpse of Lin Yuan's returning figure glowing with platinum light, and his eyelids twitched violently. Did you level up? Lin Yuan pulled back the bowstring, his gaze fixed outside the city, allowing the light to gather around him. In the next moment, golden light shot up from beneath his feet. Level up LV-42 changed to LV-43. He had just been contemplating whether this full-scale assault could last until the defense change. As a result, this newly arrived lieutenant managed to level up amidst the perilous tide of insects. This was not the end. Just as the experience bar for LV-43 emerged, a new round of ascension immediately commenced. Lin Yuan allocated all his newly gained free attribute points into agility. His body became increasingly light, and his vision and reactions sharper. Each time he went out to shoot a round, he would return to rest for a while. Lin Yuan nimbly moved using the shadows on the inner side of the city wall to conceal his presence once more. Several flying insects swept through the air, their acid brushing against the maintenance tower and corroding holes into the black steel plates. He did not stop his feet. After landing, the speed boost triggered, and he weaved between two scrapped crossbows, raising his bow to aim at the flank of the insect swarm below. An ordinary magic arrow pierced through the first worker insect, maintaining its momentum to penetrate the second and the third, causing the surface of the latter to glow with runes. 3 split secondary arrows followed closely behind, scattering. 6 insects simultaneously entered their countdown to death. Lin Yuan's rhythm became increasingly adept. The rain of arrows was responsible for widely spreading the sigils. The ordinary arrows filled in crucial bottlenecks. As long as a node was marked with permanent slow and blind effects by him, the rear swarm would be forced to detour or directly crash into it. The battlefield was already chaotic, and this chain blockage had forcibly slowed the entire tide of insects. The defending soldiers finally sensed the pressure easing significantly. The parapet that previously required 3 shield bearers to defend was now only approached by a few scattered flying insects. The mage group no longer poured their magic into the front line, but instead had the energy to pick off distant insect nest guards. The priests gained a chance to breathe, dragging the newly fallen soldiers back to safety. A blood-soaked officer rushed from the rear, carrying the insignia of a lieutenant, his breastplate half eroded by acid. Just as he stepped onto the parapet, he was stunned by the sudden appearance of a large buffer line. Outside the city walls, layers of black insect corpses piled up. In the distance, the tide of insects continued to push, but within 30 meters of the city wall, a rare vacuum gap had formed. The lieutenant grabbed Old Chin's shoulder armor, his tone urgent. "What's the situation here? I received feedback from the battlefield formation, and the density of the insect tide has suddenly decreased by 40%. What kind of forbidden spell did you all use?" Old Chin rapped the wall with his rough knuckles, gazing in Lin Yuan's direction. "No forbidden spells, but the lieutenant has one." The lieutenant followed the direction and saw only a swath of empty shadow. Immediately after, a rain of platinum arrows whistled out from that shadow, striking into the distant swarm. The lieutenant witnessed hundreds of dark worker insects being branded with holy light runes, their charge speed drastically reduced, and the originally orderly battle line fell apart. He swallowed slightly. "Which unit is this lieutenant from?" Old Chin chuckled twice. "Just arrived." The lieutenant furrowed his brow. "How can someone just arrive do this to the insect tide?" Old Chin spread his hands. "You'll have to check the military merit database for that. I'm curious about how much merit he actually earned." Lin Yuan remained focused on drawing his bow, ignoring the conversation. The experience bar had crossed the midpoint of LV-43. After the priest group exhausted their magic, the front line of the insect tide lost its supply of life, firmly suppressed by the permanent judgment of holy light. The second wave of deaths arrived on schedule. Experience continued to soar: 61%, 78%, 90%, 99%. The second golden light of level up suddenly burst forth. Level up LV-43 changed to LV-44. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to exert force, a heavy roar suddenly echoed from deep within the outer city. The sound wave penetrated from the ground, causing fragments of stone to tumble from the outer layer of the city wall. The distant swarm came to an abrupt halt. Low-level worker insects crawled on the ground, and even the flying insects in the air lowered their wings, no longer daring to flap them recklessly. The black sea of insects slowly split apart from the center. A wide passage opened up, leading directly to the deepest part of the battlefield. Old Chin's hand gripping the battle axe was tense with bulging veins. "This is bad." The lieutenant turned and raised his spyglass to look into the distance. The ground ahead began to rise violently. Large chunks of black soil were forcibly pushed up, and dark purple beams of light erupted from the gaps. A thick, terrifying insect limb emerged from the ground, its surface covered with heavy dark crystal armor and edges sticky with toxic corrosive slime. Lin Yuan halted, locking his gaze on the cracked center of the insect sea. The detection sigils repeatedly lit up with warnings. A grand and solemn voice echoed: "Officers of school rank and above will take over the battlefield. Those below school rank should go supply themselves. This battle will take a long time." After the order for the school-level officers to take command of the battlefield spread, the officers and sergeants stationed at various sections of the city wall began to retreat to the inner supply points, while those above level 60 took their positions on the battlements to maintain the most basic line of fire. Lin Yuan did not insist on staying. He had just leveled up twice, looked fine, but his mana had already dropped to a dangerous level. If it weren't for those 2 level-ups restoring his state, he would have run out of blue mana long ago. What limited his monster-killing capabilities was never the damage but the mana regeneration time. He turned and entered the military channel. Behind him, the dark crystal insect limbs were still pushing out from below the ground. The tactical hologram of the school-level officer had already unfolded with numerous high-level teams gathering towards the eastern front. Lin Yuan knew that those monsters were definitely not ordinary. He had to go back and boost his capabilities. The moment his mana was exhausted was the most dangerous time. Red potions, antidotes, bandages, armor repair gel, and a small number of blue potions were being distributed. The line for blue potions was the longest. A dust-covered mage shouted, "I've had my firewall on the west side broken twice. If you don't give me blue mana, the bugs will crawl onto my face." The logistics soldier pushed him aside. "You can collect the mage group list. Please wait in line." Another hunter squeezed forward. "I need blue mana too. The flying bugs in the eastern section are not cleared yet." The logistics soldier glanced at his profession badge and directly pushed the badge back. "Hunters are not in the priority supply sequence." The hunter retorted indignantly, "Why not? Am I not going to the wall? Am I not killing bugs?" The logistics soldier raised his voice. "Right now, blue potions are prioritized for priests, healing shamans, battlefield mages, and formation masters. You hunters have bows and arrows. Even without blue mana, you can shoot. If priests run out of blue mana, the front line will die." This statement left the hunter embarrassed and unable to refute. Supply during wartime is not a place for face saving. If priests run out of blue mana, injured soldiers will die in droves. If mages run out of blue mana, large areas of firepower will collapse. If formation masters run out of blue mana, city defense formations cannot be repaired and entire sections of the wall will be corroded by acid. But if hunters run out of blue mana, they can still shoot flat. Lin Yuan approached the distribution platform presenting his second lieutenant shoulder insignia. "I want blue potion." The logistics soldier instinctively wanted to refuse, but paused when he saw the second lieutenant badge. He lowered his head to check the permissions and then looked at Lin Yuan's profession column. Light Ranger. He showed a hesitant expression. "Second Lieutenant Lin, even the officer channel cannot override the general supply order. The hunter's blue potion quota is temporarily frozen." Nearby, several hunters in line immediately looked over. Someone recognized the second lieutenant badge on Lin Yuan's shoulder, their eyes filled with anticipation. If even the second lieutenant could be refused, they might as well not fight for it. Lin Yuan maintained a calm attitude. "I'll buy it with military merits." The logistics soldier pushed the hologram over. Wartime blue potion exchange temporarily locked. Priority sequence healing group, spellcasting formation maintenance. Hunters exchange permissions paused. Lin Yuan looked at the line of red text, calculating quickly in his heart. Right now he couldn't buy blue potions. Having money was useless. This was worse than dealing with the insect priest team. The priest team could at least be drained. The supply order couldn't be shot through with a single arrow. An old hunter leaned against the wall wearing a captain's shoulder insignia. He sized up Lin Yuan for a moment and then spoke up. "Did you just arrive?" Lin Yuan replied, "I arrived today." The old hunter sighed. "No wonder. Frontline hunters rely on blue potions. That's only possible if they have a mine. When the general attack starts, blue potions won't be available for us." Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the old bow at his waist. "Then what do you rely on?" The old hunter raised his hand and tapped a few times on his profession panel. A layer of dark green aura lit up beneath his feet, which he quickly turned off. Guardian aura. Lin Yuan understood mana regeneration. The old hunter nodded in confirmation. After level 40 hunters have access to the Viper's Guardian skill. Regenerates 1% of maximum mana every 3 seconds at the cost of having attack power. The hunter who had just been refused thumped the wall in frustration. "Why didn't I think of that?" "Oh, it's just that I can't afford it." The old hunter shot him a sideways glance. "You didn't think of it. You just think it reduces damage too much and have money for other skills instead." The hunter was left speechless. Frontline hunters focus on burst damage and single target kills. A 50% reduction in attack power would make many skills damage utterly unbearable. Viper's Guardian has the role of survival and sustainability on the battlefield. No one would use it in a main combat role. But Lin Yuan was different. His basic attack being halved had minimal impact. He relied on permanent holy light judgment, holy fire, bleeding, slowing, blinding, and paralyzing to kill bugs. As long as the arrow hits, what does it matter if the attack power is halved? With one arrow attached, the bug would still enter a death countdown. After hearing the old hunter's words, Lin Yuan remembered that there was a temporary profession training area set up behind the camp. He quickly left the supply station and found a light ranger trainer stationed outside a tent. The trainer, draped in a platinum cloak, was polishing a long bow. Upon seeing Lin Yuan display his second lieutenant insignia, he opened the skill exchange list for Light Rangers. Viper's Guardian. Effect after activation restores 1 of maximum mana every 3 seconds. Cost attack power is reduced by 50. Learning cost, 200 military merits. Note Guardian skills can only activate 1 at a time. Another skill below was also lit up. Viper's Stinger. Effect after hitting the target drains 8 of the target's mana within 8 seconds. Limitation: the target must possess mana, dark energy, spiritual energy, or other drainable resources. Learning cost, 200 military merits. Lin Yuan examined the second skill, his gaze shifting. The Dark Insect Priest has mana. The flesh column of the insect nest transport body contains dark energy. High-level insect guards also have energy cores. If Viper's Stinger can latch on, it would be enough for him to replenish a significant amount of blue mana from high-level units. More importantly, this skill belongs to a negative status. If he frees up a slot, it could also be permanently modified into an eternal mana drain. By then, any enemy with a mana bar would turn into his moving blue potion. Lin Yuan did not hesitate and submitted a military merit application to the trainer. Learn Viper's Guardian. Skill learning successful. Viper's Guardian. He continued to transfer military merits. Learn Viper's Stinger. Skill learning successful. Viper's Stinger. The dark green Guardian aura spread out beneath his feet. Lin Yuan's attack panel was immediately halved, but his mana began to slowly recover, regenerating once every 3 seconds. It may not be fast, but it is extremely stable. In such a prolonged battlefield, stability is the most solid foundation. The old hunter watched him decisively purchase both skills, unable to help but laugh generous. Lin Yuan replied flatly, I can kill enemies and earn it back. The old hunter was taken aback, then gave a thumbs up. That sounds good, much better than those who cry poor every day. The hunter who had been rejected quickly flipped through the skill pages, and his expression fell upon seeing the prices. The old hunter teased, you should first keep your life safe. Lin Yuan looked to the other side of the supply station. Since he couldn't buy blue potions, he would spend the remaining military merits on equipment that wouldn't be locked down during wartime. He approached the military supply exchange terminal, where several officers were rushing to purchase acid-resistant charms and spare armor pieces. Lin Yuan walked over and brought up the second lieutenant equipment catalog. He currently had the Toxic Queen armor and the Void Rift bow. His core equipment was sufficient. However, he still needed to strengthen his shoes, bracers, and belt. Especially speed. On the battlefield of a general attack, running fast can allow for more judgments to be laid down and reduce the amount of acid damage taken. Windrunner boots. Quality blue, excellent. Level requirement LV 40. Agility 38, movement speed 32. Special effects swift. After breaking free from immobilization, movement speed increases by an additional 15 for 3 seconds. Lin Yuan confirmed the exchange. After acquiring the battle boots, he immediately put them on, feeling his feet become lighter. The old hunter approached and handed him a gray small token. Take this, it's the temporary channel for bow and arrow professions on the Eastern Front. You, a light ranger who can run and fight, shouldn't be stuffed into fixed positions by school officers. We know where the holes are and where the bugs are fat. Attention Eastern Front. The tactical light curtain atop the supply station flickered violently, and a red military order swept across the entire hall. The insect nest transport has entered the fire coverage area of the outer wall. All junior officers return to the ranks, and all awakened ones above level 40 immediately ascend the wall to provide support. The hunter, just equipped with new wrist guards, shook his wrist, causing the strap in his hand to not fasten properly. The old hunter shoved a gray small token into Lin Yuan's palm and spoke rapidly, don't crowd towards the main battle, commander. That's not a place for us to approach. There are many small monsters from East 3 to East 7, and military merits are plentiful, but their lives are relatively tougher. Lin Yuan pocketed the small token, his dark green Viper Guardian halo pulsating rhythmically, restoring his mana. A formation master burst in from outside, half of his sleeve burned away by acidic liquid, urgently shouting, the outer wall of segment 6 has lost 2 layers of formations. We need long-range suppression immediately. The windstorm battle boots struck the black steel ground, and he dashed out of the supply station. The military passage was packed with people. Lin Yuan's shoulder insignia lit up with second lieutenant authority as he navigated through the narrow side path. Upon reaching the inner side of segment 3, he beheld a battlefield starkly different from before. Outside the city, a sea of insects split into several black torrents, pressing towards each segment of the Eastern Front simultaneously. Further away, the dark flesh columns on the backs of the insect nest transports began to glow with purple light. Every time a beam of light swept across the exoskeletons of the frontline worker insects would expand. The ordinary worker insects were enhanced. They crashed into the defense formation, causing the runes to emit a teeth-grinding blast. On the city wall, high-level officers above level 60 had taken control of the critical bulwarks. A redrobed mage stood on the rune platform raising his staff as a massive array of blue and white lightning rained down from the heavens, covering a battlefield nearly 100 meters wide. Where the lightning struck, the exoskeletons of the worker insects charred in patches. A high-level archer stood atop a damaged arrow tower, the bowstring vibrating continuously, each arrow piercing through the head of a dark scythe insect. Those scythe insects, which required concentrated fire from soldiers of levels 40 to 50 to injure, could not withstand a second arrow in his hands. In front of the gap at the East 5 city gate, a shield warrior stood alone against 3 insect nest guards. The heavy feet of the insect nest guard slammed against the giant shield, sparks flying. The shield warrior stood firm, countering with a shield bash that sent one of the guards stumbling back 7 or 8 meters. The level gap was starkly evident at this moment. The range of high-level awakeners' skills, the thickness of their attributes, and the strength of their equipment all crushed the lower-level battlefield. Indeed, high-level officers were powerful, but they were few in number. The small monsters continued to surge upwards layer upon layer. Lin Yuan raised the void rift, bow the platinum glow illuminating along the bow's body. I'll cover from East 3 to East 7. Old Chin's eyelid twitched. Are you running across so many segments? Do you have enough mana? Lin Yuan's dark green halo flickered. Enough for now. How stingy you are, Old Chun remarked, slightly taken aback by the sight of the halo, then joked, Viper Guardian. You're quite the miser. The arrow rain cooldown completed. Lin Yuan didn't explain further. The platinum arrow rain fell upon the forward line of segment 3 and the hundreds of enhanced worker insects illuminated with holy light judgment simultaneously. The holy fire immediately burned. The blinding suppression from the shining arrows caused the frontline worker insects to lose their direction in spewing acid. With 70% of the slowdown effect applied, the previously enhanced charge rhythm broke once more. The rear insect swarm, unable to halt in time, crashed into the remnants of the frontline insects, causing a blockage in the tide of insects. Old Chun immediately reacted, crossbows focus on the left side. Don't hit the blockage, he's already engaged to fill in the gaps. The veterans were already accustomed to Lin Yuan's fighting style. They no longer scrambled to shoot recklessly, but rather followed Lin Yuan's created openings to deal damage. Lin Yuan turned and entered stealth, using the wind step to cross into the inner passage, heading straight for segment 4. The flying insects in segment 4 hovered very low. The mages were maintaining a wind wall, sweat pouring down their faces as the acidic liquid from the flying insects repeatedly slammed against the wind wall, creating large clouds of green smoke. Lin Yuan paused in the shadow of the arrow tower, raining arrows directly into the thickest part of the flying insect swarm. The holy light judgment spread out. The speed of the flying insect swarm plummeted, their wing membranes burned through by the holy fire, and several stunned flying insects plummeted towards the wall. A mage turned around and shouted, who's recklessly firing holy light arrows? Don't disrupt the rhythm of the wind wall. In the next breath, dozens of flying insects fell from the sky. The mage's anger froze. The assistant beside him swallowed hard and responded, sir, it seems quite useful. Lin Yuan had already left. Segment 5. Segment 6. Segment 7. The Viper Guardian continued to restore mana. The halved attack power had little effect on him. He even deliberately shot a Viper spike at the dark flesh column on the transport outside. The arrow struck the flesh column, and a dark green mark appeared. An energy was drawn back from the target, and Lin Yuan's mana bar immediately recovered a portion. Useful. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. In the future, when encountering large targets with mana bars, he wouldn't have to worry about sustaining himself. Meanwhile, within the central command tower of Jinyuan Pass, a massive holographic sand table floated in the center of the circular hall. Red, black, and gold markers blinked continuously, and the status of the defenses at various segments was being updated numerically. Commander Gu Changfeng stood before the sand table, draped in a black and gold military coat, his right hand pressing on the edge of the command platform. Behind him, representatives from the City Lord's Mansion Military Department, 3 major families, and frontline guilds stood on either side. The power dynamics at Jinyuan Pass were complex. The City Lord's Mansion controlled the overall defense formations, the military department managed wartime deployments, the 3 major families controlled portions of arms and supplies, and the frontline guild was responsible for hiring a large number of professionals. On ordinary days, various factions vie for resources, territory, and military merits. During the total offensive of the insect race, all disputes had to be subdued first, because after the city falls, no one can take power to their graves. At the forefront of the sand table, several enormous golden markers collided with black battle general markers. Gu Changfeng raised his hand to activate the display. On the main battlefield outside the city, a nearly 30-meter dark crystal insect battle general swung, its 4 arms the dark purple, slashing waves sweeping across the city walls. Facing it was the General Qin Poyu of Jinyuan Pass. The heavy hammer pierced through hundreds of meters, shattering the dark purple, slashing waves. On the other side, the female general Bai Shuanghua floated in midair, spreading ice rings beneath her feet. With a wave of her hand, dozens of flying insects were frozen and plummeted. Even the flesh columns of the insect nest transports were frozen halfway. To the west, the city lord's mansion's devotee, Chen Wuze, wielded a black battle knife, engaging in close combat with a scythe-footed battle general. Each strike of the knife could shave off large portions of the opponent's exoskeleton. These general-level beings were the true guardians of Jinyuan Pass. Their levels, professions, and equipment were unknown to the outside world. To stand before an insect race battle general already represented unfathomable depth. However, Gu Changfeng's expression remained tense. On the sand table, the defensive lines were still marked in red. The casualty numbers continued to rise. The injury rate in Segment 9 was 19%. The formations in Segment 2 northward were damaged by 34%. The reserve team in Segment 5 westward had already deployed their third batch. At that moment, the major responsible for rear surveillance suddenly stood up. His voice changed. Commander, there's a logical error in the data for a segment of the eastern edge of the defense line. Gu Changfeng's gaze did not shift. From Segment 3 to Segment 7, the casualty rate is less than 2%, but the enemy damage data is soaring in a cliff-like fashion, already exceeding the elite defense of the city lord's mansion at the main defense line in Segment 1. Everyone in the hall turned to look at the sand table. The 5 segments of city walls from Segment 3 to Segment 7 were supposed to be under immense pressure on the flanks. There was no general stationed there, and the number of officers was not particularly high. But at this moment, the black tide of insects outside that area was rapidly turning gray. Outside the eastern city wall, the sea of insects suddenly halted. The dark worker insects, which had been relentlessly crashing against the defensive formation, began to withdraw in droves. They dragged their broken shells, avoiding the corpses strewn across the ground, and split to the sides. The soldiers on the city wall did not cheer. No one believed the insects were afraid. In the distance, the ground trembled. Black dust swirled, and at the end of the parted sea of insects, dozens of massive shadows gradually emerged. Each one towered above the arrow towers outside the city walls. They were clad in dark crystal armor. Grotesque flesh columns grew from their backs, and their sturdy insect legs crushed countless low-tier insect creatures with each step. The detection array flickered wildly red light, stinging the eyes. Warning. Giant insect lord detected. Dark crystal corrosion, lord level LV80. Black abyss, scythe, lord level LV82. City-eating beetle, lord level LV81. Confirming quantity. On the city wall, all sounds were suppressed. A young shield bearer stared blankly into the distance, his shield slipping to the ground. Level 80. An old soldier next to him slapped his helmet, his eyes turning red as he shouted, "Pick it up. Do you want the insects to pick it up for you?" The young shield bearer trembled as he picked up the shield. But his hands were still shaking. Not just him. Along the entire eastern line, many people's legs felt weak. Most of them were around level 40, and many had just crossed level 30, temporarily summoned to the walls to repair formations, move ammunition, and provide fire support. Level 80 lords. That was a gap they could not fill with their lives. Lin Yuan stood in the shadow inside Section 6 of the east, his gaze crossing over the city wall. System notifications continued to pop up. Lord-level units are participating in the battlefield. Experience, military merits, and drop rewards for Lord-level units will be automatically distributed based on contribution. Any effective damage control, weakening, or defensive interference will earn contribution points. Dropped items will be automatically sent to the contributor's inventory. Lin Yuan's eyes moved. Automatic distribution. Automatic pickup. As long as you touch it, it counts as contribution. Even if the proportion is low, there is a chance to gain experience and materials. If a permanent negative effect is attached, contributions will continue to be calculated. With so many lords in front of him, it would be absolutely unacceptable not to take a shot. Lieutenant Lin. Old Chun noticed him moving forward again, his face turning pale. Don't tell me you want to attack that thing. Lin Yuan turned to look at him. I just want to touch it. Old Chun was nearly laughing in anger. That's an 80-level lord. If you touch it, it could wipe your household registration. Lin Yuan did not respond to the bait. He looked towards the center of the city wall. The heavy sound of mechanisms echoed from the inside. In the center of the eastern main wall, 8 giant steel doors opened simultaneously. The ground tracks lit up with magical energy runes. 8 mana siege cannons, each with a caliber of over 3 meters, were slowly pushed out, their bodies engraved with silver-blue patterns, the insides of the cannon mouths accumulating blinding light. The ones pushing the cannons were not ordinary logistics. A group of heavily armored warriors braced against the sides of the cannon base, their shoulders pressing against the runes until they bled, yet none of them let go. Behind them, array masters knelt on the ground, pouring their mana into the energy supply slots. Some had pale faces, blood dripping from their noses. Insufficient energy. The third cannon team is still 12% short. A one-armed mage pressed his hand against the spare crystal slot, shouting hoarsely, I still have 3 lives. Draw. Don't dawdle. A soldier nearby with red eyes shouted, "If you die this time, you'll only be sent to logistics when you respawn." The one-armed mage cursed loudly, "Let it drop. If the Jinyuan Pass falls, I won't have a place to train back, even if I drop to level 1. The soldier did not try to persuade further, directly activating the energy extraction array. The one-armed mage's body trembled violently as blue light flowed from his palm into the cannon base, his face visibly paling. On the other side of the city wall, a squad of shield bearers desperately blocked a breach in the defensive formation, which had been corroded. Acidic liquid splashed down, smoke rising from the shield's surface. The frontmost shield bearer was on the brink of collapse, but held the shield firmly. "Change out," the captain at the back yelled. The shield bearer turned back and cursed, "Change your mother. I still have 2 respawns left. If I use one today, that backline of little brats can die one less." The next moment, several flying insects swooped down. The shield bearer withdrew his shield and dashed out through the breach, grabbing hold of one of the flying insects' necks and pulling the explosive talisman from his waist. "Get down." Fire erupted. The flying insect and the shield bearer tumbled down from the city wall together. The city wall fell into a brief silence, which was soon filled with shouting. "Reinforce. Seal the breach. Don't let it be in vain." Lin Yuan watched this scene, his fingers resting on the bowstring. He had seen the ruthlessness of freelancers and the incompetence of the Meng family army. But the people at Jinyuan Pass were different. They knew they would die, knew their respawn counts were dwindling, knew their levels would drop and their equipment would break. Yet they still pushed forward. Because behind them was not the exit of a dungeon. It was a survival base that humanity had painstakingly established on this continent, potentially becoming the final bastion of civilization for the entire planet. Fire. In the center of the city wall, the officer waved the command flag. The 8-mana siege cannons roared simultaneously. Massive energy beams tore through the battlefield's black dust, striking fiercely at the foremost insect lords. Only white and blue light remained in the world. The beams struck the dark crystal corrosion lord's chest and abdomen, causing its armor to shatter with large cracks, greenish-black blood gushing forth. The other city-eating beetle lord was forced back half a step, its 6 insect legs furrowing deep grooves into the ground. A suppressed roar erupted from the city wall. "Hit! Cannon team again." It retreated. But as the smoke cleared, the cheers abruptly. The several lords still stood. Their armor was shattered, but their health bars had only dropped slightly, not even by 1/10. The dark crystal corrosion lord glanced down at the crack in its chest, and the flesh column on its back suddenly glowed with purplish-black light. In the next moment, it opened its massive mouth. A corrosion beam shot straight toward the central cannon team on the city wall. Defense formation. The array masters raised their hands simultaneously. 3 layers of light, shields unfolded in front of the cannon team. The beam struck the first layer, which shattered instantly. The second layer held for less than 2 seconds before cracks spread across the entire shield. When the third layer lit up, dozens of array masters simultaneously spat blood. "Hold on." The beam finally deviated, grazing the edge of the city wall, and crashed into a secondary arrow tower. The entire arrow tower was corroded into black water. More than a dozen soldiers inside didn't even have time to scream. Old Chin's eyes turned red as he roared, "Don't look." "Continue loading." Suddenly, several glowing halos appeared in the distance. From the inner city direction, dozens of top-tier human experts soared into the air. They were wrapped in the radiance of different professions, directly crossing over the city wall to engage the giant insect lords. A white-haired swordsman dashed through the air, swinging his sword, creating a 100-meter-long sword energy that sliced across the battlefield, striking the front limb of the Black Abyss Scythe Lord. Sparks exploded, and the Lord's front limb was deeply scarred. Another lightning mage raised his hands, summoning a storm of purple and white lightning, enveloping the 3 lords in a tempest of thunder. An ice frost general hovered in midair, spreading an icy ring with a wave of her hand, freezing large swathes of low-tier insect creatures into shards. Even the lord's insect legs were covered in thick frost. Blades of light, shadows of spears, rain of fire, and holy shields intertwined in the high skies outside the city. The lords emitted piercing shrieks, their massive feet stomping down, sending shockwaves spreading outwards. Low-tier insect creatures were ground into paste. Nearby human scouts were also blown away, their health bars instantly depleted. Ordinary soldiers could not intervene at all. They could only stand on the city walls, watching those rare, strong individuals clash fiercely with the lords. The young shield bearer murmured, "They can win, right?" Old Chin wiped the blood from his face, his voice hoarse. "They must win." No one rebutted. Because if they lost, the eastern line would be torn apart. The dozens of lords charged toward the base of the city wall. Even the thickest walls of Jinyuan Pass could not withstand them. However, Lin Yuan did not continue to gaze upwards. He opened his panel and checked his mana. The Viper Guardian was still in operation. After a brief rest earlier, his mana had fully recovered. It was sufficient. He activated his camouflage and stealth, blending into the shadows of the city wall. The Gale Step is activated. 8 meters of displacement crossed the damaged passage, and upon landing the speed surged. Surrounding him were low-tier professionals retreating inward. Some were carrying the injured, some dragging broken crossbows, while others were rushed to the supply point by soldiers. Lin Yuan moved against the flow of people, getting closer to the edge of the battle. A lieutenant saw the shine on his shoulder insignia and shouted urgently, "Second lieutenant. Ahead is the Lord's battle zone retreat." Lin Yuan did not stop his steps, saying, "I will not enter the center. You could die at the edges too." "I know." The lieutenant cursed angrily, but was forced to turn back by the explosion sounds coming from behind. Lin Yuan had already vanished into the chaos. He advanced along the outer damaged walkway of Section 6, using the abandoned arrow tower for cover. The closer he got to the outer edge of the city wall, the more terrifying the pressure became. The residual waves of the Lord's battle swept through every few seconds. A piece of shell the size of a grinding wheel flew onto the city wall, piercing through 3 layers of steel plates and pinning a heavily armored soldier against the wall. That heavily armored soldier was not dead, yet with just a sliver of health remaining. He saw Lin Yuan passing by and struggled to shout, Don't go." Lin Yuan paused for a moment, took out a bottle of healing potion, and stuffed it into his hand. "Hold on." The heavily armored soldier was stunned and wanted to say something more, but Lin Yuan had already leaped over the broken low wall. On the outer edge of the city, low-tier insectoids were scattered by the pressure of the high-tier battle. Lin Yuan stood behind a collapsed artillery platform about 300 meters away from the nearest lord. At this distance, an ordinary hunter's arrow would not reach. But with the Void Rift bow and skill amplification, it was worth a try. He locked onto his target. It was a city-devouring beetle lord being restrained by a thunderous expert. It was massive, with a broad carapace and relatively slow movements, making it ideal for applying status effects. Lin Yuan drew the bowstring fully. Platinum light gathered at the arrow tip. A standard shot might not penetrate the armor, but that was not his goal. As long as the hit confirmation was successful, the arrow was released. The magic arrow cut through the chaotic battlefield, passed through 2 severely injured worker insects, grazed a bolt of lightning, and finally embedded itself at the edge of a crack in the city-devouring beetle lord's carapace. Damage numbers appeared. 1. Pathetically weak. But in the next moment, a flurry of status effects illuminated the city-devouring beetle lord. Holy Light Judgment 100.2 permanent. Holy Fire Arrow 60.2 permanent. Bleeding 9.2 permanent. Bee Venom Paralysis permanent. Lin Yuan's lips curled slightly. It worked. The health bar of the city-devouring beetle lord showed almost no visible change. After all, it was an level 80 lord with an absurdly thick health pool. Yet his name had already appeared on the contribution list. You have caused effective sustained weakening to the city-devouring beetle lord. Contribution record established. A general who was originally engaged with the lord suddenly noticed that the enemy's movements had significantly slowed. He glanced back towards the city wall, astonished. Who applied such a severe slow on it? No one answered. Lin Yuan had already switched targets. The second one, the Dark Crystal Corruptor Lord. This one was even more dangerous, as its fleshy pillars continuously emitted corrosive beams, forcing 2 high-tier shield guards to defend together. The moment Lin Yuan saw it turn around, he shot his second arrow. The arrow struck the side of the fleshy pillar. 1. A status appeared. Simultaneously, the Viper Spike successfully attached. Dark green energy surged back, and Lin Yuan's mana bar surged significantly. His eyes gleamed brighter. The energy density of the Lord-level fleshy pillar was exceedingly high. This was no mere monster, it was a moving power bank. The Dark Crystal Corruptor Lord screeched, seemingly sensing an unwanted burden on itself. It turned its fleshy pillar towards the city wall's edge. A surge of purple-black light began to gather. Lin Yuan immediately retreated. Gale Step. He flashed 8 meters away just as the corrosive beam struck the spot he had occupied. Steel stones and insect corpses all turned to black water. A heat wave rolled over, and the outer layer of the toxic Bee Queen's armor was corroded with fine pits. Lin Yuan felt a chill running down his back. That was close. The level difference was unreasonable. He did not dare to be greedy with his shots and immediately dove into another shadow, waiting for the Lord's aggro to be drawn away by high-tier experts. A high-tier shield guard turned around and shouted angrily, "Who is messing with the aggro beside? Are you looking for death?" Lin Yuan remained silent. Once the Dark Crystal Corruptor Lord was deflected by the shield guard, he raised his bow again. The third, the fourth, the fifth. He did not pursue output time, he only aimed for each lord to have the full set of permanent statuses applied once. It was best if paralysis could be triggered. If not, it was still worth it. As long as Holy Light Judgment, Holy Fire Slow, and Blindness took effect, contributions would continue to grow. On the city wall, Old Chen looked through his binoculars, heart racing. This kid really went for it. The one-armed gunner said blankly, "What is he after?" Old Chen's mouth twitched. "He's after riches and danger." The one-armed gunner fell silent for a moment. This kind of wealth is too terrifying. In the distance of black abyss, Scythe Lord suddenly froze. Just as it was about to leap and slash at the white-haired swordsman, its body stiffened midair for a moment. Paralysis triggered. The white-haired swordsman seized the opportunity and stabbed his sword into the gap at its neck. A large spray of dark blood erupted. The white-haired swordsman's gaze sharpened as he shouted towards the city wall's edge, "Who's controlling it?" "Continue." Lin Yuan switched to a mid-tier, armor-piercing arrow in the shadows. "Continue then." He drew the bow and shot again. The rain of arrows could not be released haphazardly. With the lords spread out, the rain of arrows covering low was not as effective as hitting them one by one. However, if they came closer in the next round, the rain of arrows could apply effects to more of them at once. Lin Yuan quickly calculated in his mind. He had already hit 7. There were at least 30 more on the battlefield. As long as each one got a permanent status applied, even if the big ones were taken by high-tier experts in the end, he could still gain an exaggerated amount of experience. More importantly, the Lord's drops would automatically go into his backpack. Even if he only received a piece of carapace or a venom gland, it would still be a high-tier material. In the high-tier battle zone, it had already turned into a no man's land. Low-tier insectoids dared not approach, and human soldiers did not dare to step even half a foot in. The battlefield was churned up with black soil, broken carapaces, and acid mixed together, creating holes connected to each other. Every time the residual wave from a high-tier clash swept through, it would turn insect corpses dozens of meters away into mush. Chen Wuzue was right in the center. The black battle knife in his hand had become burning hot, yet the creature standing before him still would not fall. It was a level 90 dark bone dragon insect. Its body stretched over 100 meters long, with its front half raised bony spikes extending from its spine all the way to its tail, and its head adorned with 6 ghostly purple compound eyes. The most troublesome part was the layer of bone armor on it. When struck, sparks would fly, and the bone armor would only leave white marks. Chen Wuzue had been entangled with it for half an hour. In that half hour, he had severed 3 of its bony spikes, split a piece of neck armor, and had been knocked away by its tail twice. Yet the dark bone dragon insect's health bar remained above 80%. It recovered far too quickly. Every time Chen Wuzue finally managed to inflict a wound, black-purple fleshy buds would emerge from the gaps in the bone armor, sealing up the cuts. Chen Wuzue spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and charged forward. The dark bone dragon insect opened its mouth, spewing out black corrosive mist. Chen Wuzue shifted sideways, his black knife slicing through the mist's edge, striking the insect's lower jaw. Boom. The bone dragon insect's head tilted slightly. Its health bar dropped a notch. The next moment, black-purple fleshy buds again emerged from the wound, and the health bar slowly began to rise. Chen Wuzue's eyelid twitched, and his curses grew more vulgar. Damn thing, healing so politely after. In the distance, Bai Shuanghua was holding off 2 city devourer lords. Ice rings spread layer by layer beneath her feet, freezing the insect's legs only to be violently shattered by the lords. Qin Poyu swung a giant hammer, forcefully blocking 3 dark crystal lords. Each hammer strike created enormous craters in the ground. However, the number of top human experts was ultimately limited. There were too many insect lords, including several level 90 big leaders. The dark bone dragon insect was the most troublesome one on the eastern front. Inside the command tower, Gu Changfeng focused on the sand table, with the eastern front markers constantly flickering. The red light of the dark bone dragon insect pressed against the outer side of the eastern 6th segment. As long as it advanced another 500 meters, the central artillery group of the city wall would enter its corrosive breath range. The aide looked anxious. Commander Chen Wuzue has held off the bone dragon insect for 32 minutes, but the output is insufficient. The bone dragon insect's healing is too strong. Gu Changfeng's gaze was fixed on the sand table. Qin Poyu was being dragged by the 3 lords, and Bai Shuanghua could not disengage. The other 2 offerings in the city lord's mansion were resisting in the western front. No one was available to help Chen Wuzue. Have Chen Wuzue retreat half a segment and prepare to use forbidden techniques. The aide's expression changed dramatically. Commander, that's a life-burning skill. If he uses it this time, he will drop at least 2 levels. Gu Changfeng's voice was steady. If the city wall breaks, more people will drop levels. We are protecting the last few cities of humanity. The aide dared not persuade further and quickly sent military orders. Outside the city, Chen Wuzue's communication talisman lit up at his waist. After reviewing the order, he paused for 2 seconds, then raised his head to look at the dark bone dragon insect. All right. He thrust his battle blade into the ground and pressed his hand against his chest. Black-red flames began to seep out from the gaps in his armor. Life-burning technique. It sacrifices level life limit and revival count in exchange for a short burst of power. He didn't want to use this move, but when the time comes, he wouldn't hesitate. The dark bone dragon insect sensed danger, and its 6 compound eyes lit up simultaneously. Its massive body coiled up suddenly, and dark purple light patterns appeared on its bony armor. That was a defensive posture. It knew Chen Wuzue was going to make a desperate move. Chen Wuzue grinned, blood visible in his smile. Afraid? Too late. The black-red flames began to gather around his right arm. Just then a platinum light point fell into the neck crevice of the dark bone dragon insect. Damage numbers popped up. -1. Chen Wuzue's expression froze. Who was that? Attacking at this moment. The dark bone dragon insect also paused for a moment. It didn't even bother with that little damage. A skill from someone over level 40 was not even a scratch on a level 90 big leader. But in the next breath, a platinum judgment symbol appeared above its head. The symbol was tiny, almost negligible compared to its massive head. But that light did not extinguish. The holy light judgment began to pulse. The holy fire mark began to scorch. Bleeding, corrosion, poisoning, slowing, blinding, and paralysis, a series of statuses pierced through the cracks in its bone armor. The dark bone dragon insect's health bar slid downward, not by much, but steadily. It decreased every second. The life-burning black flames Chen Wuzue had just gathered stopped in his palm, not falling for a long time. Moi. The dark bone dragon insect let out a piercing wail. The sound was terrifyingly sharp, shaking the nearby rubble. It raised its head and violently twisted its body, its tail creating dozens of meters of cracks in the ground. Chen Wuzue quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding being swept by the tail. He stared at the top of the bone dragon insect. The health bar dropped again. It kept dropping. The black-purple flesh bulbs on the dark bone dragon insect began to squirm faster, trying to repair the wounds scorched by the holy light. But the holy light judgment did not disappear. The holy fire also did not extinguish. As soon as the flesh bulbs grew, they were charred. The bone dragon insect's healing still existed, but the speed of its health increase was firmly suppressed, and it was even continuing to decline. The black flames in Chen Wuzue's hands slowly dissipated. His eyes were about to pop out. Who did this? No one responded. In the distance, Lin Yuan lay behind a collapsed gun platform, his entire body concealed in the shadows. His hand had just released the bowstring. The platinum glow of the void rift bow was already suppressed to an extremely low level. He didn't greedily shoot a second arrow. The perception of a level 90 big leader was too strong. That previous arrow was fired when Chen Wuzue forced the bone dragon insect into a defensive posture, allowing him to touch the crevice in its neck armor. The hit was already sufficient. Contribution established. Permanent status applied. Next, it was just a matter of time. The Gale step activated. He pressed against the shattered array plate and slipped into another charred pit. The 6 compound eyes of the dark bone dragon insect scanned the edge of the city wall, but it was already empty. Chen Wuzue also noticed its movement. He instantly understood, charging forward with his blade and striking beside the eye socket of the bone dragon insect. What are you looking at? Your grandpa Chen is still here. The bone dragon insect erupted in fury, turning to bite at Chen Wuzue. Chen Wuzue shouted as he retreated. But this time he suddenly noticed the pressure had lessened. The bone dragon insect's movements had slowed down. It wasn't just ordinary sluggishness. That kind of slowness was nauseating, with a slow charge, slow turning, and slow tail flicking. Even more absurdly, it sometimes inexplicably paused for a moment. Paralyzed, Chen Wuzue seized the opportunity, his black blade slicing into the gap in the bone armor, finally tearing open a genuine bleeding wound. What a good thing. He shouted loudly. Which brother applied the status just now? Don't hide, give it a few more hits. In the distance, Qin Poyu also sensed something unusual. One of the dark crystal lords before him, which had been charging hard against the giant hammer, suddenly had platinum symbols appear on its back armor. Then its charging speed dropped by half. Qin Poyu slammed down his hammer, caving in half of its head shell. He froze for a moment, then shouted, "Who passed me the knife?" Good job. The situation was even more apparent on by Shuanghua's side. The 2 city devourer lords she had frozen could originally shatter the ice layer quickly. But after being afflicted with slow and paralysis, their ice-breaking speed slowed significantly. One of them had just raised its foot and froze in midair. Bai Shuanghua seized the opportunity, piercing its leg joint with an ice spear, pinning it to the ground. She glanced towards the shadows of the city wall, a cold glint flickering in her eyes. Holy light, continuous damage, blinding paralysis. She said frostily, "Who is at the edge of the battlefield?" No one answered, because Lin Yuan was already targeting another one. The 8th one, the 9th one, the 10th one. He didn't get close to the center of the battlefield, nor did he stay fixed in one spot. No rain of arrows. Single arrow targeting. Each arrow aimed at wounds, joint seams, flesh pillars, and the edges of eye sockets. The basic damage was often just a point. But as long as it hit, the status would take effect. A few minutes later, a bizarre scene appeared in the Lord battle zone. Dozens of giant beasts currently struggling against human experts began to have their health bars synchronously decline. Some dropped slowly. Some, due to their strong self-healing, showed no obvious decline for the moment. But they all became sluggish. They all began to be scorched by the holy light. They all exhibited irregular paralysis pauses. The originally high-level experts were still calculating skill bursts, dodging rhythms, and defense windows. Now the rhythm was completely disrupted. It wasn't that they were thrown off. It was the insect lords that were thrown off. A commander from the City Lord's mansion was just about to activate a secret technique when he found that the Dark Abyss Scythe Lord before him suddenly went weak. Its health bar dropped erratically, and its movements were absurdly slow. The commander holding a spear had a bewildered expression. Who used the artifact? Beside him a guild expert gasped, responding, "Not me. If I had that thing I would have used it already." Meanwhile, an old mage watched the Dark Crystal Lord before him, losing health, forgetting to even wave his staff. "This damage ignores armor. And it continues." His assistant lowered his voice. "Teacher, could it be the commander activated a military formation?" The old mage scolded angrily, "Nonsense. If a military formation could burn like this, what are we fighting for?" Inside the command tower, the monitoring major was nearly going insane. On the sand table, more than a dozen Lord-level red dots were showing an abnormal blood drop curve. It wasn't a burst drop. It was a steady decline, dropping a little bit every second, continuously, unceasingly. The major shouted at a high pitch, "Commander, an unknown holy light continuous weakening source has appeared in the Eastern Lord battle zone, covering 17 targets, including a level 90 Darkbone dragon insect." Gu Changfeng pointed at the sand table. There should be a hidden expert over there drawing all the bosses towards his activity area. Outside the city, Lin Yuan had completed marking the 18th Lord. His mana was replenished by the Viper's sting instead. The dark energy within those insect nests and lords was simply absurdly thick. He looked at the high-level battlefield still engaged in fierce combat, and chose not to get greedy. Once the lords were affected by statuses, the benefits of hard hits would decrease. It was time to go to the small monster area, because the kill count was skyrocketing, and he was still a segment away from the next eternal erosion slot. Lin Yuan turned and stealthily left the edge of the lords. Below the city wall, the second wave of insect tide was still surging. A large number of reinforced worker insects, flying insects, and scythe insects were gathering towards the gap in the eastern sixth segment. Lin Yuan stood behind a damaged arrow tower, fully drawing the void rift bow. The rain of arrows had cooled down. The platinum glow spread across the bowstring. Let the boss hang for now. He focused on the dense insect tide and released his fingers. First, take out the smaller ones. Lin Yuan's rain of arrows struck the dense swarm of insects in the lower section of East 6, causing the platinum runes to glow brightly as hundreds of enhanced worker insects were simultaneously pinned by the Holy Light's judgment. He did not linger in place. Once the arrow rain was released, he immediately activated the Gale Step, crossing through the inner passageway towards East 7. The Viper Guardian Halo operated steadily, regenerating blue mana every 3 seconds, keeping his mana above the safety threshold. Once the rain of arrows had cooled down, he stopped to unleash another volley. If it had not cooled, he would use regular arrows to pick off targets one by one, penetrating and splitting, hitting 6 targets with a single arrow, effectively thinning the tide of insects from East 3 to East 7. In the distance, those lords previously marked by Lin Yuan were seeing their health bars continuously decline. The most notable among them was the Darkbone dragon insect, which Chen Wuzue had been entangled with for half an hour without managing to reduce its health by even 20%. The health bar of that level 90 elite had now fallen below 30%, with the red health indicator flashing continuously, steadily decreasing every second. The platinum runes on the bone dragon insect were constantly flickering as the Holy Light's judgment burned away every black-purple flesh bud that had sprouted. Its self-healing abilities suppressed thoroughly. Chen Wuzue no longer needed to exert himself. He circled around the bone dragon insect, wielding his black knife, occasionally landing a blow to draw aggro, but most of the time he stood at a safe distance watching it lose health. Feeling good now, Chen Wuzue wiped the blood from his face and shouted towards the distance. Which brother applied the status? They'll buy you a drink once the bugs are dead. No one responded. Just as the entire eastern line of defense thought the most difficult phase was about to pass, a dull sound suddenly reverberated through the ground. The sound did not come from the surface, it surged directly into everyone's bones from beneath their feet. The city walls shook, not from being hit by insects, but from the entire land quaking. The tide of insects halted. All insect types, worker insects, flying insects, scythe insects, lords, and nest transporters, crawled on the ground, the sound of their carapaces scraping against the ground, creating a cacophony. The insects are kneeling. The one-armed gunner nearly dropped his crossbow. In the distant horizon, a mass of dark purple clouds began to swirl, spanning over 1,000 meters in diameter, completely obscuring the last light of the twin suns. From the center of the cloud, a massive insect shadow slowly descended. Its size could no longer be described. As large as 6 insect legs stood above the sea of insects at a height of 100 meters, each leg engraved with glowing dark purple patterns. Its carapace was pitch black, covered with a layer of writhing dark crystal membrane, and its head bore 12 compound eyes arranged in a crown shape. The detection array completely collapsed. The level indicator was not a number, but a string of garbled question marks with the system only displaying a line of gray warning. Unable to identify level difference too great. Within the command tower, the voice of the monitoring major broke completely. Commander. The highest command unit of the insect race has appeared. Level undetectable. Estimated to be above level 120. Gu Changfeng's finger pressed against the command platform, his knuckles slightly whitening. He said nothing, but lifted his gaze towards the sky. Outside the city, the voice of the insect king exploded forth. It was neither a screech nor an insect's cry, but a kind of mental suppression language that everyone could directly understand, forcefully implanted into each person's mind. Extraterrestrials. The insect king's 12 compound eyes swept across the walls of Jinyuan Pass, his tone filled with intense disdain and contempt. You do not belong to this continent. The gods here have long issued orders to exterminate you all. Each word spoken by the insect king caused the insects on the ground to tremble with excitement. The soldiers on the walls were pushed to the brink by the mental suppression, with several low-level professionals collapsing and vomiting uncontrollably, while a young shield-bearer clutched his head, blood oozing from his ears. Old Chen kicked him. Don't listen, lie flat. The insect king's gaze swept over those struggling humans, and his 12 compound eyes glinted with mockery. Undying maggots. You can resurrect, die 10 times, and still rise again. Such disgusting abilities are not possessed by any race on this continent. But what does that matter? The dark crystal membrane on the insect king's back suddenly expanded, and the oppressive sensation that blotted out the sky descended. You have no guardian deities, no divine protection, and cannot survive on this continent. This statement pierced into everyone's hearts. No guardian deities. In this world, the gods are a real source of power. The insect race has insect gods, the beast race has beast gods, the elf race has nature's sovereign, yet humans have had no local deities' protection since the day they arrived on this continent. They have only 10 lives, a novice weapon, and a newly awakened career panel. The walls fell into a deathly silence, as everyone knew the insect king spoke the truth. At that moment, from the top of the Black Tower at the highest point within Jinyuan Pass, a golden beam of light shot into the sky. The beam tore through the dark purple clouds, creating a rift in the darkness conjured by the insect king. A figure stood at the center of the beam, slowly ascending. He wore black and gold armor lacking a cape or helmet, his grizzled hair tousled by the wind. In his right hand, he held an iron sword that looked exceedingly plain, devoid of any patterns. Yet the moment he appeared, the defensive runes of the entire Jinyuan Pass lit up, the brilliance so strong that even the insect corpses outside the walls were outlined. The City Lord of Jinyuan Pass. The highest authority who had never appeared on the front lines, only sitting in command behind the tower. His level panel was not displayed to the public, but everyone knew he was the last line of defense for Jinyuan Pass. He lifted his gaze to the insect king, his voice not loud, but resonating across the entire battlefield. You say we have no guardian deities. The insect king's 12 compound eyes all locked onto him. The city lord raised the iron sword, and suddenly a faint bluish-green light glowed from its blade. Not magic, not fighting spirit, nor any professional skill, but a life force so profound it was almost suffocating. Our guardian deity is named Gaia of the Blue Star. The city lord's voice hammered into everyone's ears. Do you think 100 million people descended upon this continent? How could we withstand the siege of your few races? Why does everyone have 10 lives? Why do we awaken professions to gain power? Because our mother star infused her last consciousness into every person's soul before we set off. The bluish-green light erupted from the city lord's body, soaring into the clouds, clashing heat with the oppressive dark purple. All soldiers who had been knocked down by the mental suppression felt the buzzing in their minds instantly vanish. The young shield-bearer looked up in a daze, witnessing two beams of light, one blue and one purple, entwined and clashing, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. He heard it, and everyone else heard it too. Within that bluish-green light was an ancient feeling that was timeless, something engraved into their bones since the moment they set out. Live on. No matter where you are, live on. The city lord ascended to the same height as the insect king, the iron sword positioned before him. Behind him, a dozen beams of light rose simultaneously. The heads of the three great families, the president of the Frontline Guild, and the remaining offerings of the Lord's mansion all appeared in midair. Their combat power was inferior to that of the city lord, but the moment they stood together, the atmospheric pressure in the sky changed. The city lord cast one last glance at the insect king. Whether this continent welcomes us is not for you to decide. It's what we earn ourselves. The insect king's 12 compound eyes surged with crimson, and the dark purple clouds pressed down. The city lord swung his sword, and the sky split open. The battle in the sky surpassed the understanding of most after the first clash. The City Lord's iron sword struck against the Bug King's dark crystal forelegs, creating shockwaves that shattered all flying insects within a radius of 300 meters. The leaders of the three major families engaged the Bug King's high-level guards while the guild leaders joined forces to contain the Bug King's flanks, turning the entire sky into a battlefield of extraordinary levels. Those on the city walls could only see light. The bluish-green and dark purple lights clashed repeatedly, exploding and then colliding again. Each wave of their encounters swept down, creating new craters on the ground. Gu Changfeng issued the final command to all soldiers from the command tower. Leave the skies to me, and you take care of the ground. Each segment must defend its own city wall. After tonight, Jinyuan Pass will still belong to humanity. The command spread throughout the city, and all the soldiers still able to stand picked up their weapons again. Cannons were reloaded, mages rejuvenated their formations, shield bearers took their positions, and crossbows were drawn. The battle did not cease with the emergence of the Bug King. Instead, after the City Lord broke the Bug King's mental suppression, it entered a true state of fervor. The ground insects experienced a brief chaos during the tens of seconds without the Bug King's direct control, but they soon resumed their assault, driven by instinct. Lin Yuan unleashed a continuous barrage of arrows amidst the chaos. The platinum rain enveloped the congested areas of East Segment 4, East Segment 5, and East Segment 6, sentencing thousands of insects to permanent death, and the kill count soared. His experience points began to accumulate again, yet he could not afford to check his experience at that moment. The tactical communication stone relayed the roars from various defensive lines. East Segment 9 was on the brink of collapse. The rune masters in North Segment 3 had all fallen, and the shield formation in West Segment 2 had been breached by corrosive acid. Lin Yuan shoved the communication stone back to his waist and continued to shoot arrows into the dense insect swarm. All he could do was to affix as many insects as possible in a permanent state, alleviating the pressure on the defending troops. Meanwhile, the scene in the Lord's battle zone was also quietly changing. Qin Poyu stood before a dark, crystal-corroded lord with a giant hammer, his face filled with confusion. Just moments ago, this lord had been able to clash with him hammer to hammer, causing the heavens to quake and the earth to shake. But since 5 minutes ago, its movements had slowed drastically, the frequency of its attacks had dropped significantly, and its health bar was steadily decreasing, even though he had not increased his output. Qin Poyu stared at the dense platinum runes above the lord's head, finally realizing those statuses have been continuously activating. He turned to Bai Shuanghua on the other side and shouted, "What's happening on your end?" Bai Shuanghua was controlling the ice ring with one hand, slowly grinding down 2 city-devouring lords. She coldly replied, "The same, their movements are slowing down, their health bars are continuously dropping, and I don't even need to output at full strength." Qin Poyu glanced at the health bar of the lord before him. It was below 20%. He then looked at other lords in the distance. Several of their health bars were flashing red. Those platinum judgment runes had been active for nearly half an hour since they were applied, showing no signs of dissipating or weakening. Even the frequency of their activation remained unchanged, ticking once per second, more accurate than a clock. Qin Poyu made a decision. He no longer pursued maximum damage output, instead focusing all his energy on defense and positioning. As long as he did not die or retreat, this lord would gradually be killed by the permanent damage coming from Waknoshir. This strategy was validated 15 seconds later. The health bar of the dark crystal-corroded lord before him fell below 5%, and its massive form began to shake violently. Dark green blood surged from the cracks in its shell. The platinum runes glowed brighter, and those burnt bone plates could no longer regenerate. The lord let out a chilling wail, its 6 insect legs snapping one after another, and its colossal body toppled forward. Boom! The ground was smashed into a massive pit over 20 meters in diameter. The health bar of the dark crystal-corroded lord hit 0, and dozens of shimmering orbs of purple and gold suddenly exploded above its enormous corpse. These orbs hovered in the air, emitting blinding light. The purple ones were high-level skill books and fragments of purple gear, while the gold ones contained strategic materials and rare gems. The senior officials of Jinyuan Pass were well aware of what a lord-level drop represented: strategic resources capable of changing a family's foundation. The eyes of several high-ranking officers from surrounding families instantly turned red. A captain clad in the family insignia armor abandoned his post on the defense line and madly dashed toward the orbs, followed closely by 2 bodyguards. On the other side, a captain of an elite guild team also rushed over. "Don't move. This kill is within my Zhao family's defense zone. The loot belongs to the Zhao family." "Nonsense." The lord was held back by General Qin. "Oh, why should your Zhao family monopolize it?" The 2 groups nearly came to blows beneath the orbs. But before they could reach the orbs, a strange scene unfolded. The purple and gold orbs floating in midair suddenly quivered, then collectively changed direction, tracing an arc before shooting straight toward a hidden corner of the East Segment 3 city wall under the gaze of all. Both groups missed their target, hands grasping at empty air. The face of the Zhao family captain turned from crimson to ashen as he cursed. Who the hell dealt this much damage? How could they take the highest distribution rights? The guild captain stood frozen in place, disbelief written all over his face. Impossible, that's an 80-level lord. To get the highest contribution, one must maintain at least 60 or 70 levels of continuous output. Before he finished speaking, another lord fell. The city-devouring lord controlled by Shuanghua was frozen and finished off by the permanent judgment, its final health bar segment depleted, and a string of gold and purple orbs erupted above its corpse. The orbs hovered in the air for less than 2 seconds before tracing another arc and flying in the same direction. It flew again. The voice of the Zhao family captain trembled. Qin Poyu stood beside the corpse of the lord he had killed, watching the loot orbs fly over his head toward the city wall. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly burst into laughter. Goodness, old Qin fought so hard, yet in the end, I won't be getting the majority of the experience. He laughed and shook his head, raising his giant hammer to turn toward the next target. Shuanghua coldly glanced at the direction the orbs disappeared into, remaining silent. She had memorized, the third lord has fallen. The fourth followed closely behind. Those colossal beasts marked for permanent status by Lin Yuan are being gnawed on second by the judgment of holy light, holy fire, bleeding, and corrosion. The generals only need to withstand their attacks to prevent them from escaping, leaving the rest to time. At the moment each lord dies, a large golden-purple orb bursts forth above their corpses. Each batch of orbs will pause in the air for a brief moment before flying off in the same direction. Lieutenant Zhao has stopped cursing. He squats on the ground, his expression akin to having swallowed 3 pounds of bitter herbs. The guild leader has also completely given up on the thought of snatching, only numbly staring at the trajectory of the flying orbs. It's the fourth one. Someone beside him replied, Are you still counting? Not counting anymore, it just makes it harder to bear. A loud crash sounded from afar as the fifth lord, having suffered permanent damage, completed its last segment of health and crashed into the pile of corpses, the golden-purple orb rising, as usual, turning and flying away. This scene has already caused a stir along the entire Eastern Front. News spread quickly. Those officers still struggling on the city wall would take a moment to glance up at the sky to see if any orbs flew by, increasingly feeling it was surreal. A lieutenant cursed in the communication channel. Which bastard is hoarding everything? 5 batches of lord-level drops have flown away, all heading in the same direction. Another officer interjected, You know how the system's distribution mechanism works. The one with the highest damage contribution gets priority. If this person can take all the highest distribution rights of the lords, it means they dealt the highest percentage of damage to each one. The channel fell silent for 2 seconds. What did you say? Each one. What about the dozens of lords outside? That's why I said something feels off. Inside the command tower, the monitoring major's voice had turned from breaking to hoarse. Commander, as of now 6 lords above level 80 have died, and all spoils have been acquired by the same target through the highest contribution rights. The system's trace shows that this target's continuous damage contribution to all deceased lords exceeds 40%. Gu Changfeng shifted his gaze from the sky. Source? The major swallowed hard. East City Wall's edge, same area, but the detection array can't lock onto specific personnel. The opponent is suspected to be in a continuous stealth state. Gu Changfeng did not pursue the matter. He had no time for this. The insect king in the sky was locked in a fierce battle with the city lord. But he remembered that direction. Behind the ruins of a collapsed repair tower on the inner side of the east third section of the city wall, Lin Yuan's storage backpack vibrated incessantly. When the first batch of orbs came crashing in, the backpack directly seared his side. When the second batch arrived, the backpack capacity alarm triggered twice. By the 5th batch, he had grown too lazy to check the notifications. He squatted behind the ruins, his fingers resting on the bowstring, his gaze sweeping towards the outside of the city through the gaps in the parapet. In the distance, more than a dozen lords were entangled with the generals, their health bars varying, but all, without exception, were dropping. Those platinum judgment runes were firmly nailed to them, pulsing continuously, with each segment completed followed by another. Lin Yuan was calculating in his mind. Based on the current rate of health loss, even the slowest ones wouldn't last more than 20 minutes. He didn't need to take another shot or move closer to the Lord's battle zone. It was too dangerous over there. He had already used up all his positioning leeway when he crept over earlier. Going back would be a gamble with his life. Now what he needed to do was continue farming small monsters. The kill count was still rising, bringing him closer to the next talent unlock threshold. The rain of arrows had cooled down. Lin Yuan stood up, drew his bow, and aimed at the middle segment of the insect swarm that was regrouping below the city wall, platinum light spreading across the bowstring. The rain of arrows fell. Hundreds of enhanced worker insects were simultaneously sentenced to permanent death. The front row was congested, the back row trampling as the tide of insects was forcefully slowed down once again. The captain of the Eastern 4th Section shouted in the communication channel. The pressure in the 4th Section has suddenly dropped. That person who unleashed the platinum rain of arrows is back. The Eastern 5th Section chimed in. The 5th Section too. The density of flying insects has been directly halved. Old Chen leaned against the parapet, his whole body aching, unwilling to move. He watched another lord crash to the ground, the golden-purple orb rising and turning to fly away, the corner of his mouth twitching. That kid earned more tonight than I did in 7 years of wall fighting. The one-armed gunner squatted beside him, quietly asking, Old Chen, how much do you think those purple gear and golden materials are worth together? Old Chen rolled his eyes. You should first consider how to survive tonight. Chen Wuzue on the other side finally awaited the outcome. The health bar of the dark bone dragon worm dropped below 5%, its 100-meter-long body convulsing violently, the 6 compound eyes ghostly purple lights extinguishing one after another. Those black-purple self-healing flesh buds have completely stopped growing. The judgment of holy light has burned its regeneration ability to its limit. Chen Wuzue stood 20 meters away, unusually not cursing, quietly watching this big boss that had caused him so much trouble approach death. 300 health left. 200. 100. The dark bone dragon worm let out a faint mournful cry, all 6 compound eyes extinguishing, its massive body slowly tipping over. Boom. The pit created by the impact was larger than any previous lord's. Chen Wuzue's experience bar increased slightly, but he didn't pay attention because his gaze was captivated by something above the corpse. The drop specifications of the bone dragon worm far exceeded that of ordinary lords. 6 golden orbs, 11 purple orbs, and a special orb radiating dark golden light floating at the highest point. Everyone along the eastern front who could see this light raised their heads. Chen Wuzue reached out instinctively, wanting to touch that dark golden orb. The orb trembled slightly. Then it flew towards the city wall. All the golden orbs and purple orbs followed suit, dozens of streaks of light streaking across the battlefield without a hint of hesitation, heading straight for that corner of the Eastern 3rd Section. Chen Wuzue raised his hand, maintaining the reaching posture, his expression shifting from anticipation to blankness to confusion, and finally transforming into a complex, bitter smile. All right. He slowly lowered his hand, glanced at his black knife, then looked towards the direction where the orbs disappeared. After 40 minutes of labor, in the end, I didn't even get to sip the soup. A high-ranking shield guard who had come to assist witnessed the whole scene, his lips moving several times. Chen, those drops. Chen Wuzue waved his hand. Don't say it, they indeed dealt more damage, and I accept the system's judgment. He paused, then added, but that cup of wine, he has to treat me, if not I will chase him to the ends of the earth. Behind the cover, Lin Yuan's storage backpack was nearing its limit. He did not open it to look, nor did he even lower his head to check the notifications, as there were still 7 lords outside, losing health, the fastest one likely to die in about 3 minutes. He checked his mana. The Viper's Guard had restored his blue mana to over 70%. The rain of arrows had 12 seconds left on cooldown. Lin Yuan activated his disguise and stealth, blending into the shadows, moving along the inner side of the city wall towards the Eastern 5th Section. In the sky, the battle between the City Lord and the Insect King continued, the blue-green and dark purple lights exploding alternately, each collision distorting the air. The soldiers on the city wall fought the insects while secretly glancing up at the sky. It was a battle beyond their comprehension, but also the reason they gritted their teeth to keep holding on. Lin Yuan did not look up. He focused on the few lords outside, still struggling with low health, his fingers resting on the bowstring. The next to die would be that Black Abyss Scythe Lord outside the Eastern 5th Section. Its health bar was only at 8%. Lin Yuan paused in the shadow of a still relatively intact arrow tower, his gaze locking onto the target through the gap in the city wall. He did not need to shoot again, nor did he need to get closer. He only needed to wait. Wait for it to die. Wait for the orbs to fly over. Then move on to the next. The storage backpack vibrated again. The 8th Lord has died. Lin Yuan crouched behind the ruins of the Eastern 3rd Section, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The moment the loot orb from the 18th Lord flew into his backpack, his experience points surged. LV-48, LV-49, LV-50. 3 beams of golden light erupted one after another, causing the surrounding debris to jump wildly. He quickly dimmed the upgrade effect to its lowest brightness to avoid revealing his position. On the battlefield, the Lord-level monsters that he had previously inflicted permanent statuses on were lining up to breathe their last. The platinum runes had drained their health bars entirely, allowing the generals to defeat them without needing to exert full force. Simply blocking the Lord's attacks prevented their escape, while the continuous damage did the harvesting for them. The last dark crystal lord collapsed before Qinpoyu. The golden-purple orb ascended, turned, and flew away. He didn't even bother to look, instead turning to gaze at the sky while hefting his massive hammer. Bai Shuanghua shattered the last foot of the city-devouring lord. The ice spear pierced its heart, and the orb above the corpse flew towards a corner of the city wall, as usual. Her gaze turned cold, and she did not pursue. Chun Wuzue sat on the corpse of the dark-boned dragon insect using his black knife as a makeshift seat, munching on some rations he had pulled out from who knows, or while looking up at the sky. With all the lords defeated, there were no more high-level threats on the battlefield, and the dozen or so general-level powerhouses had their hands free. In the sky, the battle between the city lord and the abyssal emperor insect had been ongoing for nearly 2 hours. Blue-green and dark purple beams of light exploded, alternately churning the clouds into a vortex as both sides unleashed their true fire. The abyssal emperor insect's 12 compound eyes flickered erratically. It noticed that the signals of the lords on the ground were extinguishing one after another, and the mental link returned only feedback of death. Those high-level warriors it had nurtured with its own hands had been completely slaughtered by humans in less than an hour. Seizing the moment when the abyssal emperor insect was distracted, the city lord thrust his iron sword through the gaps in its carapace, blue-green energy flooding into the wound. The abyssal emperor insect screamed in rage, swinging all 6 of its legs simultaneously, forcing the city lord to retreat 100 meters. Qin Poyu was the first to take to the skies, his giant hammer crashing down on the abyssal emperor insect's left front leg. Sparks erupted as the leg left only a faint white mark behind. The damage number popped up 10. Bai Shuanghua followed closely, her ice spear stabbing into the dark crystal carapace of the abyssal emperor insect's abdomen. The frost power erupted into a cloud of white mist, leaving the carapace unscathed. The damage number 0, immune. Chun Wuzue arrived last, his black knife striking with full force at the crack in the abyssal emperor insect's neck, the wound created by the city lord earlier. The blade sank half an inch into the crack, damage number 10. The city lord's iron sword struck the abyssal emperor insect's chest again, blue-green light seeping deep into the carapace, and the damage number surged into the thousands. Except for the city lord, all the general's attacks could only cause single to double-digit damage. Most could not even breach its defenses. The abyssal emperor insect's health was so thick that it was despairing. The percentage above its health bar was barely visible, but it could be roughly estimated that after 2 hours of the city lord's assaults, it had chipped away less than 30%. Even more terrifying was its healing speed. The amount of health restored each second was visible to the naked eye. The city lord's continuous damage barely suppressed its self-healing, while the other general's attacks were almost entirely negated by the healing. Lin Yuan stood in the shadow of the eastern third section of the city wall, looking up at the massive insect that blocked out the sun. His fingers rested on the bowstring. The dark green halo guarded by the viper kept pulsating steadily, and his mana was at full capacity. Let's go and touch it. Lin Yuan activated his disguise and stealth, completely disappearing into the shadows. He activated his gale step, continuously rapidly climbing along the damaged walkway on the outer side of the city wall, leaping onto the highest lookout tower using a fragment of a broken arrow tower. The battle in the sky was taking place 300 meters above his head. Every time the abyssal emperor insect swung its legs, it whipped up a hurricane. Waves of heat and shards of dark energy rained down violently, causing the metal plates of the lookout tower to creak under the pressure. Lin Yuan drew back the void rift bow, platinum light gathering at the arrow tip. He waited a full 14 seconds until the moment the abyssal emperor insect turned to sweep Qin Poyu with its front legs, when the crack in its abdomen was perfectly aligned with the city wall. The first arrow. The magical arrow sliced through the air, precisely piercing the crack in the abyssal emperor insect's abdomen amidst the aftershocks of the general's battle. Damage number 1. But the status bar exploded. Holy light, judgment, holy fire, arrow, bleed, venom, corrosion, flash, arrow, blinding, paralysis triggered a series of platinum runes that spread along the crack, embedding deep within the abyssal emperor insect's carapace. The abyssal emperor insect's body suddenly stiffened. Its front leg, which was in mid-swing, froze in midair, and all 12 compound eyes went unfocused as its immense body hung in the air for nearly a second. The paralysis took effect. The city lord's eyes flashed, and his iron sword plunged into the crack in the abyssal emperor insect's chest, blue-green energy pouring into its heart, dealing the highest single damage of the entire battle. The abyssal emperor insect let out a wretched scream as it broke free from the paralysis. Dark purple energy erupted from the cracks in its carapace, forcibly repelling everyone nearby. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Yuan shot the second arrow, which struck the joint of the abyssal emperor insect's right hind leg. The damage was still only 1 point, but all permanent statuses were confirmed to be reattached. Then he immediately withdrew. He used Gale Step to leap down from the lookout tower landing and accelerating into the inner passage of the city wall. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The abyssal emperor insect's dark energy shockwave swept past the lookout tower behind him, shattering that segment of the metal platform into pieces. Lin Yuan pressed himself against the inner wall, gasping for breath as his heart pounded painfully in his chest. It was too close, just a step away from losing his life. But it was worth it. He looked up at the sky. The status bar of the Abyssal Emperor insect was filled with platinum runes with damage numbers appearing every second. Holy Light Judgment dealt 100 points per second to dark units. Holy Fire Arrow dealt 60 points per second. Bleed dealt 9 points venom. Dealing continuous true damage, ignoring defenses, ignoring carapace, and ignoring level suppression. The Abyssal Emperor insect's resistance to slow effects was extremely high. The 70 permanent slow status had no effect at all, and its movement speed remained completely unchanged. But paralysis was different. A 30 chance to trigger 0.5 seconds of body paralysis modified to a permanent effect under the multi-hit attack of the Void Rift Bow. Although the Abyssal Emperor insect could significantly reduce the duration of control with its own level and resistance, it still experienced brief moments of motion stuttering every few seconds. For ordinary enemies, such stuttering was negligible. But for the dozen or so general-level experts, each stutter represented a fatal window for output. The City Lord seized the opportunity, first his iron sword striking the heart area of the Abyssal Emperor insect 3 times in succession, blue-green energy, tearing the crack wider. Qin Poyu's giant hammer smashed into the crack, finally dealing 4-digit damage. Chun Wuzui's black knife slashed 7 times against the seams of the insect's carapace, each slash widening the wound. Bai Shuanghua's ice spear pierced the joint of a hind leg from the side, the frost power seeping into the joint gap, freezing the joint fluid of the Abyssal Emperor insect's 2 right legs. The Abyssal Emperor insect's health bar began to visibly drop. Its self-healing ability remained terrifying, but the City Lord's burst damage combined with Lin Yuan's continuous true damage and the focused output of the dozen generals finally overwhelmed its healing threshold. The Abyssal Emperor insect's health bar fell below 70%, letting out an unprecedented furious roar. All 12 of its compound eyes lit up in crimson, and a dark purple energy storm erupted from its body, repelling everyone backward by over 100 meters. The patriarch of the 3 major families was knocked back by the shockwave, spitting blood, while the guild leaders plummeted directly onto the city wall, caught by the soldiers below. But after the Abyssal Emperor insect violently broke free from all restraints, the platinum runes on its body continued to pulse. It couldn't shake them off, couldn't purify them, couldn't suppress them. The City Lord steadied himself and charged forward again, with the generals following closely behind. Every time the Abyssal Emperor insect experienced a paralysis stutter, a round of fierce concentrated fire would follow. After several hours of repeated tugging, it seemed the Insect King had received orders from their god, fighting to the death, without retreat. The Abyssal Emperor insect began to withdraw, the crimson light in its 12 compound eyes gradually dimming, replaced by an emotion that had never appeared on the face of an insect race supreme ruler. Fear. It was afraid, not of the human generals wielding weapons before it, but of the platinum runes nailed to its body that would never disappear. It could feel its vitality being devoured by an irresistible force second by second. The City Lord saw its intent to retreat, swinging his iron sword to completely seal off the Abyssal Emperor insect's escape route. You will eventually die under the judgment of the gods. The Abyssal Emperor insect let out a final despairing scream as the dark purple clouds began to collapse, the pressure of the Insect King rapidly diminishing. The soldiers on the city wall stared blankly at the once invincible giant insect in the sky, its health bar reduced to the last sliver of red light, its body trembling, with large sections of dark crystal carapace falling off. Chun Wuzue landed the final blow, his black knife sinking into the crack in the Abyssal Emperor insect's neck. Qin Poyu's giant hammer smashed the last remaining leg that could still move. The City Lord's iron sword pierced the heart of the Abyssal Emperor insect, blue-green light erupting from within its body. One by one, the 12 compound eyes of the Abyssal Emperor insect went dark, and its massive body slowly tilted in the air, falling toward the sea of insects outside the city. Boom! The earth trembled, dust rising into the sky, the corpse of the Abyssal Emperor insect creating a massive pit over 100 meters in diameter, and the shockwave reduced low-level insects within hundreds of meters to dust. The city wall fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then everyone erupted with deafening roars of anger. It's dead. The Insect King is dead. We won. Cheers echoed from the eastern front to the northern front, then from the northern front to the western front. The entire Jinyuan Pass shook, not from fear, but from being alive. The insect tied outside the city completely collapsed the moment the Abyssal Emperor insect fell. The low-level insects, losing their mental link control, began to scatter in all directions, worker insects colliding with worker insects, flying insects crashing into flying insects, and transport bodies of the insects turning around to flee, confused about their direction. The city gates of Jinyuan Pass swung wide open. The sound of horns resounded across the battlefield. The defenders poured out to launch a full-scale counterattack against the fleeing insect tide. Lin Yuan leaned against the inner wall's shadow, watching the loot orbs flying overhead. The drops from the Abyssal Emperor insect were more extravagant than the combined total of all previous lords, with golden purple and dark golden orbs densely rising into the sky, at least half heading in his direction. His storage backpack was nearly bursting. On his level panel, the experience bar was jumping wildly. The contribution from slaying the Abyssal Emperor insect combined with the massive experience he had accumulated previously surged in. LV51, LV52, LV53, LV54, LV55. A 5-level jump. The golden light illuminated the shadows around him, and he quickly dimmed the light effect, retreating deeper into the ruins. The communication stone lit up, and Shenmo's voice came through, a strange tone mixed with both crying and laughter. Big brother, the insect king is dead. We survived. Lin Yuan pressed the communication stone, his voice flat. Yeah, I know. Shenmo sniffled on the other end. Where are you? Come celebrate together. Lin Yuan glanced at his nearly overflowing storage backpack and shook his head. I need to go handle some things first. The setting sun squeezed through the cracks in the clouds, casting an orange-ered glow over the crumbling walls of Jinyuan Pass, turning the dried bug blood into a dark golden hue. The battle has ended. From the fall of the Bug King to the complete rout of the insect tide, no more than 20 minutes had passed. The low-tier insect tribe, having lost their mental link, were chased 30 miles by the defending army, while the remaining insect nest transporters abandoned half of their dark purple flesh pillars and fled into the black mist at the horizon. The walls of Jinyuan Pass were crowded with people. Some were cheering, some were crying, some were staring blankly at the cold bodies of their fallen comrades, while others squatted behind the parapet covering their wounds and laughing foolishly, muttering, I survived, I survived. Old Shun sat at the edge of the parapet on the third section, his battle axe resting on his knees as he lay back. The one-armed gunner leaned beside him, saying, I was planning to die once to grow my arm back, but I didn't expect to survive again. Outside the city, the corpse of the deep abyss bug lay in the center of a giant pit. Its dark crystal shell had lost its luster, resembling an ugly black hill. Gu Changfeng stood atop the skull of the deep abyss bug, his black gold military coat billowing in the wind, followed by a dozen generals and junior officers, all wearing expressions tinged with a sense of dazed survival. Qin Poyu shouldered a massive hammer still stained with bug blood and glanced down at the 12 extinguished compound eyes of the deep abyss bug. After a long silence, he spoke. This battle was won not just because of the lord of the city. Bai Shuanghua stood at the edge of the bug's corpse, her cold gaze sweeping across the ground littered with insect bodies and remnants of armor, without responding. Shun Wuzue drove his black blade into the bug shell, arms crossed, his expression too complex to describe. He had participated in the entire battle, yet he knew he would not receive a substantial share of the military merits. Gu Changfeng turned to face the crowd, his voice not loud, but each word struck the ears of everyone present. You have all seen the unusual data from this battle. Everyone fell silent. Gu Changfeng continued. The insect tide density from the 3rd to the 7th section dropped sharply, with 18 level 80 or above lords being killed off by continuous unknown damage, and the deep abyss bug was afflicted with a permanent control effect that I cannot purify in its final stage. These are not coincidences. A monitoring major quickly approached from the rear, holding a battlefield data report, his voice still hoarse. Commander, the post-battle data review is out. There is one unknown unit that ranked first in overall contribution during the entire battle, surpassing the lord of the city, who ranked second. The expressions of all the generals changed simultaneously. Qin Poyu's eyes widened. Chen Wuzue almost spat out the food in his mouth, and even Bai Shuanghua glanced sideways. The monitoring major continued. This unit inflicted the highest percentage of continuous damage on all 18 lords, accounting for 37% of the total damage done to the deep abyss bug. And this unit obtained the highest distribution rights for all lords, including the drops from the deep abyss bug. Shun Wuzue finally couldn't hold back, his tone filled with incredulity. 37%. I fought that skeletal dragon bug for almost an hour, and in the end my damage contribution is still less than someone who was in a hanging state. Qin Poyu stroked his chin. I wondered why those lords were all so sluggish. It turns out it wasn't because my output was high, but because someone was helping me jump health. Gu Changfeng raised his hand to silence the discussions, his gaze sharp as he looked at the monitoring major. Have you locked onto the identity? The major shook his head, his expression troubled. The other party was in a state of invisibility the entire time. The battlefield array patterns only captured faint magical fluctuations near the 3rd section, unable to pinpoint accurately. Detection spells and anti-invisibility array patterns were ineffective. Gu Changfeng was silent for a few seconds. Retrieve all battlefield recordings, analyze frame by frame the launch source of the Platinum Arrow Rain, and link it to the real-time contribution records in the military merit database. I want to identify this person within 24 hours. His tone held no anger, but carried a rare seriousness. This battle was won. This person accounted for at least 30% of the labor, and I want to personally award him. With the order given, a dozen staff and monitoring team members immediately dispersed to execute. Meanwhile, on the other side of the defense line, Lin Yuan had already activated his disguise and blended into the retreating wounded soldiers' ranks. He walked slowly, mingling with the stretchers and wheelchairs. The poisonous queen bee armor was covered with a tattered cloak picked up from the ruins, and he had removed his lieutenant insignia, stuffing it into his pocket. The void rift bow was wrapped in cloth and hung on his back, making him look no different from an ordinary wounded soldier covered in dirt. The military's detection spells swept over him 3 times. Each time, he sensed the magical fluctuations in advance, adjusting his invisibility frequency to avoid the scanning range. Being permanently invisible at this moment was outrageously useful. As he passed through the second inner city checkpoint with the wounded soldiers, he overheard the sentinels discussing. "Have you heard? The commander is looking for someone who shot the platinum arrow rain. It is said that this person single-handedly took down over a dozen lords." "That's nonsense. How could one person possibly do that? Have you seen the levels of those lords? Above level 81 slap would kill 10 of us. The battlefield data doesn't lie. The command tower is in chaos. My cousin is in the staff department, and he said the commander personally ordered to find this person." Lin Yuan walked past the 2 sentinels, who didn't spare him a second glance. He had no interest in being put on the hot seat. An innocent man is guilty because of his riches. Right now, he bore the highest distribution rights for 18 lords and 1 bug king. Just the treasures in the form of gold and purple light balls entering his backpack were enough to make him anxious. If this were to be discovered, not to mention the 3 major families, even those officers in the military department who coveted military merits, could potentially set him up. Shen Mo sent him a message asking where he was. He replied with 2 words: resting. Shen Mo followed up with another message: "Old Su and the others are fine, and I am too. Let's have a meal together when we have time." Lin Yuan put away the communication stone, turned 3 corners along the alleys of the inner city, and entered a tavern to book a room. He pushed the door and secured it from the inside, and took out a low-level soundproof talisman from his storage backpack to stick on the door frame. He sat on the edge of the bed, unwrapping the cloth binding of the void rift bow and placing it beside the pillow. Taking a deep breath, he opened the interface of his storage backpack. Lin Yuan squinted, staring at the densely packed list of items in the backpack, his finger hovering in midair, not moving for a while. There were too many for him to know where to start. Lin Yuan adjusted the brightness of the backpack interface to the lowest setting so that the light barely converged to the point it wouldn't leak through the window seams. He began to count the spoils one by one. First, the equipment. The highest distribution rights for 18 lords above level 80 and 1 deep abyss bug had dropped, and there were 23 pieces of equipment of at least rare purple quality, each of which could incite bloodshed at an auction. Lin Yuan dumped the contents of his backpack onto the bed. The creaky wooden bed let out a harsh groan, nearly collapsing under the weight. Purple light, golden light, and dark golden light illuminated the entire room as brightly as day. He hurriedly drew the curtains tight and checked once more to ensure the soundproofing talismans were securely affixed. The equipment piled up like a small mountain. 23 items of purple quality and above, weapons, armor, and accessories, covered the bed, intermixed with a large number of high-tier magical cores and array materials. He casually picked up a dark crystal core, and information popped up. Level 80 Lord level material. He had more than a dozen of these in his backpack. But what truly made him pause were the few pieces of golden equipment at the very bottom. Golden legends. In the entire auction house of Jinyuan Pass, a single piece of golden equipment could incite a frenzy among all factions. There were 3 pieces lying on his bed. Lin Yuan picked up the first one. Insect Godbone Devouring Bow, golden legend quality, level requirement LV 60, attack power 420, agility 85, critical hit rate 12, effect 1 insectide split upon hitting a target. With a normal attack, it additionally splits into 6 sub-arrows that each deal 40 damage to 6 surrounding targets and apply all attack effects. Effect 2, area doubled, the coverage area of all area skills is increased by 100. Effect 3, Blood Devour and regeneration restores 2 of maximum health with each hit on an enemy target. Lin Yuan set the bow down. This equipment's drop was adjusted according to the holder's level, and with just a few more levels, he would be able to use it. 6 splitting arrows, each capable of applying all attack effects. Combined with eternal corrosion, a single arrow could put 7 targets into permanent execution. The coverage area of the arrow rain doubled, capable of blanketing an entire battlefield when dealing with insect tides. The second piece. Insect Emperor Corrosion Armor, golden legend quality, level requirement LV 60, defense 380, stamina 120, all attribute resistance 25, effect 1, corrosion domain. When attacking, automatically applies a corrosion effect to all enemy targets within 8 meters, dealing 100 corrosion damage per second for 3 seconds. Effect 2 Insect Emperors will immune to death once when taking fatal damage and restores 30 of maximum health, cooldown time, 24 hours. The third piece. Shadow Flash Boots Golden Legend Quality Level Requirement LV60 Agility, 65 Movement Speed, 45 Effect 1 Shadow Flash can be used once every 60 seconds to instantly teleport to any location within 20 meters. Effect 2 Shadow Walker for every 10 increase in movement speed the evasion rate increases by an additional 3. 3 pieces of Golden Legend equipment. Lin Yuan placed them side by side on the bed staring at them for several seconds. He was still 5 levels away from the requirement for level 60 equipment. There was no rush, but he couldn't wait too long either. He stored the 3 golden pieces away and continued to sift through the remaining spoils. High-tier magical cores array materials, scattered purple equipment piled up in a heap, much of it useless. At the very bottom his hand brushed against something cold. A pitch-black sphere the size of a fist with a surface swirling with profound dark energy. The dark energy was not dispersing outward, it was pulling and warping the surrounding light, causing the glow of the nearby purple equipment to dim as it drew closer. Lin Yuan picked it up and identification information popped up. Shadow Ranger Artifact Inheritance Sphere Unique Hidden Quality. Type Profession Transition Item Description: the holder can break the shackles of light, mastering the powers of shadow and death. Effect 1 After use, gain the complete skill tree and exclusive attribute growth of the hidden profession Shadow Ranger. Effect 2 If the holder already possesses the Light Ranger profession, they can merge the two to transition into Light and Shadow Ranger Unique Hidden, freely switching between light and shadow forms. Source: Abyss Ruler Bug. End of all poison. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He fixated on the words unique, his pupils contracting. Unique, for there is only one among the insect race. The entire world has only one hidden profession. He was already a Light Ranger. Holy Light, Judgment, Holy Fire, Arrow, Flash, Arrow. These skills dealt double damage to the dark insect race and were the core of his sweeping power on the battlefield during this overall offensive. But the Light Ranger had a fatal flaw. Against non-dark targets, the Holy Light damage had no bonus. The Shadow Ranger perfectly complemented this gap. Light and dark combined. Burning dark creatures with holy light, corroding all living beings, even light-type creatures with shadows at night. Switching between two systems, countering the entire world. Add an eternal corrosion. As Lin Yuan thought of this, the hair on his back stood on end. Eternal corrosion itself turned negative states into permanent ones. This talent was already outrageous when applied to a light profession. If he stacked it with a set of shadow-type continuous damage, he no longer hesitated. The black sphere was gripped in his palm, his consciousness confirming its use. The sphere exploded. Pitch-black energy surged into his limbs and bones from his palm, colliding heat-in with the existing holy light power within him. A violent tearing sensation spread from his chest throughout his body. Lin Yuan let out a muffled groan, kneeling on the floor, veins bulging on his forehead. Light and dark fought within him for a full 30 seconds. Then they fused. Platinum holy light and pitch-black shadows intertwined, not devouring each other, but coiling and nesting together, ultimately solidifying into a gray-white light pattern etched deep into his profession panel. System notifications popped up in succession. Class transition successful. Light and Shadow Ranger Unique Hidden. You are the sole holder of this profession. Light form and shadow form can be switched at will with no cooldown time for switching. Shadow form skill tree unlocked. Shadow Arrow, Death Mark, Shadow Corrosion, Domain Phantom Clone. Lin Yuan looked at the last line of text, and his lips curled into a wide grin. He closed the profession panel, turned around slowly, and stored all the equipment back into his storage backpack. Just as he finished tidying up, a sharp, buzzing sound suddenly erupted from the lieutenant's shoulder insignia at his waist. It wasn't a communication stone, it was a military emergency broadcast. A city-wide announcement blared into his mind, simultaneously flooding into the minds of all awakened ones in Jinyuan Pass. Jinyuan Pass Commander's Office announcement: currently seeking a Light Ranger who fought on the Eastern Wall during the insect race's total offensive. This individual used Platinum Arrow Rain to inflict widespread and sustained weakening on the insect tide, providing decisive contributions to Lord-level targets. Anyone with information or the individual in question is requested to report to the Commander's Office with corresponding military honors granted per wartime regulations. Those providing valid leads will receive 5,000 military merits. Lin Yuan stuffed the shoulder insignia under his pillow. The announcement referred to a Light Ranger. He had just transitioned into a Light and Shadow Ranger. The profession panel no longer listed Light Ranger. But if the military scanned his profession information with an anti-invisibility array and discovered he was a Light and Shadow Ranger, an unprecedented unique hidden profession, the trouble he would encounter would only escalate. Lin Yuan picked up the communication stone and pressed on Shunmo's channel. 3 seconds later the connection was made. Bro, did you see the announcement? The Commander's Office is looking for someone. The Platinum Arrow Rain one. That's me. Shinmo's voice caught in his throat. Silence ensued for 5 seconds. I knew it. Shinmo's tone dropped low, filled with a complex emotion of shock and helplessness. All the lore drops went to you, right? I guess when I saw the light spheres flying everywhere on the wall. Come to the tavern, the innermost room on the 3rd floor. 10 minutes. 9 minutes later, Shinmo pushed the door open. Lin Yuan pulled out a large pile of items from his storage backpack and dumped them on the table. 14 pieces of purple equipment, 9 high-tier magical cores, over 20 sets of array materials, and various rare insect race materials. Take these. Lin Yuan said, distribute them for auction, 1 for each person, selling them off without attracting attention. Use the equipment that can be used first. I level up too quickly, and these will soon be low-level gear when I return in a few days. Shinmo looked at the pile of items on the table, his throat bobbing. Although he was already used to Lin Yuan's combat power, seeing this batch of spoils firsthand made his scalp tingle. Any piece of purple equipment taken out was a hot commodity. You're leaving? Shinmo didn't ask why, he went straight to the point. The commander's office is looking for me. I don't want to be put on display. However, with this city acquiring so many resources, there will likely be an auction soon. I'll come back to procure then. Lin Yuan pushed the equipment towards Shinmo. Shinmo nodded and swept all the items on the table into his storage bag. Bro, you're running faster than a rabbit. Ooh, I appreciate that. I'm heading out of Jinyuan Pass. Shinmo didn't ask further. He had known Lin Yuan long enough to know that this person never explained things a second time. Be safe. For the materials we can handle, I'll convert them to gold coins and send them directly to you. For those that are hard to deal with, we'll handle them in the auction. After Shinmo left, Lin Yuan went downstairs and found the tavern owner secretly slipping him 10 gold coins. Boss, what's the way to get from Jinyuan Pass to another city? The boss looked up, scrutinizing him with murky eyes. He chuckled and bent down to pull out a yellowed map from under the bar, pointing to a mark in the northeast corner of the inner city of Jinyuan Pass. Teleportation array. Jointly operated by the military and the city lord's office, just restored after the war. To get to another frontline city, it's 100,000 gold coins plus 10,000 military merits per trip, deducted on the spot, no credit. 100,000 gold coins. Lin Yuan calculated the remaining assets in his backpack and found it sufficient. As for military merits, he had enough in his account for dozens of uses. Where do I register for the teleportation array? In the military management area in the northeast corner of the inner city, in the building marked with a blue light pillar. Just report your identity when you arrive. The boss took the map back and added, be careful. Lin Yuan nodded. He returned to his room on the 3rd floor and rummaged to the very bottom of his storage backpack to pull out the 1,000-faced disguise mask. The moment the mask adhered to his face, his features began to change with subtle adjustments to his bone structure, skin tone, and even height. In the mirror stood an ordinary man in his early 30s wearing a gray-blue mage robe. This was an old, unremarkable blue mage robe he had casually kept from his spoils. The profession panel displayed that it was concealed by the 1,000-faced mask, and the external information changed to LV-48 Elemental Mage. The Void Rift Bow and Venomous Queen armor were all stored in the backpack, showing no hunter traits on the outside. Lin Yuan pushed open the window and glanced at the street outside. The military patrols passed every 3 minutes, and the light of detection spells regularly swept across the street. The citywide announcement was still repeating, searching for the Light Ranger who used the platinum arrow ring. He waited for the patrol to pass before leaping out the window and blending into the sparse crowd on the street. In front of the military management area in the northeast corner of the inner city, 7 or 8 people were lined up, all awakened ones wanting to leave Jinyuan Pass after the war. Lin Yuan followed at the back of the line, keeping his head down, appearing as a weary mage indistinguishable from the surrounding disheveled awakened ones. When it was his turn, the registering soldier glanced at his panel information. Elemental Mage, where to? A registration officer sat behind an iron desk, gripping a silver seal, without so much as lifting his eyelids. Lin Yuan bowed his head and lowered his voice to a hoarse whisper. This is my first time using long-range teleportation. Where may I go? Only then did the officer glance up. A gray-blue mage's robe, pallid complexion, ash from recent battle, still clinging to his clothes. The external display panel showed LV-48 Elemental Mage. He had seen far too many like him today. The Jinyuan Pass had just concluded its grand offensive. Countless soldiers sought to teleport to other front lines to exchange supplies. Some feared the second wave of insect swarms, others dreaded conscription, still others simply wished to sell their loot elsewhere. The officer asked no further questions. From beneath the desk, he drew out a thick leather-bound registry and slapped it onto the surface with a sharp thud. The 10 City Federation's long-range teleportation registry. Browse at your leisure. 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 military merits. Non-refundable upon confirmation. Lin Yuan took the registry. Its cover was forged from black metal plates, edges worn smooth and gleaming with age, bearing a single engraved line. 10 City Federation Xiongqing Teleportation Directory. Opening to the first page, 10 colossal cities were listed in sequence. Jinyuan Pass ranked third. The first city was named Bida City. The description was precise. Bida City, also known as the City of Mages, boasts the highest concentration of high-tier mages among the 10 cities. It houses the Federation's largest elemental academy, Incantation Research Institute, and arcane forging workshop. Its primary adversaries are the abyssal demon race and elemental aberrations. Lin Yuan skimmed it once and turned the page. Too many mages. Too many research institutes. The last place he wished to go was one saturated with detection arrays, soul-scanning wards, and arcane resonance analyzers. The second city was Qilu City. The registry noted, Qilu City has waged perpetual war against the Dwarf Kingdom to its north. Its walls are cast from high-temperature ores of the Qitai Mountains. Within its gates dwell the greatest number of blacksmiths, armorers, and heavy armor specialists in the Federation, and its arms trade flourishes. Noticing Lin Yuan's slow pace, the officer casually added, Qilu City pays well, and fighting dwarves is profitable. But that place has a short fuse. Hammers speak louder than words there. Don't argue with blacksmiths if you go as a mage. Lin Yuan remained silent. Dwarves possessed immense vitality, high resistances, and unmatched skill in forging armor. Formidable, yet incompatible with his current need for concealment. Third came Jinyuan Pass, frontline against the insectoid clans, a border fortress enduring relentless tide assaults. Lin Yuan flipped past it without pause. Fourth was Heichao City, defending against the sea folk, its outer perimeter bordered by the endless Black Sea, where tidal dungeons erupted constantly, ideal for hydro, electro, and naval combat specialists. Fifth was Qingmu City, straddling the elven and beast folk territories, rich in forest dungeons and medicinal herbs. Sixth was Suishing City, besieged perpetually by goblins, mechanical automatons, and demolition legions. Its engineers guild held overwhelming influence within the city walls. The officer smirked. Suishing City isn't half bad. Except goblins are insufferable. They'll dismantle your shoe soles today, pilfer your belt pouch tomorrow, and slip a bomb into your stew the day after. Even death feels unlucky there. A low chuckle rippled through the queue nearby. The hall's taut silence cracked open, just slightly, before snapping shut again. Lin Yuan continued, turning pages. Seventh was Shuanggu City, the northern front line against the undead, bitter cold, necrotic miasma, and pervasive curses. Lin Yuan paused for half a breath. Undead feared holy light. Logically, this suited a Radiant Ranger. Yet the High Command was hunting the Radiant Archer of Platinum Arrows. To storm the undead frontlines now would be tantamount to branding his name across every city wall. Unsuitable. Eighth was Steelhaven City. Lin Yuan's fingers stilled mid-turn. The illustration on the page depicted a colossally exaggerated metropolis of black-gray steel and obsidian. Its walls fused forged steel and black stone. Beyond them stretched a vast bleached plain, upon whose horizon rose dense forests of towering light pillars. The accompanying text was brief, but froze Lin Yuan's gaze entirely. Steelhaven City, a strategic stronghold in the southwest of the 10-city Federation. Primary adversaries: sanctified radiance, light-clad beasts, daybreak, colossi, and remnant angels of judgment. Enemy power systems revolve around sacred light, purification, searing, incineration, and psychic judgment. Recommended professions: shadow, death, curse, physical burst, heavy armor, defense. Discouraged professions: light affiliated disciplines, inflict 0 damage. Holy light aligned foes. Lin Yuan's fingertips tapped softly against the page's edge. He had just inherited the Shadow Ranger legacy, transcending into the soul hidden vocation, Lightan Shadow Ranger. His radiant form excelled against darkness, his shadow form against sanctified light. Steelhaven City was in essence a training ground crafted expressly for his newly unveiled trump card. And something else mattered more: the High Command sought a Radiant Ranger. Who would suspect that the very man who had just immolated the insect sovereign with sacred judgment at Jinyuan Pass would now rush headlong into Steelhaven, a city teeming with holy light enemies? The officer followed his gaze and cautioned, Steelhaven City isn't ideal for mages, especially elemental ones. The sanctified radiance can silence spellcasting, purify energies, and even reflect portions of elemental damage. What about shadow magic? Lin Yuan asked. The officer blinked, then nodded. Shadow works. Necromancy works even better. But your panel reads elemental mage. Lin Yuan replied coolly, I've dabbled in shadow arts as a secondary discipline. The officer didn't doubt him. Among LV-48 awakened, mastering auxiliary skills was commonplace, especially elemental mages. Learning a few shadow arrows or protective wards merely marked them as unconventional. The officer closed the registry and asked, confirmed, Steelhaven City. Lin Yuan withdrew a military merit badge and a gold card, sliding both across the desk. Confirmed. The officer picked up the badge and swiped it over a Reniched disc. Lin, Zhou Yuan. The identity fabricated by the thousand-face mask auto-populated. Zhou Yuan LV-48 Elemental Mage Temporary Combatant at Jinyuan Pass, with 1340 merits remaining in wartime balance. This identity had been forged from fragmented battlefield data. Level, profession, and combat records were all present, though personal history remained deliberately sparse. The officer scrutinized it for 2 seconds, finding nothing amiss. Merits sufficient. And the gold. Lin Yuan placed the gold card atop the disc. A soft chime sounded. 100,000 gold coins, deducted successfully. The officer lifted the silver seal and stamped a crimson imprint onto the teleportation application. Proceed to Gate 3 and wait. Steelhaven City still has 2 batches open today. You're fortunate. Lin Yuan retrieved his merit badge and strode toward the hall's depths. The teleportation chamber was immense. Its vaulted ceiling held a dozen sapphire ivory arcane lamps. Concentric runic circles etched the floor. Distinct queues formed before each gate. Some bore snapped lances, others cradled chests brimming with spoils. Still others wore blood-stained cloaks, cursing Jinyuan Pass's exorbitant prices under their breath. Lin Yuan joined the rear of Gate 3's queue, 5 people ahead. At the gate's edge, a runescribe calibrated coordinates. A cerulean light column slowly rotated above the central array, awaiting only full capacity to ignite. Lin Yuan kept his eyes downcast, expression serene. After leaving Jinyuan Pass, he'd secure lodgings in Steelhaven City first, then methodically clear his inventory. Until level 60, he couldn't equip 3 legendary golden artifacts, but his shadow form could train immediately. If Steelhaven's foes truly relied on sacred light, shadow arrows and Deathmark would serve perfectly as trial blades. The queue advanced 2 steps. Then, piercing brass whistles shrieked from outside the hall. Instantly, crimson alarm runes flared along the teleportation array's periphery. Scarlet light surged across the floor, forcibly halting all active teleport sequences. The waiting crowd erupted. What's happening? I've already paid. Teleportation arrays are protected under the 10-city accord, even during wartime. I just came down from the Eastern Front. I nearly lost my life. What more do you need to verify? The officer shot upright, face grim. He reached for the communication array on the desk, only for the main entrance to burst open from outside. A squad of black-armored constabularies stormed in. Their commander wore a half-visor helmet and bore the High Command's provisional enforcement insignia on his chest. Without preamble, he unfurled a scroll of military decree. High Command Directive: all teleportation nodes at Jinyuan Pass shall implement wartime verification protocols effective immediately. Angry shouts intensified. The commander raised a hand. The dozen constables behind him simultaneously leveled Rhenian grave crossbows. Though not aimed at anyone, the gesture silenced the room instantly. The commander's voice was glacial. Teleportation arrays remain protected under the 10-city Federation Accord. No suspension, no seizure, no detention of lawful evacuees. Yet from this moment, every awakened preparing to depart must publicly demonstrate 1 core vocational skill, recorded by runescribes for energy profiling. Someone roared, "Why?" The commander turned, eyes locking onto the speaker. Because during the Insectoid Grand Offensive, a light-affiliated archer claimed the highest contribution drops from 18 overlords and the Abyssal Sovereign. The High Command intends to bestow honors. The 3 great clans demand verification of spoils ownership. The Merit Treasury requires post-war allocation audits. His tone was unyielding, yet his reasoning unmistakably clear. There is also suspicion that this individual possesses a unique artifact capable of masking profession identity and detection signatures. Should he depart, subsequent accountability would grow exceedingly complex. Lin Yuan stood motionless within the crowd, his gaze unchanged. The motive was transparent. The High Command sought its hero. The 3 clans watched over spoils. The Merit Treasury needed balanced accounts. Each faction had legitimate cause to extract him from the throng. The commander continued, verification will not search packs, seize private property, or withhold lawful teleport rights. It demands only that you publicly manifest 1 core vocational skill, energy attributes recorded by the Rheni array. A collective sigh of relief rippled through the hall. Others paled. A cloaked assassin muttered bitterly, calling that non-invasive is laughable. What compensates me for exposing my life-saving skill? The officer strode forward, voice sharp. You barged in mid-process. Whose responsibility is coordinate instability? The commander handed him the decree. The High Command assumes liability. You continue registrations. Verification proceeds 1 by 1, then departure follows. The officer scanned the order, jaw clenched, yet stepped aside. Returning to Gate 3, he barked, Steelhaven City queue. Proceed in order. Release 1 foundational vocational skill. No tricks. If caught, teleport rights revoked. Lin Yuan looked ahead. 5 people remained. A heavily armored warrior projected a shimmering shield wall. A fire mage conjured a miniature fireball. A hunter loosed a standard arcane arrow. The commander watched the hunter intently, then demanded a second shot. The hunter flushed crimson but dared not protest. The fourth was a healing cleric who cast a basic restoration spell. As white light bloomed, every constable's gaze snapped toward him. The commander personally verified the cleric's profession energy signature and wartime records, then waved him through. Only one person remained before Lin Yuan. A geomancer raised his hand, conjuring a stone shield, passing swiftly. The officer turned to Lin Yuan. Zhou Yuan, LV-48, Elemental Mage, you're next. Several pairs of eyes settled upon Lin Yuan. His displayed profession was Elemental Mage. The commander watched closely too. Elemental Mage. Demonstrate a foundational elemental skill. Lin Yuan raised his right hand. No flame leapt forth. No frost coalesced. No lightning crackled. The officer's eyelid twitched. The commander's hand hovered over his sword hilt. Then, in the next breath, black radiance bloomed at Lin Yuan's fingertips. The darkness coalesced into an arrow which shot silently toward a test target mounted on the hall's side. Snap! The target's center blackened and corroded where shadow energy struck. The runadisc flashed immediate results. Skill attribute shadow. Approved. The officer exhaled, handing Lin Yuan his transit voucher. Enter. Don't delay the next batch. Lin Yuan accepted the voucher and stepped into Gate 3. A cerulean light column rose from beneath his feet. Spatial distortion enveloped him instantly. A system prompt appeared. You have arrived. Steelhaven City. A new hunting ground had opened. The flames of battle at Jinyuan Pass have just extinguished, and the walls are still stained with the blood of insects when a new city-wide announcement crashed down. To celebrate this great victory, a week later Jinyuan Pass will hold a post-war joint auction inviting guests from other cities. All equipment, materials, skill books, and special items obtained during this insect tribe's total assault can be registered for auction through the official auction house. The identities of the consignors are protected by both the city lord's mansion and the military, and no family business guild or individual may pursue the source of the sellers in any form. Violators will be dealt with as wartime plunderers. The announcement played 3 times consecutively. A commotion erupted within Jinyuan Pass. The Awakeners who had just returned from the front lines, originally clutching their backpacks in fear of being targeted by powerful families, all raised their heads with shining eyes. What emerged after the battle was most feared for not selling or being sold, leading to tracing back to the sellers. Now with the backing of the city lord's mansion and the military, the significance is entirely different. Who would dare to investigate anonymous consignors? It would be akin to snatching food from the military's bowl at the most sensitive time after the war. Even the 3 major families must think twice. Within the temporary residence of the Zhao family, a middle-aged man smashed a teacup onto the ground, shards scattering everywhere. Who allowed them to issue this announcement? The steward beside him looked grim. The city lord's mansion and the military both stamped it personally approved by Commander Gu. The middle-aged man's face darkened terrifyingly. The Zhao family had already arranged for people to monitor the major black markets last night, preparing to trace the whereabouts of the fallen items from the lords. But with the announcement, all consignments moved to the official anonymous pool. They could not investigate. They could not seize. It was even difficult to pressure prices. Anyone who dared to cause trouble at the joint auction would face Gu Chongfeng's immediate wrath. On the other side, at the Broken Edge's base, Shen Mo stared at the announcement, nearly jumping out of his chair. Damn, the heavens have not forsaken me. Old Su, who was polishing a crossbow, heard this shout, and his hand shook, almost causing the bowstring to snap back into his face. What are you so excited about? Shen Mo paced around the room, his eyes growing brighter. The items Lin Yuan had entrusted to him were so hot in his storage bag. 14 pieces of purple gear, 9 high-level magic cores, over 20 sets of materials from Lord-level insectoids. Just taking out one piece could cause a scramble among the free teams. Previously, Shen Mo had not dared to sell, but his keen senses alerted him that the wind had shifted recently. The black market was unsafe, the trading guilds would trace sources, and there were numerous spies from the powerful families. But now it's fine. Anonymous auction. Double protection from the city lord's mansion and the military. This was practically a tailor-made selling opportunity for Lin Yuan. Shen Mo locked the door and had Old Su guard outside. Old Su glanced at him. Do you have goods? Shen Mo grinned a bit. Old Su sneered. That expression of yours, just a bit. You must have a volcano hidden in your pants. Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh. Don't ask, it's just a friend's consignment. Old Su fell silent for 2 seconds, nodded. Got it, I'm blind. Shen Mo returned to the room, taking out the items from his storage bag one by one. Purple light filled the table. A long spear adorned with insect patterns, a slightly damaged, poison-resistant leather armor, 2 rings with decent attributes, and several pieces of equipment suitable for warriors, mages, and priests. Shen Mo first divided the equipment into 3 batches. The first batch, ordinary purple gear, disguised as spoils from the Broken Edge squad. The second batch, high-level purple gear listed under 3 free teams' names. The third batch, magic cores and insectoid materials, all placed in the materials special auction. He couldn't just dump everything at once. That would be too conspicuous. Lin Yuan was already conspicuous enough, he couldn't drop the ball on such trivial matters. Looking at the final valuation, Shin Mo's throat went dry. After the auction, if this money is transferred to him, he could probably buy half a street outright. Outside, Old Su knocked on the door. Stop laughing, I can't hear you, breathing heavily through the wall. Shin Mo slapped the list down. Get lost, I'm just excited about the organization's development. Old Su cursed. You really know how to flatter yourself. Shin Mo did not retort. He stared at the purple gear on the table, his eyes burning with excitement. The Broken Edge had hope. Those who had followed him from the rear to the front line could finally stand firm. But he knew that all of this depended on one premise. Lin Yuan must not be exposed. At least not now. At this moment in the Iron City, when the teleportation beams dissipated, the first scent Lin Yuan caught was rust and coal smoke. There was no stench of blood and flesh from the battlefield like at Jinyuan Pass. Instead, the air was filled with a mixture of furnace fires, machine oil, steel, and slag. The city was large, yet the streets were not crowded. The number of pedestrians was far less than in Jinyuan Pass, but each one was striking. 2-meter-tall, heavy-armored warriors were everywhere. Some carried broadswords as wide as door panels, some bore half-human tall tower shields, and there were special professions with bare upper body, shoulders covered in old scars. Mages were few. Hunters even less. Lin Yuan in his gray-blue mage robe looked somewhat thin among the crowd. He did not rush to leave the city. First, he needed to find a place to stay. Outside the teleportation hall, there was a row of hotel signs, the most eye-catching one called Black Iron Sleeping Bear. When Lin Yuan entered, a burly man behind the counter was wiping cups. The man was bald with a neck thicker than an average person's thigh, and his displayed profession was LV-56 Steel Shield Warrior. He looked up at Lin Yuan. Accommodation. Lin Yuan lowered his voice. A comfortable, safe, and quiet room. That would be quite expensive. How much? 300 gold coins per day, a deposit of 1,000. The walls can withstand level 80 attacks, and the soundproof array can block ordinary investigations. Any damage caused by fighting will be charged separately. This price was not low. But Lin Yuan was not short on money now. He took out his gold coin card. The burly man swiped the card and tossed the key over 3rd floor, room 7. Don't try any large-scale skills in the room. Last month a fire mage cooked himself and the bedboard still smells. Lin Yuan took the key. Where can I buy information? The burly man paused, pointing to a corner of the tavern. There sat a small man wearing an old leather hat with a few booklets laid out on the table. Lin Yuan walked over. The small man looked up, revealing 2 rows of yellowed teeth. New here. Buying information about the Iron City and its surroundings. Copper Teeth smiled. The basic version is 100 gold coins, the detailed version 500, and the one with monster respawn and dungeon risk marked is 2,000. Lin Yuan sat down. I'll take the most expensive one. He gathered the few worn booklets on the table and took out a thin metal plate from his pocket. Payment first. Lin Yuan paid 2,000 gold coins. Copper Teeth pushed the metal plate over and lowered his voice. The Iron City is different from Jinyuan Pass. Here there are rarely organized armies attacking the city. The main troubles are all in the dungeons. Lin Yuan opened the metal plate. A map of the area outside the city appeared. Large areas were marked with white light spots. Daylight Mine LV-50, LV-55. Holy Light Ruins LV-56, LV-62. Light Armored Beast Nest LV-60, LV-68. Judgment Corridor LV-70, LV-80. Copper Teeth tapped the table. All the monsters here have thick skin, strong healing, and many purifications. The Holy Light clan is especially troublesome. If you hit them halfway, they'll kneel down and sing a bit, and their health will rise again. Lin Yuan asked, is there no low-level area? None. Copper Teeth shook his head. The Iron City doesn't nurture newcomers. Below level 50, they can't grind here, die quickly, and tend to slow down dungeon progress. Lin Yuan looked at the map. What happens if dungeon progress slows down? Copper Teeth's expression turned serious. If a dungeon goes long without being cleared, or the clearing speed is too slow, the holy light energy inside will build up. When it accumulates to a threshold, it will trigger overflow. What happens after overflow? City assault. Copper Teeth spat out 2 words, and several warriors in the tavern looked over simultaneously. Copper Teeth continued, the scale is much smaller than the insect tide at Jinyuan Pass, but it's still troublesome. Once the daylight giant climbs out of the dungeon gate, it can tear through to the outer districts. Last time during the city assault at the west gate, over 2,000 people died. Lin Yuan understood the situation. This was considered half a rear area. There were no insectoid armies pressing the city every day, but dungeons needed to be cleared. With few people, grinding monsters would build up into disasters. No wonder there were many high-level warriors here, yet the population was not dense. Ordinary people couldn't withstand such an environment. Copper Teeth added, you're a mage, right? Listen to me, don't touch the Judgment Corridor. That place silences spellcasters. Running in there just adds graves for others. Lin Yuan put away the metal plate. How's the effect of shadow spells? Copper Teeth stared at him for a moment. Are you also specializing in shadow? Just a bit. Copper Teeth chuckled, then you're in luck. The Holy Light clan hates shadows, and the light-armored beasts also fear the erosion of death. But don't get too happy if their purifications are fierce, and ordinary shadow poisons won't last long. Lin Yuan remained calm in his heart. Ordinary shadow poisons wouldn't last long. His state wouldn't drop. Copper Teeth took out a small card. Tomorrow morning the Black Iron Mercenary Group will go to the Daylight Mine. To clear it, we need ranged fighters. If you want to join the team, I can help you sign up. The introduction fee is 300. Lin Yuan asked, are there restrictions for solo entry into dungeons? Copper Teeth was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. You really dare to ask? A nearby heavy-armored warrior drinking turned his head with a sharp tone. Little mage, the Daylight Mine is at least level 50. The Holy Light Mine slaves can smash your staff into your stomach with a single blow. Solo. Do you think you're that platinum arrow rain from Jinyuan Pass? Laughter erupted in the tavern. Lin Yuan ignored it. Copper Teeth also stopped laughing. You can go in solo, but it's not recommended. The monsters here have thick health, strong recovery. Many teams need to bring heavy armor and healing breakers. As a mage, you might not even kill the first wave before your mana runs out. Lin Yuan stood up. Understood. The heavy-armored warrior raised his cup, scoffing. Just heed the advice. Lin Yuan paused and glanced at him. Thank you for the reminder. He took the key and went upstairs. Room 7 on the 3rd floor was indeed quiet. The walls were embedded with black iron plates, the windows small, and the soundproof array patterns were quite intact. Lin Yuan closed the door, locked it, and placed a low-level soundproof talisman. He took out the map and spread it on the table. Daylight Mine LV 50 LV 55. Just right for testing shadow form. The monsters had strong recovery and purification, which could test the effect of eternal erosion on shadow-based negative states. He opened his career panel. Light and Dark Ranger. Current form light. Lin Yuan willed it. The platinum-colored light patterns sank down, and pitch-black lines rose from the core of his profession. Current form shadow. The skill tree unfolded. Shadow arrow, death mark, shadow erosion field. As long as he could apply one lasting negative state, eternal erosion would turn it into a permanent effect. Lin Yuan looked at the location of the Daylight Mine, his finger pointing at the edge of the map. He'll go take a look tomorrow. On the table, the communication stone flickered gently. Shen Mo sent a very short message. Large auction in a week, goods can be sold safe. Lin Yuan read it and replied with one word. Good. He turned off the communication stone and placed the Void Rift bow beside him. The night in the Iron City was very quiet. Occasionally the sound of a forge could be heard in the distance, along with the heavy footsteps of a patrol outside the window. Lin Yuan lay on the bed, his eyes wide open. Jinyuan Pass was searching for the platinum arrow ring. No one in the Iron City recognized him. And 12 kilometers west of the city, the entire Daylight Mine was waiting for him to test his blade. Outside the window, the night of the Steel City pressed down upon the black iron streets, with the distant roar of forges still echoing and the sound of patrolling boots crunching past below every few minutes. He did not sleep immediately. The Jinyuan Pass was still searching for the Light Ranger of the Platinum Arrow Rain, while he had already changed his face, identity, and profession. While others were searching for him throughout the city, he sat in a hotel in another city, studying new skills. Lin Yuan sat at the table, taking out the Void Rift bow and placing it beside him. Then he opened his profession panel. Current profession, Light and Dark Ranger. Current form, Light. Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted. Golden patterns sank down from the core of his profession, while dark shadowy patterns emerged, causing the entire panel's background to darken. Current form, Shadow. The exclusive skill tree for the Shadow Ranger has been revealed. A massive black skill tree unfolded before. At the bottom layer there were 6 faintly glowing basic nodes, and above them a myriad of skill nodes were all locked in gray mist. Lin Yuan clicked on the gray nodes. Unlock conditions: kill 1,000 light-type beings. Unlock conditions: reach level LV60 and kill 50 elite light-type units. Unlock conditions: kill 3 Lord units of the Holy Light race. He glanced at a few lines and understood the situation. The future growth path of the Shadow Ranger was quite clear. Kill light-type beings. The more he kills, the deeper the skill tree opens. He also couldn't let his level fall behind. At present, he could only use the 6 initially unlocked free skill imprint slots and a few basic prerequisite skills. That was already enough. Lin Yuan was not afraid of starting weak. He feared the lack of sustained damage. As long as the skills carried continuous negative effects, they could transform into something different in his hands. He pulled the skill tree down to the bottom layer. The first node lit up. Shadow Arrow effect fires a shadow arrow that deals shadow damage to the target and applies a shadow burn status. Shadow burn deals 30 points of shadow damage per second, lasting for 5 seconds. Doubles damage against light, holy, and divine beings. Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on 30 points per second. Looking at the numbers alone, it wasn't exaggerated. However, this was the most basic skill of the Shadow Ranger. Basic means low consumption, short cooldown, and quick activation. More importantly, it could be modified to become permanent with eternal erosion. Lin Yuan directly activated it. Shadow Arrow has been mastered. The second node. Dark Annihilation effect after hitting the target weaken recovery effects and buffs by 50, lasting for 10 seconds. If the target is a light type, being additionally weaken its self-purification effect. Lin Yuan paused his finger here. No direct damage. But it was worth more than many damage skills. The most troublesome aspect of the monsters around the Steel City was their healing, purification, and high resistances. Daylight Mines, Holy Light Ruins, and the Light-Armored Beast's Nest all revolved around these issues. If Dark Annihilation could also be permanently modified by Eternal Erosion, the defenses of Light-type monsters would essentially be stripped away. Lin Yuan activated it. Dark Annihilation has been mastered. On the panel, the Dark Annihilation node lit up with black light, and a prompt appeared beside it. This skill is a status debuff that can be influenced by talent-based continuous rules. Lin Yuan's lips twitched slightly. As long as it can be influenced by talents, it's fine. The third node lit up. Dark Poison effect after the arrow hits, generate dark poison within the target's body. Dark Poison deals 40 points of shadow poison damage per second lasting for 6 seconds. Doubles damage to light-type beings and reduces target's healing effectiveness by 10. Lin Yuan lit it up without hesitation. A 10 reduction in healing effectiveness isn't high, but if it exists permanently, the longer it lasts, the more frightening the effect. If combined with the purification debuff from Dark Annihilation, those holy light race beings in the Steel City that frequently kneel to chant for healing would likely break down on the spot. The fourth node, Dark Erosion. Effect corrodes the target's outer protective layer upon hit, causing continuous shadow erosion. Dark Erosion deals 50 points of shadow damage per second lasting for 5 seconds. Additional effect reduces the target's automatic recovery speed. Lin Yuan activated it. This skill should be very useful against light-armored beasts, which recover quickly. Lin Yuan did not plan to forcefully attack. He only needed to land the first arrow, the rest would be left to the target's health to drain. The fifth node shone brighter than the previous ones. Blackbone Arrow effect condenses Shadowbone spines to shoot the target, dealing piercing damage and applying Blackbone Rupture. Blackbone Rupture deals 50 points of shadow damage per second lasting for 4 seconds. If the target has a light shield, the shield breaking effect doubles. Doubles damage against light-type beings. Prioritizes the core of the shield. This line is crucial. Many monsters are not thick-blooded, but have thick shields. The insectoids at Jinyuan Pass rely on flesh and healing, while the holy light monsters in the Steel City depend on shields and purification. The Blackbone Arrow is just right for breaking shields. Activated. Blackbone Arrow has been mastered. On the sixth node, the icon depicted a black arrow intertwined with a skull. Lin Yuan clicked on it. Skull Arrow Purple effect fires a Deathbone Arrow that applies a skeletal curse upon hitting the target. Skeletal Curse deals 50 points of death damage per second lasting for 3 seconds. Doubles damage against light-type beings. Special effect: if the target dies during the duration of the Skeletal Curse, a skeleton warrior of the same level will be generated. Skeletal Warrior's existence time, 3 seconds. Lin Yuan stared at this effect for a long time without moving. An ordinary Shadow Ranger must time the use of the Skull Arrow precisely. The target must die within 3 seconds to summon a Skeletal Warrior. Too early won't work, and too late won't work either. When fighting small monsters, damage tends to overflow. When fighting elites, 3 seconds is too short. This skill is awkwardly powerful in the hands of ordinary people. But in Lin Yuan's hands, it completely changes its nature. The Skeletal Curse lasts permanently. Whenever the target dies, it counts as dying during the curse's duration. This means that as long as they are hit by his Skull Arrow, they will definitely generate a Skeletal Warrior upon death. If there are enough monsters in the Daylight Mines, after he unleashes a volley of arrows, Skeletal Warriors will continuously rise, lasting 3 seconds. Whether Eternal Erosion can extend the existence time of the skeletons is still uncertain. But even if it only lasts for 3 seconds, it's enough to disrupt the formation of monsters in the mines. If the summoning existence time can also be influenced by the rules, then it won't just be monster farming. That would be factory production. Lin Yuan activated the Skull Arrow. Skull Arrow has been mastered. All 6 free skill imprint slots have been used up. He did not touch those single burst skills. The skill tree still contains skills like Shadow Explosion, Night Blade, Piercing Heart, and Void Sniping. The damage numbers looked high, with some even able to deal over 1,000 points in a single hit. For an ordinary Shadow Ranger, those would be the main output skills. For Lin Yuan, they were useless. No matter how high the single burst damage, it was just a single hit. What he needed were things that could be applied permanently once attached. Lin Yuan pulled out the 6 skills separately, lining them up in a row. Shadow Arrow, 30 points per second. Dark Poison, 40 points per second. Dark Erosion, 50 points per second. Blackbone Arrow, 50 points per second. Skull Arrow, 50 points per second. Shadow Shot, 80 points per second. In total, 220 points of sustained shadow damage per second. If the target is a light type being, all damage doubles. 440 points per second. This doesn't even account for the 50 resistance reduction from Dark Annihilation or the splitting and piercing effects of the Void Rift Bow, nor the effect of covering an area with Arrow Rain. Lin Yuan recalculated the data. In light form, he relied on Holy Judgment, Holy Fire Arrow, and Radiant Arrow to suppress the Dark Insectoids. In shadow form, he relied on 6 major shadow sustained damages to suppress the Holy Light Race Light Armored Beasts and Daylight Giants. The two forms were complementary. In the future, whatever faction he encounters, he could switch to the appropriate form. He didn't need to find counters. He himself was the counter. Lin Yuan brought up the Eternal Erosion panel. 9 permanent slots were flashing with faint light. Originally embedded were Bleeding Slow, Holy Judgment, Holy Fire Arrow, Radiant Arrow, Venom Paralysis, and some equipment effects. Now he had to fight light-type monsters. Holy Light skills were of little use, and might even be absorbed or negated by light-type monsters. Lin Yuan began to rearrange. Slow must be retained. A 70 permanent slowdown is crucial for kiting. Venom Paralysis must also be retained. It's essential for fighting bosses, as this effect won't be resisted. Even if it triggers by chance, as long as it triggers once, there's a chance of permanently putting the target out of the fight. The remaining slots would alternate between a feigned death and acceleration stealth, and the rest would all go to shadow effects. The new combat panel finally took shape. Current attack includes permanent negative effects: slow bleeding, Venom Paralysis, Shadow Burn, Dark Poison, Dark Erosion, Blackbone Rupture, Skeletal Curse, Shadow, Erosion, Bleeding. System prompts flash quickly. Lin Yuan simplified the display, keeping only the key data. Sustained shadow damage, 220 points second. Against light-type targets, 440 points second. Additional resistance reduction, shield recovery reduction, healing effectiveness reduction, slowdown chance of paralysis, death summoning. He rubbed his forehead. If this panel were to be revealed, the Hunters Guild in the Steel City would probably drag him into the research lab overnight. Time for a break before heading out to farm monsters. On the morning of the second day, the sky over the Iron City had not fully brightened yet. Below the Black Iron Bear, and there were already people arguing. 2 heavily armored warriors nearly came to blows over who would use the washing trough first. The bald owner slammed a cup down on the counter, and the entire hall fell silent. When Lin Yuan descended the stairs in his gray-blue mage robe, no one paid him any mind. An externally displayed level 48 elemental mage was simply unremarkable in the Iron City. The people here placed more trust in shields, heavy hammers, and great swords, as well as thick armor that could withstand the judgment beams of the Radiant race. Mages. Just surviving the dungeons was already a feat. Lin Yuan bought 2 servings of rations and a jug of water at the counter, and casually asked, "Is the city gate open today?" The owner glanced up at him. "There haven't been any sieges lately. All 4 gates are open. You can go out freely, but no one will collect your corpse if you die outside." "Thanks." The owner snorted. "If you really go out, don't head to the Western Deep Zone. There's a dungeon over there that is nearly full of energy. The military teams are heading over today to clear it out. A small mage like you would be swept away, leaving not even a trace." Lin Yuan nodded and pushed the door, stepping out of the inn. The streets of Iron City were much wider than those of Jinyuan Pass. The blackstone pavement was deeply scarred by heavy wheels, and on either side, trucks traversed back and forth, their carriages piled high, with glowing or sand occasionally sparking with flying embers. There was quite a crowd heading toward the city gate. Most were awakened beings above level 50, heavily equipped, and looking fatigued, with supply beasts following behind them. Lin Yuan mingled with the crowd slowly, making his way to the west gate. The city gate was not sealed. The gate guards only scanned the external panels, confirming he was not a wanted criminal, and did not check bags. There had been no sieges in Iron City recently, and the overflow value of the dungeons had not yet reached the red line, making entry and exit management much more lenient than at Jinyuan Pass. Lin Yuan exited the city gate and walked to a derelict mine cart. He glanced around to confirm no one was paying attention and directly switched to disguise and stealth. The figure beneath the gray-blue mage robe gradually faded away. In the next second, the wind step activated. Lin Yuan burst out from the shadow of the mine cart and raced along the barren road outside the city. The terrain around Iron City was open, with black and gray rock layers stretching into the distance, the ground littered with broken tracks and abandoned mines. The distances between dungeons were quite far. On the map, they seemed only a few fingers apart, but in reality, running them could easily exceed 10 kilometers. Ordinary awakened beings would either ride military or tracks, or travel in heavily armored vehicles with mercenary groups to clear dungeons. Lin Yuan had no such need. The explosive speed brought by wind step, combined with the boost from his battle boots, allowed him to move so quickly that ordinary patrol teams couldn't even see him. More crucially, he remained in stealth mode. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan arrived at the first dungeon, the Daylight. The entrance to the dungeon was a white light gate embedded in the rock wall, with 3 heavily armored vehicles parked outside and a dozen awakened beings preparing. At the